Hello and welcome one and all to another episode of the Night Shift. We're here for Deadlock. It's DDK, Jake, and your host, Chris Puckett. Tonight, we are going to be tuning in with EU's best. And for the first time, Jake, Abrahams are not our returning champions. After being at the top for 14 weeks, they're finally handed an L. Who beat them and who are we excited to watch tonight?
I mean, everyone's eyes on Leviathan right now. Can they defend? Can they do it again against Abrahams? I mean, honestly, still, like, based on the recent past, you've got to come into this tournament thinking, despite needing to win the BO1, despite being a challenger BO3, you got to still think Abrahams are the odds on. They've won so many times in a row. I still think if Leviathan defend the title in another week, it would be another upset for them. So for Abrahams, this is the wake-up call. This is the kick in the pants. And this is the time to see for Leviathan, is it for real? Can you actually repeat that and do it again? All I got to say is, God help Lowkey W. The enraged Abrahams in the best of one, although maybe that's your best.
Yeah, in a best of one, get them on tilt and take advantage of it. DDK, before we dive into tonight's show, what is your background? Is it from Quake?
It is from Quake, yeah. Eric Walk from Quake.
Yes.
Dang, look at the fucking knows his
I know
stuff.
my games from 20 years ago. What's up? Shout out to all the fellow boomers in the chat. DDK, a living Quake legend, CS caster who has now taken over the Deadlock scene. DDK, who is the best character after all of the patch notes? I know we've got a ton of changes. Is Celeste actually going to get time on air tonight?
He's the best guy. Okay, so before... Oh my god, there's so many, and there's some sleeper picks before as well. I felt like Shiv was kind of a sleeper pick, but we just had a patch of so many things got adjusted. I don't even know everything that got adjusted. I know Mo, some of his damage output has gone down a bit, so maybe Mo's not it anymore.
I think Mo is the best character in the game.
Mo's back.
You still think Mo's the best?
Mo is back.
Is Mo back? I think Mo is first pick, first ban. I think Mo is turbo broken right now.
Even after the patch today?
The ulti legit solos people. Maybe the patch today, that's the question. Maybe
they dropped
maybe
it by
it's
20 damage a second.
But when if you get kitted on Mo, you get your ulti deals 400 DPS. It's obscene. I mean, so you have one guy helping you get that kill. I think people underestimate how important that DPS is when when Mo's catching somebody, it's you barely have the follow-up to get the kill. Now you are in serious trouble if Mo's comboing you.
I saw a comment that said the only Mo and Crow we're going to see is in the opening face-off. That, of course, will always go down as our 1v1 to decide who is going to get the first picks and bans. While we're talking format, let's remind everybody how it works here on the Night Shift and our bracket for tonight. We start with EU. Later in the later half of the show, we'll have NA. Floormen and Bird with Clock, who also pulled off an upset recently, taking on the champions of Melee Creeps. But we start here with Lowkey W and Abrahams in the EU Challenger matchup. We mentioned it, Abrahams, 14 wins in a row before last week, but this is episode 29. We could see another upset. Lowkey W is looking to cause the chaos. Dan, before we dive into the teams, you gave us a little sample of the patch. For anyone who hasn't played in the last month or so, what has changed here in Deadlock?
Oh my God. Yeah, just Dan, real quick,
literally,
Dan,
just in one sentence, maybe 10 words or less.
Almost everything. I don't know. It's so much.
I got you, Bucket. I got you, Bucket.
You got me, Jake. Hit me with it.
Everything dies fast. That's my one sentence. Everything dies faster. Ooh. The time to kill feels a lot lower, and that it makes the game a lot more explosive. It changes a lot. So I think that's that's a very huge oversimplification. There's changes to almost every character, but overall, a lot better sources of armor shred, less sources of armor, less tankiness, and they added some HP back in today's patch. We'll see, but I still feel in general a lot more potential for people to get bursted down and harder to be as ultra tanky in the late game.
I think there's going to be a new phrase here in esports. It's explain it like a COD kid. You did a perfect job. You broke it down for me. You're appealing to my ADHD. I'm locked in, ready to go here for episode 29. Let's take a look here at our teams. And of course, we got to thank our Patreons actually first before we get to that. I'm going to follow the format tonight, Solomon, I promise. Patreon has been our original source of income here on the show. And a big thank you to all of the donors who made this show possible. We started with nothing but community volunteers. And over time, we've grown our YouTube channel and our Twitch. Thanks to the Shift board members, the $250 of facts. Our very first one was on that board. We're up to 4 of them, several in the 100 Shift executives, and we add on new residents every single show. Thank you to all the Twitch supporters, and thank you to the folks over on YouTube. Dan, though, if you want to get behind the players tonight, though, how do you contribute to the prize pool?
You can just give us a tip. All of the tips will go to the prize pool throughout the show. You'll see a counter that will constantly remind you as to what the players are going to be playing for, and you can add to that whenever you want.
Exclamation donate in the chat. We keep it simple for you all. All right. Anything else we got to plug, Jake, before we dive into this baby?
I think we're ready to get into the action, man. Teams, hopefully they're getting ready to go. Hopefully we have a Mo 1v1 to start us off with. Although we've got to, of course, talk about the teams themselves first.
Yeah. Everybody knows the Abrahams, but let's remind you of who is going to be playing. It's Lowkey W taking on the Abrahams in the first round of EU. Here's a look at your first roster. This one, of course, the 14-time champion Sonya Sniper together. Saint, who has won, I believe, 9 MVP awards. Taz, your favorite Paradox, Hoot, and Demov. With the new changes, Jake, who are you most excited to see flex off of maybe their normal character?
Oh, it's so hard to tell. I mean, I'm just curious to see what people play. I feel like players like Hoot and Demov are always the ones I look to for their flexibility. I think they're going to be the players who kind of show which way the wind is blowing in the patch, because Sonya is going to be on a carry, Together is going to be on a frontliner, Saint support, and Taz initiator. But Demov and Hoot, they can play more scaling heroes, they can play frontliners, they can play these like high-flying spirit characters. So they're going to be, I think, a bit of a bellwether about what's strong right now. What do they feel like has the most unique potential in this patch? And I think those are the kind of heroes Demov and Hoot are going to be piloting.
DDK for Saint, we always talk about his support. We see him on Kelvin here in the picture. We've seen him on Paige. Is there a third support you expect to maybe get into play, or is it really just those two characters?
Like his Rem. His Rem was feared and banned often, and we saw it from him quite recently as well. So that's another pick that he goes to, yeah.
There we go. Thank you to Sushi Enjoyer for the Prime sub reminder. Amazon gives us the money. If you have Prime, you have a free Prime sub over on twitch.tv. Drop it on us, and we will bring you the best Deadlock action every single Wednesday. It's a promise. Let's take a look here at the opponents for the Abrahams in the opening round. It's Lowkey W, and I see Listic, Obi Kim, Empty Dreams. Is this the right graphic? Are these guys going to be facing off tonight here, Jake?
I mean, there's a lot of experienced players on this team, but nonetheless, they've still had some roster shuffles as of late. It's a little bit of a different look, so they're definitely the underdogs here, but there is always that puncher's chance, especially after a groundbreaking patch like we just had. I mean, arguably this individual patch probably changed the game more than maybe the 6 new heroes that we just got pretty recently. I mean, it's pretty close in terms of just strategically what's changed. So for Abrahams, all that advantage and experience they've built up, yes, there's still going to be a lot of value there, but the specifics about what strategy to play, I mean, if you have a better read on the meta, that could be a bigger advantage today. So Lowkey W, arguably for these players, this might be the best chance they've had yet to take down the Titans of Abraham.
I remember when I was working and Cosmetical first got added to this roster, there was a lot of hype to watch that player. Is there someone on this team that you're more excited to watch than the others, DDK?
I'm always a big Empty Dreams fan personally, because every time I guess I first started seeing him playing really well on Pocket, and just seeing like an iconic Pocket play is always really fun. I think Pocket is going to be more valuable. Honestly, I don't know what my read is like of the meta right now, but I think Pocket will be more valuable. So I'm really hoping we get to see that from Empty Dreams, and just some good playmaking choices from him.
If there's anyone in chat who wants a job at our lead of merch, I need a iconic Pocket play t-shirt. We're going to be jumping into this first matchup here. First, we have a Mo 1v1. Walk me through this 1v1. Why is it so important, Jake? Why do we do it here on the night shift?
All right, look, to be honest, it's a little bit for the memes. I mean, it gives you that pick priority, deciding whether to be first or second pick. But to be honest, right now, with all the shakeups, who knows whether first or second pick is even better. They're arguably pretty balanced in general. And so I think especially in a chaotic patch like this, all the different heroes that people are saying are OP, it's going to be really up to these players, whether they even want to be first or second, who knows. But you get to at least score some style points, swag out on the Mo, and just, put the other opposition on notice that you will win the burger boxes that may take place in that first lane fight.
It's our Challengers 1v1, and it's underway. DDK, give us a play-by-play.
Well, he's turning him around, and he's just beating him from behind. I don't know, Pocket, but that does not look like it's comfortable. And who is who, actually? I can't read it.
Dude, my eyesight is not good enough.
I can't read it. I don't know who's winning.
Sometimes we take notes of who's about to play.
Oh, yeah.
The Blue Mo is our champion. Production's gonna tell us what that means and who is playing as who. Obakim!
Enhance.
Obakim from Lowkey W, handing Abrams their first loss of the night. It comes in a Mo 1v1. We find out, can they do it in a best of one? We've got new characters in the game. We've got a new patch. We've got faster time to kill. DDK, we're about to see our first draft. Can you give me the prediction? Who is the most banned character on the night, and who is going to be our first character locked in?
Okay, so Mo, so Calico was pretty nuts, but her stuff got dialed down a little bit as well. But I could see Calico still being. I don't know if Calico is one you would want to ban though, but she's kind of nasty. Doorman seems to be pretty insane right now as well. So I don't know, man.
We've seen Doorman, right? Like it's been
2 weeks ago.
untouched.
He wasn't picked a single time.
Yeah, he's been irrelevant for quite a while, but I think now people are really going to be taking the Doorman, especially in competitive play, because some of the plays you can make, I mean, we've seen historically some of the unique rotations you can pull off around the mid boss with the doors, but now like you can kidnap people from the mid lane bridge like into your base. It is actually heinous when you get, full range on that door, how far you can pull people in. And in the competitive setting, man, those are rare free kills that kind of only.
Are you fighting for like your first pick to be a doorman though, Jake? Is it that high priority?
I honestly, I had never been more ignorant about what's going to be picked from because there's so many characters that feel so much better than before. I feel like Wraith is another good shout. Mo, I think might still be amazing even after some of the subtle nerfs. I mean, he got some nerfs, but I don't think they really took too much of the strength away from the character. So it's like too close to call, man, for me. But that's the exciting thing about seeing the best players play is we get to see their perspective on what they really think is going to work the best in this setting.
Big shout out to our admin ZP, who is sitting here silently in the Discord call. Z Pizzle, are these players ready to go? Because we've got the Mo 1v1 done. It's time for a draft. I'm ready to see some players locked in. We don't know what's going to happen, so we can't just guess a whole bunch. Jake, first ban is going to Lowkey W, so they choose to make use of it. Is that a sign to you? And is Celeste going to make her face shown on the broadcast?
I think we might end up seeing some Celeste. Like, honestly, I think she got toned down enough. There's other characters that got buffed a lot, and it's the Mo first ban. I'm not going to say I called it, but I called it.
You called it. You called it.
Yeah, he's pretty impressive. He's pretty impressive right now.
That's the thing. The Mo fans are not going to eat well. He's too good now. They overshot the mark in the Mo buff, and now he's so good he's going to get banned.
Ooh, so Shiv got some changes as well in the today's adjustment, where I think the knives cooldown is like 6 seconds to 8 seconds. But obviously, I guess like the spirit scaling and stuff, the damage on those knives is still really insane. So. Okay.
Hey, Billy tried a true classic. Still a premium frontliner, especially with some of the others not feeling as potent.
Is Ivy really that good, or is chat trolling me right now? Because Billy is our first character locked in. Do you see an Ivy for Abrahams?
I think Ivy got a lot better, right?
Silver.
Yeah. I think
Ivy's battle.
When you max her Ivy's like link, it actually just lasts forever. So she has this incredible ability as a late game support to feed a ton of heals to the carry, to like buff up their fire rate, to give them like all these potent buffs and like really take them to the next level. I don't know if she's going to go like super early in the draft. I don't know if she's that good, but I do expect her to be somewhat contested. I mean, she was already a pretty good support, although that's a part of the meta I haven't even really thought of, like which of the supports are really going to be top tier. I mean, Paradox got some changes, pretty significant ones at that.
I was going to ask about Paradox because they have 14 wins together, do they, Abrams? I feel like Taz has played Paradox maybe 10 of those 14 wins.
Yeah, probably.
Is that still going to be his mainstay, or do we have new challengers in the field that might do that role better?
I mean, that's a tough question, Puckett. For now, it seems like they're not super prioing it, which suggests maybe Paradox had such a big lead in the last patch over the other initiators. You really wanted her first. And then if you get a Bebop or a Holiday, you're like, it's okay, but it's not what you wanted. But now the fact that it hasn't gone in the first 3 for Lowkey W, we'll see if Abrahams grabs it now, but I suspect those initiators are going to fall down the pick order, and Abrahams go for a Kelvin here. Interesting choice. I actually kind of like this response to Wraith because there's no way for her to get out of the Kelvin dome, and maybe that's something that in the late game kind of lock her down, keep her inside that she can't blink away.
Meg says silver first pick is crazy. DDK, whose draft do you like better so far?
I kind of like the draft that has Wraith on it. I think Wraith is still good. She did get tuned down a little bit, but I think she's still kind of nuts. Ivy's also changed a lot in the sense that I think the spirit scaling on the stone form does insane. It's like an insane amount of spirit scaling now, so it does a lot of damage. And then also the area control you get from the Bitsus. I think they're like now what they call the entangling something or other.
Yeah, entangling thorns. And you max them, you actually will get immobilized if you stayed in there too long.
Yeah. So
now it's not just, it's the true bog for sure on Ivy.
Oh yeah, Venator, that guy's really good still as well.
Venator, I believe Venator didn't get changed, or it was like maybe some very minor changes.
I think minor.
But then again, somebody like Wraith got pretty massive buffs. So you haven't, I mean, and all forgiveness to anyone who hasn't read the entirety of the patch notes. It took me and ZP like 4 hours the other day.
Also, I got you there. 0 changes to Venator. Venator and Holiday both were 0 changes. Same with Great Talon. There's someone else who was also 0 changes. So not everyone got hit, just most people.
So 4 characters are perfectly balanced. Everyone else, though, gets tweaked. I like that. Well done. Well done. Lash is in the mix alongside a Calico and a Wraith, Ivy, and Billy. Chat is saying Lowkey W has the powerhouse squad. On the other side, it's time for character number 5. What do you pair with Amina, Kelvin, Venator, Silver?
They get the Celeste, and deep in the draft too. I'm curious to see how she performs after some of the changes. I still think she can be a very potent character. They really need, I think it's the Taz hero, though. They need like a lockdown initiator here, especially considering Lash, Calico. Like everyone on this Lowkey W roster is actually quite mobile with some powerful escapes. So I think Abrahams really needs some catch, and actually they disagree. They have virtually no catch in this entire lineup. It's like the Silver Bola, Kelvin Dome, and Venator sort of has some catch in the kit, but not really. I guess Rem sleep. But
can we do some predictions here? Kelvin. I was going to say Kelvin and Rem. What does Saint play?
I'm Lowkey W. This is a better. Lowkey W has a way better draft in this patch.
The McGinnis.
The McGinnis is. I mean, they did bring the McGinnis ult down pretty significantly in that recent repatch, but still, McGinnis ulti is an absolute like demon time, especially when you're lacking stuns, which this comp is drastically lacking stuns. Like the only stuns are the Venator shotgun and the Rem's ulti. That's like very light into a highly mobile cast into a McGinnis who's going to be ulting on you. Like I think Lowkey W's draft is way more like of the moment of the patch. And Abraham's, last week I would have said this is an insane draft. They got tier 1s, but I'm a little worried for them. I feel like they went a little too comfort pick, and maybe Lowkey W could snatch this one away by having the better read on the patch.
Chat, let us know which team do you like better. Lowy says, I like DDK. He got that Quake background. Now that's my GOAT. Jake, we've got the teams locked in. You said you like Lowkey W better. In COD speak, why is it a better squad?
Man, she's got like the AC 130 in her backpack, man. Like that's all you gotta know.
The ultimate, got it.
The heavy barrage, it's way broken. It's way broken. If you don't stun her or like run the hell away, you will die. This probably one of the highest DPS skills in the game, and almost impossible to avoid.
DDK, in Counter-Strike terms, explain what I'm seeing here from the Abrahams.
Explain Kelvin in Counter-Strike terms.
They lost the first rounds. They forced bought the second round. They didn't get the bomb down on two sides. You got like hero AK, but the rest are rocking Tech 9s,
Okay. So we're getting scrappy.
Is hero
but maybe we could like power through with just raw talent, is what you're telling me, DDK.
Yeah, man, the right opening, maybe steal some guns, be fine. But yeah, it's kind of these are really weird lineups. Like just putting them against each other, just like again the double support and like Rem and Kelvin just makes me wonder like who is playing Kelvin, because I imagine Saint would play Rem. So that's kind of curious. Maybe they've got a read on how to play Kelvin. That's interesting. Or like there's builds that might be particularly fun there. I don't know, but like the Lowkey W roster to me looks like way better.
Big shout out to all of our new residents. Thank you to all the new Twitch subscribers. Thank you for the support on the channel. We are now up over 3,500 viewers, and we haven't even started game 1. A new patch just got dropped. You're about to see the best players on the planet showcase the best characters on the planet here in Deadlock. Jake, how long before we see $1 million tournament for Deadlock? 6 months? 1 year? And do you think we get to work
I'm
it?
putting up $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I don't have $1 million to put on the Deadlock tournament. Sorry, guys, but I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully sooner rather than later. It's just exciting, though, having all these sick new changes coming to Deadlock. Like, I feel like we got to appreciate, like, I mean, a huge patch like this, of course, there's going to be things that are imbalanced and, like, that need to get tweaked, but we already got a big tweak patch, arguably like 2 days ago, and one more today. So I feel like just exciting that so many new things coming to the game right now. Everything feels fresh and new, and I'm also really happy that the devs are like keeping us on our toes, constantly giving us something new to play with. And I think this Lowkey W draft is very much in that new school. Some of these characters got toned down in today's patch. Question is, will they still be able to reign supreme over what looks like a very strong draft from previous metas? Also, to someone's point, like, what the hell is Kelvin gonna do? Because if it's got to be Rem support.
Real quick, we have AVG chiming in. Okay, guys, Lowkey W draft won the game. No anti-heal into Kelvin Celeste, who stat pad 100k healing every game.
Interesting. That's true. There's no raw anti-heal in the draft. I feel like you could itemize the anti-heal though. No, like, it's not the end of the world. Get a spirit burn on Lash at some point. Get some heal banes in here. We'll have to see though. It all goes down on the cursed apple. The draft, it sets you up, but you gotta show that you can hang. Honestly, frankly, with a team like Abraham's, they've even had weird drafts in the past and been able to pull out wins. So maybe I shouldn't be doubting them so quickly. A team that's won this many times in a row, they may have more tricks in their bag than I'm giving them credit for.
They've won 14 of 15, DDK. They've been on fire outside of one slip up last week. Do you truly think they lost the draft? Because chat's saying that Jake's high over here. They're like, this guy doesn't know shit about shit.
I think Jake's right about, like, you can't really count out Abraham's. But the thing is, like, all the teams are vulnerable right now because there's so many changes that we don't, like, no one truly knows what's amazing just yet. I mean, you got some sense as, like, some stuff that, okay, yeah, this is kind of good or a bit broken, but, like, it goes so much deeper than that because it comes down to the application, it comes down to the builds, the timings of how you know, the power spikes and all the rest of it. So, like, and now in the game, there's so many options because, you know, back when we started doing these broadcasts, we didn't have half the heroes that we have now. So there's so many options available. So it's going to be a banger.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the recent patch, we've got some new characters and a whole lot new balance coming your way. Will we have the same support from Saint? Does he play Kelvin or is he rocking the Rem? It's Abraham's taking on Lowkey W on the mic to open up your EU Challengers matchup. It's DDK with Jake the Snake. They call him that for what's in his pants. DDK, all yours.
Cool.
Take it away, Dan. Take it away, please, please.
Well, I mean, yeah, Jake, there's a lot of stuff going on in this matchup. This is, I think, one of the craziest kind of comps or comp battles that I feel like I've seen recently, where I'm like, I just really don't know how this is going to play out. It's Abraham's, and I love that it's Abraham's that have what I think is kind of a weirder draft, because obviously the players are so good, and they do have good picks in there. You know, Mina isn't maybe quite as tier as she was before, but she's still really, really strong. Venator was still, like, very strong as well, and Silva's still in a good place also. So it's not as though they have weak heroes. It's just about if they're as meta or not in terms of how abusable they are.
Dimov is on Rem. We need to see what he's cooking. This is all right. Everything is completely thrown off now. I thought, like, we've seen like a farming carry Kelvin in the past, so I thought maybe that's the way they'll go with the roster. I don't think I've ever seen a Rem in competitive play being played to, like, farm and scale, but it's Dimov, so you feel like it has to be Saints on Kelvin. I mean, it just should be straightforward Kelvin support. But what the heck is going to be going on with Rem now? Like, has Dimov found something for this patch? I haven't even seen Rem a lot in pubs. Like, it's played a little, but hasn't felt especially strong to me. So, I mean, Dimov might have something sneaky up his sleeve, build-wise, strat-wise, to maybe blow this one wide open. Also, Taz on the Celeste. It's exciting, actually, to see Taz, because he's been in Paradox jail for a long time, and for good reason. He's one of the best in the world, if not the best, on that character. But Celeste is a wildly different hero, and one that really is going to let Taz spread his wings. I mean, almost literally, based on how that character plays.
Jake, just a quick reminder, you can hit !donate to increase the prize pool for these players. If you're enjoying the games, simply donate, and the winner will walk away with the lion's share. Also, I apologize for inferring that you have a reptile in your pants. Back to you.
I'm a big fan of reptiles. You know, I think they're very cute creatures. So you know, I'm not going to take offense at that assumption.
All right. Well, let's like figure out these lanes, Jake, because we've got the setups now. Anything jumping out to you in terms of what looks cool?
Ballistic on the McGinnis is a pretty interesting one. Going to be curious to see how he approaches the character. I think he's always looked like, you know, in his recent appearances on Lowkey W, has looked like one of the best players on the team, like has brought back some crazy fights and scenarios, but usually he's playing, you know, signature heroes like the Yamato or, you know, maybe the Abrams or the Shiv. And so the McGinnis is a pretty big departure from that. Billy taking an absolute beating here, though, in the side lane. Rem Venator does strike me as a pretty scary potential lane, right? A lot of sustain for Venator to really get aggro and take risks, go for those big shotgun stuns, and could be a hard hero for Billy to run up on since he has so many ways to kind of fall back and disengage.
Well, I'm liking the fact that we still have Celeste in the lineup, but she was kind of copped deep. So I like that for Abraham's chances, Jake, because she still feels very strong, obviously, especially in the objective or team fight parts of the game. And I kind of feel like if we're looking at, you know, where is the edge for Abraham's, you know, the team fight seems like it should be really good between, you know, the Nox Nostra, you've got the Blinding Light from Celeste, and then you've got, you know, the Kelvin Dome as well, and also the Silver ult. Like, these are all like very good, like objective oriented ults. So that gives me more hope as well for Abraham's that they're not getting too heavily outdrafted.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, that's kind of where they cut their teeth, right, as a team, is even when you put them in a scenario where they're down souls, which frankly is rare, when they find themselves there, they're, I think, one of the best teams in the world at playing from that difficult scenario and finding kills in that hard spot. So they've got the tools to do that. You can't count them out. And a BO1, that's a great way to start. Speaking of not a great way to start, though, it's Hoot getting parried there in the side lane. Billy's going to go in for the all-in dive. Really wants to get this kill. It's worth a lot of souls at this point in the game. He's willing to even go close to the Walker. And Hoot, named Tofu in-game, but don't be baited. Does take a tough death there on a lane that, and the opening looked really nice for them. So a big parry from Lash and Billy to get that one going on their terms.
Well, I've got to say, you know, something else that I'm really hyped to see, like you said, is how Demoff is going to play this Rem. I'm wondering if you have any predictions. You know, is there anything that you think that we might see? Like, I doubt we're going to see like a non-supporty Rem. I feel like when people play non-support Rem in my games, it's just like troll.
Yeah, I mean, I think my thought is that maybe you still play support, but you really think about a lot of these ganking spirit items were buffed in the patch, right? Like pretty much all of them, right? Slowing Hex, Knockdown. Maybe there's like, maybe Knockdown didn't get buffed, but I know quite a few of the ganking spirit items got buffed. And so Rem gets a natural bonus on his duration when he's using his tag along. So, you know, you could add a lot of those ganking tools and on top of a character like Celeste, and she could just become a true powerhouse more than she already is. So that's my one thought, but still just seems odd for Demoff, right? I feel like I know Demoff for playing very individualistic, super high skill characters, taking over games on his own. And almost no matter what you do on Rem, right? That's just not the way the character is played. So an opportunity for Demoff to show what he's got here. There's also the possibility that maybe playing 2 support is good this patch. I mean, I think you really have to be that open-minded about new possibilities in the meta when the game changes this drastically. But this result, I think, is going to maybe be pretty big in people's minds about whether that's really true.
All right, well, another focus as well, I think, is definitely this McGinnis. I personally used to play quite a bit of McGinnis, but I haven't since this new like super ult McGinnis has come online. It has been terrorizing me in a lot of the matchmaking games I'm playing, where I'm like, how am I dying instantly from this? I still don't really understand, but I know it's been tuned down a little bit. But are you kind of expecting to see it be kind of the main or kind of like centerpiece of pacing or tempo from, you know, basically being able to force objectives?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's a very powerful tool. I also like this Ivy McGinnis lane in mid. It's not what we typically see in mid, right? Heroes who want to roam, who want to go to grab the runes and gank side lanes. But I think this is kind of the opposite from these mid laners. Like, they just want to defend this tower forever, never let it go down. And if you ever leave against Ivy McGinnis, you are going to be losing your tower very, very quickly. Although, up to this point, I mean, Celeste has been pretty dominant. It's like, and they're being able to roam and grab boxes, so they're getting a network lead on the mid lane, but not a massive one for Abrahams.
Ooh, focusing on Empty Dreams here. Put some emphasis on him earlier in the show too. It's cool that he's playing the Wraith, but there you go. There's that Kelvin Dome, you know, coming into hand, unable to escape for a quick kill. That's always nice. And you know, speaking of some of the objective play, I'm also reminded that to get a quick lash shot coming on through as well. So Lowkey W getting really active here. Off of the power spike of just bringing online some of these ults, and they're going pretty deep for this kill. And how is he alive?
The movement from Hoot, the zip jump off, and the shotgun into the wall. He goes for the turn now. Barely gets the kill on Cosmetical. Wow. All right, that was a tour de force from Hoot skill-wise. Insane movement to even get around that corner. If he gets that kill without dying, that is like a mental boom for Cosmetical. And honestly, like, I think anyone would mental boom with that. I mean, he was styling on him with the movement, slipped around the corner, and then just turns around with a vengeance on that corner, showing turning those tight angles against Venator is really tough.
Yeah. He's nasty. The gut shot really is so powerful and sometimes easy to underestimate. But yeah, Hoot's always one to watch. And there you go. You see some of that tower pressure in mid doing already quite a lot of damage. The mid towers are almost already at half HP. So Abrahams will need to reassist that. And there's actually 3 players from the Lowkey W side in mid right now trying to fight. It's like actually a pretty difficult situation. It looks like Rake is getting caught here on the lash. So Listic and Rake being forced back from mid. But
ooh, the Ivy escape isn't enough. Oh, not quite. Sonya snags that kill. Very aggressive Spirit Sap being built, early item for Mina. So she's got a lot of potential to nuke targets. And despite the defensive power of the McGinnis Ivy lane, bit of tower pressure coming in. It's going to get down to around half from this push. Mina also snags the camp. She does have the Sanguine Retreat. She's going to go in for a little bit of damage, but she's actually, hey, turning this one around. Taz is here too, backing it up. And Mina, despite being full Spirit, is kind of getting in there and brawling. The sustain from McGinnis, though, is getting a little scary. Both Taz and Sonya want to fall back in this spot. That's the thing about McGinnis, right? She's kind of happy to take these trades with the efficient healing in her kit. Spirits have used now to take away some of Lash's spirit power and maybe ensure she can get this escape. But at 8 minutes, there's a lot to fight for with the Sinner spawning.
yeah, you could imagine Demov is going to be on those with the Rem. We haven't looked at his build yet. Maybe we can have a look at that later on. But for now, Igor together, who's stuck out here in wolf form, gonna have to back away from that one. Back onto the lane. And the first Guardian to fall is that left side one is looking close there for Lowkey W. They're struggling to keep this one down. And that's largely because of all of this. We get a lot of pressure coming in from the Abraham side onto this Guardian, and they're looking to maybe get some kills as well. We'll be taking down the Calico. Mazza is gone, and so is Guardian.
Yeah, it takes a big rotation. I was gonna say, I do think this Kelvin Silver combo is one of the best enabling tools in the game for Silver, because in the end, the only real weakness of Silver's ult is just getting kited out. And when you're trapped in the Kelvin Dome, it's not a place. You know, the Gladiators, they don't like it when the lion comes out of the arena, right? And that's more or less what Silver is inside the Kelvin Dome. You will get mauled in there. Abrahams has built up a 2K solely here. Nothing really to write home about, but definitely getting out of this early game pretty comfortably from their perspective. And this is a pretty straightforward build supporting for Demov right now. So is this double support meta that we're starting to see here, Dan?
That is really interesting. I got to say as well, the objective game is actually so strong. Well, you've got Celeste as well that has the best movement for those earn runs. And, well, we can see it doesn't matter if if you got two supports, if Hoot is going to get really buff on Venator as well. The damage output is pretty absurd. Ooh, forcing out the parry there, so surely a stake is available for Hoot, although the parry is back on off cooldown now and looking to turn the fight around here. Lowkey W pushing Hoot all the way back, but again, Demov right there to give him the support there, heal him back up. So it's definitely impressive. Both the Rem and the Kelvin definitely is going to be impressive this game.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure on the side lanes, and rather than trying to take the mid, as we've seen traditionally, it's been exactly the opposite. Obakim gets parried, absolutely gapped there by Together, who's hunting for more, even without the Lycan Curse, is just fully fearless. And the supports in the side lanes have basically won both side lanes dominantly for Abrahams, and now the strategy is starting to become a little bit more clear. I mean, this is, I don't know that we've ever seen this in Deadlock, but I'm starting to believe in it now that, you know, they're in this kind of a dominant position in the early game. Very little roaming has taken place this game. I mean, a little bit, most of the mid laners did roam a good amount, but the side lanes have been more or less locked in.
Yeah, and I don't know what you're going to do in the Sun situation here if you are Lowkey W. Again, like Kelvin, Rem, Mina, Silver, like there's a lot of problems here, and the escape not looking likely as the Silver chase down continues, and easy finish. Lycan Curse triggered though. And that urn will make its way across once again. Spirit Sap goes out to try to finish. I mean, there's a lot of spirit damage between both the Celeste and the Mina. That's kind of brutal, actually.
And Sonya, by the way, has built up a 12k soul bank right now, dominantly ahead of the game. Mid tower still standing for Lowkey W. They've invested a lot into that, but it's been costing them elsewhere, right? The fights in the side lanes have really gone against them. The Silver and the Kelvin felt unfightable, and same for Rem and Venator. And now eventually the mid tower just falls as an afterthought, right? Because you're starting to fall behind. You're kind of unable to play on the map here. And despite what looked like an odd draft for Abrahams, they're proving their worth here as a team that, hey, they're the innovators. They have the experience. Kelvin considering going for a dunk here, but holding off for now. Smart call, given that Lowkey W have a ton of resources here in the side lane. And it looks like they're just going to go try and push this left side walker instead of committing for the urn dunk. So Obakim really needs to find something here and snatch the urn maybe out of the defender's hands, or they're just going to be losing a walker for free on the left side.
Yeah, pretty brutal, and once again just like threatening this urn consistently. And it has drawn the response from Lowkey W. They're trying to balance out the numbers as best they can, looking to go in here now to get some of these kills, convert onto the Silver. She's able to get into Lycan Curse in time. That's the question. As now comes the Chain Gang to try to force the fight, force the issue, try to hit, like, I mean, this is the bugger box right in here. I can't see anything, Jake. What the hell's going on?
That's the Thunderdome. Billy versus the world, and the world wins. Could be a dunk to be had here, but by the way, left side walker was taken there. Empty Dreams couldn't defend it in the 1v2. Now Together, Silver completely zoning the rest of the team away. Ivy is grabbing there. No, Kelvin's there to match it. So both supports tussling over that objective, but Obakim is deep in enemy territory. While he's delaying this, yes, that's nice, but feels like the fight's going against them. Although Lowkey W's doubling down. They're bringing more players back. I think there's another team fight to be had off the respawns. Obakim, though, in enemy territory, potentially being punished, needs to find his perfect movement here to get away. Together's just going to recognize, hey, that kill's not happening. Ivy 2 mobile for this one. And the double down could actually pay off here for Lowkey W if they can catch some of these kills. Great read from Abrahams, though, already falling back, like denying any of these kills. And the Guardian, by the way, here is just getting a little bit of extra damage through the whole fight.
Yeah, Lycan form coming in again. It's always going to be a problem. Getting blocked out by the Guinness Wall, though, that is going to actually make things rather difficult. I have to fall back for that. And Lowkey W doing a really good job, but like the cost, though, for Abrahams is a walker.
Oh no, they had to go with the vertical blink. In trouble. McGinnis is here to kind of help this one out. More players coming in from behind, but this could get scary. They're just going to go for the team fight where the walker used to be, and without this defensive position, it looks a little better for Lowkey W, but maybe it's not good enough. Empty Dreams out of gas. The rotation in from Together picks up another kill. Sonya on a 4 streak. Hoot does drop, so does Saint. Hold on, Listic on the McGinnis ult, starting to cook, bringing that DPS in, and even Silver is not strong enough to stand. Listic super low now on the Mina. Sonya does pick him off from behind. This could be a potential cleanup for the Mina, but feels like it's her versus the world right now. Nope, D-Mob's here, ready to assist, actually getting aggro right now on the Rem with Celeste in tow as well. It looked like actually a pretty respectable fight for Lowkey W, but Abrahams with the cleanup and Sonya on the carry here, really showing his stuff. Restorative Locket plus stamina booster means you actually have a ton of stamina, which was the main nerf to Mina, I think, in the recent patch, is nerfing her stamina regen, but maybe not so much an issue with this item build.
Yeah, I mean, 20k for Sonya now. It's like actually kind of insane how far Sonya's getting ahead, especially on the Mina. You know, maybe the counterbalance to that could be the Wraith, but obviously Empty Dreams, I don't think has nearly as much space on the map to work with as Sonya Sniper's getting. So it's going to be a bit more challenging, but you always like the chances of a Wraith that can get deep enough into the game, and I think that's even more true than it was even before. given all of the buffs that Wraith has had. Even though she got tweaked a little bit recently, but I still think the difference made in this game, Jake, is going to be around the macro, because I just think, of course, Abraham's already, we know them to be maybe the best team in the world on macro. But then if you add on top of that, the heroes that they've selected, they're all tuned for macro advantage.
This McGinnis has unstopped before the 4.8k spirit spike, so huge respect on Listic to how valuable the ult is that you just prevent it being stunned. Guarantee that even with the paucity of stuns that Abrahams have in their comp, you still feel like you need the unstoppable. So really interesting build from Listic. Expect to see him now invest a little bit more into the damage, but we did see, I think, the beginnings of something scary in that last fight. Like when McGinnis ripped the ult, I think she just more or less solo killed 3 heroes. I mean, there are other players in the fight. It was not a clean solo kill, but nonetheless, the power was very real. Like even Silver could not stand up to that. So they're going to go for an earn duck. McGinnis carrying it. She has the ult again. And the question is, will Abrahams take the test and try and challenge into that crucial team fighting ultimate?
It's about time.
The unpick up there for Cosmetical. I mean, it would be a huge win if they can turn it in. Again, I think these team fights are definitely going to be very hard around these objectives. Right now, Rem does have the sleep, so that's the problem. That's a really good setup piece. And Kelvin also has the dome. I don't know that this is going to be a good fight if they try to turn this in. It's not really possible. They're just trying to create distraction, I think.
They're defending the right side Walker. They're looking for kills on it because Venator and Celeste really went for a hard push in there. And I think they know on this right side Celeste position, knockdown honor is crucial. And here comes the catch from Wraith, wrapping around behind her. Wraith does not have the lift. Celeste, can she move away? No, not quite. The stone form slamming down on her head. That's a nice little kill to punish. And there's no Walker anymore for Lowkey W on this left lane, so they don't really lose anything for this. Great rotation and read, but a lot of space now for Abrahams to farm up. So net worth wise, I think this is going to be pretty neutral. But we're going deeper into the game, and to your point, Dan, I mean, this Wraith character at like the ultra late game is a little bit disturbing. Unstop and ulti used, and so far no joy. So that's a big win for Abraham. Somebody got in, baited this ult out, and slipped away. I mean, that is a really rough spot for McGinnis. That's like 100 seconds of more or less your whole build is about that moment being full power. And 100 seconds without it, now this urn hold feels really unlikely to succeed. And Cosmetical is bleeding out from this urn, by the way. He cannot stay here.
Yeah. Well, the pressure continues, just preventing that urn from coming in. And just look how much space on the map Abrahams have. They've got every single lane pushed. And they can fall back onto a lot of the value that's just sitting in these like creep camps around the map too. So that's part of that macro advantage that we're talking about, and especially with the Rem who can just like push lanes with the helpers and then just like leave. There's just so much. There's so many ways I think that Abrahams can also engineer these player advantages in some of these fights. But once again, the urn is threatening that maybe they could be thinking about a turn in, but there's going to be a new urn in about 2 minutes, and I think that it's more likely that the urn respawns than this one gets turned in at this point.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's a game of keep away here for Lowkey W. Sole lead 5,000 right now for Abraham, so something, but nothing massive, and especially if Wraith is here, McGinnis ult is online, like there's not going to be any kind of damage issues for Lowkey W. So Abraham's wisely still giving them respect, looking to play around those urn and buff timings. But a minute 30 here where mostly it's just jungle camps as the key objectives on the map. So both teams playing it slow. Fly being used by Ivy. Is she going to step up here? Just drop it on the Mina. Oh wait, big lift on Celeste. They're going to actually double down for this kill. Looks like hit with a capacitor. Celeste unable to use stamina. Takes massive damage. Cosmetical just cleans up that kill. That's a great opener to find because without Taz, some of your AoE damage in that team fight is going to be a bit lacking. Question is, will you lose the mid walker for it? There's Rem super minions, 2 heroes free shooting now on the mid walker. And giving up Taz for a mid walker is probably a worthy trade if you can get out scot-free. We'll have to see if Together actually can escape from this one. Ava coming in to clear up that midway. But yeah, Walker's down, and it looks like Hoot and Together just slip away into the mist. They're going to be feeling pretty good about that trade at the macro situation.
Yeah, 2 walkers against the 1 now for Abrahams, so definitely a good spot to be in. And still a sizable lead for Sanya Sniper over most other players, and especially Wraith in terms of that kind of DPS carry position. But obviously, you know, Hoot behind that on the Venator, also really nasty damage potential for DPS. So there's a lot of threat for sure for Abrahams as they continue to be in a more dominating position. However, you know, the game is close enough that it just takes, you know, one really good fight from Lowkey W that can then convert into the mid boss. That would change everything. So they just have to be smart, hang on here, play defensively well as they are, and look for that opportunity. But with the next turn coming up here, that could be a way that Abrahams could force a fight as well if they choose to try to pick this one up.
Yeah, I think honestly, this game is kind of resting on Saint's shoulders on the Kelvin. Like, if the Kelvin Dome is good, if it's blocking the McGinnis ult or the Lash ult and really getting you a winning trade, starting the fight with a kill, I think Abrahams just crushes from there on out. So Saint, I feel like he has the power in his hands. He's the type of player you want to trust with that situation. And now, Abrahams with Urn control, they could force a team fight for this Urn Duncan. It's a tough question now, because if you go for a fight that turns really bad for Lowkey W, then you're probably losing mid-boss, and likely the game kind of slips out from there. So this is a huge moment, I think, in the match, one that likely is going to determine the winner. So both teams recognizing the stakes. It might just be a giving of the Urn. No, Wraith is in position for it, so he wants to look for this kind of a team fight.
And they spotted the Urn, but it's and now, you know, the position is interesting. Who's actually not in the fight in the Venator just yet? And Lowkey W are trying to force the fight. They're trying to get a catch from someone. The Urn is going to be dropped on the ground here. And now the fight is forced. The Dome is dropped as well. And so we're going to see the impact of that.
This is massive. He's living through the Dome. And the Celestial used. Although, hold on. Mazik take big damage together, does find that kill, so maybe one kill's enough. Will they be able to find the second onto the Billy? The front line starting to crumble, and without much of a punish, I thought they were going to live through that Dome and be in a great position, but instead, Abrahams find 2 kills for no response. If they can't control the Urn for a few more seconds, man, this one is going to get dunked, and it's pretty rough to give this one over to Hoot. He's going to be very happy to get those bonus souls. The rest of Lowkey W just backing off. A lot of souls denied by Obakim before he goes down, but with 3 kills and a team like Abrahams, they might just go for mid-boss right now.
Yeah, it's the perfect setup for it. That's for sure. I mean, they're going to lose a Guardian, but, you know, who cares at this point? You get the mid-boss. And then they've already also got, based off of that fight, they're going to be getting into a 15k advantage now. So mid-boss will go down, and they're going to get to farm the map with impunity, push all the lanes, take control of all of the opponent's jungle. But there's actually a fight brewing for this one. The Lowkey W side, they don't want to give this up for free. They're going to dive into it. It is 2 rejues for Lowkey W. That's a steal and a half right there. Both rejuve crystals will be utilized. And you know what? They may all get cleaned up here in this fight as it follows. But Abrahams, at least they're not going to have the full rejuve stacks.
It's nice, but if you find more kills here, I mean, you still have that 1 rejuve, which is honestly the most important thing. Like, since you haven't lost a rejuve yet, everyone on Abrahams technically does have that 1 extra life. So you go for that first pick and you try and find a Lash ult solo kill, that person is going to be rejuved up. So still in a big AoE team fight, agreed. Lowkey W are going to be strong, but in the end, still 3 kills after the rejuve crystals get taken away. So Lowkey W, I guess they prevent the absolute worst case scenario, but this is pretty close to that bad, Dan.
Yeah, it does seem really bad. and you know, how do you feel about how this has played out in terms of the comp now that's coming to practice? Because we're going to see right now Lowkey W getting kind of I mean, I was going to say they're getting routed, but they might just get annihilated as they try to pull back.
Made it down. Rejuves are gone. Dome's deployed, but wait, who's fighting in it?
Yeah,
hold on. An overextension from Abrahams gets brutally punished. Lowkey W ready for the turn. And now there could be a chase on the cards, but there's big waves crashing. Are you going to try and continue to look for this fight? Abraham says yes. They're going to continue brawling. This Billy brawling in the tiny room. A parry, though, from the Silver is going to allow her to maybe fight this one out, but no, the rest of the team comes in. Empty Rooms brings the damage. And Cosmetical with a great read turns that one around. They do lose the left set of base Guardians for taking that fight, but that's a massive win for Lowkey W.
Yeah, like a very big stoppage. And it kind of felt like they were getting caught out there on the retreat, but turned it around in time. And I mean, obviously there could have been so much more for Abrahams had that not happened, but Abrahams still have every lane pushed. They still have a lot of farm on the map that they can be somewhat aggressive in trying to take right now, whilst we see Lowkey W getting back on balance and stabilizing a little bit after that fight. But at the same time, this is still, I wouldn't say it's a marginal difference on souls, but I wouldn't say it's massive. It feels very, very recoverable, and like the fights should still be even-footed enough, depending on how the initiation goes. And with you know, having a Lash, you know, with having a chain gang, you know, some of these tools, there is definitely a world for that to happen, especially if you get the McGinnis ult in the right place. So Lowkey W, I mean, the mid contest into that fight actually proved out to be pretty successful.
Yeah, big hold on the base. I think Abrahams were a little too eager to go for that dive. Like, the dome didn't really seem to get any value at all. Maybe they were trying to save Sonya, but throwing good money after bad leads to a cleanup. Now a contest on the right side. And there's a couple players from Abrahams who are not here. I think it's his comeback earned, so this would be an ideal spot for Lowkey W to fight. Listic holds on to the unstoppable, still has that ulti combo, so very threatening in the lane, but Kelvin coming up on ult of his own. By the way, Kelvin has a 3,000 soul egg. Hold on. He is stacking up the cash, and it's a 7,000 soul earn. It gets snatched away from Venator's hands, and now Lowkey W wants to force the fight. They got a lot of damage onto this Venator. Taz very defensive, trying to stay alive, but Billy actually gets completely turned on and burned. Lowkey W now. Are they going to stick around and fight this one? Listic has popped the ulti, trying to do what damage he can, but seems like Mina might be the strongest one in this fight. Gets the cleanup kill onto Obakim, looking for more now. Together, low HP, but on that silver, it's deceptively tanky to continue. Now it's Hoots in the sights. Calico would love to find one kind of exit kill, something to write home about, but 1,000 HP on the Venator is not going to feel good to chase down, and if Empty Dreams drops, it's worst case scenario now for Lowkey W. It felt like they were crawling their way back into the game, but this team fight goes about as bad as you could imagine.
Yeah, we were trying to make the case, but yeah, that's not the best team fight. Shout out to Caleris, who just did $100 tip. So that's awesome. We
need an egg check. Saint is actually deceptively rich. If he's got a 3,000 soul egg, and they just buffed it, right? So you get more. He's gonna get, like, what is that? Like 20 passive buffs when he pops that. That's kind of scary that he's still holding on to it this deep in the game on the Kelvin. I mean, it is interesting again in that most recent patch, right? The one today, and that item. It was kind of a meme when they first dropped it, and they keep bumping it. It's been like 2 days. It might be better than people give it credit for, especially on support.
Can we give a bonus shout out? I know you already called out Caleris real quick for the $100 tip. His Hype podcast is killing it. If you guys are into Deadlock, check out Caleris' podcast. He's going to drop a link in the chat. Our mods will not ban him for it. Back to you, Dan.
Yeah, Jake, it reminds me of the thing you were saying before. You know, are we in a double support meta? And obviously the egg actually makes a lot of sense, obviously, for support. And so if it is good enough, then that might be also another way that you get the value that kind of makes that, allows us to shift into a world where it makes sense to go double support. But at the same time, how good are all of the supports as well? So,
I mean, he did pop it for the refresher. So, I mean, I was talking about earlier, like, how crucial the dome is, and to have a second one to let you have, like, a room for error as far as the way that ultimate goes in the start of a team fight. Really an enviable position. By the way, super minions from Rem going to be crashing on the Lowkey W base as they chase up mid looking for kills. Mina in from behind does get chained, but it looks like no, she just barely made it into that single retreat before. Turning with the silence now, getting some buffs up with the shield, and now it's full time for the chase down. Abrahams absolutely slamming down on the W keys, hunting, looking for any kind of kill they can get their hands on. Lowkey W running for the hills. Listic turning, giving what damage he can. But the Kelvin Dome, it's just too much to fight through. Billy versus the world. He gets like 6 parries off in there, but it just doesn't matter.
Man, this is rough. This is very rough. Well,
another catch.
Yeah.
And McGinnis, I mean, just swarmed, right? Like, the power level from Abrahams, the sustain and the healing from this Kelvin and Rem, it just feels like nobody loses HP.
Honestly, this makes me so excited to see Abrahams in the best of 3, because, I mean, will their opponents have the same, like, read on the meta? Like, you know, is this the best read on the meta right now? I don't know. I really don't know.
You think about it, the way this game played out, it was like slow and steady, very comfortable game for Abrahams. They're basically just farming up on the side lanes, but both side lanes are just kind of crushing fights over and over and over again. And especially because it's Ivy McGinnis in the mid lane, who really aren't going to roam all that much to the side lane fights and turn those situations around, things just got kind of worse and worse. And as we get to the late game, like, Silver's taking us. Look at this build, man. Silver with the double armor, fortitude, like, inside a Kelvin Dome, and like, she is not dying. I mean, she is not only is not dying, she's not taking damage. And if you look at one thing Lowkey W kind of lack, it's frontliners. It's kind of up to Billy to carry that burden alone. Listic on the unconventional McGinnis pick. This game, it feels Like, it's not working. There they go, though, diving in, looking for that region contest inside the frozen shelter, though you cannot last it. You're forced to take the fight, and it's not a fight that looks good. Abraham's fully healthy across every single player on the team. Lowkey W have already lost 3. 2 Rejuves claimed for Abrahams. Just 1 is going to be snatched away. And actually, both Rejuves hold on, taken away from Abrahams. They still have some low players. The McGinnis ult is cooking with damage. Listic brawling, but it's just not enough. The soul lead, a little bit too massive. Just empty dreams now. Standing against the world. Ivy, unlikely to be able to make a difference in this kind of a team fight. Does find the kill onto Hoot, though, on empty dreams before he goes down, but I don't think it's going to matter. Patron trying to creeps right now. And at this point, I just don't think, the spawns are going to be too late. That should be GG for Abrahams. I just don't know how Calico can make this hold. And the players recognize it as well. Insanely well played from Abrahams. A draft that I wouldn't have predicted. I didn't really believe in when I saw it. But maybe shouldn't be a surprise that Abrahams proved me wrong as one of the smartest teams in the meta. They're going to get their chance to make that return to the championship spot. They want to reclaim their throne that they've held and gotten so comfortable with now, Dan, over the last few months.
Yes, I totally agree. I wasn't sure if Pucker's going to jump in there, but yeah, I totally agree. I think this is super fun to see their interpretation here. The double support looking actually super sexy. And speaking of sexy, hey, Pucker, what's up?
Thank you, DDK. I was waiting my turn. Abrahams walking away with the first W, and Lowkey W does not get the better draft. What's the final answer, chat? We got to talk about this because this was the first look at the new meta. DDK, what did you learn in this 32-minute game?
Kelvin's pretty legit, and double support probably a thing.
Jake, do we expect a lot more domes, or are they getting banned out?
I think it's, especially with the silver, I think people are going to maybe have more respect for that combo going forward. I'm not so convinced Kelvin is like an unbeatable hero on his own, but the synergy with their draft felt really sick there. I mean, think about all the amounts of AoE damage available to, the rest of the team in Abrahams in that dome. I think that really ended up being a key factor. But as is usual, right, with Abrahams, right, they just find these unique synergies. They're willing to play things that maybe other teams aren't. And Dima, while he is playing the Rem, I would say supporty this game, like enabling his teammates, because there's another support on the team, he doesn't build something like Divine Barrier. It's pretty much just the healing Nova for like the defensive support. The rest of the tools he's buying are aggressive. Like he goes knockdown, he goes Scourge, he goes a lot of cooldown reduction, he goes duration. So the like putting the Scourge onto Silver is just unreal, right? Fighting in the dome like this. And I mean, everyone's HP is just going up throughout the team fights. That's a tough spot to be with a lot of Lowkey W players just kind of locked out of the engagement.
Yeah, and
impressive finish here. I wanted to ask about something in the chat, Dan. It said at 7 minutes this game was done. Is that an overstatement? Like, how soon did you know Abrahams were moving on to the championship match?
I don't think I saw it as soon as then, but I could see how you could maybe think that. Just I think based on something that Jake highlighted in terms of how he felt like the approach made sense from Abrahams, where they really dominated both of the side lanes really heavily. And given that they have such a strong macro lineup, and in general Abrahams are the best team, I still feel like they're the best team. Obviously they have the most wins. It's hard to see at that point with that much control and that good of a start for them to let go. So I can see why.
Virtus Pro was the original kings of the EU. Now it's Abrahams as they make a return to the championship match. They won 14 of the last 15. Now they make it 16 appearances in a row, taking on the Viper Kings. Leviathan causing the upset. And Defao in chat said, what the hell? Why is Abrahams in the challenger match? Jake, can you walk us through what happened last time?
They got smoked. They got smoked, Puckett. There's no other way to put it, man. I mean, it was a close series. I'm kind of trolling to say they got smoked, but in the end,
they finally lost. Yeah,
they were convincing wins for Leviathan. Like it wasn't like Abrahams had some egregious throw and oh my god, they should have for sure won the series and they barely tossed away. No, Leviathan earned those wins. Like Sai had huge games on the Mo and Krill on the Haze to put up a real performance against the Abraham. So honestly, I just think you got to give a lot of respect to Leviathan for the improvement they made to really like week in, week out. They took a lot of L's to Abrahams, but they kept grinding. They kept a pretty consistent roster, brought in a couple players that really seemed to click recently, along with the addition of a new coach in Saf. And so just a perfect storm for them. However, I'm a little scared now. Abrahams has just shown in this first match, like they have adapted insanely quickly to the new patch. This is the double support comp. I truly don't think we've maybe ever seen that before. It's at least been a very long time. And so the fact that Abrahams are so quick to discover something like this and just make mincemeat of their opposition. Lowkey W had a couple decent fights, but honestly, late game, very comfortable for Abrahams, very controlled. The team fighting was very dialed. And so if I'm Leviathan, I'm sweating just a little bit. You really need to like take your learnings from this game, because if Abrahams can get their teeth sunk into this BO3, man, I feel like they're going to reclaim the throne.
DDK and Jake, they need your MVP vote, so we might as well do it live. Are you going Sonya Sniper, who leads in total souls, together, who flexes over to the silver and drops the most kills? Or how about the assist from Dmov on the Rem, despite the chat saying, please stop showing Rem on stream?
I think for me, it's between Saint and Sanya. I probably would lean to Sanya. I actually felt like the Mina play was blinding, like from start to finish. It was superstar performance.
Yeah, Sonya is just a beast on the Mina, man. It fits so well. Like the rest of the team in this draft builds this rock solid core. You come to fight them, they push you back. And then just when you realize, oh, it's not looking so good, we got to start running. Sonya is just all over you. 8-1 and 18, top player damage in the lobby. This is a monster carry performance from Sonya Sniper. And yeah, we had to give it to him. I mean, a very early rush on the E-Shift. E-Shift, an item that got buffed pretty substantially in this most recent patch. Just the cooldown is a lot lower than it was before, which makes a ton of sense for what Mina wants in the draft. But just a really, really well executed plays from Sonya this game. Like active in the early game, snowballed out of control. He just doesn't really get better than this from a carry perspective. Like he was not baiting the team and passive farming. He was there constantly throughout the fights and a key part of the success throughout the match.
DDK, is the Mina back? Because we know Sonya can play so many different characters, but do we think she is going to be a mainstay in the current patch?
Yeah, I think Mina has been really good. I think she even got tuned down very slightly, but I think she's still very, very strong. And her mobility and her skill ceiling is so insanely high. I think we saw some of the moments in the movement where you saw, just even though early on there's only spirit items and no HP pool, just with movement, we saw Sonya Sniper being able to brawl pretty heavily in a way that's very, very powerful and threatening early game, especially with the spirit spikes. So I think Mina provides something that's pretty unique in that respect, and players at this level, you're going to really see how good that can be on this hero. So I think we will see a lot more Mina.
And Jake, in those highlights, we saw a lot of her Mina picking on Ivy. Is that just a lane issue, or is that a counter that we can expect in the future? I know everyone was thinking Ivy would be first or second. Mo and Crow was the first thing banned, but Ivy was the second pick for the team.
Feels like you almost miss having the Mo and Crow there. You would kind of have rather had it for Lowkey W as something that could have stopped Sonya's reign of terror, right? I also want to give a shout out to Sonya's build. I really love the Resto Locket into the superior stamina, because that was the biggest nerf to Mina, is her stamina regen. At least in my opinion, her stamina regen is a lot lower. It's pretty terrible. You're really slow to get your stamina back, which in a game as movement heavy as Deadlock could be painful. But with superior stamina and the Resto Locket, you get a lot of stamina back throughout the fights and a lot of ability to kind of clutch your way out despite those changes. So just a great read from Sonya, finding the new way to play his old comfortable comfort pick and really putting a show on for us. So I think a lot of people thought, hey, maybe Mina was going to fall down the rankings and not be such a top tier hero, and Sonya has proven it wrong.
DDK, across the watch parties, I saw us peak over 7,500 on twitch.tv. I got a lot of subs to thank, a lot of people to shout out on the other side of the commercial break. But before we go, final thoughts on our EU Challenger matchup. What did you enjoy?
I enjoyed the new looks from both teams. I enjoyed McGinnis losing. Yeah, I'll keep it that, because she's been terrorizing my games, man.
McGinnis with the L, just like it used to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our EU Challengers in the book. Saint is going to be taking the stage with the rest of Abrahams in the grand final. That is on the other side of the break. Quick reminder, we're going to be unplugging and replugging our YouTube stream. So if you guys haven't already, start spamming the F5. We'll be right back on the other side of this. And we're back. Thanks for hitting refresh, everybody. We are stealing Wi-Fi from the old lady who lives upstairs, but it's time to get back into the games. We got DDK and Jake on the mic, and we just saw Abrahams take down Lowkey W despite what we thought was an interesting draft. DDK, this sets up a rematch, though, and a good one from last week, because after 14 straight wins, Leviathan finally beat the Abrahams to win the crown on Night Shift 28.
But now they have to prove if they are really truly the best at Deadlock, because part of being really good at Deadlock is doing what Abrahams just did. And you see they got like a game shifting patch, and you're able to be like, yep, I understand like principally what we should, like what's the strongest, and we're going to run it. So it should be interesting from that point of view, because Abrahams have always been able to do that, I feel like. Whereas for Leviathan, we'll have to see if they can do the same.
I know a lot of people recognize us from other shooters. I, of course, am working on the Call of Duty League, DDK from CS, and Jake from Overwatch and any other shooter that requires you to move. But we're going to be talking some in-depth stuff here on the game. But with the new patch, I also want you guys to dumb it down, because Julian from Rainbow Six is here, hitting the resub. We've got a lot of Call of Duty fam, including my guy Enable, who only has like this much of a thumb and was still a world champion. We've got some other folks checking it out from the Halo universe. So this is Deadlock, this is the new patch, and you're about to watch the best EU team. So let's introduce you to the rosters. Solomon, if you will, show us the returning champions. Leviathan, causing a major upset last week. They're sexy as hell. Overseas, Freemock, Rake, OC, Sai, and Razumi. Who are you watching, Jake?
Sai was such an exciting player to watch. I feel like they're not going to let him get the Moe and Krill, though. I mean, he kind of tore them up on the Moe and Krill last week. That was, I think, big part of the success that Leviathan won game one off the back of Sai just being an absolute menace on the character. And now that I think it's quite a bit stronger than before, I feel like Abrahams almost is obliged to ban that out first. If they let it through, it could be at their own peril. But I think that there's questions across the board, right? Can these players still keep up on the new patch? Like, Abrahams have just shown, hey, we are absolutely ready to come back and dominate. For Leviathan, it's like, you know, they didn't come into last week expecting to win. They maybe believed it was possible, and they for sure played their hearts out to get it done. But can you really come into this week and defend? I mean, it's one thing to be the underdog with a puncher's chance, and you know, the game starts going your way, the excitement builds. It's another thing now to have the anticipation and the questions being asked, Abrahams having the opportunity to review, to update their play, to get better, to fix mistakes. Defending would be, I think, another level of achievement for this Leviathan team.
This will be a best of three, and I sure hope Moe and Krill gets through at least one of them, with three players saying that's their favorite character. DDK, who do you think has the sexiest Moe and Krill on Leviathan?
I'm gonna say Freemock. I feel like Freemock
Is Maurice?
To me, I just associate Freemock more deeply with the Moe and Krill lore, the Moe and Krill universe.
Why do these guys have three people with Moe? Like, they're pandering to the Moe and Krill fan base, and the thing is, it's working. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter that they know it's working.
There's a lot of Moe Krill talk in the chat. They're excited to hopefully see Krill make his way on to the Cursed Apple. Sonya Sniper together. Saint, Taz, Demov, and Hoot, though, are a 14-time champion squad. They're coming in for number 15 after taking a week off. They looked really clean in our warm-up match, despite what went down in the draft. Is the new meta the double support? And do you expect it again, DDK?
I could certainly see it again from Abrahams. I'm curious if they perceive the meta, or like the picks, where there's other synergies that don't necessarily include that, because it might just be optimal in terms of the setup that they were able to get at the top of the draft last time. And so maybe there's a world where they depart from that, depending on how the top of the draft goes this time and where the bans fall. So I'm curious from that perspective, because it might not be as simple as just to support equal good. So we'll see what they do this time.
Jake, what do you want?
Just excited to see where Demov and Hoot take us. I mean, Demov, we're like, the fact that he can just pull out the support, I will say I don't think Rem is necessarily the hardest character to pilot for professional players, but it's still a big value to the team that they have the flexibility to comfortably go there. Taz flexing on the Celeste and still looking amazing on that character, right? So cool to see Taz maybe a little bit more open. Another thing you think about is no pick heroes in the draft for Abrahams. They're just thinking, hey, we don't actually need one. Like, we're just going to be so dominant in the lanes. We're going to be so scary in a team fight. all we need is the Kelvin Dome. We put you in a Thunderdome, we're gonna kill you. You like, what are you gonna do? Not contest objectives, not contest runes and urns? Like, you gotta take those fights sometime. And so I think across the board for Abrahams, they look very well adjusted to this new patch. The biggest question for me is, are Leviathan going to be able to update their gameplay so quickly? They just climbed a mountain in like surpassing Abrahams, getting the win in the most recent, or the previous patch. Doing it again, it's just, it would boggle the mind, frankly, guys. Like, I feel worried for them, because I just think
you don't think they can pick up the new patch as fast as their opponent?
I'm scared. Abrahams won a lot of times in a row. They'll need a couple more losses before I really think they've been knocked off the top spot. Like, I give credit to Leviathan for that win, and they absolutely earned it. But I feel like you can also explain that by saying, look, maybe Abrahams are off their game. Maybe they didn't have the best week. They won so many in a row. Maybe they were overconfident. Very easy. There were signs of that in the previous week. You know, they had been playing they played a meme build on D-Mob's Ulti 7, and they lost a map in that series. You know, they get the win in the end, but it started to maybe show, hey, they started to feel undefeatable. And I feel like now this is the true power of Abrahams to be on display. If you can win again, there's going to be a much bigger shift, I think, in the true power rankings of the top teams in EU right now.
What is going to be the draft choice for each squad? Abrahams get the ban first. They are not used to this. Normally the challenger gets that honor. This week they have to come through challengers, so Leviathan will have to wait and see. Was Mo and Krill in the cards tonight, or will it get banned out first? That's what went down in the EU challengers. And Mo, we'll see you later. What does that tell you, DDK? What are they playing instead?
Yeah, you don't want to mess with the Mo, I guess. Still too good. It's kind of crazy because he did get tuned down a little bit, but all right, I don't even know what Leviathan we want to pick. If they just watched that last game, are they going to select one of the supports? Okay, they take away Celeste, which was something that Abrahams did get to play deep into their last draft.
I almost feel like stealing the Kelvin away would be a good look here. The question is sort of, when do you do it? And because if you don't take it in the first two, I don't know that you're going to get it. I think Abrahams would be happy to get in the third spot. That said, for Abrahams, the Sonya's Mina performance for Sonya, it's just like, look, we can fit this into any comp, any style. We kind of don't care what you pick. We're going to be happy to play the Mina. Very understandable. This is the moment where Leviathan, I think the most crucial moment, frankly, of the entire series could be right now, how they set the tone with this counter draft. They grabbed the Billy, which I think did look good, but I feel like you need to take away Kelvin, because the Kelvin kind of dominated Billy in the last game, right? Like, every time Billy comes up, he gets his big initiation. Nullified. And then he's just like 1v5 in the dome, and he just can't fight his way through that.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And they do take silver away, though. So,
this is a different
You can have your Kelvin, but we're taking your silver out.
Exactly. We will step up in the Thunderdome, is what they're saying. Like, okay, like, we take the Kelvin, we are coming into that dome, and we will still kill you.
But Abrahams kind of need to take the Kelvin then, lest it get banned away. Unless this is with that point that I was making, where maybe the double support was a crime of opportunity in the previous draft, and right now maybe that's something that they're not going to go to again. But they get the Venator, so we saw Hoot was on that and looks really great on it. So they got the two like hardcore DPS carries that they had in the previous matchup, and then they prioritize Ivy here. So yeah, it's a totally different approach on the supports.
Ivy was a big fan favorite in the chat. Jake, for us COD kids, explain it. Why is Ivy cool?
She just buffs her core's DPS. So like, when you're linked up to somebody, you're going to share heals with them. You're going to give them extra DPS. And Leviathan, by the way, go
Sniper?
Vindicta. Vindicta was untouched, by the way, in the last series, completely unpicked. This character, though, it does. You have a sniper as an ultimate, and every kill you get with your sniper increases your gun damage for the rest of the game. So you stack up those kills, there's theoretically no limit to your potential.
Is that overseas OCs? Who plays Vindicta on the team?
I kind of wonder, because I think Vindicta can be played as a hard carry, where you get a ton of farm and you just become like a monster damage dealer. However, you're very squishy, and so I think she's better in like a more tempo role, where you're not going to scale to the end game, but you're going to be very active in the early game. And so could be like a Sai hero, who was our MVP in their last week's win over Abraham. So maybe Sai can show out on the Vindicta. It's a very like feast or famine type hero, though. If you don't get any of those kills, you're not scaling your gun, you're going to feel pretty weak and impotent. However, you can also take over the game quickly and just tempo the opponent out. And the way they're drafting, it feels like they want to go for that latter scenario. A lot of aggressive brawling heroes right now.
Lou Feed, I don't expect any impotence here, DDK. What do you expect, though, from the Abrahams as they go for their fourth pick?
I mean, adding something to the front line could be important. I mean, in terms of the front line, yeah, Shiv and Abrams are the only thing that really stands out. And Shiv did get nerfed a little bit, but the knife, I think the knife builds is still probably going to be very challenging. And Shiv still has enormous tank ability, as he always did. So I think that's a solid pick. Paradox, we haven't seen Paradox yet. Paradox did get a bunch of changes. I'll be really curious to see Abraham's like giving Paradox a go. I actually been really looking forward to seeing that.
Jake, I just got an update from Hoot in chat. It looks like they did prioritize the Kelvin ban and not the Celeste. Celeste may have been the second ban.
Yeah, so we might
don't know if we just had it out of order on the UI.
Draft. So actually, I think
that is kind of explaining why we haven't seen him this late.
Yeah, and why they went with the Ivy instead of the Kelvin, right? In that third pick, it was their sort of backup choice. Celeste, though, is still another hero you want to take away, and they go for both the Page and the Geist here. So, I mean, Geist is kind of your late game here, kind of your security on the game. But I mean, I feel like Leviathan, they're doubling down on what worked for them last week, which is, I mean, these are sort of a new look on that style from the new patch, but a lot of high tempo choices, a lot of early fighting, and then Geist is kind of like your solo end game, like ultra carry. And hopefully, you know, characters like Silver, Vindicta, and Calico, Billy are going to kind of be able to bridge that gap for her. Apollo for Abraham is a pretty surprising choice. This character, though, has gotten a couple positive tweaks, a little buffs here and there in some of these tweak patches after that huge patch that did drop. So curious to see if this is like a Demon of Apollo, something he's looked very strong on in the past and maybe feels effective. Kind of feel like this is anybody's game, though. Like two very aggressive styles. Like no one is really going like super greedy in this draft, right? Like both teams, I think, are investing heavily into their ability to fight, play aggressive in the early game, and get that early advantage.
We're expecting a pocket if you're in the Twitch chat right here, DDK. They go for Apollo instead. And did Leviathan purposely make sure there was no supports for Abrahams to play, or who would be in that role, if anybody, for Abrahams right now?
Playing support? Oh, the second support, you mean? Well, we had it with Demoff before when Rem was available, but again, because of the way the draft went, they decided that not to get the Rem. It seemed like that was just based off of what they could found the best synergies on with I think the top three that they got last time. But I do think the Apollo is an interesting choice to round it out with. I'm curious about your take on Jake as well, because to me, one of the things that stands out with Apollo is he could be very harassing to the Vindicta with those lunges, which would be really annoying.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think he's a good hero at like getting on top of characters that want to run away. He's one of the most mobile characters in the entire game who has pretty significant damage to boot. I also think it's a good matchup against Lady Geist because her ultimate, if you don't know, it swaps HP value. So you could be on 1 HP, you're fighting somebody who's completely full, and you completely 180 flip it. You're now on full HP, they're at almost nothing, and you just get a free kill. However, Apollo's ultimate curses you, which means you can't cast skills, you're slowed, and it does a big burst of damage, and it's incredibly long range. So as Geist, if you're trying to play on low HP, you run an extreme risk of just getting finished off and nuked, not getting your ultimate off if Apollo can follow through with that burst from Itali Losan.
A quick reminder, you can hit !donate and add to the prize pool, much like Colaris did. And a big shout out to one of the OG voices of esports. We have Anders, the CS legend, in here. Show him some love. We'll make him a VIP.
All right, well, it's time, Jake. What do you make of the starting lanes again, like the configuration here? Previously, we had Abrahams like dominating the side lanes, and I mean, are you expecting to see the same approach here? Although it's a totally different roster of heroes.
Yeah, I like that they're putting Obakim on support alongside Hoot. This is going to be a nice lane to just defend tower, clear waves. Page Billy is a notoriously challenging lane to fight into early. The shields Page gives, the extra HP Billy gets from meleeing with his passive. You just don't want to take trades with this hero, but Ivy has a nice way of playing this lane, which is just shoot creeps, chill behind the tower, get a ton of farm, and not really worry about giving trades. Just don't let Billy and Paige get the actual kills that they need to get an explosive snowball going. And there's absolutely going to be room to recover as the game progresses. So I think that's a nice matchup for them there. You're looking over to the mid lane. Calico Geist makes a ton of sense for Leviathan because Geist is very happy to solo waves and get all the farm for herself. Well, Calico can just rotate, which, yeah, she's rotating pre 2 minutes, so a very unexpected early gank for Sai. We'll see if it pays off early, but it seems like maybe too close to the tower to really go commit for that.
Yeah, that's it feels pretty scary. When you get that level 2 slash as well, I think it went from like 350 bonus souls. I think it's like 250 now or something. So they removed it a little bit, but the snowball from a Calico that's active and like playing well early is pretty oppressive. But I'm curious what again like your take is on this mid lane as well in terms of priority here, Jake, because Apollo Paradox feels pretty annoying, but Geist is also very annoying to lane against.
Yeah, Geist is a very stable and enduring hero, right? So I think this is actually not an ideal matchup for Paradox and Apollo. Like, you don't really want to dive Geist under tower. She's going to like lifesteal up from you and kind of outlast what you think she normally would from her health bar, and she can play pretty safe and just hold wave. So I actually think laning wise in the mid, it's actually an advantage for Leviathan because Sai just has opportunities to make stuff happen in the side lanes and to get a big advantage clearing boxes. Time Wall being deployed, it's mostly just a battle for the creeps, but I just don't really see kills coming in this mid lane unless there's a big overextension.
Yeah, it's a good point about Geist being able to free up the roam for Sai on Calico, who is again like running the boxes right now, and in that sense, you know, if there is a gank to be had, is in position to be able to do that. But so far, things are actually relatively calm. I think the last match had a lot more action in the first few minutes than this one.
Like, you go in, you put some damage on OCs, but it's just like nothing meaningful, right? And even a wave starting to crash on mid. So Abrahams are pretty aggressive, like looking for something here. I'm curious to see though the final side lane with Rake and looks like Rake and Fremont on the Silver Vindicta. See how they're doing against Shiv and Mina. Shiv and Mina, a lot of spirit damage from that lane, man. You really have to respect it. It looks like Fremont is on an early base trip because of some of the poke coming in. So the big change to Shiv now is that I think the meta build is going to be the knife build once again. You stack these knives up now. They don't deal impact damage, but the DPS is a lot higher. The scaling's a lot better. So late in the game, man, you could have like 4 or 5 knives in somebody and they will legitimately die from full HP.
Yeah.
Like, this Vindicta is going to tick down unbelievably here because of these knives. I mean, maybe just 2 in the early game is not the end of the world. So he's just going to disrespect it in Mach 4. But this Shiv, he's weak early, but he will scale into a monster if he gets some souls. Oh, and the Sanguine Retreat is used, but I think Vindicta looking to put some counter pressure on there. So the good heal up from Fremont brings him back into this lane and puts Abrahams really on their heels.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how Sanya plays as well in this game, because Sanya managed to get a lot of freedom in the first 10 minutes in the previous game that allowed him to get like ahead really quickly. So I'm going to be really interested to see if Sanya can repeat that performance. Quick catch here onto Hoots on the Venator once again. The chain gang comes on through as well. The captivating reads is slowing Hoots' ability to disengage from this one, and so he's going to die. I mean, that's what you're talking about. That's that Page Billy combo. That's very, very oppressive in the well, I was going to say early game, but
Zipnock,
the entire game.
Wait, they're not killing him? No. Oh my god. Okay,
it's too far away. Yeah,
super
I think it's
long range
from
him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's lucky, man. Rake is like 20 souls from ult to have a free kill there. That is. You got to be sweating that one on Sanya. And in contrast to last game, right, where Sanya had an amazing start and kind of snowballed around, I think they're potentially going to lose the tower here. And even the Snipe's just committed to ensure that this drops down. It's a nice one to find to open up space for Fremont and Rake. Rake is now unleashed from the side lane. He can just go start fighting here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, based on this, it's an Ultimax build. He might be just going rapid recharge very quick off the bat. Although Mina would love a counter kill. Both Mina and Vindicta are incredibly squishy characters, so it's going to be an explosive lane one way or the other in this one.
Yeah, and it's definitely not the strong start that Sanya had, because that was a part of it too. The lanes went really well last game for Abrahams. But another dive comes through again, and it's so difficult to prevent this. Just look at the chase downs. I mean, you don't get much better chase down than Calico coming in on side as well. And that's going to be another Guardian converted. So Abrahams, they're taking some hits here on these side lanes early on.
Yeah, I mean, Dimov came into this one, but wasn't really able to have any impact on the situation. Tower still goes down. Billy still picks up farm. Now he's going to snatch away a little bit of this side jungle camp. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, but hey, feels confident. It's like, hey, it's just Ivy here, and Saint's playing a little bit scared. I'm just going to start snatching these jungle camps away. And these kind of small advantages are what start to build, and the scary thing is that it's happening in all 3 lanes simultaneously. It's not a blowout anywhere individually on the map, but Leviathan are winning every single fight they're taking so far. I don't think I've seen really one winning trade for Abrahams just yet, And that's reflected in the soul count here. 6,000 soul lead. We're 7 minutes in. That is actually quite a dire scenario. Like, this could be a comeback earn for the very first earn, which would bring Abraham's kind of right back into the game, but it also exposes you to like risking a team fight to pick up that earn and actually maybe falling even further behind.
Yeah, Abrahams need those Guardians to go down to begin to equalize this. And we're going to have a fight break out on the left side lane. 3 players here for Abrahams. You're talking about winning fights. This could be a really good opportunity for them here as they look to try to close in on top of Freemok here on this Silver. Getting really low, just getting absolutely battered by the Nox Nostra. And there you go. That will be a conversion from Abrahams. A 1 kill.
That was way too close for comfort, right? Freemok almost gets the Lycan curse off. Taz nearly dies to some of that burst. And you invested a lot into that gank. Like, you do get the kill, but it just shows how much on the edge of a knife this game is for Abrahams. Sai going in, being aggressive here, pulling some attention. But he has ulti. He's kind of playing with the house cash here. Although, hold on. Wait, maybe he got slowing next? He must have, because he just doesn't get his ulti there off on Calico. Gets killed. So 2 kills, actually, that kind of bring Abrahams now back into the fold in this game.
And still more chase down here, potentially. Although he might get disengaged. But again, I think Abraham's very hungry to take these Guardians down. This still 3 Guardians up at the 9-minute mark is, at this level of play, definitely a sign that things are not going great.
Yeah, Geist has taken over this right side lane, and OCs, we'll see you in about 15 minutes, brother. Like, enjoy farming the jungle. The rest of the team is going to be heavy fighting. That's really the nature of this draft. We'll see if it pays off, although Shiv sees his target, finds a chance to chase down the nerfs to Shiv. The stamina starting to bite, but he still slips past that binding read. Can he find the execute? Seems not for now, but also Billy can't connect with the chain. So an in and out from Shiv kind of steals some resources away. A missed parry, though. Calico here, and now maybe good money after bad here. Saint getting hunted. Snipe looking to connect here. And Saint just wants to deny that infinite gun scaling here from the Vindicta. So a good idea, actually, to die inside here to deny some of that potential.
Let's go blue.
Yeah, 4K difference here, so somewhat marginal at this point now. Some recovery. And given the fact that these Guardians are still up, that's going to be hard to maintain forever for Leviathan. But we'll see whether they're able to do it. Taz on the Paradox, kind of alone against the Silver right now. Freemok is always going to be a danger to be up against it when you're alone. The Paradox is extremely mobile.
Uh-oh. Mina, no Sanguine. Calico looking to get some of those extra souls and a 420 bag to boot. Nice little pickup from Sai. And I mean, despite the incredible level of activity from him, he's at 8.2k. I mean, he's like right near the top of the soul counts of this game. D-Mob, though, looking to punish. The rest of Abrams coming in here. They want to take this crucial mid lane Guardian. Some of these good fights, ironically, kind of punish Abrahams because they don't get a comeback earn now. It's going to be an even earn turn in, and the advantage is such that Leviathan are going to be just hankering for a full-on team fight, one that could blow the game wide open.
Yeah, that's making its way forward, and you know these towers have to be cleaned up, so that's the priority for Abrahams on the left lane. If they could get some kills out of this as well, that'd be excellent. But it's Vindicta who's behind the Guardian at the moment, as well as Freemok on the Silver.
Vin and Silver are 2v4ing here, though. I mean, it's like huge if they just live. I mean, defending feels impossible into that numbers advantage, but the fact that you don't get any kills there and you give up the earn, it's like that Abrahams really felt weak in that moment. If that's the trade they go for, they just didn't feel they could do any better.
And now it's almost stretching to a 10k disadvantage. So the lead is growing here for Leviathan. So it's becoming a problem. Taz getting caught. He's been very isolated in this position multiple times now, but finally it looks like there should be the ability to finish him off. Taz, great movement though on the Paradox. Somehow alive. I have no idea how Taz lived through that.
Oh, slips away and the team is there to support. So Rayek is like, I mean, he's so desperate to get those kills and start the scaling with the rapid recharge build, but Abrahams have been doing fantastically well at denying that particular scaling. So Rayek probably not going to be too much of a monster in this game. I mean, he can still be pretty effective even without the gun scaling and can still offer some really nice shred and catch and burst in the late game, but he won't really scale into a gun carry without finding those kills. So it's does mitigate some of the damage. This game is absolutely still in contention for Abrahams despite the advantage that Leviathan have accrued.
Yeah, I think Sanya's keeping up pace decently. Whenever you're up against OCs, I think, OCs is probably, I don't know if you disagree, Jake, but I think he's the king of farming in Europe. I don't think there's anyone that does it better than OCs. And so given that they've been struggling, you know, OC's at 14k, Sanya's 11k, that again, given the struggles on the Abraham's team from a macro point of view, I feel like that's a pretty decent place to be. And for Sanya, obviously, you know, going to be looking to try to start getting a bit more competitive in some of these fights where the real money can be made.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing echoes of last week in terms of like what Sai talked about in the interview is how the team is so much better together in coordination, understanding what each other want on the map. Now Shiv desperately running for the hills, and a beautiful grab from Saint with the Ivy ult. It's going to pull him out of trouble. And maybe think about re-engaging, but with the creeps crashing on Walker, I think that's going to be a little unrealistic. Just going to fall back and clear.
Enjoy the Apollo movement. Taz looking to pursue Fremont, gets caught out here. This could be a very important kill if they can get this one, but there's a Lycan Curse. It's going to keep not just Fremont alive, but a huge damage threat. And that's going to force the Sangren retreat, but in comes the Calico as well. Sai looking to punish here, and Sanya is in a lot of trouble trying to float away with the umbrella, but it's looking very, very difficult. 3 players on top and somehow still alive, but 1 shot away from death, and in comes Fremont with the box shot. And that's going to be all she wrote for Sanya. And this is, you mentioned this, I think, in the draft, Jake. Like, the chase down potential from Leviathan is pretty absurd.
Yeah, and for Mina, it's like once you use that Sanguine, he hasn't been able to get this build online where he has the stamina to play with, right? And I talked about that a lot last game, how effective that build was for Sanya. This game, he's just too poor to have those items. Like a Resto Locket would go a long way in some of those situations, but he just doesn't have the cash, needs to build the damage, needs to be a threat on the map. And Leviathan are exploiting it, but with incredible patience. They are playing like champions right now, Dan. Like, they're not playing scared. They're not playing over-aggressive. They're hitting that perfect middle where they're just comfortably building the lead and making sure that anything Abrahams goes for gets punished. As I say that, though, hold on. Vindicta in a really dire straits here. The rallying charge there from Paige, not enough to save Rake. So a big catch from Taz, pulling Vindicta down to the low ground. It's going to go unanswered. Talilosan, maybe going to get a kill, but oh, Calico ultimate. Beautifully timed from Sai, reads that one, and probably not going to find a counter kill. Dimov on the Apollo should be able to slip away, but Abrahams might want more. OC's has shown up to the fight, though. He's committing. He's showing ultimate use now. The rest of Abrahams want to run. This is a healthy guy starting to run them down. A big, heavy melee maxed out. You're looking to try and get these kills. The buffs do come in onto the guys, but maybe they're not enough. Shiv does find that finishing kill, so OC's out of the jungle. Trades who, but that's an expensive death. 17k on this guy. She does not want to die showing up to a team fight like that. And Abraham's taking their chance now, looking for more. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Billy now has to fall back to the Walker. There's 2 unanswered farmers in the side lane, so Abraham's are actually pretty desperate to find these kills, and the 1-for-1 actually might not be so bad considering both Silver and Calico are farming up that whole time.
Yeah, they grabbed the urn as well. Sai managed to pick that one up during this action, and Abrahams, they need to, as you say, like, win some of these fights and force maybe more chaos to just get these opportunities to capitalize. And Taz not able to stop the urn, just sees it running away off to a delivery spot. And the previous urn was given up for free in exchange for getting some objective, or getting an objective. Will they make the same choice here? There is control on the left side lane. We have Sanya Sniper, who is nearby, so there could potentially be a challenge.
They're fighting
for
right
this
lane.
urn.
Big fight on the right lane right now. Attack is coming in, but it's onto the Ivy. That's a really rough catch. OC slipped away from this one, and the counterpunch is going to be brutal. Ivy can't get away. Rake finds that blood with the snipe. Calico holding Urn across the map behind Walker. And so, decisive win on the right side of the map for Leviathan. Can Abrams punish on the left side? The TPs are coming in, though. They're trying to get across and punish this Walker push. Looks like Walker is going to be going down. Apollo's used all of his skills. Oh, yeah, okay, does eventually go down, but Mina's in very deep on this one. Looks like both Hoot and Sanya in a tough spot, so potentially the 2 carries going down, although maybe Hoot has slipped away. Sanya, not going to be so lucky.
However, you know, after all is said and done, the soul deficit is only about 4k now. So Abrahams, it does feel labored, it feels desperate and arduous at the best of times, but they are not just preventing the lead from growing, they're actually closing in on equalizing. So it seems really uncomfortable, Jake, but it is working so far. But this urn is looking like it could be a problem here because there's no challenge for this. It's a freebie, and that's going to further extend that lead.
Paige is going to get absolutely everything from that ideal scenario, and yes, the soul lead is not so bad, but you get a walker out of that, and it just, I don't know that the first walker defense is going to be very realistic for Abrahams. It feels like that's almost cash in the pocket for Leviathan that they just haven't cashed the check yet, really. I mean, they've got a walker down to half HP on the left side. Shiv and Paradox, though, are continuing to keep up the pressure. This is surprising from Abrahams. They're down, and they're looking for more chaos on the map, putting some side walker pressure on. But OCs is starting to run them down, and feeding kills to this Geist is the opposite of what you want. Taz needs clean movement to slip his way out of this one. Doesn't really have much HP to work with. Meanwhile, Dimov elsewhere finds a kill, so punishes the left side push, but looks like still the kill is going to come in for OCs, who getting that Dispel Magic is a nice little buff to pick up. And I mean, he's starting to look a little bit unkillable in the Geist. He's invested in the Spirit Resilience. He's invested now, soon to be in the Dispel Magic, and I feel that Geist will carry this game if we go late enough, and the patience from Leviathan, I think it's going to pay off. I do favor them if they can get to that stage of the game, and right now Abrahams, it doesn't feel realistic for them to really put much more pressure on.
I do like how they've been playing the macro there, like in that previous scenario. Just they created a 3v2 on the left lane, which was what allowed them to get that kill. So they're really trying to do everything that they can in terms of ensuring that they can have numbers advantages on some of these fights by creating pressure in the right ways, the right timings. But right now, you know, we get, I think, both teams that are a little bit more focused on some of the farming that's coming up here. We do have both the bridge buffs as well as the next urn coming up in about a minute. And so you'd have to expect that urn is going to be a huge point of focus. And to be honest, even though Abrahams are behind, they are up a walker here. So that, you know, they're not in a bad spot. As you say, though, the Geist is problematic. But at the same time, you know, Abrahams aren't too far away at the moment in terms of strength.
Yeah, looks like a contest building up on the right side. Billy, Geist, connecting now with some of these players. But Abrahams, they don't want that smoke. They want to back off for now. I mean, fighting into Billy Geist is not the kind of team fight you want. You're looking to maybe punish players here and there. Ivy trying to TP out of this. Finds yourself in an awkward scenario. Does TP out, but with the Lycan Curse, there's still a chance for Silver to run this one down. Although, hold on, you're coming into a dangerous scenario. Another team fight breaking out across the map. Leviathan, they want to invest while this pressure is on. Silver 1v2ing, pulling attention. Oh, Paige is here with her. So this is getting really wild now. Full split across the map. Boot looking to chase forward and maybe punish this Page. Ivy coming in to assist, but the damage coming in. Silver maybe re-engaging on this even without the ult. Rallying charge comes in. Muscle Memory counterspell there, but it just wasn't quite up in time for Hoot to block, and he eventually goes down to Fremont.
Wow, really nice how Page and the Page and Silver play there on either end, sort of forcing you to kind of go one way, then turn the next, and just getting sandwiched. Really well done, and it's again 7k difference here. So I'm just keeping my eye on that because it's relatively tight still, and it's going to be very difficult if OCs is allowed to get too much further ahead. But this is that big urn that I was making mention of. That, I mean, I feel like Abrahams, they've given up the last two urns for free. They have to surely fight for this one, and they do have position right now to fight for it.
Yeah, it looks like they want to maybe go for an interrupt here, taking a risk, stepping up towards mid. Are they looking for a kill on Psy right now? Are they? Wait, there's no way they're doing mid boss, right? I see Shiv there, but I just can't believe it. Looks like a swap on mid. Irizumi in trouble now on the Page. But if he gets away and it's just a free dunk, the punish for Abraham seems to have not paid off. Okay, they do find Irizumi eventually. Big stake from Vindicta. Could be a counter rotation here and taking a team fight. Shiv recognizes it, wants to just full run for the hill. Psy finds the first punish kill. Shiv running away. A snipe comes in. And to add insult to injury, it's the kill actually going to OC. So he's continuing to snowball his farm on this Geist. Rest of Abraham's trying to stay in the neighborhood. They know there's a potential for a mid-boss take, and they need to be ready to contest it. But with mid-boss near half HP, this one's looking dire. You need to contest this as Abraham's, but can you really make that happen? Down a player here. Leviathan go for the gamble. And meanwhile, Sanya's defending, or rather trying to clear up a walker at the same time. You need to be able to snatch a couple of these rejuves away. One goes the way of Leviathan, the rest being baited on the parries. Everybody just waiting. Insane. He just can't hold his nerve. 1v5. Such patience from Leviathan, and it's rewarded. Sanya, meanwhile, does claim a sidewalker for that, but feels worthwhile for Leviathan. Now it's their time to go around the map and start to open up these walkers. This is, I think, the crucial moment for Abrahams to choose their time to make a hold, because if you don't, this map is going to feel very claustrophobic very quickly, despite the state of the lanes right now.
Yeah, it's oh my god, the push on all the lanes right now is kind of nice, but given now that the rejuves are up for Leviathan, that's only going to last for so long. it's so scary to be out on the map when the rejuves are available. You know, oftentimes you want to be able to set up traps, you know, push people in certain positions, but the rejuve advantage means that if you win a fight, it could just get turned around on you, and then suddenly the other rest of the team can just run you down and take big objectives. So it just changes the calculus completely. And so, you know, you can see it like right now for Abrahams. They're having to be a lot more defensive. They've got 3 walkers to defend those. So those are they're going to be the main objectives. Now, will Leviathan split push those? We'll have to find out here as they are beginning to separate between the left lane and the mid lane.
Looks like they are going to split push. They want to go for the chaotic split, and I mean, OC's going to be solo on that right lane. He's going to be a very scary target. Sonya coming to match, though. Maybe one of the few characters who actually could tango with guys. Sonya's quietly kind of returned to form from the farming perspective. But there's a full court press now across the map. All lanes being pressured. Abraham's doing their best to match and not give anything away for free. They want to punish these pushes. Big damage comes in, executed by Shiv. Together. Maybe he has to fall back at this. Lycan Curse is pop, but it's not clear to me that you can really dive this. Fremont maybe going to go in anyway. The Billy Chain pulls people deep away from that walker. Rallying Charge now comes in. Sai finds the finish onto Hoot. He continues to dive for more, looking to maybe burst these kills. Thinks better of that dive deep past the walker now. Maybe somebody's got to turn and clean this one up, but Fremont says no. He keeps going, finds a second kill. Still 2 rejuves to work with. Mid walker is claimed, and likely a second to fall essentially for free because of these player deaths.
Yeah, that left side lane is really pushed, so it should be an easy conversion. The right side should still be maintainable, which would actually mean that the situation's even on walkers, but the situation on the farm is certainly not even at all. And yeah, 3-1 here, can't be defended. A little bit of a fight there as Fremont tries to take on Saint. He was pushing that right side lane out and forced to then disengage, but big advantage now for Leviathan, 20k ahead on the souls.
Mass TP right now. Mina's going to hear this, though. She's going to know what's going on. And Sonya, kind of in enemy territory, but this isn't Mina we're talking about. She might be able to just slip back away from the team. But there's enough time on this region of about a minute left to go for that final walker siege. Abrahams, though, they're showing presence like they want to fight this. I love this push, though, by Leviathan deep behind the walker, kind of cutting off the angles for reinforcements to come in here. This walker, though, has a lot of health, being the 3rd and final walker standing for the defense for Abrahams. Flight comes out from Saint, maybe looking to get into this one. Hoot steps up under the tower, positions himself to brawl. Big damage coming in. A lot of heroes for Leviathan. Is getting a little bit scary. Remember, there's only 2 rejuves. The clock's starting to run low. Billy pulls players deep. A lot of counterspells forced out. He's behind the walker, pulling attention to himself. Together is down. And Leviathan, despite dropping low on a ton of players, they lose 1. But maybe more to fall on the side of Abrahams. Fremont pops that Lycan Curse. OC swarming forward, finds that kill streak. 4 players remaining for Abrahams, and it seems like the base defense is the best they can do. Hoot, though, doesn't have a way out of this scenario. Does manage to find a kill, getting the last rejuve out of Fremont's hands, but the fact that Geist slips away here is a massive win for Leviathan. They don't give up any real kills, just using those rejuves for full value, cleaning up the map walkers wise. And with 40 seconds, they might even be able to look for more. Mina steps up, tries to get that trade onto Paige, but she's getting absolutely isolated and bursted. Still has that Dispel Magic. And it's going to be enough alongside the Ethereal Shift to get Irizumi and back off.
Yeah, the E-Shift is really, really powerful, and obviously keeping Sonya alive there. And Sonya's one next purchase, very close to, is Boundless. So Sonya is suddenly becoming dangerous. I think when you get that E-Shift online, your late game, maybe, I don't know if Sonya has Transcendent cooldown as well, but you know, you start to get to a point where it's very, very, very hard to kill the Mina. She's got so many escape options, but another collapse here onto Sai, talking about escape options. Surely Sai going to be trying to pop that ult here to survive, but he's going to get locked down before that's possible. And suddenly, we've got a couple big picks in favor of Abrahams. That's going to allow them to pressure the map to get this comeback earn in and start to recover some of the deficit in souls as the mid-fight rages on here, because Leviathan are not wanting to allow them to get away with this, but there's the survivability from Sanya floating away on the Mina. And oh man, just stuck on the truck is Demov.
Yeah, great stake catch there from Rayek. Getting that punish kill onto Demov is nice. But as you mentioned, hey, the comeback earn is arguably a bigger win for Abrahams. You're pretty happy that Saint is able to get that clutch save with the ult to pull Sonya out of trouble. Because you lose Sonya there, we could be looking at a base siege. But instead, Abrahams, I think they've kind of staunched the bleeding for the moment. Not many objectives to compete for on the map. So Leviathan splitting, just farming up the jungle. This is a bit of a scary moment, though, because there's always the opportunity for Abrahams to group up, go for a big play. Like, if you find the Geist and kill her, I mean, no matter how strong she is, she's not going to be able to 1v6. And so if you can create that big numbers advantage, you see how respectful OCs is of the wave. Like, he does not want to show on the wave. He wants to be very cautious, taking risks, only showing when he thinks he's fully convinced that no one's going to challenge him. Even stepping up this far is a little scary to me. Wisely reads the situation, just pushes the wave without even going for the souls. I mean, that's how worried he is about getting punished here on the side lane.
Yeah, definitely not proximus enough to collect on what he's earned there, but yeah, like pushing the lane is like more impactful even at this time than even getting the souls, especially if you calculate the risk, like you said, and on top of that too. So it makes sense. And we got 30 seconds until the mid boss comes up, and I'm curious if one of these two teams is going to try to force the mid boss, bait the mid boss, or if it's really going to be a case of trying to push lanes, look for pick into mid boss. Those are basically the only options. So, and that's the territory we're in right now. It's a huge objective. 2 minutes from the next urn. So 2 minutes here where we might see one of those fights. And yeah, I believe we're seeing Leviathan. Are they on the mid boss now? They're very grouped here in mid.
They're stepping up. They're looking for kills, trying to catch. Seems like Hoot has slipped away for now. Although, wait, hold on. He's taking damage. Somebody must be on top of him. But this deep into Abraham's territory, not exactly the place you want to fight. Hoot's going to go back to base, maybe get that reset off. Billy looking for the chain, but I don't think he finds anything. So there's actually a chance here for Abrahams to turn and make a chase.
Oh, stab though. Freemox looking for the perfect timing here to come on through. He's got the Phantom Strike as well ready to go. There we go. Straight in there. Just the burst damage is ridiculous. Deletes who entirely on the Venator, and now coming to just eat everybody else. And this is an insane start to the fight here. Abrahams are in so much trouble as Shiv tries to escape together. He's very tanky, and if he gets all the daggers maybe in, I mean, there's too many targets at this point. This is looking absolutely brutal as that Lycan Curse is just wreaking havoc on the battlefield here. And Abrahams only have 3 players up at the moment, trying desperately to survive. Sanya Sniper is about to go down, as well as Demoff. They're both critical, and that's just going to leave Saint and a mid boss for the taking for Leviathan.
Yeah, Sanya just has to run, try to slip out of this one. But with that low HP, contesting mid feels impossible. Meanwhile, waves are crashing on the base here. So it's a little bit awkward for Leviathan. Geist and Freemock, they'll feel like, hey, we can do the mid boss. But it could be a contest, actually, for Saint. With this low numbers holding it down, it's actually not so free. Sanya has gotten back to full HP, meanwhile, healing up off a camp. So this one could actually get a little bit spicy. And you see Overseas even letting the wave crash on his shrine. He's so focused on getting to the spike. He recognizes this could be the game all in one. Stonefall from Ivy looking, but the parry is good. Parry used now. It should be free for Leviathan. They grab 2 rejuves. Can they get the 3rd cleaned up as well? Yes, they can potentially. Oh, wait, hold on. It's still not down. Wait, it gets snatched back. Hoot is back in for this one. But that's all he's going to get is a denial on the rejuve. The fight unwinnable in this scenario. Even Taz coming back in. Could maybe take 1 more rejuve away. And even the second one gone. So actually, this contest from Abrahams does mitigate some of the losses, but still 60 seconds with a number of players on the deck. Leviathan up. They have full map control. What do they prioritize here, Dan?
Headed to yellow.
Yeah, it's really tough. There's a comeback on actually for Abrahams that maybe Leviathan will want to try to pick that one up. In fact, they will. Irazumi is going to try to grab that, take it away from them as another fight comes through. There's Irazumi coming, or rather there's the Apollo all coming on through just to slow them down a little bit. But I don't know, is he able to escape here? Apollo is able to basically teleport away.
That's crazy from D-Mod, making a lot of space. Can Together repeat that performance with the Shiv stamina nerfs? With the execute, it's actually a little scary for Geist. She's actually low enough where this isn't a free kill, but Silver comes in. Great read from OCs, doesn't take a risk, stays healthy with that life buff as well. And they do find that pick off onto Shiv. So they're just looking to expand the lead. They're not going to go for a base siege. I think, honestly, you got to credit D-Mob with like baiting all that attention and still escaping. That's really significant when you have all your teammates on respawn, right? Because that's time the enemy is not pushing your base. They're not taking objectives. So as good as this lead is, as strong as Leviathan are in the team fights, Abraham's still keeping themselves, I feel like, that one big team fight from getting back into the game.
Yeah, and it's the problem I think here for Abrahams too is that I don't think they have any like late game carries that can, as the game goes later, start to shift the balance. It feels like, you know, a late game Geist is just too overwhelming against what Abrahams have.
I mean, he's 46k and he is heavily invested into damage. Like, OC's, I mean, I feel like the key is that you have to somehow get on top of him and burst him down in these fights. But that's what makes Guy so good is she has that unique potential to like flip those scenarios around and turn them into really dire overextensions. So for Abrahams, a game is absolutely on an edge of a knife. And the way this has gone it's been a slog for them, right? Like this is the first map of a BO3. Whichever way this goes, we're going to continue on into the series. But momentum-wise, this has to be huge for Leviathan. Like, it's been close, but they've been in control. And so it's been Abrahams who've really been having to sweat this one constantly and have felt on the back foot, I think, through the whole match.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. Like, right from the beginning, that they were down 3 Guardians. It took them forever to be able to get a Guardian, and it was at the cost of like 2 urns, so they could clean up the initial Guardians, just giving that for free. When is it the case that Abrahams is giving urns for free? Like that, I feel like you so rarely see something like that.
And they're just sitting on this roof, man. Like if you come out and farm these waves just an inch beyond what is acceptable, you could find yourself in a world of hurt. That being said, Geist is across the map, so they're going to TP over to the Geist and maybe look to make a play on some of these waves. Like they're very cautious of being ready to support OCs when he does step up close to the base. Definitely a mark of experience here on Leviathan. They recognize that Geist dying is the worst case scenario, right? With her being so far ahead of the game, if she dies, she's going to have a disgusting respawn. It's going to be like an 80-second respawn or something if she dies with this net worth. So, I mean, OC's, you talked about him being one of the best farmers in the world, especially in Europe, and this is going to be that test of that, right? How do you play with your lead? How do you keep this one dialed? And frankly, don't give a single death. He's just, I mean, he's pretty aggressive. He's like snatching this camp away, not giving Mina any way back into the game.
Yeah, just trying to keep the spell slinger stacks up. Just constantly throwing the knives. Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. The fact that Sanya Sniper is competitive at 47k is honestly a testament to Sanya Sniper as a player as well, given how much they've been getting absolutely battered.
Headed to green.
Now some decisions to make for Leviathan. Like most of the available jungle is on your side of the map, but do you really want to fall back and give Abrahams the space to play with? Like it feels like also a dangerous decision here in this moment. But ultimately, I think Leviathan are smart. They need to play for the buffs and the urns, right? Like that's really what forces objectives. Mid boss is not up for a little bit. Going for a base siege is kind of like the way you throw this game away. But Leech likely going to be the buy here for Geist, and I do think that is a huge power spike for her, right? We talked about it's all about can you burst her down, and she's just going to get that like yet tankier, yet harder to bring down and scale with all of her damage. Perma 10 stacks Berserker Geist is kind of insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems very. It's gonna be interesting to see if Abrahams can bring her down.
Yeah,
50k for Sanya Sniper.
She's the player to watch, right? Realistically, in this game, I mean, Sai, maybe he can find some kind of an opening though. Sanya, feeling the pressure of this clock kind of ticking against them, has come out pretty far on the wave, but it seems like Sai just wants to counter push this and keep that map pressure in on Abrahams.
Yeah, pushing these waves out, clearing space. Leviathan now they want to force a fight on the comeback urn, and mid boss is spawning. It's not too far away. It's going to spawn very, very, very shortly. So these are the picks that Leviathan would look for to then convert into a free mid boss.
Could be a fight for the urn. Bosi steps up. This absolutely is going to be likely. E-shift being used by Calico. She's just zoning players away, getting that solid urn control. Are they going to really go deeper for this? Rallying charge being deployed, but does it catch anyone? Sanya low. He's low on the Ivy. Or rather, a Saint low on the Ivy, getting bursted down. Freemug chasing that one. Sanya has to back out of this fight. Scourge being put onto OCs, further increasing his tankiness. Together just cannot stand tall against this. And OCs seems to be cleaning this one up. Big shotgun sends Silver packing, and with the Lycan Curse expiring, this is literally gonna be a bit of a reset, but the swap is good from the Geist. It puts down Sanya at a very low HP. Phantom Strike forward there from Freemug, but he thinks better of that dive without the ultimate.
40k soul difference, or 47k.
Mid boss up.
This is not a good look for Abrahams. It feels like this is. I mean, they're going to have to try to contest the mid boss, but I mean, they're 3 versus 6, so that does not feel viable at all. But at the same time, if 3 rejuves go to Leviathan at this point, the game's over anyway.
Uh-oh. Mina cannot die here. She cannot get caught inside. Does it? The most farmed hero. 80 seconds on the deck for Sanya Sniper. Worst case scenario, and honestly unlucky. for Sonya. He was probably convinced Calco would be in the mid, but Calco goes for a little shop and says, hey, I'll pick up an extra gift on my way to the mid boss. Hoot and Taz, no possibility of challenging for this one. And now it's really going to be dire. 50 seconds now without the carry is a lot of time to work with for Leviathan. This is the moment they should look for a patron drop.
Yeah, this feels like it's the point of no return for sure. It felt like there was always a chance for Abrahams to maybe engineer a fight that could bring them back into the game, but it does seem like this seems like too much at this point. We'll see what they can do as they try to hold the base. 30 seconds until Sanya's back. And I look at this, Leviathan cleaning up every single lane, making sure that they're going to get every single wave crashing in from all these three sides all at once as they commence their push.
Good trap from Hoot there. Keeps Sai off his back for a moment, but he still has to fall back, yielding this high ground bridge. Base Guardian's likely to fall fast here. Do they really want to step up on outside of the base? Back up from Hoot. He's trying to just run for the hills, get the reset back to his own throne, but it's giving a lot of space for these pushers to take. Stepping up once again, Sai is just zoning these players back, keeping the pressure off of OCs, who's staying healthy as the shrines start to drop. And Sai is just kind of fearless, soaking all the attention in that foreground. Has his ultimate, has some powerful defensive tools now on the Calico. Still 3 rejuves. Is there going to be any kind of defense? Demov out deep, caught in a dangerous scenario. Silence. The counterspell is massive, blocks about half the spells on the team there. But Demov still finds himself in a tough spot. The shots come in. One connection from OCs just hits like a truck there. And now he's looking for more. The Geist has found her moment to close out the game. She's done farming. She's leaving the jungle. One shrine standing. And only the trap's kind of holding her at bay, but no one seems poised to be able to actually challenge her.
Yeah, not too much that seems really possible at this point to do. Swap is online as well. So, I mean, even if you get her down close, you can just swap.
She's scary here. She might be low, man, but you do not want to disrespect her. Coming out deep for this kill. Sai finishes off the task here. Sonya super low now, has used the E-shift already, and it should just be game over here. Leviathan, the patron is dropping. Easy game from OCs. He was locked in this game, Dan. Like full control, masterclass carry performance. He might be deathless this game. I truly, maybe he died once in the lane. I mean, this is about as good as it gets as Leviathan take game 1 over Abrahams. Last week was not a fluke. They're here to do it again. And Abrahams have to be shook here going into game 2.
That's a rough one. It's a really rough one. They're going to have to make a lot of adjustments on the draft here, Pocket, it seems, because Abrahams, they got kind of bullied.
Monsieur Pocket.
Hey, Pocket. Pocket, you there? You there, bro?
All right.
Well, we just have to do it without Pocket then, I guess. He's not here, I think. Maybe he died of shock.
He fell asleep, let's be honest. They were kind of farming it up. They were kind of farming it up for quite a hot second there. But honestly, for Leviathan, though, this is what you want to see, right? Because I feel like it would have been so easy to come into this week feeling anxious and feeling like, because I still think you might have won last week, but Abraham, you win that many times in a row, people have to respect you. And respect was given, but Leviathan, they didn't overdo it, right? They played this slow and careful, fully measured, and it felt like unwinnable for Abrahams, right? Like there were so many moments where there was never a moment where I felt, oh, like there's a big chance here. It was like, man, Leviathan aren't giving them any ins. They're so patient. They know they have the late game security with this Geist, and playing with that confidence, they make great decisions. Most of these mid bosses were essentially uncontested. Most of the urns essentially uncontested. That speaks to the experience really on this Leviathan team.
Yeah, and it does bring about a lot of questions here for how the draft should go based on what we saw, and it makes me wonder too. Is I don't know if Mina's first pick material, and I don't think that Leviathan are going to value Mina as first pick material themselves. So it might be one of those one-sided values potentially. I'm not 100% sure there, but I'm starting to question the things that were given up. Silver was extremely oppressive in this game, and that was something that was given up. And instead of being able to get the Billy, their constellation was the Shiv, which I think Shiv is great, but in terms of the frontline utility, especially without that Kelvin in the game, Billy really carries forward a lot of value, and the pressure game from Billy is a lot better than on Shiv as a frontliner, so it creates a lot more space, and then they get the page off the back of that. So it just does seem like, especially with Ivy not really seeing the potential of the Ivy, maybe how some people might be thinking about it. Seems like there's quite a few question marks about the draft here that could, I think, really help Abrahams if they were to make some adjustments.
yeah, like there's definitely signs of hope for them, but in the end, I mean, it doesn't get really better than this for Leviathan to come into the series and to put on a show like that on game one. Like for Abrahams now to be backs against the wall and to have no margin for error the rest of the series. I feel like Sai kind of styled on them last week, and frankly, he kind of did it again here on the Calico. Like you were talking about this, hey, Calico might have gotten tuned back, she might have gotten taken down a little bit in the strength, but she looked about as good as ever. Like still a huge choice. So many times Sai was like swinging in for these crucial cleanup kills in fights that ended up being decisive. And like the space was made. Like this is like everybody understood their role, and Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Alicia!
That is a monster game from OCs. That's nearly the full rainbow.
Is that kind of our go-to MVP, even if they lose the match? What are we thinking here, DDK?
You gotta win with an MVP. You gotta win. If you lose from here, it doesn't matter how good game one was. It's gonna be forgotten, right? But honestly, for OCs, if he has like a decent game two, then again, though, this is a game that's like, it's clinical from OCs, but frankly, you cannot play this way without what the rest of his team is doing. Like he was pretty passive and like they played a very deep late game push, and really honestly what's kind of more impressive for me in that style is that the rest of the team did so well with their 5-man fighting style, right? Like they stayed very comfortable. And Overseas is 0 deaths on Billy. Like think about the last game we just watched. Billy got destroyed, died for like every initiation. 0 deaths Billy is kind of crazy.
1 death as well for Fremont on the silver. Was it the silver steal? Was it the lack of a Kelvin? What hurt Abrahams most here? Because they dominated our challengers matchup, DDK.
Yeah, I think I feel like maybe the Mina pick set them behind in the draft a bit. It seemed like silver, because with Kelvin getting banned, it seemed like there wasn't an answer for a Billy and for a Silver. Because I think, and also potentially for a Calico as well, because these are all heroes that can be very mobile and are very broadly frontliners. And I think that was part of the issue, is that Abrahams got overwhelmed with the broadly frontliners in such a fashion, as Jake mentioned, where not only did it allow OCs to be kind of free farming, and it allowed Ray to always be able to be in good position in the fights, but it created a scenario where Abrahams couldn't take objective fights. So I think that was the biggest problem.
Lady Gyat is owning, says CL Ogaro. Thank you very much, OCs, for the first game in the best of 3 reminder. That's how we play it out here in the grand final. Serious money's on the line, and a big appreciation to Caleros and a few other donators. We are now up to 730. Also, more importantly, we are up to 12,000 people tuning in to Deadlock on Twitch's streams alone. Jake, why is this game picking up so much steam in the last, I guess, 6 weeks? Because we've been doing this for 2 years now.
Look, I think a lot of people are starting to see the potential and the promise that I think people even saw. Like a lot of people tried Deadlock back in the early alpha when it first went like semi-public on the alpha, had that huge spike. I think it was like 170,000 concurrent players. And look, the game was really early and rough at that. So you look back at those stages, there's a lot of gray boxes and unfinished textures, and like huge changes have occurred since then. But now that the game is getting more and more polished, we're getting some of that like trademark unique Valve art style that just can't be beat. Like they're just the best in the freaking business, man, when it comes to some of the creative that comes into these games. I think a lot more people are just seeing what some of the longtime Deadlock fans have been cheering on this whole time. Like this is a special game. I think it's something really unique in the esports space, and I feel like it's kind of like next up, in terms of those big titles.
I think it's the Fiki eggs, whatever that means, chat. All right, that is your first game in the books. DDK, if you're looking for an Abrahams bounce back, because everyone's hoping for a game 3 here, we want to see EU as long as we can. How do they get there? Who are you watching?
Ooh, I don't know what they have to do in the draft. I shot some ideas out there, but I think it does start with the draft. They've got to be more competitive on the objective game, and they can't let the front line be so insane.
Shiv, does he make it through tonight? We'll find out on the other side of the break. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is in the books. Shout out to Solomon and everyone tuning in from around the world. Tell your friends we're breaking records tonight. See you in a second. Shout out to Scout Exclaim, who let us know we are no longer on daylight or Eastern Standard Time. We're on Eastern Daylight Time, okay? We're going to update our Twitch clocks. Apparently had some information wrong. He missed the EU Challenger matchup. But Jake, he's got 2 more games coming, right? There's no way this is a 2-0 in the grand final.
I mean, Leviathan just dropped a 2-0 on us last week. They took the championship in dominant form, and game 1 seemed to me to be a statement victory that they're just going to run it back again. There may be a new dynasty in town, Bucket.
Yeah, learning from production not to ask them to resize your head because they'll just make it go the other way. Well, that's a lot of my face. DDK, can you distract us with something worth watching?
I don't know why you're putting this onto me. I don't know. Can we get to? Let's just do the draft, man. I just want to see what happens.
There we go. I like that. I like that.
See what Abrahams do, man. I want to see what they do.
We just got some more donations on a few other platforms, so shout out to all of our YouTube viewers. Thank you, everyone here on Twitch. Shout out to everyone watching the watch parties, and thank you to everyone who tuned into ZP's first watch party by himself this last weekend. We're going to be doing more of these. He had like 4,000 viewers that you guys are just showing up to watch Deadlock every way, shape, and form. I'm trying to fill for this draft because I know it's coming, Jake, but it's not here yet.
I want to get some love to Dotline468, the super chat on YouTube. Thanks for the $100. To the matches that are actually competitive again. Look, guys, sometimes it takes time, but I feel like this is a story. Hey, we were pitching it. Maybe it was Cope at a time where we're saying, look, the longer you stay champion, the bigger that target on your back gets, the more teams are studying you, vying to surpass you, and the harder it is to stay on top. Maybe the Creeps have been beating that curse so far, but Leviathan have thrown down the gauntlet in EU. Even if they lose the series from here, it's clear that this title is no longer going to be a walkover victory for Abrahams. Like, there is a true competitor now in Leviathan, and honestly, if they win this one 2-0, we might have to update those power rankings and start really considering them the top dogs. Like, I think doing it twice in a row is where, especially after a huge patch that reshapes the game, it doesn't get more compelling than that for me, guys.
McTacos115 with the first time chat over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. I want Lash to bang my wife. Thank you for sitting in the corner, McTacos. Yamars, though, is asking the real question, DDK. Do you think Silver can reproduce while in wolf form?
As your lawyer, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
I was gonna say. I refuse to.
Next question, Puck.
Thank you. Shout out to everyone asking the weird questions in the chat. That's my job here. I will be reading them. These two will be answering all of the official stuff about Deadlock. Real talk, though, when it comes to Silver, is she OP? Because 2 weeks ago, she didn't make it into a single game. She was banned out all 7 of the 7 games. DDK, we've seen her twice out of 2 games so far.
I think Silver's still really good. I think it just depends on what you synergize with Silver, because I think that's why that last draft was so crazy, because it wasn't just Silver you had to worry about. You had to worry about Billy that's in your face, that's disrupting the fights with the chain gang. You also had to worry about Calico that can also chase after Silver is also on the chase. So there's all these, and also there's varying catch tools that they had. So I think that they just had a way to ensure that Silver would have maximum impact in those fights.
Silver first round pick 2 games in a row alongside Billy and Mina. Moa's been double banned out, and we saw a single ban for Shiv in the first game. Kelvin got banned out after the success from Abrahams going into this EU final. So looking at this screen, who do you expect to come into the mix and who gets banned out more? Does Doorman make his first appearance here, Jake?
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Doorman. I mean, in the past, it was really used as a counter to Kelvin. Being giving like a realistic way to actually get out of the Kelvin Dome by using that Doorman door to escape, or maybe even just ult the Kelvin so he can't get his ult off when he wants to. I wouldn't be surprised if it does come up. Maybe it'll be more in NA than EU. Typically, the regions have a bit of a different take on the meta. But Dan, I think you had a great point about last game's draft, which is the Shiv, although I do think he's still good with the Spirit Knives, like doing very, very real damage, he's not as much of a frontliner as he was before, right? He's a little, from that build, you're a little bit more of like a Spirit Nuker. You're very mobile. You can escape. You can deal damage, but can you really just stand toe to toe with Billy and Silver? Last game, the answer was just no. I mean, there wasn't, you never saw it. And I don't think Together's playing wrong. I just think that's not what the hero does. And to your point, they lacked the tools to be able to take those frontal fights. And ultimately, when it came time for the farm check, man, OC's passed.
Jake, we have all agreed you can be our lawyer if we get in trouble. Sorry, DDK, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, did Pocket get banned last time? Because
you guys,
ooh,
a $200 from Subi Juvie. Thank you for adding to our prize pool. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you being here on the Deadlock Night Shift.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, did Pocket get banned last time? Because Pocket is actually one of the answers to like all these frontliners. Drop an Affliction in there and just, you know, GG. But
Chat was expecting Pocket to come in with the 6 pick, and instead they went with Apollo. So I think you might be onto something. Silver's gone, Billy's gone. So what does that mean for our front line? We've got Krill in the game for the first time. DDK, you said you don't think he's OP. Jake said he might be the best character right now.
They tuned him down a little bit, some of his damage, but he's still really good. Like, I think the changes they made to him in the way that his abilities scale definitely makes a big difference.
Wow.
Leviathan stealing the Mina. So Mina didn't work for Abrahams, but they still are making her first pick 3 games in a row, Jake.
I honestly can see the theory behind the Mina pick, because I think the way Mo and Krill is now, you could be on Geist or whatever. I don't think it matters. If you're Mo ulted, you are going to die. Like, it doesn't matter how tanky you are. I think you're basically dead. So instead of going for a tanky hero that won't live anyway, you go for a Mina who is just going to play to never, ever be caught by Mo and Krill. Much easier said than done, but that is, I think, the theory with these picks is just be out of his reach, be away from him to where, okay, he's not gonna, and 2 heroes that would have comboed very well with the Mo.
Okay, this is really interesting.
Still in here, right?
Like, Vindicta's second pick, honestly, I didn't have this read that Vindicta was this high value. And then Shiv still gets a second pick, and even though there's loads available of like very solid picks, and they get the Kelvin, and maybe that's got something to do with it.
We're going to game 3. I'm calling it now. Thank you for another 25. This is from Rick from RL. Is that Rick from Rocket League? Welcome in, dude.
It's got to be, but this is, I kind of agree with you, Bucket. This first 3 is kind of terrifying from Abrams. Love the Abrams pick. Love it, love it, love it. I think the number one thing you need versus Mo and Krill right now is stuns. You need a way to hard stun him instantly out of the ult to save your teammates. They could look for something like a Viscous, like the Cube, but Viscous took a couple nerfs. I don't know that it's that likely here. And you could always just combo the Viscous first, and then he's in real trouble. But lots of hard stuns that just instantly break the combo. It's going to be a long time until Mo builds like Unstoppable or something. It really does slow his game down. So is there a spike for Mo?
Like, is there a counter in terms of play style? Apollo is not going to be played, apparently.
Yeah, I guess Apollo could have been nice with the Riposte is like a decent, reliable stun that breaks the Mo ult, and he can just be so evasive that it might be hard to like dome him or get on top of him with Shiv. I think I would love to see like a page here for Leviathan. Wait, they go with the Yamato, which I think this might be the first time we've seen Yamato played.
In 3 weeks.
Yeah, in a while. We were kind of talking about this in the new patch. There's a lot more sources of Shred in the game, but Yamato has a natural Unstoppable in her ulti, which is pretty unique in the game, right? It's one of the only characters that has that reliably from the first time you level the ulti, not gated till the ultra late game. So it is a hero that can kind of stand toe-to-toe with Shiv and Kelvin, but sometimes inside that Kelvin dome, it just doesn't matter what your build is and how tanky you might think you are. Like, that's a pretty tough spot to be, especially with the level of brawling that the Abrahams are continuing to draft. Celeste and Venator, monster damage now to pour into the Mo combo or the Kelvin dome.
Didi?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. So one extra thing with Yamato is I believe her Power Slash goes further now as well. So there's more range to it, which is interesting. But I'm curious with Abrahams because they got Rem with this like Kelvin, like Venator Celeste situation last time. I wonder if, but it kind of feels like they need damage. They need like more DPS, like just straight DPS. Because Mo, you don't get that from Mo, really Shiv, Kelvin, or Celeste. You only get it from Venator right now. And the tankiness on Leviathan with the page added in is kind of nasty. So, but also the Abrams Vindicta combo, that's pretty classic. As well as like the Shiv Kelvin combo. So really different draft from both teams.
I kind of like
the last time we saw Yamato? Can you guys let us know, production? Grey Talon makes his appearance as well. I feel like we saw him one game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a lot of active ganking potential now for Abrahams. You've got the Great Talon Bird from long range getting that big stun. Then Mo gets on top of you with a combo. Kelvin domes you in. You could be very farmed in the late game, and you still might have to respect the level of global threat in this comp and their ability to kind of turn fights around. I think this is a more well-rounded draft from Abrahams. At the same time, Leviathan, I like they've gone a lot of stuns. They've got Ivy with a stone form. They've got Abrams with the charge. They've got Paige with the rallying charge, like that ultimate. And so a lot of ways to interrupt the combo. Lots of heroes who can kind of assist. Yamato, whom is a little scared of Mo at times, right? Because if you just get combo before you press the ultimate, oh, that feels, you just die, right? You don't get any of your buttons off. You don't really get to tank. So it's a feast or famine frontline for sure from Leviathan. A lot of confidence in their ability to just outplay. I think Abrahams have set themselves up with a much more solid draft and a tougher test for Leviathan in game 2.
Abrams, though, chat saying that his cooldown can't keep up with Mo and Krill. Is that the big, like, 1v1 to look at? Is that not true, Jake? Am I talking to Plat chat over here? What's happening?
You can combo the Abrams, right, before he's ready, like before he pins you, you know? But I mean in the sense that as long as you're with your teammates, there's enough stuns in the lineup where someone can stun the Mo after he uses combo and get the player who's in trouble out of dodge. And that's, I think, generally Mo's weakness. If you get stunned out of burrow, you lose all your survivability, right? You get disabled is ultimately kind of your weakness on Mo. That being said, that all predicates on the game still being close and competitive. And for Abrahams, you know, if you find somebody alone and there's no one to help them, Mo is going to eat them up alive. So I actually think Abrahams have set themselves up with a very new patch draft, but one that is kind of unique to them. I think they've looked like the best GT team. Hoot has had some of the biggest games on Great Talon of anyone that we've seen on the night shift. And so it's kind of hard to bet against them in a comp that gives them, I think, a lot more playmaking and a viability in the team fights than they had in the last map.
I think also Talon's Spirit Burst is actually going to be very, very effective against both Mina and Vindicta. As airborne targets, the Spirit nuking there is a really good way to kind of create loss of threat. Paige is also pretty immobile, and also if you catch Paige, she will just instantly die to a few of those power shots later on. So I think the Grey Talon is actually a really, really nice pick.
Piper, if your name was Grey Talon, what noise would you make? Black is right. That is correct.
Nice.
All right, we got Grey Talon ready to rock. We've unplugged my headphones, so Solomon, if you're talking to me, I'm just winging it right now. Jake, TDK, game number 2 coming your way. We got Leviathan versus Abraham, and I have to go make macaroni and cheese, I'm told. Let's get into this bad boy. Also, real quick, I got the message from Solomon for our $200 donation from Subi Jubi. They say, thanks for all you guys do. I love Night Shift, and I'm hoping for a Leviathan repeat win. Yamato last picked episode 25. Jake, does it happen here on episode 29 with a dub, a 2-0 completion?
I'm worried for him. Puckett. I got to be honest. Great to see Piper on the show. Totally lovely. Love the announcement call. If Great Talent is squawking, we'll know it's time for a game 3. We'll have to see, though, if Abrahams can actually get that much mileage out of the character. Can they get that snowball rolling, get all that spirit buff, as you were talking about, Dan, over to the GT and get him to that explosive potential that we know Hoot has?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, the impact of the getting the last hits with the birds. I think a bit more forgiving now as well. There's a longer window, I think, after connecting the ult damage to getting the reward if there is a kill that happens. I think that's
same for Vindicta's snipe, right? But a lot of these like infinite scaling tools are not as brutal. Like you need to hit the last hit anymore. Drifter can even get it, even if he just gets the assist instead of the actual kill itself. On an isolated target. So it makes sense. I mean, some of those abilities are like a little weird to be like, you need to kill steal on Vindicta to get this scaling, or GT as well. So a little bit more team centric. But I gotta say, Dan, I like this Abrahams draft a whole lot more. That being said, Abrams took some big nerfs, got, I think, completely ignored in the first 2 games drafts, but I do think this hero was not bad. Like, he is still good. Maybe he was the best hero in the game before, and he's not quite that dominant anymore. But you got to respect the threat of the big blue man.
Yeah, you certainly do. I gotta say, I'm still not super used to the new Abrams, because obviously there's quite a few changes made to Abrams and his ultimate, as well as, I mean, I guess like the Siphon Life as well was actually kind of a buff for him, because it will work in 360 degrees, I think, around the Abrams model. So you actually will get like more lifesteal off of it. So there's definitely some improvements in that respect.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to highlight is that you have that big AoE from the first skill, or it's a little bit smaller in terms of directly forward, but the circle around you means if you try to jump on the Abrams and like swarm him while it's up, you're just all going to be feeding him a ton of lifesteal, and it could kind of go wrong. So before, if Mo comboed you and you were like looking away, you just aren't getting any lifesteal. Now you're still going to get a little bit of that health back. On top of that, the ulti, when it's maxed, has a pretty enormous AoE. So really hard to evade that stun once you get to the late game. And I think people might be put a little bit higher priority on leveling the ulti. That being said, still, it's kind of hard to compete with the charge, right? Those levels are so valuable on Abrams.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this Mo
Prod just catering to the Mo fans, man. Absolute Mo. And by the way, Mo is absolutely smoking them on this lane. I mean, he is diving the tower at 2 minutes against Abrams. And Celeste is here too. Overseas on the Abrams this game. Pin dodge from Mo, though. And this is a tough start together, giving him the business here on the Mo.
Yeah, it's kind of a brutal start, but it's the kind of start that they need after last game, where they were behind from literally the start of the game. They never really recovered. So get an early pick from OCs on the Mina. OCs does have a nasty Mina, so that's gonna be fun to see. We talked about Sanya Sniper doing a good job farming before in the previous game. I'm sure you're going to see OCs with a as good or better performance than that.
I will say last game, it was very much his role to play things very slow, to be that, you know, alarm that like, hey, at some point in the game, we will just win if my GT or my Geist rather gets completely out of control. But this game, I think there's a little bit more pressure to show kind of what Sanya has been doing on the Mina, which is to play tempo, to be aggressive and to make things happen. Together, by the way, got dominated in a trade there and has to go all the way back to base. I think this is pretty powerful in the lane, kind of gives a lot of room for Overseas and Irizumi to recover into this one. Taz is back yet again. 2 very early roams to this lane and not really getting any kills from them, but I guess this is the value of Celeste, right? Her mobility means you could just make it to these side lanes incredibly quickly, but finding yourself in a 1v1 with Mina in the open may not be the fight you want.
Yeah, definitely not. And who's definitely going to be susceptible, for sure. You can see him trying to block the line as best as possible.
Clean moves from Hood there. Just dodges all the damage. No love bite proc from the Mina. Kind of stylish, and Taz comes back in to kind of send her back.
And that's very impactful too. You know, your health as a resource on the lane is so important because it just, if you can get the opponent's health down, all they can do is stand at the tower, so they can't apply any pressure onto the lane. Suddenly, you can get all the boxes you want. You can get, like start like raiding their creep camps and stuff like that. You can get, you know, the ability to kind of gank other lanes, and it's a bit more unknown. So just keeping that health resource up allows you to also push when there's opportunities. So really important.
Big trade coming in. Shiv, Calvin in a lane that we came to know and fear could be back this patch as some potential tower dives coming in here. Only 1 knife on the Yamato. But there's also rotation in Taz. He's just in every single fight right now on the Celeste. Yamato getting this heal behind tower, the extra health. Working overtime to keep him up into this one. I mean, I gotta say, like, despite all the ganks Taz is going for, Hood is kind of holding it down in the mid lane. He's not really falling behind at all because of being solo in this lane. In fact, he's getting a lot of souls and not being punished for it. So the birds, I mean, first one has already flown. I didn't even see that one. And now further availability of that global gank. Every time that GT bird is up, you can expect somewhere on the map, somebody's going to get active.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's always fun to see how like the bird can assist the ganks and so on. Who's going to be counting on that? You know, we saw, I think, one of his last games. He managed to get like plus 50 or something spirit on the bird in the first 10 minutes. So that's pretty extreme, but we'll see if he, you know, what he's able to do in this game.
Chat wants to know, is there an easy way to check in on the eggs? There's a lot of egg talk here, boys.
Like, I don't think anyone's buying the egg, chat. You guys are crazy. I don't think anyone has a goose egg. Maybe we could check a quick tab. I gotta say, the egg item is a troll item. I don't think it's actually good in competitive play. It gives up a lot of early damage. We'll see if I'm wrong, if anyone is buying. I think maybe the Kelvin bought it in game 1. I think maybe we've only seen one on the night as nice little kill picked up by Taz, but ultimately it's Hoot who does the lion's share of the damage.
Oh, there's an egg. Yeah, Saint's got it.
Okay.
Oh, we got a Fiki egg.
Fucking doesn't know what that means, guys. I don't know what it means either, but just...
Same.
So they did buff this item today, right? In that most recent patch, giving a little bit more souls per minute. Kind of makes sense on Kelvin, and he is, to be fair, still winning the lane despite big combo. First combo of the game. It's on to Abrams, but he is tanking that no problem. And actually, the fight seems to turn around the other way. Rallying charge, catches Mo, denies him from escaping from this one. Do they have the catches to come in? A big heavy does connect, but I don't know if you have the life to get out of that. Sanya, big damage on him. And the ulti comes slamming in from overhead. Overseas picks up that kill. together, overplaying the hand, really. I mean, Mo is better, but you can't just dive under tower and ult the full HP Abrams behind Page.
Yeah, that's a bit bold. Izumi very low on that Page, though. Yeah, right now, I mean, it's a way better start for the Abraham side. Like, it's just night and day difference. Looking way more active and able to kind of assert themselves. Like, pressure like that, you know, they're forcing the Abrams back off the cab. And that Guardian is gonna go down right now, I think. There we go, it gets taken out, and now the cover here for the Abrams for Overseas is now gone. So gotta be pretty careful. But there's lots of work to do. Hyperline.
Yeah, it gets a little zip knock.
It's a little
slow down the pace there from the, I believe that was Together's Mo. I'm not sure at that range, but it's nice. But an early game that has already gone drastically better than game ones for Abrahams. Like, they are very much into this game with a pretty significant advantage. The bird comes in, slams down a Vindicta. There's 3 Shiv Knives in her. She's bleeding out. Ticking down into this one. The dome comes out from Kelvin to sustain Saint. Are you going to be able to even find a punish kill? Yamato rips the ulti. Should be able to find a kill on this Kelvin. Shiv, though, wants to punish, and the longer this takes, the worse it gets. Fremont, though, gets that one done pretty quick. Still has the health. Should be okay in this one, especially with Shiv being quite low on the daggers. Maybe a little bit more damage to be put in. A little bit of disrespect being deployed here from Demov. And I think diving the wall or the tower is just a little bit too much considering Fremont's health total.
I think one of the changes I also saw for Shiv was I think they increased the knockback of the shotgun a little bit more on the right click.
Oh, no way. From downtown, man. Fremont just did not see that coming. The shotgun boost, yet more crucial. Despite the 2 stam nerf, man, like, if you have sick movement on the shotgun burst, they made that more crucial, I think, on the character. But some of these top players, they were relying on that way more than their stamina anyway.
Yeah. And I think they increased the, I think they increased it from 12 meters to 18 meters or something for the Shiv, like, execute to make the killing blows a little bit easier to land. So that wouldn't have been possible without today's patch as well, I think.
It's a good point. That's swarming dive forward. Kelvin does not have dome, just running back from this one, recognizing that this many players coming in, it's just not a defendable tower. Looks like maybe some contest happening in the mid where still a very healthy Guardian up for Leviathan, kind of keeping them on the map here and active. As Taz, once again, rotating now. He's on the Mina from behind there in the left lane. Seems like more action here taking place elsewhere. Some shots coming in from Venator, but yeah, it's not enough. Mina, I mean, Mina's just happy to take a failed gank and get out of there without taking damage. Like, that's doing her job very well. She has to pop the ulti to scare Celeste off, but very worthy trade for someone who's mostly focused on farming, right? And to take a 2-for-1 gank and to come out the other side unscathed and keep up the farm rate, very nice.
There's the lift coming through onto this left side to gank on top of the double sinners. Really nice, nice gank bringing in the Abrams. That's honestly kind of terrifying.
Tactical nuke coming in. Neither team wants to make a mistake, though. I mean, the game virtually even right now. The Urn pick up the first meaningful objective to really contest here. Looks like Abraham's a little more dominant in the area. Low coming in with combo online. It's going to be a tough one to contest. Seems like Leviathan are going to just yield this first Urn pickup 2 together. Are they going to contest the drop-off, though? There's a Yamato in deep behind. Fremont actually wants to fight this one out. Urn dropped over to Celeste, though, who's probably the best Urn carrier in the game with her natural movements. Hold on, though. Big connection. That's going to drop the Urn. Yamato denies that one away. Is there going to be a combo deployed? Not just yet from Together. Waiting it out for now, trying to get a little bit more damage on Yamato first. Maybe looks for Page. Oh, sick parry from Page. And now, Together finds himself in a world of trouble. The burrow, though, might be enough to get him out.
Yeah, still looking to get aggressive here as well onto the Page, and now the Shiv comes into the picture, and suddenly this Page is mega dead. I don't know how you're going to possibly survive this. Look, he's just trying to get the combo out there. Boom.
The chat spamming Mo and Krill. They want blood, and they'll get it this time. Demov gets the finish. More kills for the Shiv. 5 streak for Demov. Has been one of the best Shiv players in the world in the past. Sonya finds OCs, and everything's starting to crumble right now for Leviathan. Abraham's winning across the map in a lot of these trades. Looks like a desperation dive from Ivy to maybe go for the Guardian, but he's just getting smoked.
And you can kind of see why the Kelvin ban came in, I think, because the goose egg makes sense on, or the egg makes sense on Kelvin, just because also, like, the damage isn't the point of Kelvin, really. Like, you know, he's healing, he's slowing, he's able to move quickly, he drops the domes, and so the supportive element, I think, is where all the value is. So I say, it checks out for him at least.
Yeah, I do think this is where the item shines, right? Is on these like very heavy supports that are really going to build to enable teammates rather than focusing on their own game or their own individual plays. The fact that Kelvin has been so active this game despite holding the egg does make it look like a pretty compelling choice for this build. Together showing threat now on the side lane, just controlling a lot of this area of the map for Shiv. A counter kill though onto Sonya will be exactly what the Doctor ordered in this game. He pops the Iridomini, trying to turn this one around and get some big punches in, but just can't quite find it. OCs finishes him off before the pure hit does come in onto Sai. GT is slamming. Oh my god, arrow after arrow into OCs, drops him down. We're starting to see some of the potential here. Only 10 spirit from the bird stack, so not a ridiculous exponential scaling game here for the GT, but picking up a mid guardian would be a quite nice little reward here for the great talent to continue playing tempo.
Yeah, solid pick up there onto that mid guardian, and still left guardian up for the Abraham's side. So they're in a really good spot now to kind of start pushing all the lanes, trying to be a bit more oppressive.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That was a little greedy. Hootie stayed on the zip way too long, but Together it's going to bail him out of trouble. And a bird could set up a counter kill here. Together drops the combo, setting up a free hit now onto Fremont, who gets pulled by the Ivy, who's not quite able to finish the job. Fremont pops the ultimate, but he's just on a sliver of HP. Surely he can't play his way back into this. Getting that heal coming in. Wait, the rallying charge buffs him up yet more. But inside the dome, he just runs out of gas.
Oh my god, that's great. that hyperline onto who was almost... I mean, that was like, that backfired so much, it seems. They did at least like get all the ults out, I suppose, from Abraham's. Although I think that most of them should be able to come back by the time the urn is up, but still.
At this stage in the game, though, a couple kills, you're really happy to get that kind of a trade. Mina getting active. I think OCs is recognizing this is not a game he can play passively. He needs to start turning around their fortunes in the here and now. There's a Mo and Krill deep in enemy territory, but he's just teeping away. He's kind of just playing with them on the Mo Krill. And by the way, a couple times off camp, Demov has just solo killed overseas. So while Shiv might not be the most dominant pure frontliner anymore, Abrahams with all these nerfs has shown that he just can't survive the damage in a 1v1. I mean, Decay plus these knives, fully maxed now. Super threatening from Shiv.
Yeah, 15k ahead is pretty sizable at this point in the game, especially when even on objectives. So this is definitely looking like it has the makings of a 3 mapper here, unless Leviathan can kind of come online in some respects, but not finding the value as they did in the early game, it just really makes the complexion of the match is so different in that because of that. And Vindicta's really far behind, for example. That's something that they were not struggling with in the previous map either.
This game feels so difficult right now. It's like to play from behind against a huge Mo and Krill is just so hard. Like, it's so easy to just bleed kill after kill to Mo and his ganks, especially with Kelvin behind, where typically against the Mo, I feel like you want to try and have a big team fight where you can protect each other from combo, but the Kelvin Dome plays exactly into that. The bird, the heat-seeking missile there has found its target, stuns Abrams and the Ivy to mitigate some of their initiation, but I think Sonya may still be going down here. Got caught off by big numbers just playing off the shield, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, he's juking and trying to make this kill take as long as possible, but still, 40 seconds on the clock provides an opportunity here for Leviathan to work with. Still, the damage is still pouring in. Abrahams want to double down. They want to win this fight, get a punish for losing their carry. They will find Rayek from Together comboing in the backline. Mina's think sensing, maybe I can kill the Shiv, but so far, clean movement with these shotgun bursts from Demov gets him out of trouble.
Yeah, man, Demov is so tanky. I mean, OCs is the most farmed player on the team and was pumping him with shots, and I didn't really feel like his health bar was moving very quickly at all. That's worrying. That's very worrying. And it's collected for Abrahams again, and it's a comeback urn, and honestly, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot to turn this one in, especially on Celeste. She can just, we'll jump into this. And in comes the bird from the back.
Coming in. Oh, and a stun on the Ivy. Air-to-air missile, but hold on, they dropped the urn. It's not free. Damage comes in. Celeste already down. Doesn't even get much damage off. Kelvin Dome denies the urn drop, but seems like the rest of Leviathan are fighting into this. They're up 6v5 here. This could be a decent fight for them. Rayek over the top as well. pumping in damage, but so healthy are the rest of the Abraham's members. Shiv swarms forward, gets that execution now onto Fremont, and things are looking dire. The melee's coming in, making sure that no one can steal this urn away. Wait, Vindictus can almost get the pickup. Parry attempted, but it doesn't work this time. Another pin comes in, together finally goes down. OZ's getting active now on the Mina, and in the desperate scenario, Leviathan seem to have snatched this fight away. If they get the urn finish here and yet more kills for OCs, they could be back into this game. Abrahams, they don't want to let it happen. The second GT bird of the fight coming in. D-Mob looking for kills. A big catch though. The shotgun from Sonya connects against the full stun. And now the urn still in contest. Abraham's continuing to double down on this engagement. Will they be ultimately successful? Fremont is back and he wants to tangle, going for the dunk, but the urn is snatched away. Shiv bleeding out now. Needs to somehow get away, but the wall stun is good. Abrams, Fremont, swarming forward, just continuing. No one is going to be allowed to do this urn. Leviathan still, it's 2v4 now. The player advantage started to turn against them. Hoot surely is going to get the melee and does deny. And Sonya still full health. The ultimate rip, they're going to keep doubling this down. I mean, there's only 15 seconds on the respawn for some of these players. Could be more attempts coming in on this one, but Fremont starting to run out of gas. Sonya still healthy, still dominating, and finally the dunk does come in from Hoot.
Oh my god.
An incredibly hard fought and extended engagement. And a combo on OCs, hold on. It's somehow still not over, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm not super convinced who came out on top here, to be honest. Even though the urn went in for Abrahams, they obviously lost a few players on that battle, and so for Leviathan, it feels like it wasn't too bad. Obviously, they're still 20k behind, so that kind of sucks. But that was kind of crazy. I think that's the biggest like hot potato battle I've ever seen of in terms of the urn.
Yeah, like honestly, for Leviathan, really well executed. Like that is inches from being a full comeback type of team fight. Like if you get the urn and you win that fight more decisively, I think you're right back in the neutral. But in the end, the dunk is so valuable to be done on the opponent's side of the map. But it does still show there's fight left in Leviathan. They're not giving up on this game. They're going to make Abrahams work for every inch. Abrahams need to keep this one clean. Like Taz kind of went in first there and just got instant bursted. Feels like that really shouldn't be happening in these team fights, or is kind of the worst case scenario considering how much of a glass cannon the Celeste is.
We dispel magic on the Mo. Yeah, this Mo is a little bit scary right now. Sonya Sniper in the meantime he's farmed up to 25k, so Sonya Sniper is going to be actually quite a problem.
Yeah, Venator, pretty big issue considering like Abrams, Yamato, these are heroes that want to get in and fight in the front line. They're 10k down on the Venator, so trying to get on top of him may not be the fight you actually want. Shiv getting initiated on. The stake is good. So many control abilities coming in. Calvin doing his best to pump the heals. They do have the dome. If you dive a little bit too deep for the Shiv, you could find yourself in trouble, and they've done just that. Hold on, the rallying charge comes in to break the combo through the dome. But Mina caught in alone, using the Sanguine, has to just outplay, has to live just a few more seconds. The rest of the team coming into support. OCs may actually be out of the woods for now, but Fremont dies in his stead. And if you end up getting any more kills here, this is disastrous. Remember, mid-boss, the real value of the contest, but Mina lives, but not only that, but holding a bag too. Like, that could have been the game if OCs dies right there. Instead, you're still on the precipice of defeat. Leviathan need to find their moment to come back into this. It doesn't seem like it's going to be now, man. Paige getting run down. Dodges one arrow. And GT's out of shots, but in the end, it's just too little too late for Irizumi.
Okay, might be in some trouble. I don't know. Actually, Ray is so underfarmed. Same with Irizumi on the page. I guess a little bit more expected, but a 13k Vindicta is a non-issue at this point. 13k. Sonya Sniper has double the amount of souls there, and it's another comeback unturned in. So it's so interesting how this is like the reverse of what happened to Abrahams, but like Abrahams are now doing it to their opponents, Leviathan, even more dominatingly than they were dominated in the first match.
I gotta say, great point from the chat. Can we check in on Saint's Egg? We need a status report. If he's still, I mean, last time we saw him, I think he held it until he could sell it for refresher when it was like 3,000 plus souls. This is getting scary. Like if he holds this another, few minutes, like pretty soon it's just a refresher, right, in your pocket, which is kind of insane considering you're already in this kind of an advantage. 2,000 souls, tons of permanent buffs as well to make you extra tanky. Hold on, a catch in the mid lane. But going on it together, that's kind of your hardest target in this one. Leviathan, they're committing heavily. The rescue beam, though, ensures together is going to be just fine. He looks to reset out of this one. But the rest of the team maybe throwing good money after bad. Dome used purely defensively. Someone's inside of that. A combo, though, onto Mina, but in the air, where's the damage fall? GT is doing enough, and oh, just a second before the combo ends, who finishes off OCs? That's your most farm hero hitting the deck. Damage problem is going to be very real right now as Abrahams wants to get a massive cleanup that opens up the game for them. Dimov, is he going to bleed out? It's very close on this Shiv. Oh, but that's brutal for Leviathan. I think Dimov is safely back to base.
This is crazy. I mean, that dome coming in to block the Nox Nostra really, I think, says it all. Just there's no way to kill these people. Like, it's so hard to kill them. Again, it feels like Kelvin maybe is going to be first ban territory again.
Yeah, I think that's really the story of this game. Is like Saint dominates his lane alongside Shiv, and then you just feel like you can't team fight into the Kelvin. I think Mo is another huge problem, letting both of these heroes through. Might have been a mistake here. I mean, and Yamato fighting on the high ground, caught, and they just get the reju before Hook goes down, so he's able to get the respawn. Oh, that's so painful. You would have loved to have him on the deck. Yeah, you do take one reju away, but ultimately, this Walker down should just be mincemeat. Leviathan, are you really going to defend 5v6 into double reju? Such a tall order. Maybe they go for it anyway. I mean, it's a desperate scenario.
So here we go, the push onto the Walker, and I mean, this could be a very fast one here. The damage is so out of control, and I also feel like, you know, when it's like a Hoots, I mean a GT that's, I guess, played by Hoots, the burst spirit damage, there's just no way when you don't have any farm to even have the resistances to even begin to deal with that, and just like 2 arrows in you, and that's like you're already back. You have to go back to base, and so I don't know how they can even mount a defense here.
Yeah, I feel like you just get, I mean, we saw it, like Mina got comboed, and like the only follow-up was 2 arrows from GT, and that was enough for the full burst kill from full HP. And even it was a combo like in the air that wasn't ideal, it wasn't like a clean setup for damage, and it's still good enough. So, I mean, somebody's just dying to the combo. If that happens, you're so far behind, and you take another 25k off the net worth, and now we're talking, you're more or less doubling them on Abrahams in terms of the real power you have in the fight. Sonya, 35k this game, 36 now. So disgusting performance on the Venator. Maybe deathless right now. Maybe he's died like, I think he died once, maybe twice, but huge performance from him on the farm. He's absolutely massive. GT Birds patrolling the skies. A big gank though on this left side lane where Abrahams are actually quite split. All 6 players from Leviathan pouring into this one. This could actually be a chance to punish. You might be pretty strong on the Mo Krill. They do get the burst on the Ray, but the numbers advantage is absolutely massive. You see that scoring onto absolute everyone from together, but still 1 rejuve left. Sonya, is he going to be down for the second time? The Kelvin Dome keeps him up, keeps him stable. The rallying charge comes through, but the Kelvin Dome healing is absurd. Getting the front line back up to absolutely full HP. The parry onto the Shiv. Not much of a victory here as Leviathan dropping everyone to the deck. It looks so good for that second finish onto Sonya, but then Saint comes in like an absolute ton of bricks. The Dome comes in, and he's even popped the refresher. Already has another one, should he need it for the next team fight.
They're 60k ahead. I mean, it's actually disgusting right now how far ahead Abrahams are. They played this game super well, and we talked about how important the compositions were, and I think we're kind of really seeing that play out here, because obviously we're in a new meta. You know, teams are figuring it out, but there's been a clear success. There's clear successes and clear failures, I think, when it comes to that. And we're going to see both shrines get taken out here for, you know, there's no harassment that's even possible.
Oh, they only go for 1. They're not risking it at all. They're playing very safe. I actually kind of like this play. The second one is very tanky now. Would have been risky. You're running Urn at the same time. No reason to take that kind of a gamble, because now you just can re-siege again if you want. You can also kind of force Leviathan to, you kind of give them their own taste of their own medicine, like make them sit in this kind of brutal deficit where you just feel like there's nothing you can do, and bask in it, enjoy it, because we're going to a game 3 the way this one looks right now.
Yeah, and you also get souls from the shrines now too, so it's more of a, I don't know if that's needed, but they added that in.
I mean, you get a lot of benefits for knocking 1 shrine. 2 waves of super creeps. The super creeps are stronger than they were before, and Shiv is just diving the base right now. I don't know about this play, but he's in, man. He's absolutely disrespected. They're just going to go grab the second shrine as well. They read that Leviathan were going to go out and take a risk here, but I mean, this is a nice pin into the curse from the Shrine. Wait, insane initiation from Overseas. This last rejuve is just about to end. The Mo combo still comes down though, and the stat check is just too real, man. Leviathan,
Yeah.
that's like the dream start to a fight, and Default is crouch standing him. Nice little pin cancel from Overseas. It's gonna get him back to base, but that's kind of the only reward you're getting into this one. Saint has used the dome. He's on a sliver of HP. Kelvin could be dying here, and yeah, Osees does get that kill. Still a mountain to be climbed here as Sonya executes Osees with extreme prejudice. The pin comes in. Demov, he's gonna bleed out pretty hard from his passive, but the punish is just too brutal, man. Sonya, server admin mode right now. Patron drop coming in. I think you can make up defense here for Leviathan, though, and I suspect the Abrams are gonna respect it. Play for that next key objective timing. Overseas wants to fight anyway, and he's dead. He's gone. That's an Abrams. If you missed it, I don't blame you. And this one looks over. Yeah, Fremac's gonna go send it too. I mean, at this point, it is just kind of all in for the death. Ult pop very defensively. He's just gonna dive forward with it. Try to use everything on the Hoot to bring him down, but it's just not realistic at this point in the game.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do against the Kelvin domes. Do seem to be so insanely impactful. Obviously, Saint's really good on the Kelvin. He's got great dome timing, but every fight that of recent memory that Leviathan are like, okay, we can take a fight here. Then the Kelvin dome comes in, and it seems like the worst fight of all time because it's impossible to kill anyone. So I yes, fully expect Kelvin to be mega super banned in the next draft as we see the conclusion of map 2, which is after being dominated. It's a statement win. Abrahams were even more dominating of their opponents to force it to a third map.
Yeah, that's a big one. One that they really needed, right? Because you think about it, the last 3 maps they played against Leviathan, they've lost. So to be able to bring this one back and do it in style with a comp where, yeah, Hoot's on the signature, Great Talon, they get their hands on the Mo, which, I mean, it looks pretty insane this patch, and a much better showing for Shiv. I think a comp that really let Shiv shine in the amount of damage he could get. Like in the early game, he was solo killing Abrams over and over and over again. Just too much damage for Abrams to sustain through. Vindicta just couldn't get off the ground. You called it in the early game, right? Like the power of GT to knock her out of the air, to finish her off with some of those charge shots, felt very significant. I mean, we just didn't feel the impact from Vindicta this game at all, frankly.
GDK, it was a one-sided affair in game 1. Elysium, aka Osees, looking like he was going to earn the MVP. Who is now in the running from the Abrams side? Abraham,
I mean, you could say it's tough. Between Sanya, Demov, who, and say I almost feel like Saint because of how impactful the Kelvin was. Like the Kelvin was the pillar of the entire team in terms of like getting those key domes in time that allowed Demov to just absolutely crush. So I probably would say Saint.
Jake, did the Fiki egg have any impact?
I mean, it was decent this game. I mean, this is the value of the character that, yeah, like we talked about, mostly is about the slows, and the healing you can do is not as important that you actually deal your own damage, even in the laning phase, especially laning with Shiv, who's got more than enough damage of his own. So it got you the refresher online a little earlier. To be honest, I don't really think it mattered this game. Like, I don't think it would have moved the needle at all. But you know what?
The meme has no impact.
I'm happy for the egg enjoyers. You know what? I'm going to let them have their fun.
Yeah, we used to have Viper pregnancy enjoyers. I'm much more comfortable around egg enjoyers for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm also a huge Gray Talon enjoyer. So is my daughter after watching some of these plays. He was shutting down the Vindicta out of the sky, converting some kills of his own. Is GT going to be back in play? We see him about once a night shift, it seems, in the most recent weeks.
I think GT was, he was the 6th pick. I think he is still a strong hero, but I think he's in the situational territory. And I think with the squishy heroes on Leviathan, inclusive of these airborne ones as well, like the Vindicta, like the Page, and also the who am I missing here? There was one more. I don't know who it was.
Vindicta, Page. I blacked out. I saw that we just got a raid and I blacked out. We got back-to-back raids. Thank you, Zero. Thank you, Duck. All of the Deadlock streamers coming in to check out our EU final now that it's going to a game 3. DDK, are we going to see Abrahams return to their throne? Or do you think Leviathan, last week's champ, could go 2 for 2?
Oh, it was Ivy. Yeah, I think Abrahams will probably win. But I think we're kind of going into what should be the best map, obviously, because both teams kind of are like feeling each other out, feeling out the drafts. And I think Kelvin's going to get banned. And I think also the lesson was learned for not allowing Leviathan to just like load up on the front liners like they did in that map 1 loss from Abraham's perspective. So I think we'll be going into like a really awesome third map.
Final question for you, Jake. Together was not on the Shiv. They put Demov on that as Together took the Moen Krill. That caught some people off guard. Is there a reason? Because Together is known as one of the best Shivs of all time.
I mean, I think Demov is like right there with him in terms of skill on the Shiv. And so it's more about who's got the experience on the Mo. That I don't think we've seen either of these players really play Mo before. So maybe Together, you know, felt a little bit more confident in that pick. I also think Demov likes to play a little bit more of the scaling, and even though Mo in this patch does more damage, he's still ultimately not really going to be a primary scaling character. Although he did have more souls in this game than Demov in saying that. So I think either of these players can handle it. You have an embarrassment of riches really on Abraham's as far as their ability to flex. I do think though Leviathan, if they can just get a better draft, I think that's ultimately where they lost this one. Like letting the Mo through, I think was an oversight, and then they had to react really hard in the draft to try to deal with it. And it just felt like it kind of pulled them in every direction. They still had those moments, like thinking about that crazy Urn fight, that like they could have just barely gotten back into the game. It wasn't as one-sided as it might have appeared from the stats. But nonetheless, to even be in that situation in the first place shows how well Abraham's kind of dominated given this draft. So maybe with the fresh look, Leviathan can bring this one back and secure a defense of the title. But Abraham's going to make him work for it here in Game 3.
With that huge raid coming in from Vegas, we are now over 14,000 viewers on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift across all of our view parties. And of course, we are live with over 3,500 on YouTube. It keeps growing. It keeps getting better. And so do the games on the other side of the break. Ladies and gentlemen, lock in. We're going the distance here in EU.
I see Kelvin.
Let's go to York. I see Yamato. I see Yamato. Nice work.
I see Kelvin.
Let's go to York.
Get ready to slap some hams. At least that's what Leviathan is trying to tell each other as we get into game number 3. We got Jake and DDK on the mic. Jake, why are so many people excited about this matchup?
Look, I mean, it's been a long time since we've had real competition here in EU. People fondly look back at the Buff Enjoyers era when Abrahams was going blow for blow and had a real title contender, and it seems that that's back. I mean, we're 1-1, looking for Leviathan the chance to defend the title and repeat. Both games relatively one-sided, though, to each of their victors. And so now game 3, we talked about this, they've both seen some of the strengths of each other. They can both make some adaptations. Where do we go in game 3? And honestly, the draft so critical here. I think Leviathan got a bit outdrafted last game. And to be honest, I think they need to not let that happen again. If that happens again, this one's just going to be over and done with. You cannot let a team like Abrahams get an advantage like that on you.
DDK, which talent member or production member do you think was most likely hatched from a Fiki egg?
Let me think.
Cheers.
Are we not all saying Jason? Yeah, I'm going reptile on that one.
I feel like I'm 3 for 3 of like pocket RCB questions. I have no idea how to respond.
Well, Brinks you says I fucking love Deadlock, so we'll keep it rolling here with the Deadlock discussion. A lot of new characters, a lot of new tweaks, a lot of updates in the patches. 4 of them were left untouched. Do we see any of the OG characters making a return? The guys that we're seen as not needing tweaks.
I mean, GT didn't get touched, right? I think GT is exactly the same.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think still like a bit of a specialty pick. Like you want him in the right scenario, not in every scenario. But Hoot's showing that, hey, even without like a crazy, last hit Spirit Snowball really getting going, he can still put out massive damage, still gave Mina huge trouble. And I think you called it well earlier in the series, Dan. I think this first pick Mina, not a fan. I think you could get the Mina,
Not the move.
but to take it first, it gives up so much position, and there's a lot of very strong heroes in this patch that you really have to respect.
We have 3.
I was just saying, I think to add to your point there too, you said something earlier, which is like, you can fit Mina into anything, which kind of makes sense that you could open up with it and still have an open field. But at the same time, it seems like both teams are playing better when they can start to define their draft earlier.
Does Holiday need a buff? Yoshi's in the chat. We know he's lurking.
Honestly,
think so.
Probably.
I think
Maybe. I mean,
Okay.
the fact that Abrahams, I think, has gone no pick hero. I mean, the one game they took a pick hero in Paradox, they lost. So in fairness, there was a long time where the pick heroes were turbo busted and like you always needed them. But now the pick heroes kind of feel untouched. Maybe Mo and Krill, I guess, sort of a pick hero, but he's a bit of a different category. And Leviathan say, look, we're not messing with Saints Domes anymore. And I think this is a wise pick. Since their first pick, they could also snap up the Mo and Krill if Abrahams don't ban it. So Abrahams kind of in a rough scenario here. Do you give up like Silver or Billy, or do you, I think you just have to ban them up.
Fun fact, Abrahams have not won without Kelvin in their roster today.
True. Kelvin Enjoyers in a big way. I like that they take away the Mo, because now for Leviathan, it's like you take Billy or Silver, and Abrahams get to respond with the other of the two, +1, and kind of set their draft in the right momentum. Leviathan says Silver's the most important.
I think maybe Pocket could come in for Abrahams if we start to see like the Calico, the Silver, these kinds of chase heroes. I wonder if we'll see a Pocket. But I'm curious, does Pocket, if you use Affliction on Silver when she's in Lycan form or before Lycan form, when she does a transformation, does it purge?
It doesn't purge, to my understanding. Okay. I don't think it would. I think and Pocket, the ulti max now means you do not heal. It blocks all healing for the duration of the ulti, which should in theory be really good against the Silver. But I'm surprised with the fact that we haven't seen any Pocket yet. Makes me think maybe players just think, look, it's just not the right hero for the moment. And in fairness, it's like, I guess that people getting like things like Celeste and Apollo as those frontline spirit nukers, highly mobile characters. Maybe they feel like those are just better options, and like Celeste is no longer really being banned, so she's getting through a lot of these drafts.
DDK, people are asking if you're using a filter. If not, what is your skincare regimen? Because all of us guys are trying to look like you. In fact, somebody said that you mogged me, which I did not know the meaning of until I talked to a Zoomer. Apparently, mogging means you're taking all of the limelight, all of the aura is being soaked up by the guy in the middle. Shiv is not landing on Abraham's side. Is this a problem, DDK?
I mean, Shiv is really good. I don't know that it's a problem necessarily. I think it just depends on how Abraham's going to round out their comp here. I mean, one of the counters to Shiv was Pocket before. I don't know. Like you said, Jake, we're getting Celeste. That might be something that comes in place of a Pocket. So I guess we'll have to see if that still ends up being as disruptive in these team fights with the blinding lights against the Shiv. I don't know what the best way is to play against Shiv currently.
Jake, do you know the lore on Celeste? Is she a unicorn?
I believe so. I believe she's a unicorn.
Centaur?
I'm not that deep, but I believe she's a unicorn. For real
hooves
unicorn,
or not?
A magical unicorn. Don't know. In fact, I don't want
rear hooves. Rear
hooves. Know.
All right, we're just gonna side with half
like crazy.
All right, here's some more picks coming in. We got Celeste. The bans are through. So Ven is not in. Paige is gone as well. So with the Kelvin ban, the Paige ban, is this just a support-free game? What are they trying to build towards?
Yeah, supports are getting kind of massacred here. Abraham's grabbed the Ivy for that category for themselves. I wonder if there's an interest in something like a Rem for Leviathan. I mean, they might want a frontline support who like the sleep could be a nice setup. I think they're lacking a bit of lockdown so far in the draft. And so I don't love the Rem sleep as a knockdown ability because it's so easily countered by counterspell. However, it does give you a lot of spirit resistance across the entire character and some, burst healing at low HP. That being said, Dan, I kind of think now maybe the Pocket is too weird to fit, but so much of Rem's kit is healing. Pocket Max Affliction completely counters that, so there could be an argument here to bring it out, despite already having the Celeste.
Yeah, and I think Rem I like as well with the Shiv because of the Echo Shot. If you get the Echo Shot heal online, it's the best heal in the game that's possible, and that does seem kind of nice, given that there's no Kelvin or really any other ways to like keep Shiv up and keep him as oppressive. And also the displacement from the pillars as well, I think can be kind of nice for the chase, even though it's not an ice beam. But Apollo to come in as well, so you've got again, I think from Leviathan this comp that can run at you, and Abraham's they got to have a good defense against that. Yamato coming in,
interesting. I feel like they do have enough lockdown to maybe set up like Vindicta and Billy. The pull-ins on the team fight are going to be very strong. And I think there's going to be a real challenge right now for Silver, Shiv, and Apollo to kind of stick on their targets. And Leviathan goes Sinclair.
What are they copying? Normally I see
Blinding
Sinclair
light.
because they're trying to copy
Honestly,
someone's ultimate, right?
Probably
just for
the Billy ult
noobs
here.
out there.
I think you for the most part want the Billy ult because what you're really lacking is lockdown. And Sinclair has a disgusting combo where you Billy ult people into the Rabbit Hex, which is kind of terrifying. It's a ton of CC and lockdown. However, it's very easy to just die while you're going for this on Sinclair. Like it's so much easier said than done. Maybe a stolen Wraith ult could be kind of nice in spots. Stolen Yamato ult is always kind of a little bit of a funny meme for like resetting your cooldowns and being basically unkillable for a little bit on Sinclair while you cast the rest of your skills. Kind of nice in the mid boss pit, but I don't think we've seen any Sinclair so far this patch. So who knows? I guess how this is going to go, but it seems like they do have a support Rem, so maybe Sinclair actually gets a decent amount of farm this game.
And when did the last Yamato win come in? Because she was played on episode 25. I think it's even further back. So Abrahams, you might have cursed yourself unless you know something I don't.
I'm going for the blinding light steals, Jake.
Okay.
On the Sinclair. I'm gonna steal.
I don't mind it. It could be a lot of damage, right?
The nuking that's possible in Sinclair is ridiculous. Like, Sinclair can get really fat nukes. So, although this is a pretty mobile lineup, ultimately. So, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. But the Sinclair's also very good at split pushing. I think Sinclair with Rem, I think is kind of interesting from a macro point of view, what you're able to do. And also, like you're saying, the CC that's possible in some of the objectives. It could also be very, very oppressive and annoying to deal with. So there's a lot of I think there's a lot of fight disruption that Leviathan have. You got the Apollo ult as well that can do that, as well as like Silver like ripping the Lycan curse. So I think that the team fights, I like the team fight possibilities for Leviathan quite a lot around the objective.
Phoenix coming in and saying 100% Abraham's win. They have won the draft. GG. Go next. Is this over before it begins, Jake?
I don't think so. I kind of like the Abraham's draft a little bit better, but there's so much playmaking on the Leviathan team. It's hard for me to even know what the team fights are going to look like, because you have Sinclair and Apollo just like doing their thing, and like you don't really know how that's going to pan out. It's so much chaos and so reliant on like hitting your skill shots across this Leviathan draft. Like they could either take over the game explosively or kind of fall off. For Abraham's, I feel like when you get away with a Yamato pick, that's when she feels good. Like you already had the control from Vindicta and Billy. You already have a bunch of damage. You know, you already have a frontliner, and so Yamato could just add on to all of those things and be ultimately a potential hero who snowballs the game. That being said, Apollo, another very scary potential snowball hero, one that loves to take over early and find those kills. So that being said, both these teams have been very conservative in the laning phase, and neither has found huge advantages on one another. Which I think is a testament to their skill.
The action's picking up. Before I sign off, quick reminder, exclamation donate in the chat. We are already up to $970 for our winners. We want that number to eclipse $1,030 away. Thanks for your donos in advance.
Oh, a parry on the lane here. Big connections onto Overseas on the ship, but only one heavy does go into him. Vin and Billy want to chase this one down. Shiv, that stamina nerf is going to start to bite in a scenario like this, but some clean moves from Overseas get him out. And under the tower, the heal should be good enough to get him back into this lane. But that is a very nice parry from Together on the Billy. Back to a extremely comfortable pick for him in a game where I think Billy can be very dominant.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're not seeing the counters that has so far shut down Billy, so you'd expect a lot of value there. So it's kind of cool, actually, in that respect, that we get Abrahams, who gets to play Billy for the first time today, and then you get Shiv on Leviathan's side for the first time, just to kind of see. I mean, it's cool to see the level of these players and how deep the hero pools have really truly become at the top level of EU.
Sai on the Sinclair, man, this guy just has so much responsibility on his team. He's playing these super high skill characters that somewhat feast and famine. And now on the Sinclair, time to see if he can do it again. It's such a big performance in that last time we saw these two teams fight. And a bait by Apollo waiting around the corner. Celeste tries to step up into Silver, thinks it's a 1v1, and instead gets a bit ganked here. Taz just barely gets out with his life. Great bait there of the small camp, and the reward is going to be a full cleanup of the enemy camp. This is a nice little early victory in the mid lane, and Taz on 1 HP just can't contest that.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, nice power slash connected, and suddenly in a lot of trouble. Just didn't expect Demoth to just come in out of nowhere. The flying strike as well to apply more pressure, get some extra lifesteal, and wow, that's a good way to answer back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge solo kill for Demoth. And Yamato, arguably one of the most important heroes in the game, to have an explosive start, to be ahead of the game, where if you're not killing in like your power slash ulti, power slash combo, sometimes it's hard to finish some of those kills. And by the same token, you get far ahead, you start exploding people, you can just reach this level where anyone you see is more or less instantly dying. The Rem getting some nice heal value here with Overseas on Shiv in the lane. A lot of sustain in this one, ensuring that, yeah, they might take some damage on the tower, but they're still gonna be able to hold this one down and get the farm.
Monster rounds and headshot booster there for the Rem. So a lot of lane pressure with that. Just clear out the waves really fast. Buff up your own creeps. Rem has a pretty awesome gun, actually, in the early laning phase as well. It does actually a good amount of damage.
Oh, big dive. This is so deep under tower. Some counter pressure coming onto Billy, but he's going to maybe bait them into a counter chase because Taz is here to add numbers into this one. But the Rem is so valuable, man. Shiv is just soaking this damage. the same time, Ray came into this one, matching the rotate from Taz. But with Vindicta up in the sky, it's kind of hard to answer back. Like, Hoot on the Vin. This could be a scary game. I didn't realize it's Hoot Vindicta. So this is a guy who generally gets a bit more farm. If Hoot can find some of these snipe kills, you have some insane scaling potential. A kill onto Sonya, though, just what the doctor ordered. We know how incredibly terrifying Wraith can be in the late game on this patch. Anyone who's been playing Deadlock recently has a sense of the monster DPS this character can deal. So shutting her down early is one of the best things you can do. It's not so easy.
No, it's not. And good that you drew attention to the Hoot on Vindicta. I don't think I've ever seen Hoot play Vindicta. Okay, Demov, who, by the way, has a pretty iconic Yamato, able to get a clean kill there onto the Apollo. And Demov is definitely a threat, has support here as well. So no punish, I don't think really all that possible. The Lycan Curse will try to dive in, but that's about as far as we go. And back on the lane again.
Nice big bite out of Celeste. Something, and he's got Life Strike if he wants it, so it's a nice big buy for Silver. I think he's gonna just chill up here, buffs in 10 seconds, grab some boxes before that happens. Taz might challenge this, but being on the low ground is pretty difficult. Should be essentially a free buff, and the Spirit is gonna hold that one for OCs on the Mina. Can make better use of it in the early game.
Are we still seeing Express Shot on the Silver builds? Imagine we must be right.
I think so. I mean, you really this character just wants to live and get burst damage quick to pop your ulti, right? That's essentially always what you want.
I'm gonna have to let the beast out.
Yeah, makes sense.
Not an easy game for Fremont though. Like when you have like a Kelvin Dome or a Billy ult that just like guarantees lockdown people, it feels pretty easy, I think, to connect on the Silver. This game, it's a little bit more speculative, right? You have to kind of outskill and outplay. Seems like the tether misses from Hoot, though, and every failed gank on this lane is like Hoot wants to be finding kills. If he's not, the other lanes are going to profit, and we're starting to see another death on Sonya. The Ivy support not really working. I think there's like late game, the Ivy support should be insane for Wraith, like buffing or DPS more, but this Ivy's just going to feed now. I mean, I don't think you can defend this any longer. Does he have a stone form still? I mean, he's baiting well, but maybe that is actually enough of a bait. Hold on, the Wraith's going to be coming back into this. Oh, wait, the tricky moves. OC's no way. A little bit of a mind game there. Still could die to just one more card, but the connection isn't good. A dive in, desperation from Wraith, needs to get this counter kill and is going to find it.
Man, the cards are still pretty nasty. Still pretty nasty. Because the patch just dropped today, I haven't had a feel of like a lot of the adjustments.
The cards got nerfed, but I think they're pretty small nerfs. Like, I think they're still super scary. Execute good from overseas, though. Finally, this lane gets some revenge onto Vindicta.
Billion maybe some trouble here. I don't know how much you want this noise. You know, clearing out those creeps, but at least there's no more Shiv knives to get stuck by for now. But yeah, looking pretty nasty right now. Looking pretty nasty. We're gonna see Sai picking up this Guardian on the left side, and he's gonna steal the airdrop actually, and that's gonna allow him to rotate really fast. So that's actually a really nice ult to pick up for the fast rotation into mid.
Yeah, just going to push some lane creeps out. You got a wave crashing already. He's going to stay in the Ivy ult a little longer. Just a little harassment ult and going to come back and make this defense on his own side lane. That counter kill is nice for Wraith, but he's still disadvantaged in the lane. They're putting a lot of emphasis on making sure this Wraith does not have comfortable space, which I think makes a ton of sense. They know how scary this hero will be if you're allowed to get to the late game. Silver with no Lycan Curse, but diving behind the T1, too risky on this character.
Okay, for real airdrop coming in, I think. Looking to go across to gank the right side lane. Yeah, looking to... I was thinking about it. Perhaps they're too far back now. So going back into mid.
Little aerial duel there coming in. Stolen ult from Sinclair. He's going to fly away, I guess. A lot of damage coming in on mid. Sinclair, though. Ooh, he can't quite get the ult off. He needs to stay out of combat for a few seconds to get that value inside. I think he's just going to have to head back to base on this one. A lot of trades in the middle lane, but no real kills being found. I think both teams have so much mobility and kind of lack lockdown that no one can find kills. Execute misses, though, this time. And because of that change to Shiv, right, Billy gets out of this relatively unscathed. Heavy punch manages to land from Vindicta, but this is a Rem we're talking about. He's going to tag along with the Shiv and heal right back up from all this damage. Shiv is very tanky in this lane. Has reactive barrier too, so Vindicta's tethers are really gonna help more than they hurt, honestly.
Yeah, the tethers are going to be really helpful against the silver as well. Looking about, you know, because you're talking about that late game, like
Apollo
shutting
big
the silver down. Oh man, Demon has been getting it's just like anything that he wants right now with this pressure. It's doing such good work in mid. Pops the ult. Is definitely in a lot of trouble here. Gonna try to get out of there.
He's in trouble. They're gonna maybe run him down on this low HP. Really want this kill. Maybe some ganks can come in. Even Mina's coming into this one. OC senses an opportunity to strike. There's two like 1 HP players defending this mid lane Guardian. But together here on full HP on the Billy too. This one could get more scary. Ooh, Mina doesn't find anything there. A good read from Abrahams to respect the threat of that Mina gank. But also look at the damage on the left side Walker. I think OCs must have just picked that one up in the chaos, and that left side Walker is going to die very easily at some point in the game. Not to mention, OCs has all the space in the world to farm up and snowball this game. Wraith is absolutely in recovery mode trying to defend this.
The Yamato.
Yeah, only a 4K difference overall right now as we get to the urn spawn and the bridge buffs as well. So here is bridge buff number 1. Ray is going to pick up that one. The left side of the map is where all the action is going to be as we have that urn spawning now, and you can see that we get the dive coming through from Irizumi here for Leviathan to pick this one up immediately. And the rest of Abraham's kind of rallying around that weakened Walker as this urn is collected. Are they going to try to mount a defense? You would imagine they would absolutely try to challenge a drop-off, but they're also so cautious on that left side Walker.
It's a tough spot to be, right? Because if it's even you leave a 1v1, I don't think anyone's going to be able to 1v1 Mina and hold the Walker. So if you don't leave 2 heroes here, the defense as they are for now, you're going to be giving up a player advantage on the right side when it comes to the urn drop. So great little double bind being put on Abrahams, and even OC's actually might be rotating over to teleport into this one. They're going for a fight in mid. They're just giving up urn. They're trying to find kills elsewhere. Abrahams, but no damage is really being done. They're fighting in the mid. But are they actually getting anything? The silence is good here from the Mina. She comes into this team fight, finds 1 kill, now a second. Nightmare scenario here for Abrahams. They find 1 kill, but remember, they already gave the urn dunk just for the chance of taking this fight. Together, and Demov just has to back off, and Sai just, I believe, just pops the Yamato ulti to reset his cooldowns.
Yeah, so getting an advantage here for Leviathan is starting to get kind of serious. I mean, a 10k advantage with that weakened Walker as well. That it just feels like such a... It feels very, very nervous, I think, if you are Abrahams thinking about any pressure on that left side lane. Considering that the Guardian is up for Leviathan on that lane. So that Walker's can get pushed very quickly. So it's definitely a problem right now. You know, Abrahams definitely need to try to find a way to deal with this Guardian at the very least.
Observers, I'm sorry, but chat would like an egg check. If you could just hit tab real quick, that'd be
They're
great.
so desperate. I don't think anyone buys egg this game. There's no Kelvin. There's no Dynamo. Maybe Irizumi on the rim? I don't even think so. Yeah, he doesn't buy it. They want to fight, guys. It's so bad to fall behind in the super early game. We're already seeing some of the signs of that, right? With the pressures OCs is putting on the map. He hasn't found a ton of kills in this lane, but he's doing more than enough. Like, he's keeping 2 players here. He's generating player advantage across the map. By the way, Rake fighting with Sai in the right lane. Looks like a bit of action there as Taz is a bit forward. Shiv just holding on the mid lane. Sonya does find Sai though, so hold on. Despite the number advantage, there was 3-on-2, and it's actually Abrahams who find the kills. Yeah, nice
really
connection.
important. Really important.
And
that mid Guardian goes down.
Okay, they're kind of right back into the game now with those. Kind of cutting the soul lead in half. Nice catch from Taz. Taz and Sonya combining with the ults for that value.
Well, Mina's actually going
trouble,
off. Yeah.
Toxic got him.
But there's 2 players here that are coming to intercept. Can Mina escape this? You'd imagine she'd be able to. There is a Sanguine retreat available, so there is the first pop. There's the second one, who is trying to get the snipes in though, but it's not going to be enough. And that is a kill on the Billy, and she gets out. That's really well played by OCs, who was looking for that for ages.
Oh, the Hex. Brutal Hex there onto Taz. Rabbit Hex amping all that damage coming in. Apollo more than happy to pump it. Big push now on the left side. At the same time, they're putting some pressure onto Wraith. This could be a tower going down. Billy's still looking to make the defense. Perry is baited out. But meanwhile, across the map, it's actually Saint who drops. So a Fate from Leviathan here on the left side, but it's more than that. I mean, they're seriously pressuring on both side lanes simultaneously.
Oh
I don't know if
man,
they're
it's so
actually
hard.
going to get any walkers from it, but the kills are good enough.
And it's so hard too because you've got the helpers on the creeps here on the right side as well. So the big pressure, they are actually going to be forcing back the Rim Apollo combo here for Leviathan. So the defense for Abrahams, they actually keep both walkers up for now. But more players are going to be coming into this fight. Who's just going to join in on the Vindicta? Also, the attention from OC's coming in. The big 17k Mina in this fight now as well. So Abrahams are going to be in a very tricky spot here, not to lose at least a couple of players.
Yeah, OC's doing such a good job coming into these fights and manages to take down Sonya. The slowing hex, the silence, they're good, but they're just not good enough to keep the carry alive. And a beautiful save from Sai to keep Rayek alive on that one. Like the stolen Wraith ult into the Rabbit Hex so you can't chase down and Apollo gets out. Would have been a very nice kill to find for Taz. The lead continues to grow. That this is like shades of game one, right? Pressure across the map. But every time Abrams try to make a big group and get some kind of responsive punish, it falls flat. They're the ones who end up tanking big damage. Celestial deployed is going to do pretty respectable damage. The snipes could come in. OZ's taking a risk sticking around here, even after using the Sanguine Retreat. But the walkers are just an absolute sliver of HP. Sai, maybe caught. Would be a nice little punish kill for the Vested Leviathan daring to stick around this long. But man, OC's is fearless here, even on the Mina, right? Like the potential of being ganked is very real in this character. He is not respecting it this game.
Yeah, always enough distraction and ability for him to maneuver. And there's the save on the Billy. The quick pickup, and finally looking to work on this Guardian has been up for absolute ever. The Silver now looking to lock things down. Very low HP here on Fremok. Should be a kill, but there we go. Finally, Fremok goes down. Billy also extraordinarily low here. Still alive by the skin of his teeth, and Billy trying to get around the corner. The heavy melee is all that is able to do, but that's going to be a wrap. And now it's the Leviathan team looking to turn this fight around, and they can just roll this into a walker as well. If they're not, if Abrahams are not careful, they need to reinforce that left side position.
Oh, Vindicta so low, and a solo kill from Irizumi to defend the mid walker. OCs would have loved to snap that one up, but a little statement victory there from Irizumi. The sleep setup onto Vindicta isolates her with the slowing hex. Got a significant buff in this patch. And now with a couple players dead, man, the walker, like you said, Dan, very much on the cards. Luckily, the wave is pushed out enough where it's not a foregone conclusion, but the soul lead is starting to reach that point where there's no obvious way back into this for Abrahams. They need to just navigate these scenarios perfectly, and an even earn is not what you want to see if you're an Abrahams fan right now. Lift comes in onto the Silver. They're trying to kill her before that ult pops, and they manage to get it done. The lockdown is good enough. They punish, though, onto Taz on the other side of the map. Likely going to lead to that left side walker. Abrahams throwing caution to the wind. They're going to charge forward and try and just find more kills, get more of those wonderful comeback souls to get into this, but giving a second walker is a high price to pay. Wait, the earn became a comeback earn, actually, though. So that does give a little bit more chance, and instead of contesting it, looks like Abrahams are trying to get two walkers.
Yeah, that is a huge pickup. But the fight here in middle is really important for Abrahams. You get some value back here. And there's a tag along onto Mina. That's going to keep the realm safe for now, and Mina as well. And there is a Nox Nosha from up above, and this is a chase down onto D-Mob, who is the highest value player on the team. He gets just completely stunned in the corner, and I don't think there's much left to do. D-Mob falls as well, and this walker is also about to meet the same fate. So right now, Leviathan, I mean, they're going to say by saving that walker, that puts them ahead by one. But they should start to have the command of the map here, Jake, I think.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful now with that low walker HP. If the wave ever crashes again, that walker is just dead. That being said, if you're very conscientious about it, you keep that backdoor protection on, it's going to be very hard to close out, and it might even bait Abrahams into an overextension. And with mid boss up, right, like any big mistakes, big bad team fights that happen in the mid, you might take that walker, but if you give up a bunch of kills in a mid boss, it is not going to feel worth it. Abraham's very aware of that fact. They're going to be cautious in terms of any play they do go for.
I see Sinclair.
Still confidence being shown Leviathan. Two players like taking position on the left side of the map. Mina going to rotate over into this one as well. Sanguine being used aggressively. Like once again, OC's no quarter being given to the defenders right now.
Yeah, this is suffocating aggression from Leviathan. They're like deep into the enemy jungle, applying so much pressure. And well, there's the REM sleep. So that allows them to disengage. But Wraith actually is getting targeted here.
if she stays in combat, she needs to get a zip out of this one. The zip is just a little bit away. Can they get the damage on her before she gets it? Maybe she'll be safe out of this one. Apollo trying to intercept. The Soling Bolt's coming in, but I think the movement is just too good.
Yeah, that's
Good
awesome.
escape from Sonya, but I mean, that's a couple seconds away from losing your carry. Like, that was a good bait by Irizumi.
Yeah, we have a lot of little helpers that are stuck on the creeps on the right side lane. That's going to push all the way to the base Guardians. So that's going to force Wraith to go deal with that. And in the meantime, that may allow this mid Walker to get challenged. At least it does seem like Leviathan, they got positioned to try to find a kill. Looking for someone.
I see the enemy.
They're certainly looking here. A lot of players grouped up in that right jungle. Just daring anyone from Abraham's to try and come up and claim any of that farm. Abraham's are playing very conservatively around their Walker, right? Playing where they are strong. OC's taking a bit of damage. Hold on in the mid lane. Could be in trouble. Yamato popped. Mina sanguines away. Up to the roof. I think she should be out of this one together. Won't let her escape that easy. Has to chase her down, but feels like she's out of this one. And with that escape, Yamato will pop, Wraith will pop. That's a big commitment. There could be an opportunity here for Leviathan to force something.
Yeah, you can see they're hungry. They're really hungry to press the advantage, try to convert. But Abrahams are doing a good job actually evading some of these trickier fights. And
Like the silent slowing hex.
So aggressive.
Oof. Man, these tools are like they're just instantly getting dumped on Vin when she steps up. This is a scary Vindicta game. To be behind on Vindicta, to be public enemy #1, this is a real test for Hoot.
And they just can't get that on the map here, so it's a free earn pickup. And I mean, going for the deposit doesn't sound like a bad idea to force some of these fights that Leviathan have been hungry to have.
Yeah, without the Yamato, the Wraith ult, I don't know that you want to fight this, but at the same time, giving up these like aggressive earn turn-ins is kind of the worst case scenario. You also have Sai is showing opposite side of the map. There very well could be a contest, but Silver has scouted this one out, and I think if no one's there, yeah, this is going to be a dunk. They're going to try and deny what souls they can. Great positioning from Riek, positioning his body there to block some of the denies and make sure that they secure the lion's share of the advantage there. Bit of attention being pulled in the side lane, but Saint recognizes, look, it's going to get awkward here. Trying to chase down the Magician is not necessarily the kill you want to attempt on relatively under-farmed Celeste and Ivy.
Okay, so more aggression coming in on top of this mid walker from Leviathan. Are they going to drop down and are they going to bait mid boss?
It has to be a fake, right? I mean, Dimov is low. He's going to go heal. Oh my god, this is crazy, right? They have into Yamato. Surely you don't go for the finish. They're staying on it though. They're still, I mean, part of it's just making sound to force them. There's the gank squad coming up north here. We're going to take a fight on the high ground. Lift has been deployed. Yamato Power Splash does miss, and OC swarming forward, finds the kill onto Hoot. Sonya is down as well. Leviathan, 2 free kills, essentially everyone at max HP. They've only really expended the Wolf form for this. Defending their mid lane walker, and the mid boss just has a shred of HP left. Maybe you go in for the cheesy last hits. Taz is trying to snipe down the mid lane walker. He is going to get that with the full burst. But Sai could also be finding the punish. It looks like they're going to go for it here. Players on the sides. Billy may be looking for something. Rem wants to contest. They do have the Rabbit Hex from Sai if he's in position for this one. The parries are going to be crucial. Abraham's find 1, but 2 go to Leviathan. Maybe the best you could hope for on Abraham's, but if the team gets wiped now, it's not going to feel good. And it looks like that's exactly what's on the cards, Dan. Abraham's running for the hills. Billy trying to do what damage he can, but it's just meaningless in the face of this overfarmed Mina and Silver, man. 32k OCs. Full confidence here in the Mina, deep into a day that hasn't been good for her.
This is pretty wild. Abrahams are in a horrendous position, completely, fully on the retreat. That walker is gone. Every lane is going to be fully pushed momentarily.
Oh, Sonya down again.
My power.
Sonya's been getting abused all game. I mean, you got to hand it to Leviathan.
In fairness,
well
what the hell is OCs doing in the enemy base while they're TG Walker? Like, if I was Sonya, I would have never expected that. But OCs has been playing full aggression this game. Like, from game 1, where he really was just like the role player, I will farm the world and come win the game in 60 minutes. This game is the exact opposite, right? He is playing full tempo, which, in fairness, this is what Mina does. But credit to OCs, right? Far from a one-trick pony, right? That he can adapt this quickly into a game 3 after a very rough game 2. And it's their game to lose now, frankly. Like, this is their title, and they're wanting to reclaim it. Abraham's now backs against the wall. Like, one more bad fight, and this one's lights out. With 2 more minutes on these rejuves, doesn't look good. Hoot already being assaulted. Jeez, that love bites hurts so hard. And I think this might be enough. Okay, who is just gonna live? I think he had to get some support tools there just to be able to survive the toxic.
Yeah, E-shift, transcendence, till cooldown. It's just it's pretty hard to kill a Mina at that point. Oh man, 40k deficit. That's pretty significant. About 35k even.
Thanks.
Abrahams, what tools do they have to really come back into this one? I mean, the team fight doesn't look strong enough right now from them.
I mean, Yamato's a hero who needs to be ahead of the game. Vindicta, I think, is sort of similar. Celeste also a little bit. I mean, Wraith arguably has like the best scaling in the game, but in the end, like she just can't play, right? She's just not able to stand and deliver. You're getting jumped on by like a stolen Wraith ulti from Sai. You're gonna get slept. I mean, Sonya just needs so many items. He needs like counter spells and debuff reducers and like to even build the damage.
Let's go blue.
It's not meaningful until you can actually frontline and like get your damage out in the fight. So, you know, the way the game is right now, it's like such a long way to go before you have these tools. He's got the debuff remover. He's going to go for this Wraith lift onto Apollo, pumping massive damage into Apollo, but Apollo's living quite a bit longer. The rescue beam pulls him out of trouble, and now this is starting to look like a scary chase. The stolen Billy ult coming in, trying to catch some of these retreating players who want to get value out of the region, pulled into the Rabbit Hex. Big connections. Hoot is down. That's absolutely evaporated there on the Vindicta. No takiness whatsoever. And maybe more kills on the cards. Italios on huge. That curse slowing people down. Ivy ult pulls Billy out, but it's just not enough. He gets bursted out of the air. And it just throwing paper planes here at a brick wall, man. Leviathan not even dropping below half, I believe, on anyone throughout that fight.
Yeah, and they can fall back onto the own as well. Like right now, Abraham's doing everything they can to push the mid and left lane. I mean, maybe there's a walker in this one for Sonya Sniper, but they're going to lose 2 shrines and first stage patron. I don't think that's in question at this point, especially with 2 rejuves still up. That's absolutely going for them. And I mean, if you're Sonya Sniper, do you try to take a shrine? I don't know. Okay, he's going to fall back.
I mean, that would be a risky gambit, right? Getting double shrine and drop also in this new patch is a massive deal. Especially the double shrines. You have now super creeps the rest of the game. They're incredibly strong. They give less bounty. The wave state is going to be brutal for Abrahams. It's just got a lot worse. It was bad before, Dan, and it got somehow a lot worse, which kind of tells you the whole story. Rejuve is expiring, and they didn't get the patron drop, so a couple slight positives for Abrahams.
Are we calling this game right now? Does Leviathan have this game on lock?
This is the last legs, man. This is like Abrahams are on a prayer and a dream and very little else. I don't really see the realistic way back in. You need some kind of a big error, some overconfidence. But Leviathan have shown in game 1 that they just don't make mistakes like that, right? Like when they have this big edge and they're ahead of you in the game. That being said, there's a lot of you could get greedy right now. You get, I'm gonna jungle these camps. I'm gonna be a little bit too crazy. I'm gonna be a little far from my team, and you could get caught in a 6v1 and start to feed a big snowball back the other way. So Deadlock is a game where you do need to be very cautious. As much as you should always win in this scenario, like a couple bad plays and it doesn't feel that way anymore.
All right. Sai's going to get pulled in and absolutely focused, but doesn't seem to do too much. A chain gang of himself. He gets 4 with that chain gang as well that he stole. That's a massive play from Sai. And Abrahams are definitely in a lot of trouble here. Demov is sending it straight forward, trying to get the targets in there. The blind light gets sent out as well. This is the fight Abrahams are looking for, but can they get the damage?
Getting stat checked a little bit, but hold on, Rick. It overextends just a bit into that one. The damage didn't really come in. Sai does find Saint, but I think that's actually a nice trade. And hold on, Wraith starting to pump the damage, getting her opportunity to stand and deliver together on a sliver of HP. Gave his life for that kind of a setup, but Wraith just couldn't get the connection. A stolen Wraith ult is going to pull her deep out of the base, just barely. She manages to get caught on the base Guardians and live a moment longer. She has to hold this one down, has to get big damage, but Silver comes in over the top. 1v1ing the Celeste, who gets a sick parry off. That actually potentially could be punished for another kill. These deaths are very brutal, but beautiful movement from Fremont. Gets him out of a sketchy situation. And I think Leviathan are going to probably just beat a hasty retreat. That one was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary. And you're starting to see the power of Wraith coming on board a little bit. But I mean, again, this Wraith, 35k. I mean, you're looking, that's basically the average almost for the other team for every single player. So definitely a really tough situation. Like you said, the super creeps are going to be a huge problem here for Abrahams. Their base is going to be pushed a lot. And as soon as Leviathan regroup, all they need is like 1 pick.
They're going to go for this right now, I think, Dan. Yeah, the Ivy flying in, 5 seconds without Rayek. This is such a tiny sliver of an advantage, but you've got to grasp anything given the difficulty of this game. Say, Demov swarming in on top of the ship. Can he get this burst in? Already takes a ton of damage. The Rabbit Hex is brutal. The stolen Yamato ensures Sai is just free to play in this game. Silence onto this Yamato. He's gone! Where did the help go? Oh my god! Osi's on the 12 streak now. Wants to take home this victory. Wants to take home a title defense here in the night shift. Desperation warps him from Hoop, but he's caught on the building. He can't get away. Osi's finds that one as well. Now, hold on. The capacitor hit from Wraith is good. E-shift forced out. But are you going to be able to stick around, Sonya? You almost have to. You have to be fully desperate right now. The Sonya's just styling on you. No way he gets outplayed. Osi's unbelievable turn there onto the Wraith. He looks like he was caught dead to rights. But instead, it's the game. Patron already dropped, I believe, to Crepes maybe during that fight. And it should certainly be game over. Just maybe a quick reset for Leviathan. And you're going to have a 4v2 player advantage. Doesn't want to wait, though, on Fremont. Looking to get a quick kill. A death on Silver would be a death now in this moment. Ivy's not even in the base, not able to heal up, not able to reset or establish that defensive tool. And Ray gets the burst out of the air. Taz standing tall against the world, but it's just too big of a task to bear. Leviathan healthy across the board. They need to burst down this patron before the spawns come in, but they're going to do just that, Dan. And Leviathan make the defense 2 in a row. Fluke allegations are busted, man. Leviathan are the real deal here in Europe.
Incredible performance from them. And Pocket, are you back with us, friends, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm here celebrating with y'all.
Let's go.
A Swift 3-0. DDK, I say 3-0, a Swift game 3, a finish from Leviathan. They do not allow their opponent back in this. This is now 2 weeks in a row. Are they officially the better team? Are they winning in the draft like chat has accused? How are you seeing this play out, DDK?
I think so. They're definitely legit AF. I think the thing is we have to. There's that one consideration. The teams are still adjusting to these patches. We had a patch that was pretty big in terms of tunes today, and then also the recent patch itself changed so much in the game that I do think there is a caveat where it's like, yes, they are really, really good, and they had some sick victories here, but there was a level of volatility in this series that I don't think we had previously with these top teams, where I think the drafts were a little bit more volatile.
Yamato hasn't won for the last 2 months. I'm trying to get an official number. Oh, shift 22. We're on shift 29. Just put that in perspective. 7 weeks since a Yamato win. Was there a weakness in the build for Abrahams, or did they get outplayed early game and it steamrolled? How did you see this playing out, Jake?
You know, to be honest, I think this is just, these two teams are so evenly matched. When one team gets that edge in the early game, maybe they have arguably a more comfortable, more well-balanced draft. And they just go from there and take the game over. Like, neither one gave each other any chance back into games once they have that kind of an edge. To be honest, I think these two teams are just incredibly closely matched, but Leviathan were the better team today. I got to give them credit for that. Like, yes, it's a new patch, but that's just as big of a challenge for Leviathan, right? And the fact that they had done it last week, you know, if they had just started the wins after the new patch, I would be more sympathetic to that argument of, look, it's a new patch, things can, change and be chaotic. But you did it on the old patch, now you do it again on the new. The old king is dead, long live the king.
I have to give a shout out to OC's on the Mina. We see so many of his highlights in here, and every time you see in the top left, he's on fire. Mina, kind of a priority pick here, DDK. Do we expect that to continue as we go to NA next?
I think so. God, this fight was so nuts. That was such a sick outplay. I think that play kind of encapsulated for me, like one of, just OC's, I think for me was the MVP of this series. And I think the Mina's definitely a really, really strong pickup. You can see what the top players can do with this hero. Obviously, OC's, Sonya Sniper, these are like probably some of the absolute best Minas on the planet. But it really shows you how much you can do with the kit. And so it seems like that utility level at this point in the game is super important. And there's a reason why these teams were like first picking Mina.
Hoot trying to play from behind on the Vindicta all game did not play out for the Abrahams. They look to come back stronger, but this is back-to-back defeats at the hands of Leviathan. They've been to 10 finals, make it 12 now with 2 wins. Leviathan, the new kings of EU, at least while things are being shifted up here in the patches. We're going to take a look here at our MVP in just a moment. But Jake, do you agree? Do you think it's OC's who is our player of the match?
look, I mean, game 1, I was like more willing to give it to somebody else because I think the team set him up so well. But game 3, like OC's brought that home, man. He was coming to every fight in the Mina, playing that tempo style, and to show both looks to be like best in the class on the tempo carry, like pushing the advantage, like opening up opportunities for your team to get those big fights into early, like get ahead of the game early. But he can also play, the late game secure, high responsibility, but like a much later timing carry. Just that's like really the roles in Deadlock right now. So if you're a carry who can do both, best in class, there's an argument to be made that you just are the best. And honestly, for OCs, that game 3 was a hell of a statement.
They're crunching all the numbers. We're going to have OCs on your screen, I have a feeling, in just a second. DDK, it's a team game, but this vampire shined, dropping 14 kills, a single death, and 14 assists, leading the lobby in damage. What did you see from the Mina player tonight?
I mean, I think Jake summed it up really well. Like the thing with OCs that's interesting is OCs, when he first broke out onto the scene for us, he played like what is I feel like a very, very greedy style that was his team kind of built everything, the entire team approach around him playing super greedy, but he was very untouched and he showed very optimal farming, comes out into the map at the right time to have some of the fights. Some of the evolution that we've seen, I think, from the days of that gun carry Ivy that he used to farm up on to like the super mega active Mina that is able to have like really sick outplays in like these 1v1s, using all the mobility that Mina has to a maximum effect and just landing like every single shot and just being present in all of these fights and brawling from like start to finish. This is like very, very high level stuff from OC. So I feel like I've seen the evolution of him as a player. We saw that talent and that potential, but it keeps getting pushed. And I think we really saw that in this particular game on Mina. I think this is one of the most impressive performances from OCs that we've had.
That dive on ability in the last clip, by the way, is disgusting how much value that gets on the map. He's behind the enemy walker. He kills your frontliner. You send 3 other players to gank him, and he gets out. Like, that is a nightmare scenario when you're playing Deadlock at this level of play. Like, you fall drastically behind in a moment like that. It's more than just a kill. It's 4 players worth of time investment, and they get nothing out of it. That it feels terrible, and honestly, it really sets up the team to continue the advantage. And I feel like OC's on this game in the Mina, he was doing that left, right, and center. Like, he's always pulling attention to himself. He's being in like the forefront of a lot of these engagements, and yet still 14-1 and 14. So you just can't really do better than that in my eyes. A near perfect performance on the carry.
There is North America tonight. Paulo Bomeno, who's trying to spread rumors into chat. We're only halfway through the show, guys. We got DDK and Jake locked in. I'm Puckett. EU is done after Leviathan takes their 2nd win in a row. This time it goes to a game 3. But they walk away with the dub. OC's your MVP for the night as they bank $1,000. Reminder, you can keep adding to these players' prize pools with the exclamation donate in the chat. Your contributions are very much appreciated by the new champs, I'm sure. They're not used to playing in a grand final and walking away with money. What was that, like 12 losses before they started winning? This has been a grind, DDK. So whether or not it's just the current patch, you got to be kind of happy for a team that's been on this bubble for so long.
Yeah, I mean they've had their target, they've been shooting for it, and they've made all these improvements along the way. We had a great interview, I think it was from Sai, right, last week, where he was explaining some of the new things that they've been working on to kind of bring them together in a team to improve that team play. I think one of the top line notes from that was that they started doing demo analysis together in a way that allowed them to understand each other much more thoroughly, so that they could always be able to react without even necessarily even needing a call. It's just that they can all interpret the situation in the same way and can act in the same way. And so that just like dialed up their team play. We can see it from the reactivity in the game, how quick they are. It's so visible on the server.
In the future, we'll hopefully getting OCs on the mic. We'll get an interview for you guys. In the meantime, we are wrapping up EU. When we come back from break, we've got North America. Reminder on the bracket. BWC just pulled off an upset off Night Shift's broadcast, Jake. Are they the team to watch tonight?
I feel like there's never been a scarier moment for Melee Creeps trying to defend the Dynasty here in Night Shift. There still are champions. They got to lose here and now if somebody wants to unseat them, which is going to be a yet tougher call. But both Floormen and Bird with Clock, these are very serious contender teams that have been grinding, that have been putting in the time. And it feels like that Melee Creeps advantage, maybe it's starting to slip away. A big patch just hit. There's never been a better time to try to usurp that title in North America.
Doorman is coming for NA. They're not afraid to play him. At least that's what I've been told, chat. In the meantime, we're going to a break. Listen into this excellent interview. We have the great Liz. You've seen her on Valorant. You've seen her on League shows. I got to work with her on a Red Bull broadcast. She's amazing, and she's teaching us all about these players. We got to sit down with Goober. Here's what he had to say. Goober, what a name.
Hey, Deadlock Night Shift. It's Elizabeth Markini, and this interview is with Goober. Now, here's the thing. This interview, in its full length, totality, is 1 hour and 40 minutes. It is very long. I had a wonderful conversation with Goober. He's a delight to speak to. But we don't have 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're busy people. We're clocking into shifts. We're not being paid overtime. We're being paid at all. So this is only a 15-minute snippet. That's more Deadlock Night Shift focus, which obviously meets the moment right now. But you are missing a lot of context and flavor and color of what makes Goober Goober. He's a very candid person. If you've been to his streams, you know that. But there's just a lot he has spoken about that isn't in here and I cannot show you. So not to advertise my own channel, but to advertise my own channel. 1 hour and 40 minutes long. It actually is a great listen. I really enjoyed speaking with him. And he is someone, despite being 18, only 18, just gets it right at 18. So yeah, so grab some tea because this is my interview with Goober. Well, part of it. Do you feel like there's an age gap, or do you kind of feel like this sounds terrible out of context? Like the age doesn't really matter in Deadlock and everyone's just like talking about skill.
So I actually have a lot to say about that, which is interesting. I feel like part of like the whole like wise beyond my years thing you're saying isn't because like anything specific to me. It's the fact that I was just in any sort of like video game environment I've been in, I've always been around people older than me. I've always been the youngest in any situation ever. Like on my Valorant team, I was a sophomore, rest of my team was a senior, right? TF2 Boomers, you know the name, right? Like everyone there. The smallest age gap was 7 years between me and the youngest, besides me, right?
Yeah. And you're Gen Alpha, technically. No.
No, I'm Gen Z. I'm Gen Z.
You're Gen Z?
I'm like younger Gen Z though, yeah.
Dang.
But I mean, I definitely had insecurities sort of for a while, especially on teams. Even till like something very recently, like it feels almost weird to me to try to tell people like who I consider, because I don't even consider myself an adult yet. I turned 18 like a few months ago. I'm like, it feels weird. So like for me, even trying to tell adults that they're like wrong or that they're doing something stupid or like I don't like the way they're like approaching something, it felt like almost like off to me, and I didn't even want to try it, right? And I feel like it almost led to like an inferiority complex on a lot of teams I was on, where I just didn't believe I was good enough for the role I was in. And it took me until getting kicked off of Sneaky Golem for me to realize like that I wasn't where I was because of like I'm not some nepo baby in like the Deadlock scene. I actually deserve to be where I am.
Yeah.
And I'm the best at what I do, and it isn't close in this region either, right? And I'm not afraid to say that. I do think it's egotistical to say that, but I don't think it's a bad thing to have an ego. I'd much rather have an ego than look at myself and not like a single thing I do. I'm not going to try and pretend that I don't have an ego, kind of thing. If I put the effort into something and I know I'm good at something, I'm going to be outward that I'm not gonna shy away from the fact that I'm good at it.
Just to be clear for the audience and just for me, when you say you're the best at what you do, is it just like playing the game in general, your role, making like what is it specifically?
It's not the game. There are players better than me at the game, like for sure. And I mean, I can name like the most prevalent ones. Obviously, it's gonna be more than I say, or maybe like obviously I'm gonna rate myself higher than I probably should be. Again, ego thing. But like the people I look up to skill wise, Hoot, D-Mob, John, Saya, and like Rocker. All like those players, there are more. But like I really look up to them as players for sure. But when I mean the best at what I do, I truly do believe, at least in North America, that I am the best pick player, and I have the best movement in North America. Not like movement period, but out of players in the competitive scene I do.
I mean, talking about the competitive scene, you know, your journey, like talking about TF2 Boomers, Sneaky Golems, now Floormen, moving on, you kind of had a pretty like long career in Deadlock Esports, which is kind of crazy to say because it isn't like officially a thing technically. But you're describing kind of all these highs and lows that you've had pretty regularly with, being kicked off Sneaky Golems, kind of finding your groove again, finding, your voice, finding your confidence. Where obviously right now you say you've grown a lot in the last few months. How do you feel now on Floormen as a player and as someone who is, you know, as you just said, you know, the best at, you know, pick playing and movement?
It's a weird feeling because we aren't winning. That's what hurts. Like I can say I'm the best at something, but if I'm not winning, it's not real, you know?
Yeah.
So I can say I'm the best at this, the best at that, whatever, but there's no results to back it. That's the reality, right? You can always like look at stats or whatever, but stats are fake. It's just the only stat that ever matters in Deadlock is KDA, not KDA, but deaths specifically on the carry roll, and that is it. So how it feels to be like, I mean, even though I'm losing, I'd still say I'm the happiest I've been, right? I want to win, but I mean, first of all, like feeling like I'm growing as a person, as a content creator, as a player, even if I don't see the results in placement or in earnings or in wins, I still feel the improvement. And even if it's hard sometimes to see it, I try to stay grounded and realize that it's just one step at a time, you know? And something our team likes to say is oil the machine, right? Everyone has their role, and we all know how to play our role. It's just about how we do it and how effectively we do it. So just oil the machine. Don't lose sight of the goal. Just keep improving.
Well, something I want to ask you, which I know you know, John said, because I saw you in chat during his interview. The first thing you said about was how handsome he was, and then he went dead silent when he was talking about this. Is he said, you know, he's just gonna be honest that Floormen are just copying. Keep it above. Floormen are just copying us. With what you're saying, with how much you think about the game, how often you play it, what you like. Again, this is your like niche special interest. That to me can't be true. With how you think about the game and how you play it versus what John is saying. When I
saw what John said, what he said was correct, but like the way he phrased it was weird. He said that we're copying them and he's bored of playing versus us because it's like we're trying to do the same thing as them. But the reason we're trying to do the same thing as them, and like it's like compared to BWC, for example, where the way they play is like they legit just run at you. They see you on the map and they just start drooling, right?
He said the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. That's not correct gameplay. That's the thing. We're striving melee creeps. It's not about play style. Like they're just playing the games correctly better than us. That's it. And we, like I said, are trying to match that. It's not like a play style thing. If we are just playing the game fundamentally correct and not fucking up, you'll never lose to you'll never lose to a team with a different play style because it doesn't exist. There are ways to play the game that are just like correct, and I think the correct way to play around the game right now is just mainly for earns, right? And the thing is, like, we've struggled mainly versus melee creeps on earns specifically, like depositing earns. Like there was a game and we played them in the best of 3 2 weeks ago where we won every like fight and we were up like more than double their kills, but they got every earn deposit, so they were up souls, right? I don't know if it was in the best of 3 or if it was in scrims, but like when it comes to actual like neutral game between earns, I believe we outclass them in that. But when it comes to actual earns, that is where we struggle, right? And I truly do believe that if we play the game correctly, like we should, and don't leave gaps for a team like BWC with their more like aggressive nature and aggressive play style to like try to abuse, right? Like, because what they do is they'll take advantage of people being scared on waves or like not punishing really aggressive plays and just go for stuff that would seem like almost stupid or doesn't make sense, but it's the correct play, not because it should be the correct play, but it's the correct play because we are letting them do it, if that makes sense. And that's why, like, after we got beat by BWC, and I mean, it was just heartbreaking because at least in the game that we played, we were up so much, and I believe like we won the early game really, really hard. And we actually won a mid boss too. But like it was almost devastating from my like point of view because my role in the game wasn't necessarily over, but I did everything I could to like almost a max level, right? And it was just out of my hands. I was like shaking. I didn't know what to do. At the end of the game, it was actually just so emotional that day. Like I was so sad.
So you're playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
This is coming out after that Deadlock night shift, so future people know what's going on. But tomorrow you're playing again. Do you feel like, you know, there's kind of like you need to fail upwards? I don't know if you've heard of that saying. Like you need to have a bad, I think we have a saying in theater called you have a bad dress rehearsal, you have a great show. Like you need to royally mess up before you can do well. Do you think that like in a way, like you kind of needed that to happen last week against BWC in order to kind of have, you know, the dam break and like speak to your team about what you were feeling and come to this, what I'm assuming is a much better place with your team?
I think it was something that was required to happen. Yeah, I think like emotionally, I was just unstable, like for like the last like few weeks of losing. There was like there definitely things that could have improved on for sure. Like, I mean, for everyone, we wouldn't be losing if people were playing perfect, right? But I just wasn't saying enough, like when it came to like criticism or what I thought in general, I just wasn't saying enough. And I think moving past that has felt really good. I don't know, like I can't with full confidence say some bullshit like, oh, we're just gonna win this night shift, right?
Do us a favor, go make Goober emotional. Send him nice words on Discord, Twitter, wherever you have them these days. We welcome ZP to the show. It's time to get into North American action, and Goober has become a favorite for a lot of the streamer viewers here in Deadlock community. ZP, why do we like the Floormen? It's not just Goober, right?
No, not at all. I mean, Floormen, it's a roster that has evolved over time to a point that's actually split and cloned, where Floormen at one point was the Hydra Nation roster, and then all the Hydra Nation players, or some of them left and remade Hydra Nation, and actually won the NA tournament this weekend, the Deadlock Freak Fest that went down on Sunday. But Floormen, they, a lot of consistent names here in the community, including Goober. Also, a new roster change here today, where I want to take a little bit of time to explain this, because it was kind of expressed to me by the team that it is a big deal. So, Poshy Pop took a step back. Poshy Pop was not kicked. It was very much Poshy Pop was going through some real life things, and as a result, like, had to take a step back. In exchange, they now have DMB on the roster. I know Xeno got mixed in there. Xeno isn't in the roster, but DMB, of course, used to be one of the main M1 carries for melee creeps and was replaced by Do. Now DMB is taking his place with the Floormen. So a big change there, and also all the love to Poshy for both his content in the community and continual play at the top level. And,
He'll be back.
Yeah, hopefully, he's able to sort things out real life-wise and come back soon. But much
Is
love
that
to Poshy.
Chickpea or Sickpea? What are we calling him tonight?
Chickpea.
Chickpea it is. All right, the Americans can't spell their names still. Nothing has changed. Deadlock, Floormen, one of our challengers. If you're just joining us, let's back up a second here and show you the format. We do have DMB filling in for the Floormen. DDK, is that going to be enough juice to get them to a championship match? Because here in the challengers, you're playing a best of one against Bird with Clock.
Honestly, I have no idea. I missed the weekend's matches where it seems like everything that we knew about NA kind of went topsy-turvy. So I'm glad the ZP was, I'm sure many of you saw him and joined him for the not the co-stream, but the watch party, I suppose, which I guess is a co-stream, of that tournament. So I'm going to lean on ZP a lot here for all of the juice.
Yeah, Zeeps, you are dialed in here as we saw melee creeps dethroned for the first time in NA. What is the current view on your NA trio of teams, because we've been hit with all kinds of updates in the last 3 weeks?
So basically, new patch hit, and melee creeps did not take to it as well as they would have liked. In particular, they overrated Ivy, underrated Mo in the draft. Like, they got hit by Mo essentially like a nuclear missile. Honestly, I was almost going to make a montage of Ido just getting comboed by Mo for about 5 minutes straight across 2 maps. Like, Ido was getting absolutely worked by Mo, to the point that Ido's title after the loss was kill Mo, kill Mo, kill Mo, kill Mo, along with a tweet basically saying, I hate Mo. Therefore, I think it's safe to say that Melee Creeps puts a lot of the blame for that loss on Mo and Krill.
On the Mo and Krill. All right, Mo and Krill is going to get into early action here, DDK. First, let's introduce the team for Bird with Clock. BWC is the acronym. They finally got a dub, but not here on the night shift. They're looking for one with Gibbs, Aiden, Tanner, Cool Cheese, Arctic, and Matt. Aiden, will he be able to actually play the Vindicta? We saw her twice for EU in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, we didn't just see her twice, but like she was getting like picked second and stuff like that. So I don't think we've seen that for quite some time. So EU is definitely rating her quite highly right now, but I have no idea if BWC or the NA interpretation of the meta would kind of agree with that or not, because there's oftentimes disagreements with that. But I got to imagine that if it is remotely viable, that we'll see Aiden on it.
ZP, we saw Bunny with Clock become Bird with Clock when Rem came out. Do they actually play Rem?
Not necessarily more than other teams. I think they just wanted the more Deadlock branding. Like I did ask, is like, hey, why the change? And like, well, we just wanted a more Deadlock-friendly branding. But in a way, Bird of Clock is the team to beat. And the question is if they can maintain the momentum that they had this weekend, where of course, while it wasn't in Night Shift, it doesn't break the Night Shift streak. This was the team that took down melee creeps, and they've been on the improvement, week in, week out. So to finally see that come into play in a bigger tournament, the take down melee creeps. Now, they didn't win the tournament. Hydra Nation beat them. But Hydra Nation also dodged our invite this week. So that was also a thing.
Again, hydration. I'm just going to say it straight up. I miss you. Come back on the show. They've been working on things. Clearly, it's working for Hydra Nation. They aren't ready for the night shift, though, as we had a whole bunch more of updates coming out in the last 2 weeks. Let's talk about tonight's match as we get into the draft. We, of course, have to have our 1v1. DDK, do you think that the play style is actually now pivoting towards people like BWC? They said as soon as they see you, they start drooling. That's been from John Jung. We also just heard it from Goober. So with the time to kill going down and it seeming like everyone a little bit buffed, is this going to be a good thing for BWC?
I don't know. I feel like it's a good thing for everyone. I actually like the gameplay a lot more, or I'm liking how it's trending. I don't know if you're with me on that, ZP, but I just in general, I actually kind of like the changes. I know stuff has to be kind of tweaked and dialed a little bit, but it feels like the game is a bit, like much more open in terms of what you can play and how you can play it right now.
I would say on a design level, most of the changes were really, really cool on a design level. Some of the actual numbers and tuning probably need to be dialed in as expected when you have a patch that's so long that me and Jake spent 4.5 hours going over it on a patch day stream, where the best part about that was Jake is like, yeah, let's try and keep this quick, maybe about an hour or so. 4.5 hours later,
he just gets excited. He gets excited over a certain item. We're going to talk it all the way through. Speaking of items, is there anything that we should call out? We have the E-reflections as we take a look at the top prioritized heroes as well as the items in the previous weeks. ZP, for anyone who hasn't played the game since the patch, is there a must-buy?
In terms of must buy, I mean, I think, some people just give the meme response to be like, buy the egg. We saw the egg at EU. Play Kelvin, buy the egg. Aside from that, I mean, some of the things that are on top are still on top, like Counterspell, for example, is still probably the most bought green item in the entire game overall. As far as the rest of the changes go, we'll see. It didn't really feel like a lot of the changes were as heavy on the item side, although I will say the new weighted shots does feel pretty good overall.
Here's a look at the top items. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes calculating the numbers. Healbane still the top pick. We've got Dispel Magic at the number 2 spot, and they were calling out that certain Yamato, I believe, did not get Dispel Magic. Talk me through these items, DDK. Anything that you expected to be higher or lower on the list?
Yeah, I think just in the way that a lot of the abilities were changed and tuned, I think Dispel Magic becomes very important just to get rid of the debuffs and just like, if you get slowing hexed or something and thrown into the hotel, you have like counterplay that's possible for yourself, especially at this level. I think that the Healbane is always good. I think just a combination of anti-heal, investment into the green, as well as ensuring that you can get the ability to sustain off of kills, I think is just very important, especially at this level, where you can actually reliably go and get kills with your teammates because everyone's actually synergizing. But yeah, so for me, this makes a lot of sense.
Z, also anything on items?
Yeah, one thing that strikes out to me that I should have mentioned before is like greater expansion went way up, and the reason is that a whole bunch of ultimates got way bigger ranges in the patch. Me and Jake were going over it, where our favorite item to test out on stream was greater expansion with some of the changes. Like you get greater expansion on Infernus, your concussive combustion blows up the entire mid-boss pit area, not just like the pit, but the entire sewer, basically. Like some abilities get massive benefit from greater expansion. Including Billy, who used to build it anyways pre-patch, now can get greater expansion and have just the biggest chain gang you've ever seen in your life.
People are upset there's not enough eggs on that list. We hope to get the eggs higher. The Fiki egg could be the number 1 item, and you guys could help encourage it into play. All 6 of your favorite players could be rocking a Fiki egg if you donate $25 each. In the meantime, let's watch a 1v1. Tanner versus AVG. Who's winning, DDK?
Looks like AVG is got the edge here. Oh, dashing forward with the parry is a smart move, but AVG's too smart for that. Shenanigans.
Oh, it's the Tan Man. It's the Tan Man. He's done. Unfortunate. AVG walks away with the choice. ZP, we assume he's going to ban first, yeah?
We'll see. Oh, actually, no. They decided to go second. So Floormen, they win the Mo and Krill 1v1. They decided to go second. I think what's safe to say here is that Bird with Clock will not ban Mo, and they will angle for Mo first pick. That's what they were able to ride all weekend long, and it looked pretty good while doing it. Also, as Tanner that was playing Mo and Krill, because like Mo and Krill's stats were so incredibly high that Tanner, who's normally on frontliners, which you usually pick Mo and Krill for pick, he was just omni good in the last iteration. So, and yeah, that's a Viscous ban coming in.
Is that a Goober counter pick, or is that just a waste of a ban?
No, that's a Goober counter pick. Goober was actually just terrorizing lobbies. I think there was one point where we saw Bebop get juggled by 7 punches consecutively over the weekend. So yeah, no one wants to play against that, and the Viscous ban makes all the sense in the world, as does the Mo ban, because you don't want to give Bird with Clock their ticket that they use to beat melee creeps.
I love it. Viscous isn't even used in EU. Meanwhile, Wraith is the first pick, and DDK, you were mentioning that name in the EU matches. Do you like it going first?
I think Wraith is definitely pretty high value. I think though that there's maybe more. I mean, Wraith's good, but I feel like there's a lot of other stuff for your first pick slot that you kind of want to deny. And if you lose a Wraith, I feel like there's other options that you can get that can kind of make up for that. Okay. Whereas I don't think, for example, like if you lose like the 2 pick at like Billy, and maybe they get like the Silver or something like that, and suddenly, what frontline do you have left? You get like maybe a Shift. Oh, they're doing McGinnis. Okay.
I don't. Okay, it's not just the McGinnis here. It is that shows up as McGinnis' first pick on the graph at the end of the night. Just so we're clear about where that happens. That's wild. I mean, she is better now. I'm also gonna say we'll see if it ends up towards the end, because there's a real chance that the Wraith is just gonna get played by DMB. But if it's not, the sleeper pick for, or what am I saying? DMB and Floormen. So they haven't picked their WM1 yet. Floormen might actually go in Furnace. That's the thing I'm looking out for here, especially if they're giving up Wraith to Bird with Clock, and maybe they're going to be picking it towards the end of the draft. But Abrams Vindicta, so not only do you get Aiden back on the Vin, but you also get the classic Abrams Vindicta lane, one of the oldest power lanes in all of Deadlock.
Vindicta in Aiden's hands, by the way, probably the coolest clips we have seen. So many incredible snipes from early series. I remember going back to like episode 9. On the other side, Venador was not around back during episode 9. It's episode 29. What is his role tonight, DDK?
Venator is like a pretty awesome DPS in multiple different scenarios. I think one of the cool things about Venator is that the gut shot makes him able to be very disruptive to a hero like Abrams, or these heroes that are good at in close quarters, which is normally where you wouldn't want your M1 carry. It's like stuck close quarters with someone, but like a stun into a wall plus a melee, it is like insane burst damage. So Venator's got like some interesting utility compared to some of the other DPS heroes.
Pocket is gone, and Kelvin, the main support, also removed by Bird with Clock. So now we lock in for Floormen. Where do you go with pick number 4? Does Doorman actually make his appearance like the chat demands?
I mean, Doorman could come into play. Doorman over the weekend NA was getting picked towards the back end of drafts. But okay, this is kind of where I was going to lean to, is that in terms of playmakers, Paradox is above and beyond all the other pick playmaker heroes right now. Like, you like Paradox over Holiday, you like Paradox over Bebop. It is just, at times we were seeing games where if you couldn't get Paradox, teams just wouldn't run a traditional pick hero in some of these games. So I think securing Paradox has higher priority than it's had in the past.
DDK, does Yamato get her first win since episode 25? She's 1-7 since then.
I mean, it's really possible. I think that this is a nice lineup. Adding Calico too. I think Calico is really, really good still right now. I think some teams may be undervaluing her a little bit, but I guess it depends on what you've got. But like the chase down is possible here between Yamato, Calico, Wraith. I think this is can be, and also the Abrams. I feel like this is a nice kind of tempo pursuit style that will work really well for BWC. So I think that's going to be pretty formidable.
Ivy's going to give a little mobility, at least for the escape. And on the final pick, Floormen will lock in. What's your guess, ZP?
What are they going to go with here? I'm trying to think what they're missing. Okay, they go Silver on the last pick. So Silver was...
She's available this late.
Yeah, and she was mostly absent over the weekend, but now people realize maybe she's pretty good. Also, the big change for me on the NA end is that NA was first picking Ivy. Now I know like some changes came through, but Ivy's still valued, but now is more on the back end of the draft. So a lot changing just a little bit. As okay, Bird of the Clock gonna round out here with Drifter. This is interesting. It just in terms of how things are
first
settled.
appearance tonight. Has Drifter had success in the last 2 weeks, guys?
Yeah, he's been on the upswing. He was actually getting picked even before the changes, and a lot of people, well, the way it's been described in the post changes, it's not that he got better, it's that he got different and became a little bit more bursty and a little bit less generally good the way he was before the big patch.
Great question from the Duck Dude 88 in chat. DDK, will we have a Deadlock LAN before Grand Theft Auto 6?
When's Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out? Do you guys?
Yeah, they've been saying that for the last
November,
decade. That's the
allegedly.
big question.
November?
That's the big
Okay.
question.
November.
CP's dialed in.
Ooh, that's a good question. I could see us getting open beta before then, but a LAN as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's tight.
Maybe a DreamHack
I'm going to
somewhere?
say yes because I want to be optimistic.
Yeah. Also, I mean, what's your definition of LAN here? Like, there's so many definitions of LAN. Is it just
The
getting
players
like,
on a local area network, in theory,
Well-
in the same room.
you could get 12 people in a house before November. If you're talking LAN in the sense of like major
That's a boot camp.
tier
That's
one,
a boot camp. Yeah. We need more.
getting
Like a
major tier one
PGL,
production.
blast.
Yeah. We'll see. That's a little bit more iffy.
True or false? Celeste Horn is glued to her head and not growing out of her.
False, I believe. Also, speaking of
think
Celeste, it's a good shout that Celeste is not picked here. Where even in the last weekend, Celeste was getting picked all the time, even if a little bit later in priorities. So the fact that there's no picks nor any bans of Celeste is one of the first times it's actually happened, aside from that one time EU dropped the gentleman's agreement on it.
Boom. All right, we hit the 1v1. We've done the draft, and now we're just waiting for the game, I suppose. DDK, if you had to rate our two draftees, who won?
Ooh, okay. It's interesting. It's interesting because, man, I feel like it's kind of hard, actually. I don't know,
The
actually.
McGinnis is a hard throw, isn't it?
I
Can't pick him because of the McGinnis.
I want to pick BWC because I think BWC will win. However, I do think Floormen might have the better draft. So I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I do think the Drifter ult might be an interesting counter to the McGinnis ult. I think, which is kind of like an interesting concept because McGinnis ult is obviously ridiculous right now. But if you can't see, you can't shoot him. So
I'm not going to fence at this. I actually think the Floormen draft is way better, even with the McGinnis. Reason being, Billy, strongest frontliner in the game by far right now. Venator, in my opinion, actual best M1. I think Wraith got overdrafted by Bird with Clock. And you have Paradox, who is still the best pick character in the game. Ivy, whose support is still ridiculous. And the fact is, I think Silver, people are probably overreacting a little bit to some of the nerfs. She even got some of it back in the last mini patch. I'm looking at, and from a draft perspective, I think Floormen actually has a really good draft so long as the McGinnis play is good. Like, that is the main wild card is the McGinnis going to be good? Because if it is, I think the rest of their draft easily beats Bird with Clock.
Final question, ZP. Are Silver's children cubs or babies?
I'll go with Cubs. Nothing else that sounds cuter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Floormen versus a Bird with a Clock. Rem's not in action, but his friends are. Join us live for the NA Challenger match. The winner moves on to play Melee Creeps for up to $600 billion. Exclamation donate to get involved. Thank you all.
Well, I feel like, CP, my position was so non-committal, and I feel pretty bad. So I'm going to say BWC have the best draft of all time, and they're going to smash Floormen.
Okay, the
Okay.
pivot. But by the way, I think we're actually pivoting because server did get messed up. I swear to God, like Goober saying Spain, I thought it was a meme, but the fact that we're not in game means that one of the players may have set the server to Spain as a meme, and then no one set it back. Guys, this isn't the Deadlock League. You can't do that. Which, by the way, was the name of the tournament that sent the players to Spain. But I digress.
I honestly, though, just thinking about it now, like the lands, the big tier 1 lands, I don't think that'll happen until next year now. Like I think it will happen next year, but I think it's going to be open beta end of this year, and then that's what I think. Are you with me there, ZP? It feels like the most reasonable take.
Yeah, yes, but also I feel like stuff changes so quickly that I'm not surprised by anything.
True.
Like if something comes up out of nowhere, like, hey, we just got a land that's here, like, all right, cool. But next year is probably the safer of the two.
What if?
Dan,
What if Valve hosts a huge event to like kick off the open beta, and it's hosted in New York?
Oh, that would make sense. But also, if you're Valve, you don't necessarily want to love the travel here. Like, I still feel like Seattle's New York, right? Somewhat.
Well, I mean, I guess it's like, yeah, it's a city.
So Dan, lane-wise, we got the age-old reunion here for Bird with Clock on the right side. Got the Abrams Vin lane up against Billy Silver, which can be oddly dangerous on the other end. But you know, the age-old lane combos made. Wraith, Drifter getting put in middle, and honestly, it goes back to probably the fact that Drifter is being played as basically a pick hero. Like the fact that you have Cool Cheese on it, who's normally on Paradox, Holiday, etc. Like he is going to start roaming as soon as you hit 2 minutes.
I do think Drifter is a lot, or no, I won't say a lot, but like is definitely better with some of the changes that they made. That players count as isolated if they have the Eternal Darkness on them. I think that's a really interesting and good quality of life change for him to make him like less variance heavy. So I'm curious how it's going to look with Cool Cheese, that's for sure.
Also, much to maybe some people's disappointment, it is not Aiden on the Vin, but actually this happened over the weekend, so I don't know why I'm surprised. Gibbs is going to be in the Vin, a little bit more supportive, and the Ven pressure on the Aiden at the beginning here, actually pretty severe, and it's going to cause a little bit of a Calico roam coming in from Arctic, like a quick 3-man roam over to mid.
No offense, Gibbs, but this man.
All right. That's an Aiden the Destroyer fan right there. Damn.
That's true. I mean, Bucket did give him a call out, like right at the beginning. so I mean, it makes sense. It checks out. I think it's gonna be an interesting game as well because you mentioned the Billy Silver. I think it's the bowler that really makes it, because I think any hero that has the ability to slow opponents, that's like whether it's a captivating read or like the ice beam or whatever, it just makes the Billy like impossible to escape.
Also in mid, I mean, maybe a little over aggro to a point of Paradox eating some tower damage there, but mid lane has been getting bullied back. You take a look, I think Aiden just had to go to full heal, and even deeper right now is DMB, perhaps a little bit too deep. Like now DMB on the run, both Drifter and Wraith kind of low here, so they can't commit. Otherwise it would have been a kill for Goober, who's easily able to keep DMB safe.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Arctic's going to play on this Calico as well. Like I've seen a lot of people in matchmaking, like some the pro players, and also I think also just seeing it in EU as well. It can get really oppressive. I think Calico is kind of back in a big way, and given the fact that she also gets the access to all these extra boxes on the box routes, I think there's just a lot that's going for Calico right now. In addition to the fact that she gets like bonus money if you do the slash, which has no cooldown, so like you should basically be getting bonus money on every kill. It's pretty sick.
Oh, back over in the middle, where so far it's not reflected ultra heavily, although it is a little bit in the souls. It's been kind of DMB and Goober having a good time of it. Oh, here's a fun note for chat. We are developing our next night shift skin, or particularly we've given the idea to Aze, and we're letting things cook. It's one of the heroes in this game. You can guess which one, but we won't tell you until the reveal happens sooner than you may think.
I actually don't remember which one it was, so, and I'm like looking at the areas in this game, and I'm like,
too, exactly.
I'm like,
you saw the poll. You may have even voted in the poll. Is the terrifying thing to me here, Dan. Like, as okay, 3-man room for Bird with Clock into the middle. Quick tether on the DMB, and actually very nice damage from Gibbs, even as he heads out. DMB brought down the half, and I mean, it's just a quick hello, goodbye. You're getting boxes anyways, but you help tax the lane a little bit.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier in the EU segment too, where the health is really a resource that allows you enables you to have options. And if you have no health, then you have no options except to turtle. So it gives you the people that are playing against the low HP heroes suddenly full control of the boxes, the lane, the creeps when they go to bridge buff, if they gank, like the vision. So these small moments that the pros take to try to like drop the HP pools of their opponents are pretty significant. And there's also different ways they try to do that and to avoid that damage.
Also, when production gets a chance after this fight, after Cool Cheese maybe makes a pass here on the left-hand side, we're gonna need an egg check. I think it may be the most demanded feature we've ever had in Night Shift, but over the top, Gibbs looking for Goober, just needs a few more shots, puts Goober to ground. We'll see if there's any penalty to be paid here. The Awu comes out, but I don't think Rocker's in a position to drop extra pain afterwards.
Looking to hold down the Guardian here. That Guardian is actually very, very low. It's the next wave crash could very well bring it down. But, oh, and there's no seismic slam or anything like that that's being utilized. So definitely a little vulnerability in this lane here for the Abrams. Ooh, okay, look out. They're trying to get really aggressive here. This Silver Billy combo, like you said, ZP, it's quite oppressive.
Yeah, I think on the same note, though, you always have to respect what Abrams Vindicta brings, just because the combination of just being able to go tether charge or charge tether, versatile. But okay, if we can get a hold on items for a moment to check for the egg. Just a good old egg check. Even as things are about to heat up, looking. I see no eggs. No eggs to be had here, Dan, as DMB pulls out the crossbow in middle. Heavy barrage, meanwhile, going on the side lane. Catches Arctic, and this is new Power McGinnis. Her ult has never been stronger than it is right now. If she's shooting, you just gotta run.
Well, there's the McGinnis ult, which kind of sounds like... I don't know. What does it sound like?
Usually it sounds like McGinnis is about to die in previous patches. This time it sounds like you're about to die if you're facing McGinnis. like the actual impending death has simply changed between the two as... Like and Curse, popped over here. Rocker getting down on the Gibbs. Just needs one more hit, but instead the telekinesis rips Rocker back. Is that enough to save Gibbs here? More rotations coming in. No, Goober able to finish it off from the side.
That was a good attempt, though, for the save. The new and improved telekinesis coming in handy to displace. And there's a lot of players in mid right now. There is so many players in mid for both sides. At least a 3v3 here.
Come back and forth. And yeah, it's actually 4 from Floormen that rotated over. Neither mid guardian down, though. Bird with Clock mid guardian looking a little bit on the lower side. DMB in his own friendly side. Sinners. Of course, Sinners just spawned all of 13 seconds ago.
And it's weird, they're 4K behind Bird Clock, yet they have the best draft of all time. So that's a bit weird.
You went on all of there. You're like, yeah, I'm not really sure. And then, you know, we took a while to get into the game. You know, someone might have put us in the Spain servers, and it's like Bird with Clock, best draft of all time. I think for me, when I look at the Floormen draft, I think it's just solid across the board, especially if you're getting like Ven, Paradox, and Billy. Like, you're getting the best in class on multiple different roles, and arguably the same for Ivy. Support-wise, I think support's a little bit more varied, especially with the rise of Kelvin over the last few days. But yeah, the Floormen draft, realistically, a lot of the question is McGinnis worth first pick? Which they took her on, and you know, so far, League's been doing all right.
Yeah, and I mean the tempo that you can get out of the ults and also the heal is pretty amazing. It's pretty damn good because it does so much damage. And with the right synergies there, you know, it's hard to stop it. You have to find a way to like just interrupt it, knock it down. I do think the Eternal Darkness is actually an interesting counter. Big fight again here in mid. A good airdrop to throw the Billy AVG back to safety. He tries to re-engage in the fight with the barrier. And it's looking like a pretty crazy brawl right now as the follow-up from AVG is looking in there. Oh, able to just catch with the bats. The cool cheese, as he was on the escape, and it's looking like Bird Clock here are It might be coming out even, depending on this final kill here. The chase down. Okay, not even.
That was a brutal kill towards the end. Yamato just tried to go up the rope, and Rockerson up there with the shotgun at the very top. A little bit painful. Also, I failed the eyes test. People are saying Xeno had egg. So, you know, they're small icons.
I saw it, CP, when you said it, but I was like, you know, I will not correct him.
No. You should correct to be like, it's like, how are you sitting here with 4 eyes and not a single one of them actually saw the egg? Like, what are you doing? But that makes sense, because Xeno was buying it, one of the only people to buy it this weekend, too. But chase down here on the left. Ivy and Billy and McGinnis, all collecting together for Matt, who has absolutely no recourse out of that one.
And it looks like, you know, it's not going so well now for Deadlock. You know, I was trying to be optimistic with that mid battle. But I might have to abandon my previous statements because Walker's going down. At the 11-minute, before the 11-minute mark, Walker went down. That's not good, ZV. That's really a problem.
Also, when it comes to trading out, getting a walker down early is very, very high value. As hold on, Cool Cheese in all sorts of trouble here, off the zip line, finished off. D&B Rocker a part of it, but yeah, if you can trade Urn for a walker, the very first Urn, that's a worthwhile trade. Second Urn, it's more of an equivalent, depending, so long as it's not mid walker. But macro-wise, very keen decision by Floormen to say, yep, you can take the Urn, we will just take first walker.
So definitely a huge win. I mean, it's going to apply so much pressure on the map and give a lot of extra map control. And the thing too is that it's not going to stop there either. You know, the push that's possible with the tools at their disposal off of the McGinnis ult as well, and the Ivy and how Ivy can control space much more effectively now with the new entangling web or whatever it's called.
I'm all alone out here.
What is it again? It's entangling something. I went over this with Jacob.
Are you talking about Ivy names here?
Yeah.
Yeah, entangling
is now.
Now, Watcher's Covenant became Kudzu Connection, which people are still going to call Tether or Connection. Because if you call Kudzu, at least for the next 6 months, it's just going to confuse the hell out of people. It's like, what, you mean the stuff you throw that used to be a bomb? It's like, no. Those are Entangling Thorns now, especially with its new level 3 ability. But 63k to 70k, and a little bit worrying for Bird with Clock. Farm distribution, not bad at all for Floormen. But here we go. Cool Cheese going to pop the Eternal Knight here in middle. Baby G, though, not fearing it whatsoever. Dropping the Chain Gang. Focus fire here on the Tanner, who gets absolutely smashed in the middle, and also at risk, Arctic on the Calico. I think able to get away from the worst of it, as you still see League blasting away.
Headed to Broadway.
Yeah, Floormen looking in great stead here, defending the left side Guardian, but that's going to be taken out. But is there any kills to be had here to punish this Guardian take? It doesn't look like that's possible. So Deadlock will be able to escape.
Wait, but get a chase down on the left. Okay, it stopped. Also, can we get a Xeno egg check? I'm pretty sure Xeno probably broke the egg open by now. Xeno was using egg to get quick Tesla bullets this weekend, but we'll hold on to that here as left side again turning to a bit of a skirmish that ends as quick as it starts. And yeah, the egg is gone, but there's no Tesla bullets this time either.
Kudzu Connection. Man, that'd be a great that's a great team name. Actually, the Kudzu Connection. Anyway, McGinnis ult is coming up soon, CP, and to me, in my head, that means that we'll get another Walker push.
Very likely. I mean, at the very least, it's something Bird with Clock needs to respect, because in terms of Urn trades, Urn for Walker on first Urn is a big win for the Walker team. Urn for Walker on second is more of a wash. I mean, depends on the state of the game and where it's at. But given they have a little bit of a lead right now anyways, I would not be surprised to see Floormen just ignore Urn, go for Walker push. But we'll see. In 30 seconds, we're going to get a little bit more illumination onto it. Or by the way, take a look at the Billy itemization here. Fortitude is back. Heroic Aura now being built on Billy. You know, historically not a very common item on him, so
Let's go to Broadway.
things are changing.
And so Mid Guardian is still up here for Floormen. That needs to be dealt with at some point. It does enable a lot of extra control on the map, and the Urn is spawning next though, so that's going to be more of the priority. second urn is a huge objective. But the bridge buff's coming up as well. And there is the urn dropping. And who is going to be able to grab this one? Obviously, big grab for the Bird with Clock team, who managed to do a good job coming back on some of this deficit. The Flying Strike is in there onto the Venator. That's a good player to find early if they can possibly get him down. Bird with Clock, though, looking to try to chase down all these players as deep as the Walker. They're falling back here, Floormen. They'll lose DMB. They're caught off balance here. Goober goes down as well. Big moment here for Bird with Clock.
Also, they don't get anything for it. Instead, League, who is pushing left lane, which they already had the Walker down, has to do a late rotation now to defend right side Walker. League comes out, immediately hits the heavy barrage. So all this is going on. So we're taking a look at Billy chasing down Vin off of the back line. And AVG is like real deep behind enemy lines. And also somehow in the midst of all this, okay, Xeno picks up Urn, has to immediately drop it. Goes for Stone Form immediately. Yamato, though, a little bit deep, gets stunned for a long time off the Stone Form, ends up getting bursted down. So Matt diving a little bit deeply, even as AVG gets caught. Xeno now, 180 HP and a Dream up over the top. Lycan Curse about to fade. Beginner's heavy barrage long gone as we see Aiden right now trying to clean up a little bit of the scraps, and a fight that is going to see Bird with Clock not only pick up some kills, but also get urn control at the end of it. But okay, Cool Cheese just stays a little bit too long. Okay,
90k to 90k, we're all even. Seems like to me, CP, the best draft is looking kind of good. Oh my god! Quick charge into the melee, making making AVG think twice about that one.
Back. Taking a look at Arctic right now as you look at the map. Yeah, probably fine. Probably gonna teleport out in plenty of time. 98k to 94k between both sides right now. Yeah, we didn't really talk about this, Dan, in terms of like which team wants to see late game here. And I will say overall, you might be able, I think you could argue a little bit towards Bird with Clock just because of super late game Wraith, Yamato, Drifter, but it is pretty close between the two. Still, you know, I do wonder for Floormen if, you know, they're losing a little bit of a window with things getting back to even now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely an interesting point in the game because we did have a clear advantage for Floormen for maybe the first 15 minutes. It was that second urn fight where, you know, things got kind of close to even and then the advantage was taken. So we'll see what BWC can do with that advantage. As you know, now obviously, you know, they need to kind of try to remedy the objective deficit that they have. They're down in Walker at the moment. Most of the creeps and the creep farm on the map is now gone. So there's only so much to do in the next 2 minutes whilst you wait for the next urn. So they might be looking to push all these lanes and try to get some control and then position for that urn. And if there's picks along the way, there's picks along the way.
Also, looking at allocation, I think you make the argument DMB is a little bit behind on the Ven right now. Like, ideally, you'd like your Ven to be a little bit more where Aiden is at. Just because the difference on a farm Ven is oftentimes the difference between things like Grenade and Neo Domini being outright fight winners to, you know, a little bit less impact. Like, Venator plays up in Souls way, way better than many of the other heroes in the game, but perhaps a little bit of a catch right now. AVG getting harassed here. Arctic in on the engage, is able to burn some abilities and get out. Still fight going down here into the subway. Quick Lycan Curse pop here by Rocker. Going on the Cool Cheese, who may be full caught. Telekinesis comes out in the midst of all this, but no, Cool Cheese can't get away, turning into a larger engagement. Matt dives on in, goes for Shao transformation, and things are getting scrappy here in the mid.
Yeah, big fight's going on here. Rocker is stuck here on the silver. Might, oh, the 1v1 is close, but there's the assist coming in. Actually does get the kill, but it's going to be the barrage here from McGinnis. The wall that gets dropped down now completely locks Matt out here on this Yamato. So he's going to fall as well. And the Floormen with a great fight, losing one, taking 3 players down. Very good work from them.
Also, I think dangerous for Bird with Clock to go for the pick in middle the way they did, especially Billy of all characters, because there's multiple ways that fight ends, and I think timing-wise it still would have been tough, but you know, going for a pick and failing in mid is often a ticket to the other team getting mid boss and, you know, breaking the game wide open. As is, last fight is going to cost them 2 buffs from the looks of it.
I think it was a gun buff that Ven got as well, which is kind of nasty if that's the case. Okay.
Maybe AVG just looking for the quick earn snatch and is going to get it without much of any contestion. So also in middle, they're looking for a grab here on the Xeno. Xeno in real danger and gets caught. Really nice pick off to get prior to earn turn. And so, because now you kind of have to wait 30 seconds and defend mid at the same time as Bird of the Clock now looking to seize the opportunity perhaps.
Yeah, could intercept. That does actually create a lot of this disruption and the confidence is lost on this earn turn. And I think it was picked up again by AVG on the Billy. But they got bigger problems here. They're going to lose the left side Walker during all of this. And control of the right side deposit lane can be picked up there by Corchis on the Drifter. And the fight's going on here. The chase down into Silver. Silver goes down. These players around the urn are also in very much trouble. Rocker will fall indeed. And AVG picks up the urn, but there's a lot of kills. And a Walker that was traded for that urn.
In the end, it keeps Floormen even, but they lose map control and presence. I also, losing the Walker here is a little bit unfortunate too, just because Bird of the Clock was getting to a point where they were getting closer to being slot locked. That was the first Walker they had in the game, getting them a slot that is sorely needed at this point, especially by Aiden. So important pickup for Bird with Clock as the game still ends in a relatively even state. Both teams down 1 Walker. And otherwise, Dan, it may be a little bit sleepy for the next few minutes until next earn and buff spawn.
Yeah, it's interesting because Aiden is now on parity with DMB. DMB's caught up quite a bit. So that puts, that's an answer to the question that you talked about earlier with respect to the soul discrepancies there. And so it does make it so that it's going to be interesting to see how the scaling really works here. Because as you say, if DMB can remain competitive and challenge Aiden in that respect, then the game is going to be a lot harder for Bird with Clock. And so that's also something that BWC kind of gave up as well. I think in clearing up the space, it gives Wraith the ability to farm much faster and get further ahead. But it's going to be a swap here in this mid engagement around the mid Walker.
Oh, the Echo Shard Stone for taking advantage of the longer Ivy stun. The new Ivy build actually just picking off Arctic. Big execution in from Xeno. Tanner charging in a little bit late. Trying to interrupt the bag pickup, but, risky to be coming in later in the fight, but easily could turn against. Ends up being a clean pick for Floormen. Not enough to go mid here, though, just yet.
We do be farming. We do be farming, and there's more pressure coming mid as well. Yeah, Aru is had. Lycan form is engaged. Or actually, is that exiting Lycan form? I think it's an exit of the Lycan form. That's not good news for Rocker there. The connection on the charge onto AVG on the Billy. The AVG will get converted there thanks to Aiden just pumping in for the damage, that Wraith damage. However, the Floormen still looking pretty positively into this push. Just keep pressing, keep the pressure on their opponents. And they can do that because of the League's ultimate there, the barrage coming through. But now it's over. This gives Bird of Clock the chance to re-engage if they choose.
I think they're going to wait till Aiden's able to heal up. Where, by the way, if Aiden gets picked there, this goes to mid, and this is a very different game. So, Auto Knife's edge is Aiden towards the very end. And, yeah, I mean, you're seeing kind of the benefit of McGinnis and team fights at the moment. Barrage is just not something you can fight in. You either have to instantly interrupt it, or you need to get away. And, I mean, good on Bird of the Clock at the very least, where if Tanner was going down, he was able to bring AVG with him. But also, at this point, Barrage is not a particularly long cooldown.
Headed to blue.
You see League getting superior cooldown on top of it. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be back up for next fight. 6-0 McGinnis, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's the first pick McGinnis, man. That's what you expect to see. Okay, we got Veilwalker Vindicta. That's very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through my mental archive, and you have to go while Rocker get a quick charge here. Responding with the bowl, Lycan curses out, and we dive onto Abrams. No, instead, a little bit of defense here towards AVG. Matt was looking to dive in, instead sees the wolf and says, no way. Leaves in a hurry. Looking now towards DMB. Lands a grenade here on the map. Remember, no shout transformation left. Ear Domini. Crossbow is out. DMB connects. That goes down. But this is going to be clean. You got Tanner coming in from the flank. Finishes off DMB. Trades abound as League lets the heavy barrage fly one more time. Zeno stomps all over Aiden. And Bird with Clock is getting the raw end of this deal here so far.
Valiant effort there. So much damage done by the Abrams. Great play there. And now it's going to be down to Cool Cheese. He's getting completely mugged here. He's just under so much fire and pressure. Multiple players are stunned. That's it. That is it. Goodbye.
There's some inevitability where, you know, you're out of dashes and you see Ivy just transform the stone on top of you and you're about to get hit with what is now a heavier nuking and longer stunning ability. Also, damn, we got called as it is. League dominated that fight. McGinnis may be the real deal.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, McGinnis is pretty legit. The damage is crazy. I mean, already there was a lot of utility for the heal and the wall. Those are already two very good abilities. But when you add in the barrage, that does ridiculous damage. And also, of course, we've got the unstoppable, so that you can't interrupt it. It's a problem. You need to curse.
The interesting part here, Floormen decide they don't want to finish mid-boss. Now the scream goes off, and Bird with Clock decide they want to go in. Did Floormen just want the engage fight? And as they go in, okay, Heavy Barrage is out. Unstoppable on McGinnis. And I can't think of a deadlier ability to be stuck in pit against, causing a full-on retreat here from Bird with Clock. Mid-boss down to a very small amount of HP. Link still gets Matt through the veil. The barrage just keeps on going, Matt, or Dan, and now mid-boss about to go down. Rejuve in play.
Okay, they're going to try to dive in. The barrage is gone. There comes the wall. That's 2, 3 Rejuve crystals all connected. It was a very heroic steal attempt, but it won't come up with the goods. 10k soul advantage. It's about to get a lot worse for Bird with Clock here. Floormen looking to hunt them down as they retreat from that mid position. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get these kills here, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to certainly get both walkers off to these Rejuves.
Things getting rather dire for Bird with Clock. And, you know, at the beginning, Dan, the only question I had for the Floormen draft was, does the McGinnis perform? And as it turns out, not only was McGinnis picked in the first round of picks for Floormen, but McGinnis has performed so far. Heavy Barrage has proven to be incredibly effective in these team fights. And, you know, it's not just League in this case either. Both Rocker and AVG have done a great job of creating space for League, who, you know, basically gets us in the back uncontested.
And that's why I said Floormen have the best comp I've ever seen.
You know what? I'll accept this casual gaslighting. It's actually
Nice.
totally fine. Approved.
Oh yeah. Ooh, Phantom Strike and Hunter's Aura. Okay, that's two nice pickups there. That's, you know, only like what, 10,000 souls spent. Okay.
I think now one of the downsides about the Bird with Clock comp is that you're running Drifter in place of something like a Holiday or a Bebop, and it's more of a proximity pick setup. So generating your way back into the game, it's going to be a little bit difficult. You don't have the easy pick options that you might otherwise have with other comps. I mean, okay, technically Wraith can sort of act in that role of telekinesis, so it's not as grim, right? But it also means that Aiden's going to have to expose themselves and look for that, and while also being, well, the highest priority kill the team, who Goober has swiftly dispatched off camera.
Is it true that Drifter is a pedophile?
He's probably guilty of many crimes. I don't know if he's guilty of that one, but he's lived on the streets and murdered people for a very long time. So take it as you will.
Well, this game is not looking good for Bird with Clock. They're having those shrines now. They're getting at the shrines. Nothing is safe, nothing's sacred anymore here for Bird with Clock. And there's the barrage coming in.
See paradox.
And I'm sure it's doing a lot of damage. It seems like people are dying, so it's definitely a problem. There doesn't seem to be any, as you say, TP, any way to get picks on these players with Rejuve. So it's just a free farm across the map. Also, in addition to that, they even still got the shrines, even though it wasn't a full team push.
All right. Well, we got 25,000, or rather a little over 30,000 souls between the two teams, and what has been an increasingly raid boss McGinnis, second highest farm in the entire game. Courtesy of League, Floormen looking to make the most of this rejuve and turn this into a push in. Oh, okay, your McGinnis wasn't annoying enough. Get a casting buff on top of it. You know, at this point, Dan, I think if you're Floormen, you go for an engage now while you don't see McGinnis there. Is your best opportunity.
Yeah, that's fair. Still a good 30 seconds left on the rejuves as well. So life is bad right now, and I don't think it's going to get much better. We've got the chain gang here on top of the shrine. All of the towers are going down. Man, remember the old towers, the old guardians, space guardians?
Yeah, you can't, you know, these ones, you know, not quite the run and parry like the beginning, but
Yeah, more hardcore, these guys.
Bird with Clock looking to do anything here. They get all rejuves are gone. They've burned all rejuves out of Floormen, but the remainder of the fight is where it's going to get spicy as League dropping the heavy barrage once more. How many is League going to get this time around? Seen Rocker run for his life. League picks up Gibbs from afar, so the barrage continues to lay in the damage. A two-piece for League. It is the world of McGinnis. We're just living in it as the kill streak continues.
Yeah, I'm really curious of what the stats screen is going to look like for League. This is kind of disgusting. I actually really didn't understand quite how broken McGinnis was. Like, I mean, I've been instantly killed by the barrage in matchmaking and stuff, but like, I didn't know how crazy it was, I gotta say. And it's been nerfed a bit, actually. They actually tuned it down a little bit in today's patch, I think. Still really legit, it seems, as we look to conclude this one in a clean 32 minutes. It's looking like Floormen are going to be the victors here, as the Hidden King is getting absolutely obliterated. Victory there for Floormen, and they will rematch
Well played.
our champions, Melee Creeps, in the upcoming money match.
No tears for Goober tonight. Fantastic work as they get the job done. You see a League putting out the MVP performance. Did we decide on that, ZP?
In terms of MVP performance, it can't be anyone
The
other than
McGinnis?
League on McGinnis.
Yeah, it has to be. All right, yeah. Just so the replay team can get ahead of that one. In the meantime, we got to talk about DMB because he is the one filling in Poshy Pop on the sideline. DMB comes through. What did we think about his first time amongst this lineup, DDK?
Pretty nice. I mean, I think it's hard to make a judgment off this one map, but I think it looks good. Like, they didn't have any issues really. I mean, there was some comeback moments there for BWC, but ultimately, I think the whole team played really well here around League and around the kind of strategy of tempo behind the McGinnis.
Here we go, Floormen taking your first game. Bird with Clock are going to fall, and ZP, let's start with Bird with Clock. They just came off a tournament. They win the thing. Where did they go wrong tonight? Well, they didn't win. Sorry. They beat Melee Creeps. Close enough.
Which to many people is like, oh, you won. Hydro Nation is like, but what about us? It's like, I don't know Hydro Nation, except a tournament invite. You know, then you will exist. But okay, realistically going into this, draft-wise, I think Bird with Clock got out-drafted here. I think they gave up a lot of power, and not the least of which, looking at the post-mortem, was the McGinnis. I mean, I don't think Bird with Clock played bad. They had reasonable rotations in the beginning, especially the short lanes that were having trouble. Like, they were able to mitigate a lot of the pain in middle that they were having with the Ven lane. But all in all, I think they drafted a weaker team, and I mean, they had no answer for McGinnis. League was sitting here running the lobby the entire time.
Chat was calling out that McGinnis is the real deal, that we are definitely underrating her. I think we see the performance and the value she brings to the squad. How do you stop this barrage in the future other than banning her? Or minimizing the impact?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you need to be able to like interrupt the barrage. So you got to have abilities that can do that. And you know, if you don't have much of that in your draft, which Butterclock didn't, then you're kind of out of luck, I suppose. But you need some clean interrupts. I'm trying to think what the best ones would be. What do you think, ZP?
I mean, in terms of interrupts, you did have an Abrams on your team. You had Wraith as far as like putting McGinnis into a bad position. Like you had options to get on the McGinnis. The problem is the late game when Unstoppable's there, you're not going to have much to deal with it. But also, if you stop and think about why they had issues, well, if you let all the premium frontliners go to the other team, or in this case, you let Billy go to the other team, I think you're going to get zoned out to the point that the McGinnis does have space to make things painful for you. So I think even just grabbing the Billy in this draft and not letting Floormen have it probably makes a difference in the amount of pressure that you're able to apply to the McGinnis.
We take a look at all of the builds, anything that stands out. I know we went through the EU items. The drafts are definitely different here in NA. Are the builds different as well, DDK?
I wouldn't say so. It looks pretty standard for the heroes that we're seeing for the most part. I think the most fun thing is just seeing all the lightning scrolls, but that is kind of how you play. But like that's pretty common for both Ivy and for the McGinnis. So, but it's so irritating as well. I think it's really strong, honestly.
You said Billy is one of the strongest frontliners. You give him Silver, Venador, McGinnis. What else would you add to this lineup in an ideal world for the Floormen going into the championship match, ZP?
Honestly, I don't think you change much at all. I think they got best in class the whole way through. I mean, maybe draft-wise, you could argue, getting Abrams over a Silver if you really want to. But I don't know. Overall, I think this comp really, really worked. I think Floormen got everything they wanted. I don't think they'll get everything they want against melee creeps. And, for Bird with Clock, it's a little bit bittersweet. Coming off the weekend where you break melee creeps' streak overall in North America and then, run into a brick wall of Floormen with the new roster to boot, where DMB, I thought, looked pretty good for his debut game with the Floormen.
How many times do you say the word to boot a week, you think?
I'm close to Canada. It's probably more than I'd be comfortable admitting.
I don't think I've said it in years, but I'm proud of your usage. The vocabulary continues to grow here on the show, as do the highlights. Here's your MVP performance from the McGinnis. He goes by the name of League, and you will see him at least 2 games in our best of 3 grand final. 42,863 souls, but it's the 12 kills and 0 deaths that are most impressive. What did you see from League in this best of 1, DDK?
It's just a lot of very solid pressure around the ults. Obviously, that's what this is all about. Making sure that you have a strong early laning phase, and then building into this crazy ult build. The Unstoppable comes online as well, so you can't really interrupt it during these fights. And just really good mobility and usage of it, especially in the close quarters, because when people get close to you, there's this minimum range. So there's this spot that they can stand next to you where they won't take damage. But if you're next to a wall, you can kind of direct it into the wall, and so there's just very good awareness and the utility usage behind everything League was doing on the McGinnis. I don't know, it's just pretty perfect. And I liked the tempo, the timings of when the pushes came in around the barrages as well. I think it was just all very well planned by Floormen.
McGinnis earns your first MVP. We'll have another one from the best of 3 grand finals coming up, but keep your eyes on League. Keep your eyes on Goober. The man gave an awesome interview with Liz, and we remind you, all of you should check out Elizabeth's channel over on YouTube. Drop her a subscription and listen to the full 1 hour and 40-minute interview when you guys have time. In the meantime, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. ZP, will anyone pick Yamato? She's 1-8 now over the last 5 weeks.
Look, you're looking for other frontline options in the wake of the fact that a lot of people aren't as comfortable picking Shiv, at least in NA, even though we saw in EU that it can certainly work out. So, people, they want a little bit frontline. That's where they go Yamato. But while I think she's pretty good, I don't know if she's filling her role in some of the team comp she's been thrown into, though.
As we go to break, chat, how much to let Krill ride your back for a week? Think about it.
I see the enemy. You thought I was a problem before. I'm only getting better. Headed to York.
Welcome back to the night shift, where we answer the tough questions like, how do you stop an unstoppable McGinnis barrage? Well, Jake, a wizard from the chat, said I just got to be within 7 meters, aka tickling distance of a McGinnis ult.
I mean, the
that true?
neat part about canceling the McGinnis assault is you don't. You just die. At least the way it looked in that last match. I do think it's true. You can get right on top of her and kill her, but the way they played, I mean, they create a nice zone of control around McGinnis where it's not so easy to execute that against the top teams. I think people have to maybe respect this pick a little bit more after that game. I can't help but think melee creeps are maybe not going to let it through as easily, or at least have better tools to respond to it in their draft, because it kind of just crushed game one.
ZP, we saw a few people so disappointed that they're not going to see the BWC Melee Creeps rematch, because BWC was able to beat Melee Creeps on another stream earlier in the week. For me, I'm kind of more excited for Goober to get a chance to take on John and the Melee Creeps, right? Do you think there's a bit of a rivalry brewing between these guys? Is Floormen really that far behind them?
I don't think they're super far behind, but also if in terms of rivalry, I like the revenge story here that DMB used to be with Melee Creeps, was with them for a huge part of their run, and they decided to make the roster change to bring in Do, who super mechanically good, and kind of rework how they do their drafts, especially because you're more in the realm of doing one WM1 right now instead of two, and they kind of want John in the M1 role. Now DMB is with Floormen and gets the opportunity for revenge. And look, technically, I think if you look at it historically, DMB still may be the winningest player in NA North America history, because he was part of a bunch of the old Hydra Nation teams and was part of Melee Creeps for a massive portion of their streak.
All right, it's time to jump into our grand finals by introducing your teams. The challenger tonight, Floormen. You just saw them mop up their opponents. They took care of the Yamato. They McGinnis all over the place. And now you're going to see AVG, Goober, Rocker, League, Chickpea, DMB, and not Xeno taking on the Melee Creeps. Jake, who from this screen is the scariest? I know you're just joining us, but you've seen the Floormen in the past. Are you giving it to League, who just won MVP, Rocker, who people would leave their teams for in the past, or Goober, who seems to be one of the most confident 18-year-olds on the planet?
I mean, I think all these players are top-tier Deadlock players, but I think ZP is absolutely right. The player I'm watching today is DMB. I mean, this is a grudge match. DMB won before being on the Melee Creeps. He was a huge part of their success for months and months. When they kicked him, they felt like they could do better, and that's a pretty big gut punch as a player to be on a crazy winning streak and to get kicked. It's like, wow, like there's not, it doesn't feel good. And so this is DMB's moment to get some revenge here. If he comes back in and delivers a win, it wouldn't get sweeter than that. So definitely eyes on the M1 carry battle. John has been the standard bearer for that role in North America for quite some time, but now it's DMB's turn to really get that fair fight. Melee Creeps, undoubtedly the favorites given their history, but like you said, like in this last week, took some L's, maybe showed some weakness. It wasn't on our show, so they're still the champions here. But there's definitely some questions, I think, in people's mind, and honestly, maybe no one more than DMB.
Now it's time to introduce the reigning Night Shift champions. They've been dominant in North America. John, Saya, Scout, Fishcake, Ido, and Do, the new addition, as Jake mentioned. I want to start here with Saya and work our way to the right. ZP, what is the strength of each one of these six?
I mean, for Saya is not only the best support player in North America, he very well may be the best overall player in North America, period. I don't know when his
Nine-time
signature hero got
MVP.
Yeah, I don't know when his signature hero got set to Calico. It was probably a very long time ago, but we got to swap that to Kelvin on the fly because he has been the Kelvin player. He was getting Kelvin banned as a target ban even when no one else was actually banning Kelvin. So shout out to Saya for that. And also, I mean, you move along the list of John, kind of the M1 player of North America. Consistency in the role, which has been a really, really big reason for Melee Creep success because honestly, seeing John get picked off, it's a little bit rare. And when you're the person that is getting most farmed on the team, you kind of need that level of consistency to bring your team home.
We've got Scout saying that Paradox is their favorite. We've got Fishcake on the Abrams, Ido on the Mina. Will we actually see Mina from the Melee Creeps? It was a go-to for all of EU, Jake.
Yeah, very possible. I think Ido really loves to be playing a lot of these flashy spirit carries where he can utilize his skill on the movement tech in Deadlock to really get a leg up on the competition. That being said, I think this team is just, it's across the board, right? They have so many different threats, so many strong players. Every role you could argue they're competing for best in class. I especially like watching Scout when he's on characters like the Bebop or the Holiday, when he just gets like super active in the early game, tempo is out of control. He finds a lot of early advantages that the team is amazing at continuing to snowball and develop those into game wins. So a lot of excitement, I think, for the Melee Creeps. And honestly, they've had their first tastes of defeat in quite some time in this last week. So my interest is to see how do they rebound from that, right? You've had a huge patch as well. Everything's in flux. Are you able to right the ship for this tournament weekend to check out this tournament that was played last week, the Freak Fest tournament?
Yep.
And Hydra Nation won it all 2-0 over Bird with Clock. Hydra Nation.
Now, Floormen, they were the only team to take a game off of Hydra Nation, right? On the other side, Bird with Clock beat Melee Creeps, and they did it with a Mo and Krill. Do you think the Creeps have learned from that beatdown, ZP?
Yes, they're banning Mo and Krill. If nothing, they may very well lose today, but if they lose, they're not going to lose to Mo and Krill. They're either going to put themselves in a position to pick it, or they're going to ban it. We're not going to see Ido just, wrapped in Mo's warm embrace for 5 consecutive minutes across 2 different games. It's not going to happen. Mo and Krill is going to get banned. Given the fact that Melee Creeps is second pick here, fully expect them to come in with Mo and Krill ban. Otherwise, Floormen would first pick it.
Norman, what are you banning out first? Mo and Krill themselves. All right. Don't think that was necessary, was it?
I mean, maybe you didn't want to take it true first, and maybe you thought Melee Creeps would grab it in the top 2. I still think characters like Billy and Silver are worth considering, although Silver dropped quite a bit down in the priority last game. I think that's an underrated. Melee Creeps going to ban out the Viscous. So a lot of respect being given to Goober on an extreme comfort hero that has...
I want to be that good at a single character to where people just are auto-banning it no matter how meta or not the character is.
That is respect. I think this I play a ton of Viscous. That's my, my one trick. And Floormen rip it in again with the first pick McGinnis. They say this hero is busted. We don't care about the most recent tweak patch. It's not enough. This hero just still dominated. Hard to argue with League. What, he was 12-0 12, 14-0 14, something disturbing last game.
Ivy's locked in, and I want you guys to be serious for the first half of this draft. So go ahead, ZP. Give me the objective pick. What do you pair with an Ivy for your first 2?
You go Billy. You look at the last game, you go, hey, McGinnis was able to do all this crap because you had a Billy frontline. You take Billy away right now. Yeah, this is the proper response, which makes the McGinnis pick a little bit weaker by comparison. Yes, Floormen will probably come back and get Abrams as one of the return picks here, but getting Billy, I think, is important, is a key difference in this draft versus the one that we just saw.
It was smart to turn to Paradox for help.
They go for the Paradox, though. Valuing it higher early, pretty interesting choice, considering I don't think anyone else has valued Paradox at this level of pick priority. I agree with you, ZP. They're going to be maybe hurting when it comes to the front line. I feel like they need to grab at least something for the front line in this third pick, lest we go to the ban phase. But they go for the Venator, so they're ignoring the front line completely. I mean, this has turned the meta of Deadlock drafting of always, 4 frontliners in the first 4 picks. It's gone right now. I mean, only one of the first 5 is any kind of...
Kelvin still on the board.
An empire without sacrifice.
Kelvin hasn't lost tonight.
Actually, yeah, I wouldn't hate the Kelvin here for Floormen. I think it could fit. Lock somebody in with the McGinnis. Even the Venator, I think, is really, really good fighting in those domes. Question is it going to be as comfortable for them? Are they as experienced playing around the Valley? We saw in EU, though, how effective it can be. And honestly, I kind of like the shut up bucket. I could totally see it.
Yeah, interesting here from Melee Creeps. They could have decided to ban the support. Instead, they don't go for it. I think it also speaks very much so to how good Ivy is right now that Melee Creeps decide, yep, we're going to pick this hero even over the Kelvin. But also, part of the reason why they weren't even banning Mo before is that they valued Ivy so incredibly highly. Like, they saw Ivy as the #1 hero, even if they've adjusted it a little bit. It's interesting. Also, I think the other interesting thing is that they were valuing Mirage higher than Wraith. And they've changed that calculus a little bit when Ven was unavailable. And they got back up with Yamato, so okay.
They lost. It's done.
I'm a Yamato hater.
Yamato sucks. 1-8.
I am kind of a hater.
It's a new age page.
I think this character is like too reliant on burst kills, and ultimately there's nothing to stop you being kited out in your ulti. And yeah, I guess you have the Billy ult to maybe grab people and pull them in, but I think people have gotten so good at movement in Deadlock that Yamato's ability to chase just feels not as effective as maybe it did in previous patches. More than a game balancing, I think it's honestly just people have gotten better at the game. I feel Yamato has gotten worse.
Shiv Silver, what is the magic 6-piece here, ZP, for the Floormen?
Well, I'm taking a look here, and realistically, you probably want something on the support of Spectre, given the fact that it is not a support McGinnis that's being played. So I'm looking at things like a Rem, I'm looking at things like a Page for Floormen. For Melee Creeps, okay, they're going to come in with the Sinclair. This is actually interesting because I think in theory, copying Barrage is a really good copy for Sinclair. On top of the fact that you also get, reasonable, you can copy swap. I'm not the biggest fan of necessarily copying Ven ult or Silver ult, but finishing up with Mina for late game power makes sense to me.
Yeah, likely to be an Ido Mina. I think this is going to be a comfortable one for him. And they play, compared to EU, where typically they're just using Mina as a hard carry and like playing a faster tempo game. Mina as the secondary carry behind Wraith here gives you a lot of late game scaling. However, I think you're a little squishy in this draft overall for the Melee Creeps. I feel like there's I'm a little bit worried about the threat of just being run over. It's going to be a lot up to Billy and Sinclair on the playmaking to prevent that from happening, and also for Yamato to be enough of a threat where you feel you can't just, turbo int.
Jake, which team would have more eggs if Fiki eggs were available to all 12 players?
I feel like Sinclair would just be an egg hoarder. I feel like Sinclair would just have a whole clutch of eggs. He's kind of weird like that. He's like a puppet man or something. I feel like he's an egg user. That's for sure.
There's definitely eggs in his house.
Can we talk about the timing of egg being added to the game, though? Like the fact that egg gets added to the game, it's like less than a month before Easter. Like, this feels like the long, guys, Easter is less than a month away. Let's add an egg item into the game. We will be seasonally relevant, as it were. But Page coming in last for Floormen, it was kind of what I was expecting in terms of rounding things out, getting support. And I'll be honest, as I look between the two teams, this is a much more interesting draft than the last game because while there's a lot of power that Floormen have, I mean, particularly McGinnis looked great, you have Vendor. The front line of Shiv Silver, I think, is a lot more suspect to creating space for the McGinnis. And Melee Creeps, I think having the Billy Ivy is really important. You had Billy and Ivy both for Floormen last time around, and you're not going to have the combo of being able to, go chain gang into stone form, into a barrage in the back. So the level of tempo in these fights and the space that's being controlled, I think is going to be vastly different and probably a bit more in the favor of Melee Creeps, especially early on.
Apparently, according to chat, there was a difference in philosophy between DMB and his former squad, the Melee Creeps. DMB is now in the mix for the Floormen. Chat, are we on Team DMB tonight? Or MLC, the reigning night shift champions? Production, do we have it just to showcase how dominant these cat suits have been? If you look at our last 15 episodes, I feel like they've been in the grand final at least 14 times. ZP, how good is this squad?
I mean, really, you take a look at the history they've had. I mean, Melee Creeps has been
number 12.
number one team in NA, by far. And is it going to change tonight? We'll see. I think you can make the argument that them losing this weekend was really just a new patch specific phenomenon. Floormen, they're a really good team, but for Melee Creeps, you do not win this many night shifts in a row unless you have put together really the all-stars of North America.
Jake, I just counted on my fingers. I got to 17 wins in a row. That's 18, 19, 20 finals appearances in a row. 20 weeks of grand finals appearances. What do you chalk that up to after watching this team for so long?
It goes beyond the fact that, well, just for starters, right, you have like probably near best in class players from North America on every role for the Melee Creeps, but they've also built a team that is more than the sum of its parts, right? They have incredible team chemistry. The coordination is very good. When you the eye test, when you watch them play, one of the things I think they're so insanely good at is in that dance of a key objective, pushing forward, looking for a pick, falling back when you're on cooldown, and you're kind of cycling back and forth. I think they're the best team in NA, at least, at that kind of dance, which often leads to them winning crucial team fights around objectives. So their ability to stay cohesive as a unit, even in the chaos of inherent to Deadlock, I think kind of sets them apart. The question in my mind, though, is can Floormen match that? They've had a lot of time to study and learn and adapt and grow. And when you throw a little bit of chaos in with a new patch, it's the perfect moment to try to unseat a previous champion. On top of that, I think DMB is actually a fantastic player. Like, playing this guy in ranked, he has like great understanding of the game, great communication, and I wonder if he might not be a valuable addition to Floormen. Like, yes, there's other strong players around, but for the Floormen, you got to look at DMB's record, right? Like we said, he might be the most winning player of all time, even after being cut from the Melee Creeps, right? He had tons of success in every era of Deadlock, and I just feel that this won't be the last we see of him near the top here of the NAC.
Hydra Nation, if you're out there watching this stream, we see you playing. Quit dodging. We'll see you next Wednesday. In the meantime, your grand final should be ready to rock. Melee Creeps taking on the Floormen. This is your North American showdown. Make some noise, chat. By noise, I mean donations. Exclamation donation in the chat. Contribute to the prize pool. On the mic, it's Jake with the wonderful ZP from the great state of Minnesota.
Yeah, he's not wrong as far as the states go. But this is going to be interesting, Jake, because I feel like we saw the hypothetical max power of a McGinnis in the previous matchup. But when you don't secure things like the Billy and the Ivy that go along with it, it does make me wonder how effective it's going to be. To me, it's kind of one of those things of this hero is good. Like, we've seen the hero be good, clearly. But is it first pick level good when you are the ultimate first pick and not even like the double first pick? That part I'm not convinced on.
Yeah, I also really like the Sinclair as a response to it, because McGinnis, I mean, more or less is being picked as an old bot, right? Like, yeah, you have some other nice utility that is meaningful and helps, control fights and win lanes. But Sinclair snatching that ult away on a significantly reduced cooldown could be terrifying, right? I think you really need to punish Sinclair when he comes in to steal the ulti away, or he's going to outvalue you with it. He's going to get that off way more often. It's going to be Scout this time, piloting the Sinclair, and honestly, a lot of great ultimates for him to seal this game.
Also, it's going to be a little bit of a different Ido-Mina game. For those of them following the Mina changes, Mina, you can make the argument, is stronger in the late game now. But her snowball game is not the way it used to be, where, her early game is weaker. She has to wait to actually level up abilities to get her true power and certain things. So, Mina is less of an early game terror and more of this hero gets ahead, look out sort of hero now. Almost a quasi carry. Like, if you were to break down Melee Creeps, the two carries of the team, it's John on the Wraith, but also Ido on the Mina at the same time.
Side lanes, I think, going to be especially important. I like the Silver Shiv lane. A lot of damage coming out here. Before the Yamato ulti is up, I feel like there's going to be a power spike around 3,000 souls, where it could actually be a little bit scary. Threatened to burst her down. For now, though, AVG has been taking a ton of pressure. Syed doing a fantastic job putting on that early game damage, keeping Shiv honest. And Yamato, too, one of the better lane bullies. So this one could actually be scarier than I'm giving it credit for.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Shiv is, people probably were overreacting a little bit to the changes, because as we talked about, the knives for Shiv pretty strong. Whoa, the early
Heavy
burst here on the Saya, although Saya turning it a little bit. That got down and dirty real quick. But also, speaking of getting down, AVG, 8 HP gone. The dive in from Do gonna send AVG directly back to spawn.
And maybe more, like even Silver taking yet more pressure. At least it's going to be a free camp for Yamato. No way you can challenge this with just a sliver of HP on the Silver.
On one hand, Rocker low HP there. On the other hand, Yamato was dangerously close to dying to a slam fire if it was up. Like, that was less of an HP threshold than you might expect as... Wait, this isn't EU?
I was about to say, that looks like a DC to me, man. I'm like, I don't know what he's doing, but it doesn't look like a good internet connection.
For my next trick, I will audience participation the wall.
Which
Sinclair
you
should
doing
have
there,
like
buddy?
a prop hunt skill where you turn into a prop. That would go crazy.
Maybe he's like, we heard he was walking into the wall. Tornado maybe hit him. Tornado might have got... Where is Scout right now? Is US actually getting tornadoes in March?
Oh, man.
Yeah, tornadoes are messing up the Midwest right now.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I'm out here.
I don't know why this is like acting as
sirens.
news to me. I don't know why this is news to me. I'm just thinking here, March 11th, just, you know, I don't know. It did strike me as like, okay, get into the basement of tornadoes here.
So question, if Melee Creeps lose the 6th, do we actually call Xeno, who's been on all the graphics?
I mean, they'll have to play with the sub, I guess, if they lose him. But we've already started the series, which is pretty brutal if Scout is down for the count. Hopefully not. We'll give him a couple minutes to see how this one goes, see if they can get back in contact with him.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. I'm just thinking from the comp ops end. It is close enough, and there isn't a big enough advantage that arguably, like, this is in remake territory, barring...
Yeah,
you know,
I think your opponent would be like, we're down to remake.
This is a plausible remake, but I think they should have to keep the draft for sure.
Oh, yeah, you don't change the draft. Like, the draft is set in stone. Like, someone else is going to have to play Sinclair, even if Scout can. But this is...
Yeah, this would be brutal. And I mean, even if you do just get a ringer, that already still sucks, right? It's like the synergy and experience you built up as a whole team now is going to be a little more chaotic. Whoever you come in with, like, yeah, they might be good at the game, but they're not just going to have the experience, especially as we talked about. Scout's crucial in the early game, right? His ability to roam and kind of come to the right team fight at the right moment. Key tempo. I hope he's not flying. That would not be good.
Flying.
He got
okay, there's a difference between like a tornado. You have a tornado in my area versus the tornado has direct struck my house. At Grok, do I get internet while flying through the air at 300 miles per hour? You know,
Wi-Fi. Yeah, we getting rocked by some bad weather. Gonna get Scout back in here. In the meantime, did you guys know
his IP in chat? Oh my god.
Okay, you got scammed. That's everyone's local IP. That's,
okay.
That is your IP potentially.
Got him.
I was like,
thank you, way too drippy Frank, for the Prime. A reminder: if you have Amazon Prime and use Prime Delivery, you also have a Prime sub over on Twitch.tv. Use it here on Deadlock Night Shift. Help us feed the observers. They work for free until we feed them, and eventually give them a check like 9 or 10 weeks later.
Wait,
Jake, as the CFO, we're killing it though, right? The community's helping us like stay in the positive numbers.
We're doing good, man. The community's hooking us up. Hopefully we got big things brewing for the future. I have to see if we can bring it together. But look, I mean, the growth in Deadlock scene has been massive, right? Anyone can see all the viewership, all the excitement around the game, and hopefully we're able to...
There's Scout.
Chat was saying he was throwing it back, but then I was reading other stuff from the chat, and you guys got on my case, YouTube. I apologize for that comment about the drifter. I did not mean it. Here is a look at this beautiful Sinclair nose, though. Where are his eyes?
You know,
he's like
as part of becoming a bit of a ghost.
Is he the only character without eyeballs?
He has like the most scuffed, unfinished model. You could argue it's like lore because he's a puppet, but this one, we're doing him dirty here on the observing feed. We're getting in way too close.
That's a great drawing for a 7-year-old.
But yeah, I haven't heard an update from Melee Creeps yet, but if Scout is in an area that's getting rocked by tornadoes right now and his power went out, as someone that is a bit of an expert in Midwest weather, as in getting pummeled by Midwest weather, I'm going to be real. They're probably going to have to get a sub. Like,
it ain't coming back, baby. You're done for... He's taking out power lines, because that's how my house would always go down. And be like,
we are likely in a remake with the sub territory. I think with power out, that's It's gotta be the move forward.
Okay.
Who do you think should fill in? Jake, are you better than ZP?
I mean, yes, but I'm not
objectively
good
right now,
enough to play
yes.
in this.
Well, Jake doesn't even hesitate just because his Eternus rank is high. That's unbelievable. But no, it's true.
It's true. He's been
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell the players this is probably remake territory.
Thank you, admin ZP. Guys, you're so impressed when I hop in the chat with 2 words while someone else is casting. ZP is adminning while doing play-by-play. Only OG esport goats can do that shit. People today can't even have a chat GPT fill out a double elimination bracket, Jake. It's insane. But the Z-Pizzle guy, whew.
You become an incredible typist by playing online multiplayer games and talking shit to your opponents while playing. Yes. There's no better tool to become a fast typist than typing flame in between actions in a MOBA game.
Back in my day, you used to just hump bodies. Then came Overwatch, and Jake and friends get loose on the fingers.
Wait, Puckett, that voice you just did, you sounded like Shiv. That was actually wait a second.
I could hear it. I could see a little Shiv cosplay.
Yeah. Can you say in a gravelly voice, the Baxter Society has your number?
Not tonight. I heard the Baxter Society tried to steal Celeste's horn, though.
I think that is true.
I'm not a very good player, so I'm starting to pick up the lore, and that's a wild conspiracy. Go ahead, Jake.
So you needed a monster. That's my favorite Shiv line. He's kind of the wild man. I'm honestly, what do you guys think about this Shiv rework here? I'm kind of a fan. It kind of fits his theme better. He's the knife man bleeding you out versus the unkillable tanky demon. That was, I think, a little bit too much.
Also, Shiv makes more sense of you got to hit it and quit it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, I don't think it necessarily is the item you'd want to build a lot of the time. You make the argument for slice and dice, but you go greater expansion with the new alt range, and you actually fly across the map. It is a 24-meter leap on Killing Blow, which is actually really, really funny as far as things that do.
Greater expansion Shiv coming to you soon.
But here's what we're gonna do. I'm making the executive decision. We are going to go to a break. We will be back once a sub is here or the power has been restored for Scout. It is likely going to be Zerbzy coming in from melee creeps. So Tornado's taking down Scout. Who knows what'll happen now?
What if we draft someone from the chat, but they have to be a subscriber? All right, think about it, chat. We'll let the admin ZP be in charge of the show and not me, the host. I'll see you guys in the other side of the break. Love you. Guess what? Mirage is gone and Scout is back. We're ready to party round 2. Let's get the Sinclair back on the map. Melee creeps, Floormen. Act like what you saw earlier didn't happen. This is game 1 and the best of 3 on the mic. It's ZP with Jake. Back to you, Zeeps.
So just to let everyone know, this is the deal we made with Melee Creeps. We told them they could sub in Zerbzy for Scout, or if they play with Scout and he DCs again, it will be a forfeit, or they'll have to play 5v6 basically, because he's in a storm-prone area. You get one. If he DCs again, knowing that it's a stormy area, it is entirely on Melee Creeps at this point. So you now know the stakes.
But Jake, this is the smart thing to do, right? You want your starting lineup, even if you have to risk a forfeit.
I think it's a tough call, but honestly, I think I would do the same thing. It's like you never really know with these environmental factors, but if your player's ready to play, I just like wouldn't want to, unless it was like they're giga lagging or something. Like if it seems okay, the power's back, I'd just risk it. You might end up losing the game for it. Like this could end up being painful, but this is the reality of a live competition. You know, someday we'll have big fancy lands, but you know, for now, this is esports, baby. You gotta work with the circumstances you're dealt.
All right, so we'll see if the lanes end up being a little bit different this time around. Of course, first blood happened against Floormen last time around. Just a quick Saya engage onto the left-hand side. Maybe a little bit more caution from AVG this time around.
Trades happening in the side lane. Paige McGinnis, sort of an unconventional lane, but one that maybe could be deceptively strong. I'm thinking about that. The wall kind of presenting problems as a attempted steal here on the small camp. Successful. Paige gets all 3 creeps. And a golden egg. The chat is loving it.
Egg. So somehow the chat vocabulary just goes down to 1 3-letter word when an egg has been bought. And I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised. I mean, Xeno, I guess, has been a big egg supporter, but I kind of feel like you need some of the damage on Paige in some of these games, or at the very least, you look at some of the things Saya's pulled off on Paige, where it's, I'm a healer, but...
I will say, some people in my games have been doing an interesting thing with the egg. I don't think Paige is going to do this, but like, I was playing with an Ivy who was like buying the egg and then selling it at like when it was worth, I don't know, 1,000 souls, like very, very early sale, just to like instant hard rush Tesla bullet. I don't know that that's actually good in a competitive setting, but I think there are other ways to use this item than just purely like greeting for refresher 20 minutes down the line.
Well, that's what Xeno was actually doing with it on the weekend. He didn't build Tesla and Ivy today, but that was like Xeno was definitely down for the using egg for first item Tesla build. So yeah, it definitely spread far and wide. Also, can we talk about the lane setup where Melee Creeps have correctly deduced where McGinnis is going to be, and they put Sinclair into the lane? Like, that is a lane matchup you 100% want to get if you're the team as Sinclair, and you want to avoid if you're the team with McGinnis.
This is the lane that was hard on the previous remake for Floormen. Silver and Shivs kind of struggling, but a big parry this time. AVG, he said he would do it, and he just called his shot. Maybe now a kill to be had on to do. Silver not wanting to risk any melees, but that's allowing Do to kind of come back into this trade. The slam fire, big damage onto Do, just needs like one more shot, but everyone on just slivers of HP in this lane. Surely Shiv was gonna be able to find and clean up these kills. A few more seconds for that knife. This connects, it almost certainly would be the kill. Another heal from Yamato, but a missed power slash. Not gonna be able to find that kill. Baby G hunkering in the corner.
I think if Do had committed the running away, there was actually a chance of leaving. And this time around, we got a pause from the Floormen. As Goober, we had the entire interview with Elizabeth, and at no point did Goober actually work on charging his headphones.
Yeah, Red Classic ran the battery down his headphones doing content. But I can't be too mad. Contest the wave of the future. You got to be up on that. We'll see what Goober can do this game. I think he's going to be a pretty important player, right? I mean, Paradox, the only pick hero on either team this game. So I think he has the opportunity to have a potentially explosive early game, especially, I think, for Paradox around that ult timing. A lot of pressure being put on by Saya, but maybe going a little too deep. One more dagger connection, it might be enough for the kill. He's going to be bleeding. Look at that tick. I think Saya's dead, man.
I don't know if Saya has a stone form. It's on a knife's edge, quite literally, and knife was a little bit too sharp. So Saya ends up going down the left lane, a different story off the remake. And hey, if you're Floormen, you take the gifts here. You're not the ones who asked for the remake. Melee Creeps were. So
yeah,
works out.
Take that to the bank. And I mean, it looks like a decay rush for Shiv. Usually that's what we see when Shiv hangs on to a lot of his souls through this early part of the game. It's going to make especially Yamato's job in this lane a lot harder. You know, just getting ticked down, getting low HP, the threat of those executes, it makes it so much harder to stick in lane. Maybe Shiv just going to get a buy off earlier, though, and not actually save for that full value.
Early gun buff can be devoured by DMB. Where it, you know, McGinnis a little bit quicker on the charges here with the change in stamina buckets this time around, but it'll never make me not laugh when you see a McGinnis just on the chase down of someone.
I like McGinnis with the mobility. Like, that is, it's deceptive how big of a deal it is to move stamina buckets, right? It's one of those, like, I think, unsung aspects of the game balance where characters are significantly more mobile, especially feels like that scales even better with your skill, right? Like, the better a player you are, the more potential you can get out of a higher stam bucket.
Yeah, I mean, you just casual dashes around in lane. I mean, McGinnis got some quickness in her. But yeah, I'm curious once ults come to play. I mean, Scout just got audience participation, can now clone a barrage, but things getting a little bit heavy here on the left-hand side. Take a look
Dash
here.
misses,
half
but there's
HP.
no Yamo.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Wolf comes out. And Rocker actually still has the opportunity in dangerous distance here onto Yamato, able to finish off Do. And just like that, gets a little bit of early value off the Lycan.
Yeah, Life Strike available. It's going to be a nice find for Rocker. Able to buy that up next time he heads to a shop. Clear in a kind of an awkward spot. Wants to clear these turrets. Doesn't have the best damage for that in the lane. Wraith hopefully could help with that, but Page is able to put a ton of pressure on. This golden egg is banking up. Oh, the McGinnis ult, it's cooking. John is down, and it could be another on the deck soon. Scout, stolen ult somewhere in that. We didn't see anything from him, though, in that regard. And the suppressor, man, proving hard to trade into from this McGinnis.
Left-hand side, Saya and Do able to defend some of the assault here now. Oh, the airdrop chase down in on the AVG. Surely he doesn't get away from this one and does not. Little bag for the to-go for Do.
That's a nice kill to find, right? Getting that revenge gets you right back into the top farm position here. For Do, going to be a crucial player in the early game. Mid lane, though, has been incredibly quiet. Like, no one's really dropped damage there. It's been all the action in the side lanes. Heavy early gun build investment from Goober. On a power slash on both players in the lane. I believe that's full charge. So some nice trading, but Rocker and AVG look very tanky in this one.
They have to be careful. Rocker's about to let out the Wolf. And at half HP, I mean, it's not actually a winnable fight unless they heal. And
I see paradox.
upside here. Do a shout transformation back and, you know, just wait a little bit for the healing right. It'll be a little bit more fightable.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Yamato, though, really needs to get that spirit power spike, especially the max power slash, I think is a key moment for her. So Sai's going to have to maybe stay here a little bit more than he might otherwise want to. In general, though, I think this patch, at least the top teams have been roaming a lot less than we saw in the previous one, right? A lot more stability on the laning phase.
Yeah, at least today. It's kind of interesting because they were roaming all over the place on Sunday. And NA a little bit more reserved right now.
I see Ivy.
See Silver. Bit of a box run. Saya mid airdrop. Quick little drop. And yeah, just saying, nope. Not the most free of sinners. At the very least, going to make you think twice. Knocks Oster from Ido, though, back here towards the middle. Looking to apply a bit of pressure to the Goober. Goober drops down the wall in response, and a bit of a standoff between the two. Elsewhere, Billy, bash down, looking for DMB. DMB low. Parry comes out. Swap towards the end. Not enough to save the Ven, but is enough to punish the Billy on the back end.
It's a nice kill to get on DMB, but ultimately I think the punish is well worth it for Goober, right? Getting a little bit extra farm. And he's rushing the gun spike, so he's going to be a very significant damage dealer, at least in the early game. You do find DMB, but typically I think if you get that kill and then die for it, ultimately you feed a little bit more than you get. I guess the damage on Goober is something nice. Silver has also invested into an early reactive, so she's going to be very hard to burst down before she gets this Lycan form off.
Also, something to watch here, Ido's had a pretty good early game. Like, has been able to get a good amount of farm in mid, 8.2k Mina. You're not going to see the Mina be as explosive early game, but this is a rising threat for Floormen as the game goes on. If Ido's able to keep up this pace of farm, once you get, you know, another 10 minutes into the game, that's where you're going to see the Mina really start to explode. So, looming threat. See Rocker pick up the slowing bullets. Pretty standard buy nowadays on the Silver.
Chat, very big Page fans right now. Egg up to 1,200 souls. So some significant net worth kind of being stored up there. I wonder when Xeno's going to pop it. Wouldn't be surprised to see it a little bit later for something like a powerful active item or maybe even refresher on Page.
Paradox.
I mean, the real hero is going to be the first player that just have the egg the entire game and never pop it. It's kind of like a aura maneuver.
Now, if you win with the egg, that is Giga Aura, actually. I got to give them that. As 4 players here to the McGinnis lane, that tower is not long for this world. Counterpunch in mid, though. Man, look at that. Those knives hurt, though. Like one more knife, honestly, and I think Ido dies. Like, that's kind of crazy to what Shiv can do damage-wise, even though he doesn't have maybe the tankiness to sustain through those ganks.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the new Shiv. I'm glad he's getting... Okay, people may go, what are you saying? What do you mean he's glad he's getting picked again? Surely he should spend his time in the doldrums and not get picked for a few months. Hasn't he been good enough? It's like, well, I want the hero destroyed. I just want him not ultra top tier. DMB, though, dealing with a dive here from Do. In, off the flying slash, followed by the power slash. Quick, easy finish. Shout transformation, soon to leave.
3 knives, 4 knives. Look at that burn.
Saya's over. In on the urn, drives onto the silver. Charge coming in from the outskirts, though. Melee creeps losing 2. Floormen lose Xeno in the process. Is getting all sorts of scrappy near the urn.
Stolen swap from Scout, but he just can't even get it off. The heavy barrage is just cooking everyone in this team fight. Full duration heavy barrage. And the wall should potentially secure that urn drop. Billy's just still fighting, still trying to delay it, but it looks like a 4-on-1 at this point. And maybe the best he can do is just escape from this. Rocker trying to run him down, but ultimately a very good fight for the Floormen. A lot of kills on that one. They get the urn dunk as well. And League on a killing streak, a spirit buff before that team fight is the dream for McGinnis.
The age of McGinnis is upon us. Melee creeps find themselves nearly 10k down 11 minutes into the game, which even as is kind of a rare sight, Jake, when you look at it. And okay, a little bit of a replay here. And of course, says this went on the other side of the map from the urn. Dude was able to get DMB, ends up getting chased down by AVG. We saw him go in for seconds before we swapped over to the urn.
I mean, he just got burned down. The knives, man. And the parry, too, but I don't even think he needed that. Like, he was dead to knives on Do. The crazy thing is, that's a 1v2. Do is doing his job. He's getting a kill on Ninny Walker. He's forcing a 1v2. Floormen win a 4v5 on the urn. Not only capturing them, but cleaning up as well. So that is a way over performance there for the early game. Really, honestly, on the back of the McGinnis.
Saya going in. Successful stone form drop on to Xeno. Xeno feeling it from all ends. Bash down gonna end him. A very quick and dirty dive in from melee creeps. Takes down Xeno, and who I believe still has the egg. Like, you can absorb all this melee punishment, but only you have the power to break your own egg.
Domini just chunking towers here. Although with John showing up, running low on resource, you don't really want to stick around into this one. Shadow Transform forced, like in Curse, pops in response, but I think both players, maybe he's going to take the reset in base. DMB on the other side of the map on a sliver of HP, and Scout is going to hunt him down. Ultimately, though, I think Yamato just a little bit in too deep. Shouldn't be able to get away from this one. Goober finds the finish. 3 straight for him.
Melee creeps looking like they're going to pull off left, go more towards middle. Xeno relatively safely behind Mid-Walker. I mean, if you're able to get Mid-Walker early, it'd be huge. And even where it's at right now, if melee creeps don't get it now, they should be able to get on the return. However, chase down, seeing Ido a little bit more vulnerable. This is where the changes of Sanguine Retreat does make Mina a little bit more vulnerable at this point in the game. The ball's going to connect. Just one more shot. Wait, surely, does Ido actually get out here, Jake? I think he may have cleared it.
I think he has 2. 3 daggers, though. Hold on.
Make them pay for this.
That might be enough to take down Sinclair. He's bleeding out pretty bad. Look at that tick damage on him. And he's dead, man. AVG is a tanky beast, too. Hasn't even over-invested in the spirit damage. And look at the ticks on Billy. I mean, I think Billy's dead, too.
Billy is bleeding out all over the base. Can't get back to the fountain. I've perhaps bad news to many in the chat. The tales of the demise of Shiv have been greatly exaggerated. He's back. He was gone for half a week. Enjoy.
Yeah, seriously, man. And honestly, this isn't even like a crazy damage investment. AVG just stacking up the knives. He's 17k souls. Bit of counter pressure coming in onto Xeno, who has finally expended the egg. Bot knockdown with it. Absolute coward behavior. Might win him the game, though.
Melee Creep's certainly not out of it here just yet. Again, you think to the late game. Their late game power is pretty scary between the Mina, Wraith, Yamato. And yeah, Floormen, you got Ven, Shiv, Silver, but I give a small nod to Melee Creeps in the end of the game, so... You know, the key for Floormen is how you take the small lead you have right now and extending it further. Also, can we get a check on Xeno? Surely the egg has been devoured by this point,
Yeah,
yes?
he ate it. He ate it by knockdown. Which I think is a good buy, right? Like, knockdown helps a lot in catching someone like Saya if he flies away, if Ido is trying to slip out on the Mina, right? A couple of those escapes wouldn't have been possible against a knockdown. Could be a mid-guard or mid-walker take here, though. Damage on a Silver, but just doesn't seem like there's much follow-up there. Rocker shirking that pressure. But with the HP on the tower, it just doesn't seem realistic to make the hold. Diving forward, though, is AVG. He wants a big piece of this. They're trying to turn around and maybe punish him for his hubris. That restorative locket does give him a little boost of HP, but I think ultimately the bloodletting should be ticking him out. This is such a deep dive, though, from Melee Creeps. Do they really have the numbers to sustain this? Diving forward is Yamato. The rallying charge is perfect, though. Gives AVG just enough health to play with. Yamato running out on this one. The Aero Domini would be easily enough to finish him. If you could just get vision for a moment and hold on, the shot does miss, but eventually Du gets cut down, and no way AVG gets out of that one.
It was a super, super deep dive. I mean, Melee Creeps, they still get to leave with Mid-Walker. Getting Mid-Walker down this early in the game is pretty big. They also might even get serious damage onto Left Walker. I don't know if they have enough to kill it here just yet, but once you get the Walker down the half, it does set up the subsequent push. AVG, though, knives are out. This time looking for the punish onto left-hand side. You also got DMB in hot pursuit. Got to spend a little bit of time as Rabbit, though. Scout coming on over, close to an audience participation. A scrappier fight here at Urn Turn-In, but I don't think Melee Creeps have the gas to actually defend.
Yeah, they're so low on everyone, and fantastic fight from the Walker. AVG never went back to base after that escape. Xeno just healed him up using all those beautiful page resources, and he just gets right back into the action, sends Ido packing, and it's enough space for the Urn Dunk.
Oh, this time Ido on the restart. I don't think, to anyone's knowledge, Ido has been hit by a tornado this game, so should be a quick reconnect, a normal reconnect. And now we had to deal with Scout earlier. I will.
Jake, is Knockdown really that much better than a Fiki egg?
Look, the egg has more aura, but Knockdown on page is like just one of the best items in the game. You need a solid setup for your captivating read, right? Keeping people locked down is exactly what this character wants to do. And so, yeah, I'd say it is. But I think it's like a good way of thinking about the item. You don't necessarily have to greed it out for thousands and thousands of souls. You know, if you just need to pop it to get some big value before a key moment in the game, like fighting over an urn, ready for a team fight. Winning that team fight is going to be worth way more souls to your team than the egg generates in its entire lifetime.
Fine. I see your point. AVG on the Shiv looking good. Looks like the game is back live. ZP, your game.
We're into it, and again, I think some people may tune into this and be like, I thought he was dead. I was told by good sources that Shiv was dead. Not quite. Goober, though, okay, not dead. Wall buys enough clearance.
I think it's the T that people might not want to hear, but the movement skill on Shiv with the secondary fire is so high that honestly, I have a hard time imagining Shiv ever not being good in the hands of the best players in the game.
By the way, and then the mini patch they just did, it got 10% more knockback back.
Yeah, but I mean, losing a stamina, I think is still like, I'd still rather have one more stamina probably on this character, since you're typically not going to buy stam either. But to your point, like people's high skill with this. By the way, Ido goes in for a trade and gets smoked there. I think it was a little bit overconfident, thinking he could tango with Rocker.
Ido's saying here is like, when does my Mina come online? It's like a little bit later. Not quite at that point, but instead going for a little bit of a nibble here onto the Priest. To see DMB able to escape with just the rake. I don't think Love Bite's proc there.
15k soul lead for the Floormen. League just farming it up. It's been a while since we've seen him into the action, but just the threat of the McGinnis ult alone has been enough to secure some of these team fights. And the first pick looks more than justified right now. I mean, I wonder what he's building on McGinnis. Like probably a lightning scroll. He's going unstop first. Pretty understandable. Secure item. But I feel like once you get the lightning scroll, that's when this gets out of control, man. All those stuns in the team fight. and you get somebody lightning scroll, you're just dead. By the time the stun's not that long, but you will probably die before it ends.
Yeah, and the unstop makes a lot of sense, particularly when you have Psy on the other side, where right now heavy barrage is more of a crime of passion for McGinnis, because if you drop it at the wrong time, you're just gonna get a gargoyle in your face. Or right now, you're just gonna get a gargoyle in your face just because telekinesis off the airdrop into McGinnis, just down into the dirt. Saya, a very quick initiation off the Ivy with the fall through courtesy of John.
Crazy gang squad there coming in. Dispel Magic used on this Yamato. She's still holding on to the ultimate, sticking around in this fight for a long time. You do get that ult out from Yam, but if help comes into this one, as Ido seems to be doing, are you really gonna be able to fight this one out? The sustain though, so far so good. Shotgun knockdown into the rallying charge. Big hits now from the crossbow, and the lockdown there sets up an easy shot. However, the counterburst is in first. Ido comes in, bails out Do, and suddenly the fight turned on its head. Xeno, DMB overestimating their strength there. Perfectly timed roam from Ido, and you get absolutely bait into that one.
Really nice move from Xeno, though. I mean, you'd think Xeno dies here, and yet Xeno has broken clearance, actually completely breaks Du's ankles, and I think is in the process of taking the teleporter at the moment.
He's
Maybe
running.
No, just straight up running, and gets away with it, too.
Yeah. Buffs, though, going to be yielded over to melee creep. Xeno on such low HP probably needs to reset before he's ready to fight. The rest of Floormen, though, not wanting to give up burn control for free. They're still bringing resources into this one. They've shown the ability to win down numbers team fights in the past, but feels scary to do it now. But look at their confidence, man. They are not respecting even down numbers. They just walk forward and kill Fishcake. Goober reads the play.
No paradoxical swap required there either, by the way. Goober still has ult. That was just the walk-up kill into, yeah, let's go mid-boss. Is down Fishcake enough for mid-boss here? If you're melee creeps, you gotta be looking at the contestant. You got the tools for it here, Jake. Particularly, you got the Sinclair, you got Ivy. This is not a free mid-boss by any stretch of the imagination, even up one.
I mean, this is full confidence from Floormen in the McGinnis. They think this McGinnis ult is just gonna win any team fight. Stolen McGinnis ult now from Scout. Can he rip the heavy barrage? It looks like the real one comes out from League first. Unstoppable, though, breaks it. One rejuve goes to each team. Xeno has already lost, I believe, the second rejuve. League about to consume the next. The fight seems to be good for melee creeps. You're still holding on to the Yamato ult. Wraith pumping damage here into Silver. Ideal situation. The McGinnis heal stabilizing for a while, but AVG is starting to strike blood first. That McGinnis heal kept Rocker alive for a few more seconds, but will it be enough to execute comes in? It's not enough to finish off Ido, but Ido not long for this world, and AVG starting to clean house here. Huge dash on the 4. Instant reset of that one. Silence all the way into the Wraith. Should be able to get that kill and finds the finish onto John, and this is AVG's world. We're just living in it.
Chiv's back, baby, and it's just one slice of dice after another. AVG letting the knives roll. League, though, dying towards the end. Melee creeps coming back in. This is a fight that never seems to end. Saya, though, gonna get hit with the shotgun in the back. A little bit of damage from Goober. The big parry from AVG. Gonna stop Fishcake in his tracks. And now, walking around, Shiv just won't die in the middle of this fight. Backed up right now by Do. Maybe soon the fall. Goes for the other parry attempt. This time doesn't get it. Fishcake in off the back. Finds Goober. Rising Ram into AVG from the side. He's just ticking down right now, though. Parry attempt by AVG. And the melee lifesteal just puts Fishcake over the top.
Oh, man. AVG went for that parry. Still taking from the dagger, but...
Oh, my God. Jake, I think he went down to 20 HP at the end.
That is a crazy margin there. I mean, AVG did the most in that team fight. I want to note, too, League, I don't think he popped Unstop on his ultimate. Maybe he had already used it because Saya just walked in early in that fight. Stoneform canceled the ulti. And one of the most powerful tools that Floormen have been investing in just didn't really get much of anything in that fight. Ido denies the lion's share of the souls from that center. A nice little small victory for him. And melee creeps show that they've got more to say in this match.
Yeah, after all the smoke is cleared, I mean, Floormen end up a little bit behind where they started. I think they had something like a 10k lead going into mid-boss. I might be wrong, but it's about as even gets. And even with Floormen getting 2 rejuves, the actual fight around it, you know, ends up leaving us in a very even situation.
ZP, chat was saying that it looked like Wraith, John, had just free farming for the last 5-10 minutes. How far ahead is he, if that's true?
Overall, stay the game. I mean, you got Wraith at 28k, equivalent on the other side, and DMB at 24k. It's not the highest we've seen a Wraith get ahead of the game, but he's in a good spot right now. Like, you're looking at this you're playing on a team, you know, at a pub game or something, you see your Wraith at this level of farm, this deep in the game, you're not mad.
Yeah, it could definitely get worse from here. I will say, interestingly, he skipped Capacitor in this build, has gone for a more emphasis on the spirit damage with the Merc Mag. I think this is probably a net higher DPS build with a little bit less catch involved in it. But they kind of need that DPS to get through some of these tanky frontliners, right? McGinnis, it's like the only thing you can do to her is just burst her down. I mean, that last fight getting the stuns on her was nice, but her sustain in this is definitely scary for somebody like Yamato or Mina who want to find these burst kills, get in, get out. They don't want to be stuck in protracted engagements. I mean, I feel like one of those dashes from AVG ended up missing, and honestly, I think if he connects on that and gets the cooldown reduction from the max dash, like, he might have cleaned house.
Jake, things are about to heat up. We're 30 seconds away from next urn, next set of buffs. Doesn't get more even than this in the mid game. Again, though, I do think the scary thing for Floormen is that the later game gets a little bit better for melee creeps, particularly the fact that Ido, who's had a relatively quiet game so far, gets to be loud and explosive on the Mina. The deeper into the game we get is a hero that just enjoys late game a lot more now.
There's a lot of late game scaling, though, on both comps. Like, I'm actually curious to see how McGinnis scales into the ultra late.
True.
You know, I think like things like Lightning Scroll, Boundless, Refresher could make things like kind of crazy, right? 2 walls, 2 heals. I think McGinnis has a crazy late game. I don't know if we've really even seen that yet since she's been so dominant in the game she has been played. Urn control looks to be going the way of Floormen, and I mean, Wraith's not here, so...
It's an airdrop Billy. Wait, airdrop Billy squad rolling up on McGinnis, force out the unstoppable pretty much instantly, and you get the rallying charge from afar. Xeno doing everything possible to keep the McGinnis up. McGinnis now turning the tides, dropping the turrets. Plenty of support, not fearing death whatsoever. Fishcake ends up falling, and the gank attempt, courtesy of Sai and Fishcake, goes absolutely awry.
Yeah, overconfidence there. Ido now rips the Nox Nostra, coming in from above. DMB getting very low, needs to fall back to the McGinnis turrets where the team is really powerful. This is a dangerous area to continue to fight into, especially considering you're down 1. Melee creeps would love to find a punish back. Saya's even deep behind the walker, but I think Floormen are sensing they might have an opportunity to turn this one around. Yamato pops the ulti, and it's starting to run out without much to show for it. I feel like it's time to back off here, Melee creeps, but they still think they can get a little bit more out of this team fight. Saya's going to drop for that hubris, though, and honestly, I wonder if other players aren't going to be able to escape either. Ido in trouble. AVG takes a bit of aggression himself, so I mean, Melee creeps, there's still threats on this team, and especially as they have urn control. Floormen are maybe a little bit overly desperate to chase forward, but if you find a kill onto Ido, that opens up a lot of possibilities to reset the map.
I think they'll chase down Ido. It's late enough to the game. And
Oh, so they swapped him.
Through those segments, but yeah, John John's caught. John in all sorts of trouble. The knives out from AVG. Get a fish at Fishcake. Back into the fray, off a respawn, putting some serious damage here on the AVG. He's tanky, but is he gonna live here? The bloodletting still going on.
The heals. I think he's okay. No way. All right, that rescue beam from Xeno, it was a godsend there. I mean, he was dead to rights until he gets pulled out there. And the fact that you get that last second kill onto John, by the time AVG resets his HP, you're going to have a good 30 seconds without the most farmed player in the enemy team on the map. Question is, what do you do with it?
The interesting thing is that even getting John, they lose Urn and Melee creeps, even though they got outfought, even with, you know, League able to shake off the gank, drop Unstoppable, go back. Like, Floormen looked good on the basics there, but they gave up Urn control, and Melee creeps actually end up ahead in farm by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, man, the Colossus Billy on the Ivy ult is like a hell of a nuclear bomb to drop in the enemy backline, and they're trying to hit that school of thought of run through the McGinnis, get right on top of her so she just can't get value on the ulti.
It's hard to do, though, at this point. With Unstoppable, she doesn't have to use Unstoppable with her ult. She can also use Unstoppable when she looks to the sky and sees a flying goat. Honestly, pretty good time to hit the button, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of an all-in play, right? If you don't get some kills on that dive, like, eventually you're just going to die on Billy. You know, you are a bit of a one-and-done all-in hero. Maybe there's an argument you might as well just go super committed. By the way, Focus Lens picked up on the Mina, puts a lot of damage onto AVG. Swap deployed from Goober, and a big catch onto Ido. Finds himself in a bit of trouble, has to Sanguine out of here. Rocker puts some serious pressure on him to pop that Lycan Curse, and Saya ends up getting caught in the chaos.
Worst pick that Melee creeps could give up, losing Saya early, especially with mid-boss up. Now, I mean, you don't have the Stone Form for contest, but you still have the Sinclair, you still have options. Melee creeps are not going to let this go for free.
A bunch of bunnies trying to take mid boss. Doesn't look too likely.
Yeah.
I agree. This is a bit of a wild take. Looks like they're going to try and force a fight instead, which I like, but will it actually be good? Stolen McGinnis ult, and you're out. You're in good position here on Scout to deliver the pain. I think Floormen recognize this. They're looking for kills. They're trying to come up to the second floor. Wraith tries to blink out, tries to get away. Big silence wave. It's an absolute brawl in the small room here. Big rallying charge from Paige sets the tone of the team fight, and Melee Creeps struggling to get into this one. Johnson had to run for the hills, and oh, McGinnis is turbo running at them. Can you get any more connection? He's going to just back off and maybe go back towards the mid pit.
Zeno got the dream, the double rallying charge in the hallway. The horses came out not once, but twice. Clears out the mid-boss pit. The contest is over. 3 rejuve. Wait, no, it's not over. It's not over. Oh, actually, what's
he's late.
Shout transformation. Can you get at least 1 rejuve here? Parry, non-stop parries, but you can't convert it into the melee on the crystal. The attempt does not pan out, even though Dew was just sitting there spamming the F key.
I mean, he was just too late for that one. You already got 2 crystals for Floormen. I mean, that's that 1 second faster drop coming into play. Yamato just an inch late. And ultimately, you give up another very farmed hero on a very long spawn timer alongside a triple rejuve. So while that could have been a hero play from Dew, instead it makes things go from bad to worse here as double buffs to be claimed by Shiv and Silver, respectively. And a Shiv with a life buff with this build, pretty scary. Arctic Blast, Silence Wave. I mean, there's a lot of ganking potential from Shiv, and I kind of love this build from AVG.
Floormen, with the rejuves taken into consideration, working at the advantage. Plenty of time, Jake, left on the rejuve to either use this onto a push on the left or mid. And also, the fact is for melee creeps, I can't... Wait. Okay, you go for the drop. Surely this is just a delay, though. Like, this is just abusing, you know, Sinclair's ability to get out of anything. You definitely... Wait, someone got swapped!
Yeah, the swap in. Somebody overextended for that one, and Shiv just running it in for the dunk. Ivy caught with the lightning scroll. It's kind of assisting in this chase. League smells blood in the water. Going to put a lot of pressure on. It's going to be a free dunk for AVG. He's going to get absolutely all of the souls off of that one. Heavy Barrage is deployed for that. But the cooldown is not that long on this ability, and the duration is so ridiculous. He even gets a stun onto Ido.
Floormen trying to extend the lead. Melee creeps, actually, they want to fight here. Rejuves or no. They're set to the opportunity. Stone Form in from Saya, off on the gank. Fishcake popping the Colossus, and I think everyone just kind of gets walled out. And here come the horses for the side. Zeno dropping a bit of disruption. Fishcake turning tail, trying to go onto the page while also just kind of backing up. Hit and run as Floormen get a good rotation. Saya can't get away. So Melee creeps, again, they try and get a pick off. But the support coming in from Floormen is a little too good between the wall and Zeno off on the rallying charge.
It's some crazy confidence from Melee Creeps to even go for that play. And honestly, although they lose Saya, I feel like this sort of fight is actually kind of better than the alternative of allowing Floormen to get a grouped up siege on one of these walkers that they're starting to feel the need to unlock, to open up these item slots. We're kind of reaching that point where some of your carries are sweating the fact that they don't have that next item slot unlocked. Wouldn't be surprised to see Floormen kind of run it down for maybe this side walker as they're already putting a lot of pressure on mid.
They got about a quarter of the rejuve time left. Melee creeps gonna have to defend. Yeah. They're gonna have to defend Walker Sansaya, which is to say, I don't think it's gonna be a full Walker defense attempt. There's you can push people out, but you're not gonna be able to defend. Now the Walker's down. If you're Floormen, you're looking for the opportunity. However, okay, Dew getting caught in on the side. Is Falter gonna be there? Fishcake and Dew looking their chops. However, the Calvary is arrived. Shout transformation forced out here. Bundu goes for round 2 here on the DMB. In from the back. Maybe a bit of a suicide mission, but you want to get the priest. DMB goes down. And in fact, Dew is actually doing all sorts of damage here. The slashes hitting multiple people. Flying slash towards the end. Goes to the wall. Onto Goober. Goober ultra low. In pursuit is Dew. Final right click. Gonna deal with the Rejuve, and he's spawn camping. He's waiting for a little bit more. Rejuve is gone, and the hunger is not yet satiated.
Yeah, both Shadow Transforms used, but it seems to be enough. Melee Creeps got the advantage in that fight. The double Shadow Transform was enough. Nice counterspell from Rocker. Dodges the full charge power slash. And I suspect that'll be enough for him to get out of dodge on this one. But they're looking for...
So that's why they take Yamato.
I mean, there's real potential for it. Takes a lot of damage. These bombs, 11 stacks now. Onto Yamato. She might be in a little bit of trouble, though. The Dispel Magic does deny the knockdown, making sure she can get out of this one clean.
Oh man, Jake, this has been back and forth and then some. We're in the true late game right now, and it is still even. It is rare to see this be the case. Oftentimes, one of the two teams is going to have a 20, 30K lead, and you're talking about what are the win conditions. But this game is about as wide open as it gets, as we're about 90 seconds out from mid-boss, and a little bit less than that for next turn and buffs.
I think they fought through that mid-boss cycle incredibly well in the melee creeps. I mean, that was a real showcase of how it's possible to do that. I mean, I think in general, you ask the average Deadlock player, what do you do down triple rejuve? The answer is lose, but not for the melee creeps, man. They were taking fights. They were pushing the risk there and having a great read, it seems, man. Big value on Yamato in that fight. Killing DMB off twice is a huge deal with how much farm has been invested into the Venator. You really need that damage through the course of a long engagement, and I felt that the formation got a little bit scattered for the Floormen. They kind of got picked apart during that siege.
Also, some kind of Homelander versus Soldier Boy, like, no, I'm the upgrade there as Dew takes down DMB, the person he replaced on melee creeps. No less. Now that I think about the meta implications of the fight.
Yeah, a little bit of, I wonder, the emotions of the players right now, right? How they're feeling into this one as it's going, we're going deep, right? We're going down to the point where, to be honest, an even game at this state, it's likely that a lot of these fights end with both teams battered and bruised and no obvious victor. Although melee creeps showing dominance on the map. They're going to claim a double buff and likely the earn control on this one as a gun buff given over to the Wraith. Pretty ideal scenario going into a team fight.
Ido, pretty split from the team. Floormen, if they could get an engage right now, it would be ideal. Although, you're Mina, you're never too far away. But this is looking a little bit more interesting. Saya taking John for a ride up over the top. And, okay, McGinnis has seen this movie before, instantly drops the barrage, does not want to deal with that one bit. Melee creeps take the hint and back away.
Yeah, just full disengaging from the heavy barrage. Does give earn control over to the Floormen.
Headed to Broadway.
But melee creeps don't really pay much of a price for that. Like, the waves are crashing against Floormen. This is far from a secured earn. And mid-boss is up too. If you really try to run this earn, you might actually just rip it in on the mid-boss here for melee creeps. And I think Floormen are sensitive to that possibility as they're trying to clear waves. They do not want to go to that left wave that's going to crash against their base guardians. As, yeah, melee creeps are just going to pull the trigger, forcing some kind of a response here as the rejuve's dropping.
They have Shout Transmission. Yeah, Dew's going to use Shout Transmission immediately. Doesn't care about the horses. First rejuve. The rejuves are split right now. Both teams into it. Dew gets a second rejuve charge. Melee creeps get 2 of the 3. And Dew Unleash gets Rocker with the Power Slash immediately thereafter. The team fight. Better for melee creeps so far. All rejuves, though, have been used. Floormen getting the worst end of the deal here so far.
Yeah, and I mean, you might have lost your rejuves, but melee creeps are getting the fight they were hoping for. Now, everyone's swarming onto DMB as the last man standing. A fly onto the Wraith is just going to send her straight to the base to progress the siege. They don't even need to help kill off DMB. Great read from Saya, just immediately pulls out of that fight, and that's only going to speed the time they have to just burst down these shrines.
You take the Saya Express directly to the shrines, and John, who still has gun buff, by the way, is completely ripping them apart. This is endgame objective damage and then some. He's got top objective damage from this push alone.
I think it's game. I mean, I just don't think you're going to be up in time. It might be a little sketchy, but I think the melee creeps might just be able to commit hard into this. Still a few seconds before the next spawners come in, and with the Hidden King reforming into second phase, yeah, it's just up to Rocker and Goober to hold off, and it's just not possible. The Patron's down way too quick. So a beautiful final team fight. Melee creeps on the back foot for quite some time in that match, but they turn it around when it really counts and lock in a dominant win there in the end.
Melee creeps bouncing back from the internet issues. Scout and crew getting the job done, and Dew, you made Yamato look good. We apologize. She is now 2-8 in the last 10 games. We've got Jake on the mic to break everything down. Jake, what was the difference? Because at the end, it's what, 3K soul difference between the two squads? So close in the final 2 minutes.
I mean, this was not about items, right? This was not about economy. I feel like melee creeps, the fact that they played into the opposing triple rejuve aggressively, they were looking for fights, they delayed things out, and when it came to the siege, ultimately Floormen got brutally punished for that. And from there, they couldn't get their waves out again. I mean, Melee Creeps, it's just a masterclass from them, right? They macro played perfectly there, putting Floormen to some incredibly difficult decisions, and they just kind of slipped up at the end. They just weren't ready for the mid-boss take. It went down too fast. The Wraith and the Yamato really proved their worth in this one.
ZP, you were on Discord at 3 p.m. Eastern, walking me through all of the patch notes and all the big storylines on the day. It's now 10:17 p.m. We're going into a game 2. Is this a midnight game 3 scenario tonight on the night shift? People are already claiming it is the greatest game of games. Greatest night of games. Jesus.
Honestly, I mean, first statement wasn't even inaccurate. Deadlock is just the game. But look, all in all, I think this is the best Floormen I've looked in quite a while. I mean, Melee Creeps looked a little bit vulnerable, sure, but there were some key plays coming out here. I think League is absolutely impressed on the McGinnis. Maybe DMB is still settling a little bit back into the team. I think, there's a few points this game where, maybe things were a little bit out of sync, but this has been the best AVG has looked in a long while, and to do it on Shiv, a hero that some people are declaring dead, nah, Shiv isn't dead, and neither is AVG. Floormen came to play here today, and realistically, even just a little bit of variation on some of the team fights in this game, we're talking about Melee Creeps staring down the barrel of the streak being broken.
Jake, was there a clutch that you witnessed, or what do you think decided this game? Because everyone is saying a nuts comeback from MLC.
Yeah, I think it's honestly the way they played into the rejuves. Like, I've not seen that, I think, in a team just walking in against triple rejuves. Like, Floormen used a lot of ultimate, sure, but they still had 3 extra lives. Melee Creeps take the fight to them. Ultimately, they actually just lose Saya, but they waste so much time in doing that when the push ultimately does come in, it ends up costing DMB his life. The way they played that fight too with the Yamato refresher, killing off DMB twice and winning a fight into rejuves. I mean, I think those are something that kind of only you would think Melee Creeps can pull off. Is this crazy rescue beam that just barely saved AVG, also made huge difference. Xeno, honorable mention, huge performance from him into this one.
Xeno on the page looking great. The Sinclair was a question for a lot of people in chat. How did he perform, and did the McGinnis Barrage have the same impact as the game before, ZP?
I think Scout had a huge impact on the game. He was not only getting good barrage steals, but you just see the impact of having a Sinclair on your team when it comes to mid-boss. You are just able to be an annoyance. You're able to delay. Rabbit Hex is just one of the best abilities at mid-contest. Also, got to give a shout-out to the big subs that just came on in. Per production, it was Smokey D777 with 20 gifted. Yes.
Wow. Thank you, Smokey, for the big drop-off, celebrating a huge game number 1 as we take a look at the numbers. Who stands out, Jake?
I want to give a lot of credit to AVG for a very big game here, but ultimately on the other side, I think it was Dew who really impressed me in this one. Like, John, a decent performance from him for sure, and brought it home at the end, but Dew was the one kind of putting his life at risk there in a lot of moments, like taking big gambles, going for the frontline fights even in hard scenarios, and it doesn't always come up in his favor, but we have seen a lot of Yamatos fall flat, and this was not that kind of performance. I mean, today we really saw, okay, there is true potential from this. And he's kept being willing to play his role and take those risks. Even when the game was hard, even when things were against him, he had to put his life on the line, and he delivered.
ZP, the people were saying the Priest is slowing down. DMB looked like he was off to a hot start. How does he get things going to get revenge against his old squad?
I mean, I think for DMB, maybe caught out a few times here. I don't think it was the worst Ven game. I think there are plenty of times where, a well-timed Era Domini was able to shut down Dew. I also think when we talked a little bit about AVG having an incredible game, but for Floormen, I think the person that we felt his influence the most was probably Xeno. Xeno's support gameplay was at times every bit as impactful on the page as what we've seen from Saya on the Ivy. Even in this game where Ivy was just leading the full gank Ivy, which is honestly, you look at hero designs, the fact that the Ivy changes worked out in a way that people are incentivized now to use airdrop as an initiation tool, as a tool to, pick off people alone in lane is really, really cool. Like, I love the fact that you're seeing the more dynamic form of Ivy, but the reason why that didn't do more damage in this game is that Xeno basically had almost no missed rallying charges, right place, right time, and certainly was able to keep people like League and Rocker up when they needed it most, and AVG for that matter.
Hell of a game number 1, 37 minutes, 23 seconds, the decider. It's Melee Creeps, despite getting out-killed. They walk away with the game. And Jake, what can you learn from that first one and take into your second one for the Floormen? Because I have a feeling they're not done fighting here.
Absolutely not. The thing is about that game is like I don't even know if you really change anything like draft wise. I mean, you can even flame DMB for not having kills in that one, but his hero damage is very high. He's participating in like a ton of those key fights, and it sucks not getting the final blows, honestly, on a carry because you want that extra farm. It accelerates your items, and so it does hurt, especially on Venator with such a great last hitting tool as that ultimate. But ultimately, still, I don't think you really want to overthink this one. It came down to some very close fights. It came down to May the Creeps with some very, very clean executions. You could easily just run that draft back, and I wouldn't even blame you for it.
Thanks again to Smokey for the 20 gifted. Shout out to all of the new primers. We are now up over 600 subs again over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. We're also live over on YouTube, and we just got a $215 tip. ZP,
Ooh.
give me some more gas before we go to break, because that's a big dono.
I mean, I just want to know what Eric wrote in as a donation. I mean, 250 to the prize pool. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much, Eric. I don't believe that's Eric Longquist because it'd probably say GG Dub if it was. Well done.
Yeah, bloodthirsty supports all over the place. Guys, we got to go to a break. When we come back, we'll find out exactly which Eric is a Deadlock fan, and do we go to a game 3, or is this one done in 2 like it used to be, MLC style? We'll be right back. Sometimes you just gotta poke the wall and make purple stuff come out. We got Jake and ZP here on the show, and we just witnessed a 37-minute game where the team that had less kills won for the first time in my recollection happening in a grand final. Jake, does this happen often in your in your Deadlock games when you're just playing matchmaking?
It's hard to make comebacks. Honestly, I think it's even harder in a competitive team environment where teams are very good at leveraging the advantage and continually growing it and growing it. I think Melee Creeps, while often they play from ahead and just stomp down matches, they've shown that they have the resilience to fight back in tougher scenarios here. And honestly, it's kind of an ideal way to start the series. That being said, this one was so incredibly close. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see any kind of result out of this one. Like, Floormen showed that they can absolutely compete. It came down to like a couple unfortunate moments that turned the game against them. They didn't even get a final fight at all, really, because of that quick thinking from Saya to bring the siege engine John quickly into the base at the end of that last fight. So honestly, that one really felt like it was going to go the other way, and I have no idea how the rest of the series is going to go.
Zeep, this seems way closer than the fights we had in EU, and that went to a game 3. How do you compare the two regions, and what has NA showed you tonight?
I mean, between the two regions, I think this is actually one of the times that they're relatively more aligned, like maybe not prioritizing beginners to a high extent, but I think in the chaos of a new patch, almost all seems a little bit equal. Obviously, EU has a storyline of Abraham's like has kind of lost their way and they haven't quite regained it, even though the games today were quite close. I think Melee Creeps is kind of suffering a little bit from that too, where, you know, patches and games are the great equalizer and everything is up for grabs. The interesting thing for me going into the upcoming draft also is the idea that I don't know if we're going to see many changes, because I think both teams walk away from that last game and go, damn, that was winnable. I mean, in one case, one team won and the other team is probably like, we should have won. So I don't know if we get significant changes in the draft, because both teams can kind of reliably walk away and be like, well, we can run that back. It's fine.
Jake, was there like a pick that you feel was missing on either side that they might prioritize this time around in draft number 2?
I don't know. I mean, draft-wise, it's really hard to criticize either team. I mean, I think this was one of the most even games we've had in a long time in the night shift, with the teams neck and neck. Like, even though Floormen had an advantage at one point, I don't think it was ever more than like 10 or 20k souls, even pretty deep into the game. So draft-wise, I feel like for Floormen, I don't know that they really should change much. Like, people look comfortable on their heroes. The execution was good. Maybe the one thing is you might think about banning Sinclair out if you want to go for the McGinnis. Or maybe picking it yourselves to block it, because those steals on the heavy barrage did give, I think, Melee Creeps a tool that maybe Floormen weren't quite ready for. So you have to go for a first pick McGinnis, and you end up also giving over that same ultimate to a character with an arguably more versatile kit. It felt pretty powerful to go up against, even though they were ahead for most of the
ZP, Mina has been a first-round pick. Ida was able to lock her in this last game, but it was a very close fight. Do you expect Mina to be in future NA games, or do we move off of her for this next one?
No, I mean, I think the Mina was fine. It was probably a little bit of a down game for Ido, but you don't expect your Mina to be early mid-game force. You kind of pick her for late-game stability.
Closer.
I'm thinking on the draft right now, though, and even in defeat, things Floormen might want to change. I don't know if Melee Creeps would first pick McGinnis if they have the pure first pick. So if I'm Floormen, I actually kind of go into this and I want to pick second, because then you can get McGinnis +1. You can either get McGinnis Billy or McGinnis Ivy, and that looked really good for Floormen back in the previous game, but instead they decide they want the ultimate first pick yet again. It's going to force the Mo ban out of Melee Creeps. We'll see what they ban in turn, but they probably go first pick McGinnis once more.
Shout out to a few of our chatters. They say the guy in the middle looks like he backed up Zac Efron on set. The guy on the right looks like Abrams. The guy on the left, get him off my screen. Thank you all for welcoming us into our Deadlock broadcast tonight. This is the night shift. You're watching the best NA teams in the grand finals, but Mo and Krill is not allowed to play. He's too good. On the other side, Jake, what is Melee Creeps going to get rid of? McGinnis will not be a first pick this time around.
I mean, I think they did feel the threat of, like, some of those fights in the early game. They won a 4v5 team fight on Floormen on, I think, the first urn. Not supposed to happen that way. So maybe Melee Creeps just thinking, look, we want to take away one of your most powerful tools. If you're going to pick it overall first, we know that your strategy is going to rely on it to some extent. And although Floormen grabbed the Billy, which is a first pick you really can't argue with, it doesn't feel like it has that same explosive, unique power as the McGinnis.
All I can think
Billy's
about
locked in. Good.
Yeah, Billy gets locked in. All I can think about is the future Reddit thread of what do you mean McGinnis was getting first bans and first picked? What in the world is going on? Well, you're gonna lock in the Ivy from the melee creeps in. And also, you know what I'd like to see them pull in here, especially with Billy off the table? Get the best M1 in the game. Don't put John on Wraith. Get John back on the Venator. It's his favorite hero. And instead they go Wraith. I don't prefer the Ven.
I mean, they like the mobility that Wraith offers, you know, a little bit better in and out. I want to see like a Silver Kelvin draft. I mean, this is what we saw in EU, right? I think it was from Abraham's in one of the games that we saw them play. And I actually think like Silver Billy Kelvin is a monster top 3. I think it's very hard to fight into, but Floormen go Viscous. So Goober's going to send it on the Viscous more than likely.
He's made it in!
To see him.
Ladies and gentlemen, Viscous was the first ban. All of the games that the Floormen have participated in, he finally gets his guy. This is a character ban that is just a monster hunter, huh? Does anyone else play Viscous outside of Goober? Like, this isn't a situation where Together flexes off of his Shiv, is it?
In recent times, Goober has kind of been the representative of the Viscous army, and honestly, Viscous is quite good at the moment. I mean, the amount of disruption you're getting out of Puddle Punch is frankly legendary. This is a little bit weird to me, though, from melee creeps, or rather for Floormen, in that they proud Shiv highly. I get it. AVG had a monster game. They're probably worried about the mid-stage bans. But now if you're melee creeps, I think 100% the ban that come in here needs to be Venator, because you've picked up Wraith. Venator is the clear M1 option for Floormen. You can't... They take down Kelvin.
I actually agree with this. I think the Kelvin is a bigger threat.
Yeah.
Because honestly, you get locked in the Thunderdome with Shiv and Billy. I think it's super, super scary. I think Kelvin is honestly like a Wraith counter, because you dome her out, she just does nothing. Like, she has 0 contribution to the team fight. She cannot play. You dome her in, it's even worse, right? The blink is not getting you out of that Kelvin dome, and you're often going to be dead before the walls come down. So I feel like this maybe is an even bigger threat. But to your point, it feels like you don't want to take Venator here. Just going double carry is super, super risky into the aggression that Floormen have shown. And I think you will be giving it back over to DMB now.
You're about to watch my greatest trick.
Well, the Sinclair comes in. We kind of talked about the ideas like, okay, maybe you ban the Sinclair, but it's not as scary. I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to clone Billy, which is a scary clone, but you don't have the McGinnis as an extra prize. But for Floormen here, almost certainly going to be Ven +1. If they're going to be playing Viscous as more of a pick and have Goober on it, they're also going to be looking for a support. So, okay, they pick up the Mina. That means they don't want Ido to have the Mina. That part is interesting.
I wonder if this is a DMB Mina, because honestly, I liked it more the way EU was playing Mina as the hard carry. Because she showed she can do that, and she can also bring a lot of tempo into the early game. However, NA, I think, if into contrast the regions, they've been playing a lot more passively, so they're going to go with like the double carry role with Mina a little bit more on that secondary side of it. And honestly, I'm kind of curious to see how this works out if we ever get a regional clash, because EU has a very different take on the meta. They play generally 5 tempo heroes and 1 carry, where NA has been a little bit greedier. I think they play the game a little bit slower right now. It's hard to say what's right and what's wrong, but there's definitely a clear difference between the regions.
Abrams locks in. And what do we close it out with, boys? Does a pocket get played?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I was going to bring up that, I know that you got tuned out a little bit, but Pocket's still quite good. Instead, it's Viper! So this is going to be the cool cheese hero in all likelihood. Like cool, or not cool cheese, but Scout. Scout is going to be rolling around on Viper. Because they don't have a normal pick hero.
Wasn't Scout Sinclair last
True or false? Scout is going to buy an egg on Viper.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
Almost false. That is like one of the worst egg buyers. I mean, lore-wise, you really should. But honestly, I feel like Viper is one of the most reliant heroes. On
Melee creeps, you're up 1-0 in a best of 3.
Come on,
Scout,
eggs.
I'll throw down an extra 100 if you play Viper and buy an egg out of the gates. We'll get it done. On the other side, Floormen will lock in Paige. Let's keep it serious, ZP, because that's why the chat is here. They're here to learn, not be entertained. What did you learn from the Floormen's choice here?
Well, Floormen's choice, I mean, Paige being picked up makes all the sense in the world. Zeno had a very, very reliable Paige. I'm just wondering what's going on and who's playing what for melee creeps. Like, are we going back to the era where Ido, for example, would be an Abrams, or is this going to be the rare, like, Ido Viper? Because we got confirmation that it's not going to be Scout on the Viper. Because sometimes when you play Viper, you have the person that's your Paradox, Sinclair, or not Paradox, Holiday, Bebop player play the Viper because you can also roam. But it is going to be Scout on the Sinclair once again. So.
It really feels like it's going to be Ido on the Viper. I mean, like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me based on, like, basically everyone. I mean, it's got to be Fishcake on the Abrams because he's played it so many times before. I mean, maybe.
Wait. He's played Viper. Fishcake has actually played Viper.
Maybe it's Fishcake, Viper, and Ido back to the Abrams, which it's been a while since we've seen him on the Gubami, but I wouldn't be shocked by it. Abrams has become an indie hero pick now, so it's now acceptable for Ido to. He's not playing into the S tier hero only allegations now that Abrams.
He's no longer S tier. Okay.
Not such a crazy dominant hero. I mean, I still think Abrams is quite good. I'm not surprised to see him getting play in the top level, but I mean, prior to the patch, he did take like 11 different nerfs in the patch just to bring him, back into line.
All right, let's go ahead and rank these. Last time we were dead wrong about the McGinnis, and then it seemed like things got balanced out as we got into the grand final. ZP. Who do you score and what do you grade them?
Oh, man. As I'm looking at this draft here, truthfully, I mean, I feel like Viper comps have the most volatility in the entire game. It could be Stompy, but I also think it opens the door for melee creeps to have some loss conditions here. I kind of like the Floormen comp more. I think it's hard to go wrong with Billy. AVG showed that Shiv can still be really strong. You've given Goober his ultimate comfort pick. Yeah, his namesake. Overall, I actually favor Floormen a bit of this draft.
Viscous world domination. I'm a Viscous spammer. I want to see this big dub for the little green guy. Melee creeps, they picked themselves a wild draft here. I mean, the finish with the Viper is certainly a choice. I mean, full confidence for them. But I agree, this is a huge risk. This hero introduces so many question marks. And in the late game, I honestly think this hero is a huge liability. You do crazy damage in theory with the maxed out Viper build, but ultimately, feels like more often than not, you just get locked down and bursted to death. And I think Visca is actually maybe one of the better heroes against Viper in the late game. You start punching her, she can't slide anymore. She can't really play her hero properly.
All right, we wrapped up that last game around 10:17. It is now 10:40. The players have had enough time to urinate. They're locked in. They're at their computers. They're almost ready to play, right, ZP?
God willing. I mean, look, everyone keeps calling for the return of Hydronation, but with the return of Hydronation comes great time for bathroom breaks. They are the team without doubt that has the smallest bladders in all of Deadlock. Usually, NA-wise, they get started pretty quickly. Apparently, we've heard from production we are waiting on one. So hopefully we'll be in soon for what could be the final map of the day, or it could be one of the longest days ever. It is a very, very long time since we've actually gotten 8 here at the night shift.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember the last time we did. I mean, there's been a legacy of pure domination in both regions.
Yeah.
And it feels like these last few weeks have changed that narrative. And maybe there's going to be harder fought matches here for these champions going forward, as potentially we're already seeing the makings of that given, the performances in EU. And the way game one was, it certainly doesn't portend a really dominant beatdown from melee creeps here in game.
Chat, let us know. What do you think is the next level of evolution for Deadlock? I said we need 2 more teams in each region. We get Hydra Nation here in NA, and then who would be our next team, ZP? Is there anyone on the bubble? You know what? Hold that thought, because the game is ready. We have all 12 players at their computers ready to rock. Melee Creeps on match point. Floormen trying to force a game number 3 lock in. It's your NA final here of episode 29.
So Jake, we did get the update from production. The last time we went to 8 maps in a night shift was night shift number 15 back on November 19th. It was right before everyone was getting some turkey in them.
Wow. Last year's Thanksgiving, huh? Well, we got some thanks to give for some competitive matches on tonight's shift. Melee Creeps gonna rip it in with the Viper. Full send. Feeling confident. I'm feeling less so. I mean, I think this is a scary one for sure. Especially given the lane they're up against. Paige Billy does not set you up with any kind of an easy early game.
Keep the screen on Fishcake. Thank you.
Bucket is here to judge the Viper. And I will say, I don't know if I love the side lane Viper. I feel like the times the Viper has been most effective is usually when it is the person that plays pick heroes on the team playing it. You bring it mid. and after 2 minutes or sometimes a little bit before you go full homeless and start going to other lanes. Like I still think Fishcake is going to be doing a bit of roaming here, but I don't know about the Viper Abrams lane. Like I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying on paper, if you're to tell me you're playing a Viper lane, I wouldn't expect Viper Abrams side lane.
Yeah, Viper and Abrams definitely have their work cut out for them in this one. Feels like it's got to be maybe more defensively minded against Page Billy, but I mean, he's landed, I think, every single dagger so far in the lane. So that's going to go a long way to keeping that counter pressure on, and that's starting to bite on the Page.
Those weren't the easiest dagger shots either. Fishcake making it look super clean here at the beginning. That being said, still backed up by Billy. Ido looking to get a little bit active. Quick little bash down into plot armor, where we can now say the name of that ability. Like, we haven't really talked about it too much, but I think we said defend and fight exactly 0 times.
You don't like defend and fight, ZP? Come on, that's such rolls off the tongue.
I do not, in fact, want to go to Marvel Rivals tier names. All love to that game, but the names and stuff was a little bit long. Still, bit of a rush down here onto the Billy. A little bit weak to sense. The lethal venom is out. Ido right underneath. 9 HP and gone. That is a threat of a Viper in lane.
Man, Fishcake is executing this so well. He's kind of making a believer out of me, and that's a tall order for the early game Viper. Oh no, Ido? Wunkus looking like an Ido DC.
Tornado! It's Tornado!
Typically, we don't see Ido walking into corners. You're usually known for his movement skill.
Can we reflect on what the hell is wrong with Ido's PC setup? How does this man stream for a living, presumably has made enough off streaming to get a new PC, and continually has all sorts of PC problems? I feel like every other week you get a tweet from Ido going, guys, I looked into my PC and my eyes exploded everything inside, and also I tried to install a video card into my RAM slot, please help. Like, I don't know. Ido's tech issues just defy explanation at this point.
Scout said he got a DM from an e-girl. He'll be back here in a little bit. Don't know if there's any truth to that from Scout. In the meantime, what is the official ruling for disconnects, bad-mannered pauses, and tactical delays, ZP?
I mean, there's no official rule one way or another as far
just
as
kindness is
whatever
king.
We say the official rule is, fuck it. That's
I love being in charge. It's the best part of this job. Jake, everyone wants to know, is there an egg purchased yet? Can we do a 2-minute egg check?
All right, let's get a quick egg check. Get it out for the people. Maybe Zeno bought it this game. I think he did last game. No, I was going for the high velocity here. And honestly, this would be a bad lane, I think, to go for it in particular. Abrams and Viper putting a lot of pressure on. An egg has been purchased, and it's Ivy, which is kind of fitting. I feel like Ivy would nest on some eggs.
It's true.
Yeah. Egg has been a pretty popular buy. Also, this is never a good sign when the response is, what happened to Ido? We don't know. Wait, it's gotten better. Nah. He's still here. So we've upgraded a little bit.
Okay, maybe just Deadlock crash. Uh-oh. It's interesting. It must be a PC crash where it just shows him still in the call or something, because pretty sure he's not just sitting in silence while disconnected in the middle of a competitive match.
I mean, what if Ido spontaneously obtained enlightenment? Something about the Viper Abrams lane, and he just realized the truth of everything in life, and he's just sitting there, just seeing the mystery of the universe unfold. Okay, quote, apparently a stream crash, so it was his whole PC.
Nice. In 8 hours, I have a flight to Miami. I'm taking the 6 a.m. out of Columbus, Ohio. Does anyone have pro tips of where to eat?
Ooh.
Your boy is coming in hungry. I got 4 days off. I'm not working Call of Duty. I'm simply eating my way through South Beach.
That's right. We need the restaurant hookups. Drop them in chat. Also, Scout with the @CP, you are him. I will take all the props I can get.
It's true.
Thank you, Scout. Wait. We got an upside here. Ido has returned. He's back into the game.
Ido.
Generational dub.
We're finishing this match before midnight, ladies and gentlemen.
Need another Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of that. He's still not saying, oh my God, Ido. Help, guys, help. I'm actually glad we have the chat, though. It's like the live spec of the players figuring this out.
I'll say this.
Being egoed is egregious.
I think to certain esports productions and other games where all this stuff gets sanitized, and I understand. But on the other hand, seeing into the player comms is pretty damn entertaining.
Wait, we're good.
We're good. We're back in.
He's back. He's out of the corner, into the action, straight up to the high ground. I'm going to grab some quick roof boxes here. Oh, tangling with the goo man, though. Not giving him these boxes for free, but in the end, Ido still claims his prize.
Just wants to do a little bit of box running and gets showered with goo. Just what happens. But all in all, they're able to put a little bit of pressure on the Billy Page lane as Billy is left in lane as Page goes for some ultra deep behind enemy or behind own lines. Box grabbing. A little bit passive so far in terms of rotations here, Jake. No one's gone for a gank here just yet, though. That could change at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I think this has kind of been the hallmark of the NA early game style is people are very reticent to actually commit for kills. You contrast this with like the way Taz was playing in EU, man, he was in there behind Guardians at 2 or 3 minutes, right? No question, with like one item up on Celeste. But in NA, I think people are a lot more conservative, a little bit more maybe respect for one another and not thinking those ganks are going to work out, just playing for the efficient economy style of making sure you get every single box that you possibly can.
Alrighty, so taking a look at things here, off in middle, John for a little bit of Goober assault, but also on rotation. Scout coming back in, and Goober just saying anyone who wants to cross the middle, you know, look out.
Expect to see a lot of rebuttals purchased on melee creeps so that you can actually punish Viscous for his puddle punches. Gives you a little bit more flexibility too if you do end up missing one of those parries. Curious to see maybe some of the action in the mid lane now, as I guess side lanes have been pretty hot. Although Page Billy, after they came back to that lane, they've more or less stabilized it. Like the lead is very small, nothing to write home about for Abrams and Viper, despite that early kill.
Right now, 4.5 minutes. Goober back into mid lane. John, for now, able to dodge most of the damage, hanging out. Rocker on the Mina. Okay, telekinesis dropped into fall through into the damage. DMB not able to get away. The new power of telekinesis as a gank tool.
Dude, the 4 cards just deleted him. I mean, he was full HP. That is an obscene gank. And a heavy melee of Risky gets absolutely parried and punished. Ido over the top. The RKO surely going to take Billy's head off. Waits for him to blow that stamina. The clean kill for Fishcake, and they get both in that lane. So across the map, wins here for the melee creeps, and the unconventional draft seems to be going well. Now, though, surely this is too much. The heart card for John actually keeps him up longer than you would expect into this one, and it's only the life buff that makes the difference for Goober to get that kill. I mean, with the different buff, he would have died there. And maybe he's still
still in danger.
Roll.
Oh, no!
Roll back. Wait. He's crazy for going back into that one.
I don't think that was intentional. I really don't think he was ridiculous enough to go, yeah, I'm going to go for some extra damage here. I think his ball was just a little bit too fat. He clipped the side of the slide, and he was like, well, I guess I'm committed to this now. So it cost him his life, in fact.
Happens to the best of us. But Ido getting more and more active. Early tempo fights, exactly what Abrams wants, and slowly developing now for melee creeps. Arguably, this is what they need to do with the early game, and hold on, League, that counter kill into Fishcake is going to be worth a lot now. Heavy melee swung from Ido, but no connection. Parry baited. Potential for a dive here, but you gotta be careful chasing down an Abrams behind tower. He's just so tanky, so much heals to be given.
All right. A little bit of a chase down. I mean, this is perhaps a little bit ambitious. The Viper drops the bullet towards the end. Zeno a little bit low, however, risky for Fishcake. Right into the weighing face ability as DMB is able to pick off Scout. Is that Iradomini? It absolutely was.
Yeah, no doubt some support from Viscous. Those puddle punches, right, pulling you out of position in the mid lane can be quite scary. John gonna have to hold this mid tower on his own for just a few more seconds as Scout comes back into this one, but he doesn't have ult, and tower's taking some pretty heavy pressure. Floormen, it's all they're gonna get for now, but both Ido and Do threatening a roam to this mid lane, so potentially a ton of pressure about to come down on Do's head. Or sorry, DMB's head.
DMB getting hit a little bit on the Vex. Here's Ido from behind, off the top rope into DMB. Is the fall through going to be there? Immediately, Goober's there for the support, so not going to get too much off the Abrams engage. In fact, Goober would be a little bit frisky off the goo ball, as you know, DMB a little bit wounded, but not too much worse for the wear off the gank attempt.
Paige and Billy, though, not getting the contest that they were getting in that early game, and despite some of those nice starting kills that Fishcake got to get the lane rolling, now it's kind of become a source of power for the Floormen. They're even leaving the Billy alone in that lane to farm up while Paige gets active towards mid. Ido also looking to collapse on that fight, and the siege continues in the left lane. So a full press here from Floormen. They get one Guardian, maybe a second to go down quickly here. Team fight in the mid lane, though, and John finds DMB.
Rallying charge coming out towards the end. Ido out looking for blood. That punch gonna whiff. Still looking for Goober. That one gonna connect. Needs one more. Not quite there. Captivating read comes out, but not enough to save Goober. Ido's still gonna walk away from that.
Yeah, you give up 2 kills in exchange for the tower. The tower is nice. Oh, shotgun. Wait, pushes John into a desperate position. Put the project mind away. Gets him out of trouble back into his own jungle. Still, all these towers dropping. Still 3 healthy towers for the Floormen. Despite some kills going against them, the map is comfortable. Finding a kill into AVG would really mitigate some of that threat. And hold on, Saya went deep on this one with the ulti, but Goober's here to punish. The roll is good now. Do Shadow Transform over. Does get a parry of AVG, but it doesn't matter much with Zito and Goober running him down.
You just see the poetry in motion there is like, oh, you're in a tiny corridor. Goober's popped ball. You have no HP. Well, I know where this one is going. Remarkably even game so far. Taking a look at who you want to have farm, though. John at 7k, DMB up to 8.2. Small, but noticeable lead in terms of the Floormen M1 here, where Floormen would love to force a map 3.
See what Rocker can find, getting a little bit active in the mid. Playing tempo with this Mina. Has the Spirit Spike online, so she actually has a pretty meaningful amount of damage burst, especially paired with someone like Viscous. I could see a lot of potential early aggression from this lineup. For now, they're focused on farming up the map. Both teams are, but Floormen with 3 towers to defend. I mean, if they can hold on to these a bit longer, the map is going to feel a little bit claustrophobic for melee creeps. At the same time, there are prizes to be had in those Guardians. Shiv looking to take a fight now. Chases in onto Do. Grenade hits, but I think Do is just too clean with the movement, is out of that one, and Floormen don't want to overchase.
Buffs are coming up. AVG looking to win the buff lottery. However, it's going to be contested. Saya at the Stoneform drags someone off the ledge. AVG gets the gun buff, though.
Some awkward movement there from AVG, but in the end, he just goes back to lane, keeps the push rolling. Saya, a tough Stoneform off the bridge there is not enough to get him out of dodge. DMB picks up that kill. Finding his, I believe, his first kill of the series. Maybe he found one already this game. And Fishcake is going to be happy to maybe put some damage on the mid Guardian and bring it down with the help of Ido. But with an urn being run right now, you kind of have to take some kind of a fight, lest you give a bigger advantage over to the Floormen.
Pretty quick rotation here. John, though, ready to intercept. Telekinesis good to go. Seems a little bit rushed by Floormen here. Do they actually go for a dunk against melee creeps looking to contest? They're looking. Goober moving forward. A little bit of disruption. No, drops the urn in the back. Scout able to provide a little bit of disruption. Goober providing more room here off the goo ball. That's enough actually to get the turn in. They secure the kills afterwards, and Goober not done. Puts Ido in a bad spot. Ido having to go up and over, looking for a way out. Gets a little bit of peel from both the Viper and the Sinclair. But that is a full lost urn for melee creeps as Floormen extend the lead.
Floormen just rip all 6 ultis into that one, but hey, it's worth it. You create the space, you get the urn dunk. Melee creeps don't get any kind of consolation prize for that one. John just got so low, he had the fullback, had to take the reset into base. And we talked about there being maybe this worry about the late game viability of Viper. I will say this is a different build than I've seen in the past when we have seen Viper. Like, this is kind of playing for the late game carry Viper, actually, from Fishcake, which surprises me, but I will say the raw damage potential of Viper in the ultra late game, it might be one of the highest in the game. Question is, can you actually just slide around forever. Like, is that allowed in the late game, or do you just get CC'd and don't deal any damage? But theoretically, you have like infinite ammo, which is a massive boon to your raw DPS in Deadlock.
Also, speaking of infinite ammo, you know, Wraith just gets that, you know, as her final full auto nowadays. It's just like, you know, what's the fun in full auto if you have to worry about things like ammo? But onto the left-hand side we go. Melee creeps. Looking to take the Guardian, maybe get a little bit more. They get the Guardian. Now let's see about the more. Petrifying Bola dropped, and it is DMB in a world of hurt. Got hit with the kitchen sink, and not to be done here just yet. Goober gets taken for a ride here by Ido. AVG, though, in on the support. The knives start coming out. The damage starts ticking up, and Ido getting run over and stabbed at the same time.
Brutal place to be. It's a tough way to die. Some more pressure on the mid walker, and League and Rocker aren't going to back off from this one easily. They're going to commit for the finish here. Fishcake can't do much to dissuade them. They're going to try and chase down and maybe find some exit kills. League already low HP on the Billy. The lethal poison is going to hurt pretty hard, and the movement is impressive here from Fishcake, but look at that. The counter punch is brutal. Very little vitality investment in that one. A nice parry, but the cube response from Cooper keeps Billy alive for a moment longer. That's all he's going to get. Comes out of the cube and just into instant death. And Saya still holding on to this egg, man. He's committed.
That is a long egg. That is, you know, that's an egg that's been incubated the entire way through. It's warm, it's toasty. It's ready to give a whole bunch of souls by the time it's finally hatched.
I mean, Ivy at one time was played as a carry. Of all the supports, I think she has like the best gun fighting tool. So probably one of the better users of those permanent buffs on the support role. However, that 10% damage, you know, I wonder, right, if some of these fights are not a little bit easier without it. Hard to say. We'll see what kind of reward he's able to get when he does cash in that egg.
Yeah, right now, souls to gain 1557. I don't think it auto updates, so you have to like go back over it. But yeah, quite a few souls stacked up from Mr. Saya. And frankly, at the state of the game right now, Jake, melee creeps gonna kind of need the bounty. Which is up to nearly 1600. Okay, the observer survey is like, all right, I'll just keep hover.
You shouldn't have told them, ZB. You should not have told them. We're gonna be the chat's going to be asking us to check the egg every 30 seconds. Look at this little soul sniping from Saya. I mean, this is dirty, man. Like, you got to be careful making sure you get these last hits, because there's a lot of souls to be had. One of those souls in the finish is worth 170, so stealing the deny is a pretty big deal on the Sinners.
I think denying in general is something, when it comes to both Sinners and the Urn, is something people, especially in general games, don't realize. I mean, denying Sinners is something almost no one realizes, and even denying Urn, people don't realize that that's, you know, team-wide deny and team souls per each Urn. You know, you're not denying like 50 souls for yourself. It's 50 souls times your entire team per orb. So, quite a bit at stake.
Yeah, massive value to be had from those, and not just denying them from, or not just getting them for your team, but taking them away from the enemy is like double value. Both teams, though, content to play this one relatively slow. A 7k soul lead for the Floormen is enough to give them the space and confidence to get the Urn pickup. And I think they probably want to force a fight for the dunk. Question is really who's going to stick around in this right lane and hold it down. It could be Billy, but Billy, I mean, with this build, kind of wants to get into team fights. I don't know that he wants to play like slow and counter farm against John.
Floormen rotating the Urn around, gonna do a quick drop. Just a moment. Changing who's carrying the Urn. The AVG's burden to hold as they move along to the left-hand side. We'll see. In melee creeps, I think they're okay just stalling the Urn and looking for Walker here on the right. Telekinesis comes out here from John. Putting most of the damage into the Walker. John inside over, but now
he's getting bounced on.
Comes on the actual bouncing from Goober into the hallway. John's in a world of hurt, just getting squashed.
Oh my goodness gracious. The full ball build. He got chain stun from full, was spamming Project Mine the entire time and could not get out.
Is there a better Viscous on the planet than Goober?
Maybe not. Also, you know, I played through Super Mario RPG recently, the remake, and yeah, that was some super jump up to like, you know, 20 times in a row stuff in from Goober. Good lord.
You get caught in a small room, man. You are not gonna like the outcomes in that. I mean, that is scary. What the hell are you going to do about this one, man? He's going boundless next item? Okay, that's a little bit wild. Goes for the CD first, which gives him some more uptime. I wonder if he's not going to maybe invest into ball, because that max ball, the stun duration is very significant. Definitely has a more of an all-around build so far.
Going to shop. I see Viper.
Floormen looking to maintain their lead and, you know, getting last turn in, even at the cost of Walker, getting some kills on the back end. Reasonable. Still looking for the game-winning play, however. And also, I mean, there's threats they have to worry about. And truthfully, after seeing the last game, I'm almost more afraid of late-game Do than late-game John.
Yeah, he's proven himself adept, I think, at utilizing some of those farm in the difficult scenarios. They're getting some nice mid-clear. Checking out some of the item pickups here. Xeno has Rescue Beam and Knockdown, so a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense. John, all 3 investment spikes online for the Wraith. Probably still wants to farm quite a bit more before he's really feeling confident and comfortable getting into engagements, but it's kind of that moment where Wraith starts to be more relevant, and the souls still stacking up for Saya. So kind of subtract 2,000 souls from the lead in your head here.
A little bit tense between both teams. Gotta love a little bit of the Sinclair movement.
That's nice.
Wait, was that all that movement and Spectral Assistant just to go in and nab a T3?
Nice. Stealing resources away, man. The jungle is empty, like both teams. As we take a quick look at an instant replay here of from Goober's POV, the way he's, look at this.
Oh,
man.
God.
Wait, this is stylish, man. He's just, and the way he maintains it after knocking her into corridor. I mean, this is experience right here on display. I mean, that's disgusting. Hold on, fight breaks out. AVG gets initiated on, but with the Arctic Blast, makes Ido think a little bit more carefully about committing for that kill. And I believe the rescue beam from Xeno ensured that there was never a real danger on Shiv's life.
Also, looking at builds here, Dispel Magic, of course, has come more into the fray per the item stats. You know, more people buying it just off its recent changes. Ido being one of those.
There's a roll somewhere. Yeah, it's on the scout. Lockdown, deleted by Goober on a streak here. Making melee creeps maybe regret not banning out this hero.
Yep. They're just like, what do you mean there's 2 different heroes we have to worry about? Not just Viscous, or, you know, they didn't like playing against the McGinnis. They might dislike playing against the Viscous even more the way this one has gone. Although, it's kind of interesting, Jake. Even though Floormen have had so many good engagements, it's still a less than 10k lead. It's a lead, but it is not what you would expect. So what you have to take from this is melee creeps have still been really efficient at taking their jungle, getting objectives on the map, even with some of the better skirmishing that we've been seeing out of the Floormen.
Buffs are up. Looks like it's a 1-1 split. A gun buff for Billy. I didn't see what Ido grabbed on the other side.
Can we get an egg check? Is Saya...
I still have it.
Yeah, Chow is giving a big thank you. We have an observer who is particularly focused on the eggs. We love you. Thank you. Keep it up.
Permanent egg cam. I mean, honestly, for Ivy, like in a game this slow paced, there's kind of no downside. He's not really fighting, so why not bank up some souls on the egg?
But we're gonna go, wow, how'd they cut the lead? It's just gonna, you know, camera the Saya breaking open the best egg you've ever seen. But quick charge from John, and an even quicker retreat from League.
Surely you don't give a free dunk, though. The urns are very valuable at this point. Goober going for another roll. This time, oh no, no way. He's gonna do it again. Illegal to do it again. He's rabbit hexed in the goo ball, I think, right now. I don't know that it really does anything. John has to back off from that one, and the threat of the goo ball is just too much. They give up another urn dunk for free. Look at that mobility with the help of the puddle punch, man. The fact that you naturally can use your skills in goo ball is a crazy buff on this hero. And then nuking from that first skill is also powerful, man. Splatter, no joke.
Is doing trouble here. Dude's at low HP, and you got Goober coming in like the angel of death. If DMB doesn't do it alone, power slash in, and yeah, DMB's enough to handle it. Yes, Walker was given up for it. So for melee creeps, you get a macro objective. But in return, do you give up mid-boss? That's a long death timer for Do, Jake. And Floormen would love to trade Walker for mid-boss, if at all possible.
Rabbit Hex harassment, as well as some of those bolts coming in from Sinclair, making this one a little bit awkward. Melee creeps still have 5 players who could come and defend this. But with the page hold online for Xeno, advantage for sure favoring the Floormen on this contest. Goober also close to that roll. stolen Billy chain on Sinclair is a little bit awkward as Midboss starting to get low. He goes in, big pull. Does he have the Rapid Hex follow up on enough players? Melee Creeps taking the nukes of hell from Goober. John full to 0, I think, by Viscous. Almost alone there. Saya down, Scout soon to follow potentially on just a sliver of HP, and this ball, you cannot fight into it, the Goober.
Goober is just getting unreasonable amounts of control over these fights. Gooball dominating the mid-boss fight. A full 3 rejuvenates the Floormen. And I gotta tell you, Jake, do you believe in map 3s? We may be about to live in one. Ido comes in for a last-second contest, can't even get one of the rejuves out. Instead, it's his own death as AVG's bleeding, but he's not broken.
What an insane cube on AVG. That like only cube of any skill in the game could have possibly saved AVG because it prevents you from taking the bloodletting damage that ticks onto you while you're in the cube form. So insane save, fortitude, gonna get AVG right back up to full. I mean, that is a very nice team fight win. And I mean, okay, I'm starting to feel like this Viscous might be a problem for the Melee Creeps, right? You die individually on the side lanes, you're dying in the team fight. John got deleted by the ball in that fight. He just got completely dominated in the small room, and Wraith is gonna have to be so scared of coming into these team fights. He hasn't really been able to deal damage.
We gotta say, Goober is inspiring, and to quote DPRK from the chat, damn it, now I gotta learn this fuck-ass hero.
Also, the egg has been transformed into a new pair of drums. Ivy pawned the egg off at Guitar Center, came away with healing tempo.
Worth?
Does Guitar Center even still exist, or did they go out of business? I don't know if I just dated myself.
I'm pretty sure it still exists. I mean, healing tempo is a nice item to have, and if he's got the max link, it's more or less going to give permanent healing tempo to his ally, which, I mean, this is the true hardcore support Ivy potential, right? Rather than going for the stun maxing build, this build is all about turning John into the hyper carry of all hyper carries. Like, he's going to have giga buffs 24/7. DMB gets caught from an Ido charge, but the shotgun pushes Ido back. Goober also thinking of taking a fight. Puddle Punch is going to pull him out of trouble potentially, and he should be able to TP pretty safely. And the cue ball, hold on.
Wait, you're chasing? Why are you chasing?
Do you want to fight in here? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? He's in the cube.
Wait,
and the ball at the same time.
Melee's him in the cube. The ball is still rolling away. Goober's able to find a way out of it, and I mean, he turns into air hockey for a moment. And you know, all in all, the pick does not come through.
Dude, Diviner's Barrier, if he gets Diviner's Barrier in extended duration, the stun on the ulti is going to be heinous. I mean, this is going to look disgusting on the team fights with that level of duration. And I mean, a couple more camps, he's going to get there. Not to mention the raw tankiness and the damage that ball's going to deal. So, I mean, there's a serious nuking threat from the Viscous on top of the disruption he gives. It's pretty unique value in the team fight. Love this safe position from Xeno, covering the buff as it spawns.
Decides to take it for himself. Also, I think one thing we haven't really talked about here, Jake, that makes things tougher for Melee Creeps, not only are they down 20k, but Viper isn't really a late game hero the way she's played in comp. Like, you would have wanted to get your value from Viper by now, and she's not the hero you want when you're trying to come back in. So being down 20k, still 3 rejuves left to go, still likely going to be used on this urn. I mean, Melee Creeps are running out of real ways to get back into this game. I think we really are looking at map 3.
I gotta say, Gooball's up. It's not looking good. Although Sinclair would love to maybe snatch the urn away. Xeno wisely backs off from that one. And Gooball's in. He's rolling on him. He's rolling on him. The Rapid Hex ignored, disrespected. Billy continuing to push for more. Rocker with the silence knocks Nostra over the top. Hold on, I believe misses. The healing tempo getting some nice value, but it's just not even close to enough. Goober styling on them now with the 5 streak. And the rest of the Melee Creeps have to turn tail and run back to the base. No chance to defend the urn. The one man standing outside the base, not long for this world. And even as the triple rejuves look to expire, I mean, Floormen have shown incredible dominance with this draft. The Viscous pick has made all the difference.
Yeah, honestly, people are wondering, well, gee, against Floormen, why are people first banning Viscous all day? You now have your answer. I think League is going to get to play McGinnis sooner rather than later. Should Floormen survive this game and bring us to a map 3, because there's no way in hell Melee Creeps want to deal with this again. This has been the Goober show.
And Goober waiting 15 seconds without the goo ball, so he's kind of lacking one of his most powerful tools. Here comes the rallying charge from Page. A second one follows up over the top. Ido getting low on the Abrams. Blink out from John, but 5 seconds for the goo ball. This one could get dire. Leaf does drop. Melee Creeps, can they get out of this one? Secure with the kills that they found so far, but not even close, man. The bleed is good. The execute comes in. A stolen goo ball. Battle of the goo balls here in the mid lane. Goober turns, looking for other kills. Players who are caught out a little bit more aggressively. Scout trying to counter roll in, but his is starting to expire, so we get the picture-in-picture, the double goo ball. The bumper cars in the mid lane. I think.
Oh, wait, John just got run over again. Goober continues to go after John like a heat-seeking missile. The ball finally goes away, but now he's in Viper's face. Cube canceled. Fishcake low on HP. Here comes a splatter. A puddle punch ready to go directly to the back of Viper.
Oh, clean.
One from below, and wait, Fishcake's still alive.
Really?
Oh, wait.
Okay. Fishcake had enough tankiness to get out of that one, and I think this Mystic Reaper maybe kills Goober. Oh, just barely not. I think Dude was hoping that would be enough for the finishing blow. So a wild team fight, one that actually looks better than most that we've seen for Melee Creep. So they're still right back in this one, despite the difficulty that Jay showed there. And mid-boss spawning in just over a minute here. So still more to play for. Melee Creeps aren't out of this one yet. And remember, up 1-0 in the series. One big slip up here from Floormen that yields the advantage back. The series could be over.
Still a long way to go for Melee Creeps. It would have been better, of course, if that last fight could have happened when mid-boss was up, but also I don't know if Floormen take a fight that wild with the threat of a bad fight ending in mid-boss. So 1 minute. And for Floormen, it's just, okay, you need to generate a pick, and after generating a pick, you go mid-boss. I mean, it's kind of Deadlock 101. And once more, you're going to be looking to Goober to make some of this magic happen.
Yeah, I wonder if we might not see something like a Phantom Strike with this build, giving you that secure triple stun lockdown on somebody like John. I mean, I don't know how you play Wraith into that, right? Phantom Strike in, Warpstone back on for the second follow-up stun, and then another. I mean, you need some sort of external save to break the combo, or else John's just going to be dead.
Chad has finally caught up to the multi-ball production. That, honestly, one of the most well-earned production W's I've seen in a while, but Jake, this is the calm before the storm at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Shiv also kind of a menace right now. Let's see what the buy is. I know maybe it's just a Boundless here. Straight up, you already have double armor. You already have some insane tankiness. And so many knives to play with in a team fight. A lot of
Jake, you're our
tools.
CFO. Can we just hire an editor for a Goober montage from this game? Is this the best Viscous performance? Let's get us 1 million views on YouTube.
You might be onto something, Puckett. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no.
How many times have you seen two balls bouncing on each other? Don't answer that.
Not as your lawyer. My lawyer has told me I'm not gonna answer that one. As the nuclear bomb. Oh, the Phantom Strike, the knockdown. They're gonna go on this guy, even though he's flying through the fight.
Trying to make something happen. Saya brought John for the ride, but it's not quite the time for the full engage just yet. Buff spawned, 30 minutes, mid-boss at stake. If Floormen can generate another pick-off here, they'll be well on their way to forcing a map 3.
Lord pickup attempted, but the puddle punch is good. Knocks it out of Fishcake's hands. Fishcake could find himself in a tough spot. Maybe initiations, though, coming in from Melee Creeps, battling back into this one. Goober doesn't have the ball for this fight, so you're down one of your key team fighting tools, but Melee Creeps still getting pushed back.
It's going to be up later in the fight, potentially, but Floormen looking to prevent the comeback earn. Close quarters is where AVG would love to thrive. Slice and dice. Comes on out. Moves on in. Gets turned into a rabbit, but still good HP. Working into the back. It's hit with the telekinesis. It's a get off me throw from John. Do rather, is so low in the back of the fight. The airdrop comes in. It's going to get rid of John. But overall, that is the double pick Floormen are looking for. They're going to go in to mid-boss now. And we'll see if Melee Creeps has anything left in the tank. I don't know why I said do twice in a row, but that's just how it is, Jake.
Dude, AVG is unholy tankiness right there. Dude, what the hell was that? He was like full frontlining into lockdown and just was not losing HP. The double armor, like restoration on Shiv. Look at him. He's just frontlining in the door here, daring people to come challenge him in the staircase. Willing to take that fight. And this is a meaningful position because if you can't walk up these stairs, if you can't push past AVG, you're not going to be able to challenge for the reju. And I think that may be the case. Big Warpstone. Is it enough for the parries? Not even close. I mean, good attempt from Scout with the Rabbit Hex, but There's too many counterspells to let that one through, and Xeno with the rallying charge just secures it. Melee creeps should be full routed as 6 here. Maybe Scout can get out back to the base, but you gotta imagine we're looking down the barrel of a game 3. I mean, even as well as melee creeps have played in tough scenarios, this is about as bad as it's been.
The comeback potential here is just about nil. Another urn gonna be dunked in favor of Floormen. 3 rejuves left to go and a base ready for the attention of the Floormen. And what has been a masterclass, both Shiv and Viscous game coming out from the Floormen. Man, oh man, Jake, the longest day of Deadlock we've had in quite a while, but you cannot complain about the quality of games.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, DMB using the power of the rejuve to just clear out this mid base guardian. It's going to spawn that extra wave of creeps, continue the push, and with melee creeps down 3, they have no real possibility to attempt any kind of counterpunch. They're going to lose all sets of base guardians. There's going to be a monster swell of creeps pushing down every single lane, and that's the scenario you respawn into here on melee creeps as they looked for this defense. For now, Floormen, though, I think they want to back off. Everyone probably with huge banks of souls after that team fight. They want to get some buys off.
Ready to slay the wicked.
Oh, lightning scroll is dirty. That's going to be a crazy amount of control in the team fights. 2 rallying charge back to back, both stunning initially, then the follow-up lightning scroll stun. I mean, that is going to really hurt.
I see Viper.
Look, it's about time Merlin finally blessed the Knights as they head on out. You got all this Camelot lore, you know. Merlin can at least do something, and wait, is Idle caught? Gets stuck in the middle of the lane. Should be able to get away, but the pressure that Floormen is applying right now, coming in from all sides. Still 3 rejuves, still half the time left on the rejuves, Jake, and right now threatening for a little bit of pressure onto the shrines, but they're probably gonna wait for DMB. Like, they need this wave to get fixed.
Yeah, they need the waves in pretty bad. Right wave is actually pretty problematic right now for the Floormen. They're just gonna go for it with 1 wave down mid and DMB fixing the second, but to your point, they're playing this one very cautiously. They don't want to overextend before DMB is here and ready to team fight. But they really do want to start dropping these shrines. Opening up the super creeps would go a long way. Billy thinking about trying to find a chain here, but does not want to find himself getting like Abram charged into the spawn, right? That's how you kind of throw away rejuves and really turn this fight bad. 1 shrine drops. And despite the waves crashing against your base, I think you are going to get a double shrine here. Will Mailer keeps be able to find the defense? Here's the Nox Nostra. Keeping the silence here on to do. So far, he's not been able to pop that ultimate. Goober's deep in the base now on the Goo Ball. Huge disruption, and John just cannot. He can't play the game, ZP.
John's like, surely I'm safe in my own fountain. Nope. Goober, once more on the hunt. Your latest DBD killer, now in Deadlock. Good Lord, just...
He's going in for more.
A massive goo cannot be satiated. This time for Fish Cake, brings him on a ride. First stage patron about to go down, the Archmother in some real pain as Floormen look to force a map 3.
And still with the triple rejuve for a few more seconds. I think this might be enough time for them to force a finish to the game here. Rocker willing to use those rejuves. However, the rest of the creeps are healthy. I think this one could go wrong with the rejuves starting to tick out. That being said, you've got to get in there. You have to defend the patron. Here comes that rallying charge. Lightning scrolls from that, adding into the lockdown as the rest of Floormen go way past the throne here, attacking into the enemy fountain, denying the players their opportunity to make this defense. John, surely with the heal in the fountain and the turrets behind him, it'll be enough to take down AVG, but zoned into the base, he just can't get out for the defense.
Good fight.
Map 3.
Good game.
That's a crazy one, man. And honestly, I feel like that's like, just like you were saying, that Goober and AVG, man, incredible masterclass. Shiv, bonkers game, ridiculously tanky. Looks as good as Shiv has ever looked, frankly. And the Viscous, I mean, this is a new style. I haven't even seen this build before. This is a nasty build. Beautiful piloting of the ball from Goober. And the team fights, when this ult comes out, feel impossible. The one fight that was close was the fight that Scout stole the Goo Ball. But ultimately, the Goober's build, I mean, it's just so potent in those engagements. Like, you're just losing your base while he rolls around in your fountain.
I don't even think we saw the Mina in that game. Goober and AVG taking over for the Floormen. Melee creeps handed an L, and now we're understanding why the Viscous is the first ban from melee creeps every single game. ZP, chat made a great point. So if you don't ban Viscous, you give them the McGinnis, right?
Yes, you have to pick your poison. You are either dealing with Goober bouncing on you all game, which John probably does not want to happen anytime next century, or you're dealing with League on the McGinnis. You cannot ban both. Pure and simple.
People have kind of been, I mean, I think this was from Melee Creeps. They talked about how they can just ban out Goober and attack his hero pool. Now we're seeing the flip side of that. He's like one of the only players who I think genuinely threatens this Viscous and forces you now to waste bans on something that, like, he did very well in the Paradox in the first game. Like, I think he had top damage on the team. I mean, it was a strong game from him, even though they lost. So even if you do ban the Viscous, I don't know that you're really gimping Goober that much. And, you know, this is a scare one. To be honest, though, after this game, I feel like you have to ban Viscous. Like, you just, you cannot team fight into that thing.
I think we should probably just end the stream right here. I don't think anyone needs a game 3. Let's just watch the Goober highlights. We start off with a Viper. Everyone was excited about it. Haven't seen a Viper since November. There's reasons for that. Fishcake did not have the best time. Did he have the worst time, though? Is there hope for Viper in the future, Jake?
I mean, I think there were moments. The very early game was nice, but I just don't believe in this hero in high-level play. I just feel the late game is too weak, too much of a liability, and it almost tells the other team, hey, all you have to do is like survive to 30 minutes at equal net worth, and you'll probably just start crushing us in the fights. I just think this hero's too vulnerable to lockdown and control. I think he may have even gone unstoppable this game on the Viper, but I just don't see the value. You compare that to some of the other alternatives. Honestly, Viscous is like a reasonable comparison against Viper in terms of giving a lot of early game nuking, having crazy mobility, but just with a much better late game team fight scale.
Is Goober's Viscous and AVG's Shiv better than the Shiv Kelvin combo from EU, ZP?
Better than old school Shiv Kelvin. Nothing beats that level of combo. I mean, old school Shiv Kelvin was the Thanos of Deadlock that ran so many games in comp that it almost befuddled the mind that people were giving it up past the last few weeks. But in this case, still looked pretty good on individual performances. I mean, AVG looked dominating, more so than we've seen him in a long time, both this game and the last. Also, you know, while for game 1 was a little bit slow, DMB, much better game this time around for the Floormen. And I mean, hey, when you got a goo ball making all the space in the world, you don't have to worry about John dropping telekinesis on you when he's stuck in the middle of stun with a goo ball over his face.
Sure, yeah, chat. My comments are off limits, but you guys can keep saying bouncing on it over and over again. DMB with a bounce back game. Jake, let's take a look at this, man. Kicked off the team, drops 10 kills, 51,000 player damage. Do we see the Priest again in a game 3? I don't think he's getting banned out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's been so many of these like top prio bans. I mean, in this series in particular, Viscous and McGinnis, also things like the Mo. And so often I think Venator just makes it through. I also think this game, I mean, not only is he, you know, performing well in the team fights, doing his job as a carry, but also winning some 1v1s on the side lanes, right? Punishing Do in moments there. So very strong performance for DMB. I don't think his game 1 was bad at all. And it's good to see him getting a nice win under his belt, evening up the score 1-1, keeping the revenge dream alive here. Would love to be able to upset his former teammates in the Melee Creeps.
We haven't had an 8-game night shift in quite a while. That's when we have 2 best of 3s going the distance. We already had 1. Second one is loading up right now. ZP, do we finish before 1 a.m. Eastern?
The way it's going right now, probably. I don't think the players will take that long. We're going to need more tornado DCs to push us over 1 a.m. Eastern. But getting to midnight, a little bit more doable, especially because we were planning on doing the graveyard shift. We'll have to ask the players here. That was kind of set in stone before the long day.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to cancel that one on behalf of everyone working behind the scenes. I do want to say, chat, I would love to hang out the rest of the night, but my wife just landed at the airport 5 minutes ago. I'm already late. So I'm bouncing during the commercial break. We're closing the show with Jake and ZP. Much love, everybody. Enjoy game 3.
It's nearly midnight, but this is a night shift, and we're living up to the name quite literally. Just can't stop bouncing. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, this is now going to be the end to what has been an enormously fun night of Deadlock. 8 maps between the both regions. This is the maximum amount of Deadlock you can get in one day here on the night shift.
It's the closest we've ever seen it here on DLNS, and at a fitting moment for the game to be at its peak of its popularity in recent memory, at peak of new content, and awesome to see the players stepping up to the plate to deliver some epic matches. I have no idea who's going to win this one, ZP. I mean, maybe you could argue that Floormen have shown better fight overall in the series, with game 1 being absolutely down to the wire and game 2 being a much more comfortable victory for the Floormen. But nothing is off the table when it comes to the melee creeps. I mean, their long-term success, they've been able to bring back difficult series in the past, and there's no reason they can't do it again here.
Also, while we're waiting for the draft here, let's just take a look back at the bracket of the day, the really hammer home what a ridiculous day it has been. Taking a look at it, Abrahams to get through Lowkey W, but they go into Leviathan, and Leviathan, they win back-to-back. They proved that last week's win was not a fluke. They were taken to the limit by Abrahams, but they defend their newly acquired title. Then we get into the NA Challengers match. Floormen get through Bird with Clock, and we are now 1-1 in our NA Finals match. And again, what has been a momentous day of Deadlock.
Whew, man. And Bird with Clock are probably going to be sweating the fact that they weren't the ones to get here. But Floormen, well-deserved, it seems. Like, they've been, I mean, for time and time again, they've been able to beat Bird with Clock, get to the finals, and then have been kind of clapped back, and it really hasn't been that close. Finally now, the patch shakes the game up, and they're seizing their opportunity. With the playing field leveled somewhat, AVG, huge games on the Shiv, and Melee Creeps just say, we're done. We want to get off Mr. Goober's wild ride, and honestly, I cannot blame them for it.
So I was speaking a little bit definitively, which production called me on my BS. Technically, Melee Creeps could first pick McGinnis here to deny both. I think that would be foolish if they weren't already planning on playing McGinnis. I don't think taking away that from the opponent, if you weren't coming in ready to play it, is the right move. In theory, they could deny the McGinnis. They've already lost the Ivy support-wise. I think here for your first pick, you probably just go Billy. It is the safest thing to do, but they go McGinnis, so oh my word, Jake. I don't know if this was Melee Creeps' plan coming in, but they decided it was too good. They don't want to deal with either Viscus or McGinnis, and this was the only play they had to do with.
I don't hate it.
What are we standing around
I mean,
for?
it has been very good. I would love to see Floormen, though, doing kind of what I believe it was Abrams. They ran on like a Kelvin draft against this, and they kind of mitigated it, just having like the Thunderdome of the Kelvin. McGinnis rips ult, you rip the Kelvin Dome, kill somebody off. McGinnis is isolated away from the team fight, and there's real win cons there.
I got your back.
They get the Mo and Krill, though, which, by the way, has Mo and Krill been permabanned all day long? Is this the first time he's made it past the ban phase? Like, truly?
It is, and that is scary because here's the problem. Floormen terrorized Melee Creeps so damn hard in the last match, the last 2 matches, that they forgot about Ido's fear of Mo and Krill. So now, after all like, Melee Creeps could be slain once more by the Mo and Krill. That is now the opportunity that is here.
I mean, I like that Melee Creeps grabbed the Kelvin away, because I think if you get Kelvin and Mo, you are in an absolute world of hurt. However, the Melee Creeps draft feels a little disconnected right now. Feels a little awkward. They've got some good control. Hope to get ZP back soon. But
wait, I left now. What in the world?
We lost your cam, so it would seem. So luckily you're still here. Floormen, though, we're going to respond with the Sinclair. I actually love the Sinclair at this moment. You have insane steals so far. I mean, Kelvin Dome and McGinnis ulti, we've seen how powerful these steals can be. These are some of the best in the game from an ulti snatching perspective, and curious to see if it won't be someone like Goober on the Sinclair this game.
All right, so Paradox Band comes in from Floormen, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Goober ends up playing here. As I hope whatever's going on with my internet fixes itself. I think it's internet. My PC doesn't seem to be lagging, but I like this a lot more from Melee Creeps, though, the sense that like they're able to pick up the Ven. I don't love John on the Wraith, and self-admittedly, John has had to pick up Wraith as a freshly minted character. This time around, they could have picked the Wraith, and they just decide, you know what? No. We are going to go with the Venator. and John now gets to pick something he's way more comfortable with on the whole.
The city could use some new blood.
Shout out to Wenaf with the Prime. Big love to all the folks in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat here. A lot of donations today, tons of subs, YouTube memberships, Patreon members coming in. I mean, in the end, this is a community-run show, guys. Like, we put this on with y'all's help and y'all's donations. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring in some sponsor money and, like, elevate things, offer bigger prize pools. But it's been incredible to see the show develop to what it is. And a lot of that comes from y'all's support. So I just want to show some love now to the chat on this epically long day of Deadlock. One of the longest we've ever had here on the night shift.
I have a confession. I'll just say this to Prod here and the audience at the same time. In closing down Windows, in case I was lagging, I may have closed down the browser that was also giving my camera. So that would also, I'm wondering, it's like, well, is the cam going back? I don't think I'm lagging or anything anymore. Well, yeah, but actually reconnecting to the thing that takes the camera source may have been helpful. Whoopsie, but yeah, Geist comes in, Floormen, support-wise, able to go back to
Geist
Page.
and Venator. So they're going for like sort of this double carry look. I mean, I think Do on the Geist is something that it's sort of analogous to the Yamato, like, more of a frontliner type carry, but pretty terrifying late game. They also get the Kelvin and the Silver, and Floormen go back to the well with a Warden. Is this an AVG Warden, an iconic classic Warden? I believe untouched all day today.
Yeah, for good reason. I don't think Warden's very good right now. I think all my Floormen hype just evaporated instantaneously here, Jake. I don't. Also, things like the Shiv were still available. I get that maybe they weren't going for it, and also, I mean, it's probably DMB.
Shiv.
Well, actually, it's.
Yeah, it must be DMB Warden, right?
Yeah, it's probably DMB Warden. This was the DMB hero, and it said you're gonna get AVG on the Billy, probably.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I kind of, in theory, I mean, like, Warden arguably has been nerfed pretty hard, but maybe there's a different build that you're able to go for. I kind of like Warden in theory into this like idea of the Kelvin draft, because in theory with a maxed out Warden ulti, you might be able to turn something like a fight inside the Kelvin dome, getting that unstoppable on the ulti in the massive amount of resist it gives you when it's maxed out. I mean, that's deeper into the game, but if this is a Warden that's getting full farm, we probably do get to that point in the game where you really have like all of your boons leveled up to the max. Maybe the silence on that trap could come into play. So Warden getting some big changes in this patch. Very curious to follow along with the build and see what the approach is here from the pros.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it as a final pick when you need an M1, which kind of shows, like, but by the way, I'm double checking here. Wraith was neither picked nor banned this entire game.
They don't want the Wraith. I kind of agree though. I think Kelvin kind of counters Wraith, honestly, in this draft. I feel like the dome either isolating you out of the fight or like trapping you in. Either one of those is a death sentence for Wraith. Either you're trapped out of the fight and your teammates are dead before you can participate. Warden can actually play enough in the front lane where, yeah, he might get domed, but maybe there's a chance that you're running in with your Mo and your Billy. You can fight it out in the dome. Like, it's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to lose that fight, even against characters as powerful as Silver inside.
Well, as I look at it here, if I had to say which of the two teams is going to win here, on one hand, maybe I'm underestimating the Mo. Mo is an incredible force multiplier, especially thinking back to the weekend. I kind of like the melee creeps draft more. A big question mark to me, though, is are they going to get enough out of McGinnis? Is Fishcake going to play a McGinnis at the same level that League was playing earlier? I think that's a big question mark, especially if McGinnis was not their plan coming in.
I mean, vibes-wise, it does feel like a Fishcake hero, right? Like, so I kind of have faith that he's going to be able to pilot it well, especially the way this build is going with, like, the ulti build. Like, I don't hate the concept here for the Fishcake.
I'm willing to be wrong on the Warden also, but I feel like the last pick, Warden Floormen, a little bit on the weak side, as Mo's just shrugging off these McGinnis bullets here so far. Doesn't really care, drops the scorn, and says, my suit is actually bulletproof.
This is a demonic lane, man. Mo Page, like, good luck killing anything into this one. I think this is kind of a survive lane from McGinnis and Silver.
Love the versatility.
It's so funny how one patch changes Mo from Mo being the quintessential, hey, I'm just here to survive character to, no, I am the final boss of the lane, the character.
I want to give some love to some of the co-streamers sticking with us here deep into the night. Deathy, big shout out, longtime supporter, friend of the show. Crayon still trucking with us this deep into the match. By the way, first blood, Saya goes down, a bit uncharacteristic. There's very low players across the board though, and the trades come thick and fast.
AVG League both going down as Saya does. And, you know, it's getting late into the night. It's game 3. This could be one of those scrappier games. I think it's been a while since we had a true NA burger box, and I'm not saying we're heading there, but...
I like where your head's at, ZP. I'm down for a little bit of a burger box mania here. See who can come out on top. This time it's Scout on the Abrams. Ido on the Silver. I will say, I think Ido on the Silver is a match made in heaven, right? A character that really relies on movement tech. A lot of individual skill expression. Arguably one of the most important aiming heroes in the entire game, with how crucial it is to connect with all your shots from the slam fire.
And I was kind of surprised when Melee Creeps didn't bust out the Silver during day 2 of Freak Fest, because in scrims, Ido's looked really good at. I mean, Ido gets enormous value out of normal Silver form. Like, I think the best commentary in Silver is that this is not a good hero unless you get massive value out of both forms. You can't just be like, oh, I wait for ult and go in. Not gonna work. But Ido gets serious damage out of Silver in her human form.
I mean, the bullet shot is a very powerful lockdown skill, right? Denying the ability to jump, even for a little bit, is pretty massive at this level of play with how important mobility and movement are.
I see Sinclair.
Also, a little bit of a roam, potentially from Scout. Damage. Coming in onto the Mo.
Goose egg purchased. Fans rejoice, and he hasn't bought any other items yet. What is the build? What is he saving for on Xeno?
Imagine if they made it the one item you could buy multiple of. You just like, yeah, I'm just going to start with a dozen eggs.
I'm going to get 10 eggs. I do 0% damage now. Good luck, team. I'm going to be AFK.
I am a support.
Yeah, I'm like an economy investment. I'm in like your expansion in StarCraft, man. I'm an SCV, not a Marine.
I'm an SCV. Also, that's a Mo that a little bit trapped by McGinnis wall, down to half HP, but you know, just one scoring away, and turning things back around. Going for a little bit by Ido. The scoring actually didn't connect it. Now Mo a little bit vulnerable. Ido noticing it, goes for the bullet shot, forces the burrow.
Guardian
still a tough kill
to be purchased here by Paige, and that's going to add on to the pressure, allowing League to maybe get his health back up. Begin is going for a little bit of extra gun damage, and Fistcake wants to put some pressure down on the tower early.
I think one thing to really keep a keen eye on here is DMB, where Warden has always been a pretty hungry hero for farm. With his gun scaling being even worse, I think Warden is now just one of the hungriest heroes for farm in the game if he wants to have an impact on the game. Like, you cannot be a broke Warden and actually expect to do anything.
It's a movement buff Silver, like behind the Floormen Walker. Bit of an odd position here. Finding anything just yet, threatening some ganks on other lanes. Scout also thinking about maybe getting active onto this Mo. But combo is online, so not that there's much damage to fall behind it with a golden goose egg Page. It could be worrisome if you get comboed under tower.
It got nerfed a little bit, but this is where Mo just kind of proudly states, I have my own follow-up, as it were.
Yeah, but you're not solo killing like that. Okay, the pin comes in, but that doesn't really deal damage to League as he gets that shield from Page. Heavy barrage coming in from McGinnis. But good positioning from League, just evades all the damage, pros away, and the HP bar is not dropping, ZP. This Mo is something different.
There's a lot of damage heading in the general vicinity of Mo. Not much of the damage was actually landing as it came out. Now it may be a little bit closer to the combo time, we'll see. No help in the area, though.
I do like that Scout has come into this lane, because at least with the stun from the pin, there is a punish if you do go for that kill on McGinnis. You can get, pinned under tower. However, if the damage does come, if a rotation comes in, even someone like Abrams could be very much in trouble in that lane.
I see Abrams.
Take a look back at middle. The Scout up over. Looking for a potential pin target here. DMB, meanwhile, just trying to get farm. And I have to imagine that Goober is going to be roaming a little bit more aggressively soon, trying to give more of the solo lane farm to DMB. Again, you cannot have a broke Warden. You have to do everything possible to feed him at his current state of play.
Man, crazy pressure on DMB this game, right? To be, going up against your former team, trying to get that revenge victory, and to go to arguably a very off-meta character after this recent patch of the Warden. I mean, it has been historically very strong, but far from the comfort you might feel in playing with like Wraith on her recent changes, or hell, even somebody like Infernus who has some recent buffs to kind of work with. Big burst onto League, yeah, okay. It takes in here Domini as well as Silver Slamfire, but that's just enough raw damage to even burn through the Mo, and Xeno wasting the rallying charge is pretty painful.
Yeah, it's a good gank onto the left-hand side, and now bit of a lane swap too, as Ido's gonna make his way back over into the mid lane. Bola comes out. Bola did not land, which is why that Sinclair's immediately airborne. Actually, I mean, small chance of that evolving into a kill, but in this instance was able to get away.
Billy taking some aggression now on top of Saya. Saya does not have the dome to work with, so it seems like Billy's going to get the better of this trade. And I don't know if you want to, he's getting tons of light melees off. The parry's not coming out from Do. Not reading the timing there, and nice bully from AVG. Takes full control of this side lane. Gonna secure his own sinners off that one.
Off to the side, Bola connects. Goober has to immediately clone the werewolf to get some extra HP. Gets charged for a ride. We'll see if the werewolf clone is enough to get away. Seemingly will be the case.
I mean, the cooldown on this is so low when you steal Lycan Curse. It's kind of free. Like, he's gonna have his ultimate back up basically as soon as the end of the Lycan Curse comes. So these rotations, they cost time, they cost effort. Just getting out for basically free on Goober is nice value.
Curious to see what build we're going to get out of DMB here, where one of the more controversial things, the last person playing for Floormen was Pashi on the weekend. And Pashi never put any points in the cage until the very end. Like, cage was the last priority, even on a non-spirit build. So,
Which was the meta build, right? That has historically been the meta build on Warren. And the question is, how much do you value that long duration silence? I can see it, but also this game, you do have Mo and Krill. Like, and maybe you don't necessarily need more lockdown and more catch. Like, you're just going to be shooting people that are comboed anyway. I kind of wouldn't mind a pure damage gun build here.
I think the point of contention is that the shield, if you're full gun with no spirit items, where Pashi wasn't even getting QSR in this case. So, like, going full shield, you're only getting like a 280 shield, and yeah, you got the debuff resistance, but does that compare to a instant silence? People are thinking no, but I'm just genuinely curious to see what build comes into play here for Warden, and if there's a change.
Clearing up an easy Guardian here, uncontested by the Floormen. They just don't want to take in this kind of a fight defense, but Mo with the life up, looking for a nice combo. Good pickoff, starts a fight onto John. Captivating read is there. The rest of the team following up onto this one, and should be a quick kill there onto the Venator. John delaying it a little bit longer, and the Silver's in as well, making this one a little bit more scary. However, Saya dies in the meantime with a little bit of cooldown remaining on the Frozen Shelter. Lycan Curse starting to expire. This one's looking terrible for melee creeps.
I mean, that was looking terrible when John just straight up went straight off zip and FedExed himself to Mo. Like, what in the world was going on? You didn't even need a lash to throw you into, throw a Mo into you in that case. You threw yourself into the Mo. But however, they kept the hyperline on the AVG. AVG's all sorts of hurt. Just getting pummeled. A little bit headbutts at the end. John, some quick redemption after what was a quick feed, and might even get the second kill on top of it. John ends up feasting when it's all said and done.
Yeah, there's some nice punish kills for that mid walker, which is also a big prize. Mo's going to do his best to pull people back to this left side lane, but this should be potentially a free dunk. Floormen's still hanging in the area, thinking about a contest. Maybe they're just going to try and deny a couple of these souls away, but the lion's share go to the melee creeps, virtually evening the soul lead. And once they take down this Guardian, it should be absolutely even. DMB sticking around long enough to throw a speculative flask in. Hold on, wait, an ult stolen from Kelvin? The dome in could be huge if you can get inside of this DMB. You gotta get in, but the silence is good. Ido, beautiful catch. Goober, no value in that fight.
And here's the real dome, except no imitations. Not that the fake one ever came out. Damage right now in onto the Billy. Ido looking to rip and tear, chasing down here with the Lycan Curse. Just needs a little bit more on the AVG, who is able to get away. A little bit of evasiveness in that Billy. Gets to the safety of the walker.
Yeah, a powerful sequence of events, though, for the melee creeps. Those punishing kills in the mid. They snowball into the side Guardian. And honestly, I think overconfidence there from Floormen, thinking that they could contest that down players. The Chaos, though, once unleashed, kind of swings back the other way. Little free Guardian pickup for the Floormen as melee creeps retreat to lick their wounds after expending a bit of their health bar. But the Guardian trades just continue across the map.
Also, we got the update. The egg is gone. The Xeno devoured it. And in this case, the egg has been turned into an anvil. So, you know, the quick swap into knockdown, something we've seen before, where Xeno just usually uses it to get to a 3200 item. Yeah, earlier in the week was using it for Tesla bullets on Ivy. In this case, just knockdown on Page.
Yeah, does help a lot in the team fights, right? Getting that first initial catch can make a big difference. Mo also has Warp Stone. League 13k on the Mo. He's the most farmed hero. Not well, actually, is he the most farmed in the entire game? I mean, right up there with the
a little bit under John, but a very rich Mo. That's how he affords those suits.
Like, the Mo's DPS on the combo is insane. And at this kind of farm rate, you might be talking about items like Unstoppable sooner rather than later. Like, this is the hero that has been banned out all day long on the night shift. And so getting not only League on the hero, but getting some of the scaling, this hero also, I think, scales a lot better than he did in the previous patch. Silver pops a Lycan Curse. The Warp Stone is good, just makes him through the wall in time. Look at that insane lockdown, but hold on. Captivating Reed doesn't stick around long enough to force it. More connections coming in. They're just bullying through the Lycan Curse. Ido, on a sliver of HP, might be able to slip out of this one.
He's still getting chased.
Nice
AVG
escape.
is hot on his trail at the moment. I think he was able to break some ankles. Ido fully gets away, but while this goes on, melee creeps is also able to get a walker, so Ido not falling to the Moan Crow this time around, even as he got flashbacks to a few days ago.
DMB. Oh, the Warden goes down. Swap deployed, though, from Dew to get that job done. AVG looks like he was on the receiving end of that one, getting just smoked under the tower. Dew steps forward, finds the finish. Look at that bag. Saya steps in to claim it. Second walker could be on the cards. Immobilization, though, makes Kelvin think twice about this one, and this is a relatively healthy walker, the second one to defend. Melee creeps just going to be satisfied with getting a little bit of chip damage on it. It's the best they can do.
Also, one thing we really have to keep a storyline on as we look at the game develop. On one hand, you got John at a meaty 18k on the Venator. DMB slumming it at 12k on Warden, who is more farm heavy than he has ever been to make an impact on the game. This is not where you want to be. Even though when you take a look at the level up, he is doing a change in build prow here. He's got no points in ult and likely is pretty close to getting level 3 cage.
Yeah, so it could help in some of the catches in the tempo mid game. A little bit of a contest going in for this urn. McGinnis probably not the hero who wants to really step up to the plate on this one. The spirit buff in the contest. Billy, though, hold on. A chain could catch this, starting the fight off well. And in the small room, League finds the first kill into Ido. Hasn't even used the combo just yet. This fight shaping up very well for the Floormen. They still have some powerful tools to deploy yet. Seems like melee creeps just have to fall back and try to secure this one. But they are going to get urn control over to the Floormen, playing the objective game. McGinnis steps up. Maybe they're looking for some kind of a punish here. But remember, the player advantage is against them here. McGinnis, though, rips the ulti. We've seen how devastating this can be all day long. Slowing Hex as well onto AVG. Slips away for now, but the urn control is given back.
Scout over the top, looks for the pin, and Billy just barely able to dash away under the pressure. Urn control still had here by melee creeps, looking for what could be a quick dunk. Looking at the positioning on the map, no one from Floormen is going to be able to get there in time, so melee creeps going to get here and extend the lead after that next skirmish.
Yeah, some clean movement there from Saya. You're trying to just get a walker trade to get something back on the side of Floormen, but I mean, the walker relatively tanky. Dew, though, he's not going to be able to hold this alone, but with Scout coming in on the flank, Ido coming in as well. Big pin in, but it is parried, but the Billy, the damage is so real there. AVG goes down. Ido gets that first kill, and the rest of the team is healthy. League stuck around to get that finish, and you might be tanky on the Mo, but in enemy territory, I'm not sure you're that long for this world. Pin
charge towards the end. No pin into the combo.
No way, right? No way.
Well, it's so much damage. It's so much damage. He actually kills Scout. That is the power of Mo in 2026. And yeah, you may end up going down, but when you have the clean 1-on-2 and Mo still puts you down, he's like, 1-on-2? No, Jake, it was a 2-on-2. You got to count both.
Silver here, maybe trying to punish on a DMB. He thought he could maybe put some pressure on McGinnis, but This is not the Warden we once knew, especially considering the farm level. Got a lot of souls in the bank. I mean, DMB really needs to get a buy off. We need to see the impact from this carry. It might not come just yet. It might be a little bit deeper into the game. But a nice big buy would certainly help things, getting some of that power out of the bank and into the field of play.
Melee Creeps working on a 10k soul lead. Interesting thing about the game state right now is Floormen actually up on walkers so far here. So they have a little bit more access to the map. It's just they don't really get the ability to use that map access when stat-wise you have to give a good amount of respect to Melee Creeps and the level of power they have at the moment. And by the way, Dew turning into a very scary farmed Geist. Like a 23k Geist at this point in the game is an actual problem. Arguably even more so than the Ven.
Yeah, both Geist and Venator finding the farm this game is more than you could have hoped for on the Melee Creeps, because you have other damage threats as well. Like Ido is offering real bursts in these fights. If you fish kick the McGinnis ult, can't discount that. And it's all backed up by the Kelvin Dome. So game's starting to look scary. Floormen, they need to start finding some of these Mo combos. League, though, I think is one of the key threats. Like, as we just saw in that Abrams kill, he absolutely can get the job done. So you might be farmed on the carry role, but you've got to respect the threat Mo provides.
Mo's ability to just be his own source of punishment, especially when you're ahead of the game, is kind of unreal. And also, even on other farmed characters, if League were to get a clean jump on the John, probably kills John, so long as John doesn't turn it into a gut shot against the wall.
He might legitimately solo kill the killers, like just the way Mo is right now. Maybe that one extra player helping with the damage is enough. Interactions in the mid, but Floormen respecting here, playing their lives. I mean, honestly, I think Melee Creeps are kind of happy to keep driving this one deeper into the late game. DMB is going to start catching up, though, on this Warden. He's going to clear up a ton of the jungle here. And League just adding on to the tankiness. He's going to start looking for some kills here. Dew is not the target you want, especially in enemy territory.
Yeah, I think the one target that Mo would be a little bit afraid of on the solo combo, because if it's anything other than dead, you're just going to get swapped, and you're probably going to be dead, even with Scorn. There are limits.
Headed to Broadway.
You're just not a true Mo and Crow believer. There's no limits. Anything is possible. If you can dream it, you can achieve it.
This just reminds me of Legend of Korra, where at one point the villain's just like, you think your powers are limited. I think they're limitless. Just, different, what level of Mo and Krill enlightenment have you actually hit?
A little bit of a contest shaping up on this left side jungle. Buff's about to spawn, 10 seconds. But high ground control so dominant here for the Melee Creeps. They have full vision in this fight. Feels like it. Dangerous game to try to contest this buff, and they give the gun buff over to the Venator, so an ideal situation for John should a fight break out. Urn is coming down. Billy grabs the life buff. Waves are crashing against Melee Creeps, so the macro stage of the game is actually favoring the Floormen here. A stolen McGinnis ult from Goober provides cover for Mo under the burrow to maybe get in and take the Urn. Oh, and the Melees just barely miss. I can't believe that. Daylight robbery here by Mo and Krill.
Still an even deeper dive here by Melee Creeps.
In. Oh, I don't know about this one.
And Lycan Curse is also at the same time. Billy with the chain gang. Dew picks up one here so far. Billy running back. KVG, a little bit of disruption, and now desperately needs to get away.
This is enemy
and what is
territory,
turning into a silly fight. Look at the Urn, by the way. The Urn is going to get dunked in, but Bone Crow also is in this fight, and he's your strongest player.
Yeah, just some crossed wires there from Floormen. Going for the Urn and then also taking the fight at the same time. And you might get the Urn dunk, but those kills mean mid-boss are a possibility. Ido's thinking about it, though. I don't think he's so sure about the call. But with Dew coming in, they're going to commit the McGinnis heal, amping up everyone's DPS. Kelvin Dome as well on the cards. Maybe you can just full send it. The beautiful disarm from Mo is going to kind of slow down this mid-boss take. The harassment as well from Bina. I expect the fight to come in here. But with Dome, it's so hard to play into.
Oh, heavy melee breaking McGinnis wall. New technique says 15 HP. DMB barely gets away. If Floormen don't pay anything for this contest, that would be wild. Teleport comes in towards the end. However, on the chase down, taking a look at Idocam right now, just takes Goober's face right off. A little bit of revenge for last game.
To your point earlier in the draft, CP, things got serious. By the way, wait, Shrine? There's a Giga Wave taking the Shrine right now.
Oh,
But
dear
it's just
Lord.
lost half its HP. Like, that is way too scary. Okay, I mean, they're not going to really lose anything for it, but it goes to show, man, you got to respect the minions.
Minions off doing a little winning towards the end. Also, there's nothing we can do about the sound bug because observers cannot leave and reconnect in the same way that players can. I don't even think observers can do their own pause. I may be wrong, but there's a few limitations from the observer end when you get sound bug. Also, AVG perhaps under the gun. Not anymore. Able to safely back away as Floormen now concede quite a bit of the map to melee creeps. Still reasonably close on the overall farm, though, of the game.
Yeah, the game feels scary. I mean, soul advantage is pretty minimal. So, like, pound for pound, the fighting strength is there for the Floormen. If they can just find a Mo combo to kind of get an opening pick, but with the rejuves, you got to do it kind of 2 times back to back, and that feels much more unlikely. Ido's the one showing on waves 2, and I think he's probably one of the hardest targets. If he turns into that Lycan form, you are not getting the kill. So wisely, Floormen choose to wait for a better opportunity.
I still think the soul allocation is a little bit scuffed for Floormen also, where if you pick Mo and Krill and then you make Mo and Krill one of your big soul targets and you grab the Mina, like, I don't know, this is a pretty broke Warden, and a broke Warden is not a scary Warden who gets stuck into the dome.
It's his dome. It's his dome.
Stolen dome. Stolen dome. Enough to save.
He doesn't want to step up, though. I mean, that's telling. You don't want to turn that corner to Abrams. They're going to try and make this Walker defense. Abrams, though, coming over the top, wants to send it in for the team fight. Gets a stun on Mo and Krill, pins the Mo, but that's a very hard target. Scout is in very deep, likely to get trapped. Nope, but the counterspell protects him from it for now. He's willing to throw away one of those rejuves. The McGinnis ult, the heavy barrage, secures this Walker take. Well played by the Floormen, though. They tax a lot of HP and resources, making sure that it's far from a free grab for the for melee creeps.
Also, talk about incredibly scary stuff from Scout. Charging the Mo at half HP when the Mo still has combo. There's some faith in your team there. I think there was a world where League could have just dropped combo, gotten the kill. Probably would have died in the process, though, which is why he didn't do it.
And at this point, with 3 rejuves available, taking 1 away doesn't mean much. At this point, you really are going to play for the timeout. Silver steps up, big bowl onto 2, looks forward. The Lycan Curse should be popped. It's going to give a lot of cover to the rest of the team as they look to siege this Walker. Still about a minute left on the rejuves. Floormen, big rallying charge, though, into the team fight. Maybe going deep behind the Walker could be a little bit risky. I believe that's 2 domes. One stolen by Goober, the other the original. And Ido isn't really bringing the damage. Hold on, this fight is starting to look good for the Floormen. They're still healthy. The rejuves have started to go against them. Big slam fire onto DMB, but he's standing tall now under the Walker. The combo is good enough to take down Do. DMB, though, can he get out of this one? It seems like he can.
While this is going on, the Walker...
And it's good value in the end for the Floormen. Like, they get a lot of spells out, and they don't drop a single player.
Given how that started and given the conditions, that's about as good as Floormen can expect there. Yeah, they're not able to defend the Walker, but they get some rejuves out. They don't lose anyone in the process. The lead is not ballooned to the point that Floormen cannot contest over this rejuve, which is about the most you can hope for when the other team gets 3 rejuves. While Floormen are down, they still have win conditions in this game, and I think the kind of the sad part about all this is that they were just on the verge of this being a comebacker, and they were too close, Jake.
Yeah, right. The fight keeps it in contention. But honestly, I think this might be an earn you might consider fighting. And I think melee creeps recognize that too. They're not going to try and rush send this in. Despite like the soul advantage and like the last few fights being good for the melee creeps, you look at the map, kind of Floormen in control. Yes, they're down a Walker, but the lanes are pushed against melee creeps. They need to fix those before they look to do anything too aggressive on the map.
Floormen would love to make something happen here with the Mo and Krill, the one most forward. When you look at the minimap, one maybe about to get a grab, goes for the burrow, stuck in the Ven trap, actually hurting a lot of the mobility. DMB able to finish off Saya, the heavy barrage coming on out. McGinnis gets to work, DMB is down. The barrage is still a blasting, even as Nux Nostrum rains down from above. Rocker trying to make something happen here. Ido, meanwhile, gets into the back, deals with League, and the barrage is still going, Jake. Finally lets loose, but the damage has certainly been done.
It's a 3v4, but Floormen still fighting this one. Xeno beautifully kiting here away from Ido's transform. Do, though, could be the strongest player left alive into this one, and he feels that damage pumping into Goober. He's got to run for the hills, but just cannot get away from the Geist into this one.
Up to the air we go. Seismic slam. Not quite onto the jump pad, but still chasing down the midair charge connection. Left hook hits. Rocker taken down by the anti-air Abrams just to finish things off. Mid-boss still not up for a minute, but Floormen in a world of hurt as the lead balloons for the melee creeps.
It looked like a good start to the fight, right? You lost DMB, but you took down John and Saya. In theory, that's a worthy trade. Ultimately, though, it's a beautiful cleanup work from Fishcake and Ido. Scout and Do coming in as well. There's just so many threats on this team. You might think you started off by killing the carry, but there's a lot of carries at this point in the game for the melee creeps. A lot of, backups on backups.
Melee creeps on the verge of defending their title yet again, where, again, their streak was never broken in Night Shift. They did suffer a loss to BWC on the weekend, and perhaps served a little bit as a wake-up call for them to get things in order for tonight.
So far, so good. I mean, this is their game to lose with a significant soul advantage. DMB has gotten to that Glass Cannon Vamp Burst moment, though, where, okay, yes, you might have been nerfed a bit on Warden, but any character in the game with Vamp Burst Glass Cannon is going to be able to bring some heat. Mid-boss spawning now. Likely going to decide the outcome of this game, or at least force the fight that does so.
Floormen, who have had such a good run here today, not only winning map 2, but coming dangerously close to getting map 1. Now find themselves down, but not entirely out here in map 3. One of the longest days of Deadlock we've had so far. It's not an impossible lead to come back from, but it is limited on the options. And I think the thing that's really hurting them the most here, Jake, is that in terms of carry ability, they threw a lot of eggs into the Mo basket, and, does a 33k Warden scare many people on melee creeps right now? And I think the answer to that is probably no.
I feel like the Mo is still scaring them, though, despite the lead. I mean, look the way melee creeps are positioned on the map. They're very conservative. They recognize if you split up on the side lanes, Mo has historically been the hero that really punishes that kind of a move. Now, melee creeps, though, they're stepping up as a full unit. They want to force some kind of a major team fight here, denying Mo some of the value of the combo by playing together. Big chase in here from Scout, going very deep. Mo, Burrow, getting some shields, getting some stability. The silence waves are in. Ido now swarming over on top. Floormen kiting back well, though, staying healthy into this one. Players are coming back in to assist on this. The counterspell blocks that Warden trap from connecting. John pops the Iridomini, but Floormen, I think they've kited this engagement well. There might be a chance for a punish here, and the waves starting to crash against the melee creeps objectives.
Also, Floormen didn't have to use any ults, and that every ult still up and available for Floormen.
Defend the stronghold.
Iridomini down, which is not insignificant. And yeah, comeback urn is available. This is not the worst for Floormen. You get this comeback urn, the gap between the two teams gets very, very small, and I mean, they could theoretically win a fight in their own comeback urn territory. It is not guaranteed for melee creeps, so...
I mean, the textbook play, though, is for melee creeps to force a mid-boss while you hold this urn, and I think they might go for just that. They still have that Kelvin Dome online. They're in full control of the area around mid, controlling that zip. Got to be very worried about this, going for the dunk. Billy also pressuring the side walker at the same time, maybe taking a 1v1, and here we go. Melee creeps are going to send it on to the mid-boss, at least forcing the roar. Page continuing to move forward and try and get this dunk in. ABG on the Billy backing away, and this could turn into full chaos, man. Objective split across the map. Page far away, but can she make it back in time to get the rallying charge for this dunk?
Billy right now has been fighting Geist outside, and Billy's not going to get here in time. Dome dropped. As you look for a little bit of control here. Melee creeps would love to get all rejuve charges. Mo, though, is in the pit. Mo is fighting, waiting for the drop. Continues to fight. He's able to get the first one. League with the first rejuve. The next two go the way of melee creeps. Melee creeps looking hold serve. They get the rejuve out of League. They immediately take him down for a second time. Floormen end up losing two. Only steal one rejuve when the smoke is settled.
Oh, Goober in trouble now. Has to juke his way out of this one. Would be a crucial hero to stay alive. McGinnis keeping an eye on the swap position, and he can't quite make it out in time. On the plus side, there's a wave hard crashing on the melee creep space, but with 3 players dead, there's a real opening to take shrines, and it feels like that's the beginning of the end for the Floormen. the power of forcing those team fights, you know, you got to go for the comeback around on Floormen, but at the same time, giving up mid boss is an expensive price to pay. And this is looking like a patron drop, man. 220k souls. It just, these objectives drop fast.
Floormen running out of time and options. A little bit of a jump pad stun on the side, but none too worse for the wearer so far. Second shrine about to go down. Melee creeps close to defending the throne. First stage patron not going to look all that much more durable relative to the shrines, but Floormen about to get more people back up. We'll see if melee creeps just backs up a little bit.
They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to get the drop without giving up any kind of a kill. They are going to get that drop. We'll see if the punish can come in. Floormen taking a lot of poke on quite a few players here. Geist full sending it onto this Mina. Just an aggro dive into the base. Hold on, and maybe, just maybe, Rocker has overplayed his hand, but the rescue beam is beautiful. League though is gone. Mo is down for 70 on the deck. Still 2 regions to play with. Melee creeps. Surely they're going to close this one out here and now. A dome from Kelvin? Actually, I believe this is the... Actually, I'm not sure. I think maybe one of them used a refresher. But the dome, yeah, it is from the Kelvin here, and he's continuing to dominate. A stolen dome, this time from Goober. But it just doesn't seem like enough. Do the unstoppable force here. Fighting inside of the throne. The invuln is something the curse kind of helps, but Do is just not taking damage. And at the end of the day, players dropping. It is all melee creeps in the feed here. And they are going to defend their title, but they had to work for it today, ZP.
They have never been tested quite like this in Night Shift, but in this instance, melee creeps get the victory in 3, capping off the longest day of Deadlock we have had since November. But melee creeps, the streak continues. At least the Night Shift streak does at the very minimum.
Big win for the melee creeps. I'm sure that's going to mean a lot to them, right? After taking an L on another tournament, it's, you know, that's always a scary moment for a team that's been nonstop winning. Is you're just so used to winning, you forget almost that there's another possibility of the way these games can go. But to be reminded of that and then to be able to reassert your dominance here in the Night Shift, it's going to be a load off their mind, alleviate any questions people might have about this team.
You know, I realize as the night goes on and the broadcast hits nearly 10 hours, or I don't know if it's quite at that long, but either way, you know, you start making some slips of the tongue as, you know, chat recognized. But man, what a game in terms of how this went down. I mean, this was still pretty contestable by Floormen for a long time. I do still think they got a little bit kneecapped by the draft. Like, between the two teams, you look at the draft, I just don't think, especially with things like M1, that Venator v Warden is a particularly fair head-to-head. I think Ido has a unique advantage by still being one of the people that can make Silver look good. And you gotta give props to Fishcake, where if the plan to run McGinnis wasn't the plan at the beginning of the day, it became the plan by the end of the day, and Fishcake still made it look good. Where if they didn't pick it, Jake, it would have gone to League. Like, it would have been picked by the Floormen no matter what. So really good heads-up adaptation by melee creeps. I think it was probably necessary in this series.
Yeah, they've always been a team that is so solid in the draft. Got to give a shout out to Scout too. Some insane catches on the Abrams this game. Beautiful plays around the Mo. I mean, Mo's been insanely dominant all day. I think melee creeps are the one team that's been able to beat it. So you got to give them their flowers for that one. But I think you're right, man. DMB was just not playing with a full deck right on the Warden. It's you know, the nerfs hit really hard on Warden, and with some of the other carries looking as strong as ever, maybe better than ever, he does feel like just a few steps behind.
Also, it was kind of a hungry team when you look at where the current Mo is so strong. You want Mo to have a lot of farm. You want Mina to have a lot of farm. You don't really want your Billy to be broke. So as a Warden, I think he was also just kind of fighting for a lot of the farm allocation. But getting a look at the end stats, definitely passes the eye test. There are moments where Do was just simply unchained with the dives on Geist.
Yeah, huge games from Do across the series. I mean, 11-0-9, he's so stable, right? Whether it's the Geist, the Yamato, he's able to play these different sort of styles of character, but giving like a really solid backup to John. And in this game, arguably stepping up to be the true carry, right? Geist is a bigger threat in the ultra late game, significantly more damage than anyone else in this game. And so huge credit to Do overall through the series, right? Even in the last game where they did take the L, he still looked competitive, right? So I think Do had a great game today, a great series today across the board, and the DMB Revenge arc has to wait. I still want to see more, though, because I still feel these two teams have unfinished business after today.
You know what I would have liked now that I think about it? Because AVG was teasing, oh, we got a secret weapon. I would have loved to have seen DMB bring out the Infernus, because I do wonder if teams are still sleeping on Infernus. He got a bunch of buffs, and he hasn't really been seen here so far.
I was thinking that same thing, ZP. Like, maybe an Infernus could have been nice here. You know, maybe that burn could be a problem on Geist, right? Taking her out, giving her something to worry about. The reduced spirit damage could help against some of these heroes, but I just feel like the Warden is a more stable pick. But in hindsight, I think they probably would have wished, hey, maybe we went for the Wraith, maybe we went for the Infernus in this spot in the draft.
Man, I'm just thinking about potential MVP candidates right now, and we'll see what the official decision is. But, you know, maybe this is always a pre-hype here, but a lot of people wondered, okay, was getting Dew on the melee creeps the right decision? This is probably the best day of play that Dew has had for melee creeps since joining the roster, in my estimation.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was the linchpin to their success in both of the games they won here in the money match today. The Yamato particularly impressive. I think a little bit of a flashier character, but the stability to have 0 deaths. I mean, I did not realize he was deathless this game. This is like a remarkably stable performance on the Geist in a game that was far from stable. This was full chaos, lots of scrappy team fights with tons of players dropping on both sides. And yet Dew just finds that middle road to do maximum damage and yet get out with his life every time things go bad. So really well executed by him, and pretty compelling performance for them to hold on to the title. Although it's clear, I think, in both regions, we'll need to do more. But of course, the player of the match, the Fiki Egg.
Yeah, it's the egg. Even though Dew didn't even grab the egg, because you see, guys, do you know it's Dew? It's the egg. It is all the egg buyers, all the egg enjoyers, and there you go. There's Dew for real. But also just note, it's a sub MVP relative to the glory of the egg.
Glory to the egg. Dew's the GOAT, though. Let's check out some of the highlights, see what he's able to put on. The Yam snowballed this game early. And what a crazy day of Deadlock. Like, I don't think I've ever watched this much Deadlock back to back to back in my life yet. This game is too stimulating, man.
It was a ridiculous game. I mean, to see everything as it transpired. I mean, we had plays under plays, especially, I mean, map 1 and map 2 just had so many good moments. Both the comeback by melee creeps in map 1, Floormen, and everything to do with Goober on map 2. I mean, Goober basically earned himself the permaban on Viscous for the next 3 months after that. Like, no one forgets what happens when you let Goober get Viscous. Not after this last map. Just, he's not going to get to play that hero, Jake.
Yeah, right. It feels like you have to, but that does net an advantage, I think, for the Floormen, right? To an off-meta hero like Viscous, that, I mean, is this the only time it got played today? Yeah, I got banned a couple times against Floormen, but in the end, like, you know, to get these respect bans out, it gives you an advantage in the draft, right? It's kind of like you were saying with the Ido Silver, like other teams might prio it lower, but you have to respect it against his potential. And overall, quite a balanced day as far as the picks go. Like, lots of heroes getting their opportunity to shine. Even some of these heroes that weren't picked as often, like Geist or Great Talon, when they did come out, they had big games. So, and a very interesting moment in the meta with things completely shaken up by the draft. McGinnis having her best day ever. I'm pretty confident saying that without actually seeing the data.
Tell someone last week that McGinnis would have higher priority than Celeste. That's why. Right. No one would believe you. Absolutely no one would believe you if you said that statement. Shiv basically, you know, having a very short period of being dead and then is instantly back to being near the top. Although the Mo and Krill dominance, Mo has never seen a day as good as today. Ever.
Mo and Viscous and McGinnis enjoyers rejoicing in this patch. It's definitely a new era in Deadlock. I'm curious to see how, of course, lots of tweaks coming out every day now, so I won't expect anything to be too stable for too long. I think might have some more looks at something like the McGinnis ulti. I think it's a little suspect right now, considering you can just hard full build for the ulti and it is still incredibly powerful. But we'll have to see. I mean, the Deadlock devs, I'm enjoying whatever they're cooking. I leave it up to them to decide the direction of the game.
Yep, and you know, just to review what we saw here today, take a look back at the schedule. What a day it was. A very long day, which is why we were going to do Graveyard Shift at the other show today. We'll fit it in later in the week, since hopefully there won't be any patch stuff to do. No, I'm
dying.
Yeah, as is production. Also, interview-wise, we're not going to subject the players because it was a long day. I mean, look, just imagine we got Ido here in the interview and he said, I hate Mo and Krill around 8 times. and also that damn ball too, like a Scooby-Doo villain who actually won. And that'd basically be the interview tonight, Jake.
I totally agree with that. That like he would probably endorse that as like as an effective supplemental interview there. So much love, of course, to the whole community. Tons of donations, tons of subs to get the prize pool up so high. Huge support from all of you. It makes a huge difference. Our patrons making a massive difference to just keep the lights on, keep us running this show week in, week out. Also, of course, all of you in the chat. I mean, whether you just tune in to watch every day, the folks co-streaming at home. I mean, it just goes like miles and miles into making this show what it is. Like we kind of came out of nothing to bring the night shift to life, and it's only still here, still standing so tall today because of the passion and the faith of the Deadlock community.
It was a great time to be a Deadlock fan. The games have never been better. Honestly, the game I think is in a good state. Yeah, some people are complaining over balance. Some of the stuff got tuned up, tuned down. The design, though, has been really fun. And even looking at the pick ban chart, that was one of the healthiest pick ban priorities we have seen in a while in regards to just the mix of heroes, how they were picked. I mean, a wide difference relative to simply a week ago. But, Jake, I think this brings us to the end of the show. You got any final words before we send things off for the night?
Just thank you and good night. Great to see everybody. An insane day of Deadlock games. Some of the best action, some of the most competitive series we've seen in a long time. And I just hope more to come, man. I hope this is that new era of top competition among the elite teams in both regions. That's an exciting time for us here on the Night Shift.
Alrighty, well, that's us all. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. All the players, of course, the patrons, the subs, the viewers as a whole. You all make this happen, and we'll see you next time.